Chapter 44, Ovation 9-2 Old and New Heroes. Ovation 9.2. Old and New Heroes. If the new security measures put in place after the intrusion of Trajan the Infinite had let some people believe the Spire and the most defended levels of Hive Athena were inviolable, the Harlequin delivery was prompt to snuff out these hopes. Granted, according to the testimony of the emissary of the Queen of Blades Veth Va Coral, the Harlequins did not have the ability to sneak a company or a battalion into a hive. The Eldar clowns had no webway gate to open, and no warship having already bypassed the system's defenses anywhere. This forced the messenger of the Xenos to rely upon an ancient artifact called the Thief's Whisper. Assuming the young Drukari had understood the explanations of her superior correctly and that there was no deception involved, this Xenos creation allows its owner plus one life to create temporary tunnels similar to webway pathways through the immaterium. And unlike many other infiltration methods, it is absolutely undetectable by the psychic and non-psychic methods available to the best equipped adept users of the Imperium. Naturally, like every artifact, it has clear limitations. I mentioned above that it can't be used by more than two beings at the same time, and there is apparently a certain ceiling of psychic power which will not allow too powerful Eldar to use it as a transportation method. The Thief's Whisper also needs to recharge for the equivalent of 50 Terran years between activations. Yet there was no denying that it was a formidable psychic tool to breach our security systems, and one we had no prepared countermeasures against. Several new great surveillance devices were ordered from the Martian forges, but it was quite clear to everyone that our capabilities were reaching their limits. At some point, more security measures become utterly counterproductive, both for working conditions and the peace of mind of the very people they are supposed to safeguard. Meager consolation, some lessons were learned from this incident. Like the point that it is far easier to go on the offensive against some Xenos species than it is to guard everything you care about from them. Extract from Archive C0105S224, secured in the Fafnir Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by then Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter between 297M35 and 310M35. The necessary level of accreditation to read them is Sapphire Black. The most dangerous threat to the beloved Imperium of His Most Holy Majesty posed by the Harlequins is that we don't know in advance if their deeds will help mankind on one of the myriad of battlefronts or provoke a disaster spectacular enough to be mentioned in front of the Senatorum Imperialis. Despite having records of their interventions inside Imperial space for uncountable millennia, my colleagues of the Ordo Xenos who volunteered to investigate and haven't in the meantime disappeared inside the webway are no closer to the truth than our founders were. These clowns are simply too unpredictable, and it is this very skill which causes mountains if not planets of problems. Clearly, when a Drukari raider ship arrives in an inhabited system, its intentions do not take a Lord Militant to elucidate. If the defenders fail in their duties, thousands of men, women, and children will be enslaved and tortured, assuming the Long Ears don't want to simply commit genocide in the first place. Those Xenos who live in the moon-sized craft worlds are more mysterious, but ultimately, everything they do is for the benefit of their arrogant community. The only question is when it will benefit them. Being longer lived than a 10 times rejuvenated adept, their farcers can afford elaborate strategies whose effects will take centuries to be truly felt. The Corsair fleets are somewhere between the two, often prioritizing plunder, rare minerals, artworks, and slaves. On the other hand, there are plenty of battles where they have unleashed attacks on inhabited planets to prevent successful offensives against Eldar-owned assets. The Harlequin forces do not work in such a transparent manner. One day, a group might assassinate an experienced Lord Admiral, the next they will save the very battle fleet they have deprived of a leader from certain doom against the Greenskins. As much as I realize this is not a very professional opinion to have, I think the only motive these multicolored Xenos killers have for sure is a willingness to amuse themselves and terrorize the galaxy with their jokes. Extract from Inquisitorial File LK115247HH9153, dictated on the order of Lady Inquisitor Redacted, 200M34. All this talk about winning the peace between the Battle of the Death Star and Operation Caribbean seem really naive, in hindsight. Well, naive is perhaps the wrong word. Taking advantage of the years of peace to improve the technological and industrial power base is more important than ever for the hive world of Nyx, the sector, and the Imperium as a whole. It's just that now that I am recognized as a living saint and the sector lady of a space region which isn't a backwater anymore, the political and administrative decisions which fall upon my lap are without compare to the ones I was facing before the Caribbean fleet set the port of Lost Souls aflame. Deep in my heart, I know it is not so much the Imperium which has changed rather than my popularity. Before I left for Pavia, it was a rare month where I had a planetary governor of the Nyx sector or one of their more influential ministers visiting me. Now that I have received an ovation for this victory, there hasn't been a single week where prestigious adepts, governors, ecclesiarchi pontifexes, and other power makers in the quadrant haven't been announced. As long as my name remained only associated with the destruction of an orc battle moon and the minor status of saint protected by the Dawnbreaker Guard, the number of pilgrims coming to this sector were certainly far easier to miss than the cohorts of Mechanicu's tech priests. I take some pride in it, since it means the people I have chosen to delegate my authority and my own policies to must be doing something right for billions of humans to be applauding like this. On the other hand, it is still a bit frightening to see these crowds of millions gathering in front of my gates. There are millions of men, women, and children out there, and they worship me. The more that I think about it, the more I am worried by it. Millions, maybe tens of millions of people, are traveling for decades in hulls barely resisting the assaults of the infernal sea of souls, often dying to give their great-great-grandchildren a few seconds of golden light before more years of hardship and poverty. I wish I could save everyone, when I see their exhausted hands, their gaunt faces, and their frail bodies. But I can't. I can only hope that victory after victory, peace after peace, we will destroy the problems threatening the Imperium. And one day, maybe, its citizens will be saved. Extract from Archive A0530P384, secured in the Fafnir Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by Her Celestial Highness the Basileia Taylor Bear between 297M35 and 310M35. The necessary level of accreditation to read them is Sapphire Black. Praise Lisa, but come with fruits nonetheless, Nixian saying written on the walls around Lisa's dome. This is not the Long War anymore. It is an age of nightmares and the para-humans are its vanguard, words attributed to Lodarasaran during the Calyx Nightmare, 298M35. There is a word for those who let us freely use our powers to their most devastating effect, and that word, in Low Gothic, is idiots, attributed to Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter after the fall of Sparta, 297M35. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx 3. Lisa's Dome. 3.853.296M35. Thought for the day, faith. Honor. Vigilance. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. The first thought which came to Odysseus' mind as he set foot outside his personal Aquila lander was that some of his colleagues had definitely been right. Wherever the Imperial fists went, they built walls. Their workforce today was however quite unusual if you weren't familiar with the Nyx sector. It wasn't every day you saw an Astartes indifferently shout orders to humans, ants, termites, a few ambules, and some insects Odysseus was utterly ignorant of, beginning with their names. The Lord Inquisitor spent quite a few seconds observing his surroundings. The features dominating everything were of course the mountains encircling the valley he had arrived at, and the completed biodome occupying a third of its space. The latter was not taller than the former, but it was still a gigantic structure, and according to his informants it had taken roughly 2 years to build. But now that the Battle of Kamarak had brought many changes, the reason to be of the biodome had changed, as a massive form flying inside it made quite clear. As a result of these modifications to the plan, the entire valley was a construction site. From the human workers who brought trees and plants to the engines of the Mechanicues fortifying some key positions of the valley, the effort's cost had to be measured in the tens of millions of gelts easily, even if the insects didn't need to be paid. It felt at the same time strangely modern and yet similar to a backwater agri-world. The inefficient mining which had been the norm in the region had been stopped and most traces of it were being removed as he spoke, and it was replaced by a few thousand extensive buildings which from a distance could all be believed to be wooden. A railway was bursting into existence with a large train station nearly 1 kilometer away from the biodome. Odysseus was quite unsure where this transportation line was leading to, since the high mountains in this region made trains and other ground machines quite impractical. But one had to give it to the Basileia, she didn't do things halfway. And this was only one of the many sites which were built anew all over the surface of Nyx Tertius, though this one benefited from the presence of the insect mistress and the space marines. Odysseus stopped sightseeing and marched with his escort of 20 towards the incomplete wall the Sons of Dorn were busy working on at a brisk pace. Naturally, before they had been able to progress more than 100 meters, they were intercepted by a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard. It was a superb feat of leaving anyone in the dark about your presence. The olive-colored space marine had stayed in the shadow of several piles of material seemingly waiting on the right side of the road, and only when he moved was the camouflage broken. The member of the Nyx Conclave had been briefed by his colleagues on the chapters present on Nyx, and was able to recognize a favorite of the Emperor's Warbringers, one of the many successors of the Imperial Fists having given one of their own to the Dawnbreaker Guard. This warrior was called Villanova, unless he misremembered the reports of the Ordo Astartes. Lord Inquisitor, the olive-armored giant nodded once out of courtesy. I wasn't told to expect you for an audience today. The urgent matters I had to handle post-Kamarak have been dealt with, Odysseus informed the member of the Saints' Honor Guard. I have several subjects I must speak with Her Celestial Highness about. The helmet didn't turn in the direction of the biodome, and the blue-tinted armaglass of the helmet's visors stayed focused on him and his escort. Our Lady has a few unallocated minutes this afternoon. Your escort stays here, I will accompany you myself. His bodyguards didn't like that, of course, but Odysseus gave a few short orders and they took a few steps back. The aged Lord Inquisitor then followed the Space Marine. Fortunately it seemed the olive-armored protector was in no mood to hurry, and while the pace was fast for Odysseus, it didn't require him to run to stay next to his guide. Did you choose this site because of its isolated location? He asked as the Space Marine didn't seem inclined to begin the conversation. It played a part, space marines were not supposed to be evasive, but this one seemed to have mastered the basics. As I'm sure you are aware, these natural obstacles, once properly fortified and manned, are extremely difficult to take. And the defenses in the mountains have Imperial Guardsmen as garrison. The brand new carapace armors and the heavy armament left few other options. The Nix 10th Siege Infantry, the Emperor's Warbringers Marine confirmed emotionlessly, the Gravediggers lost 38 out of 50,000 men at Kamarak. Several companies are using these mountains as recovery bases before being called to serve once more. And that was all Odysseus was able to obtain from the Space Marine, though the scenes a few meters away from them were impressive enough to compensate for the lack of conversation. It was like someone had kicked over an anthill, figuratively and literally. Foundations of walls were dug faster than should be physically possible, entire rows of trees and flowers were planted in the brown soil of Nyx, and everywhere there was an energetic profusion of work, beginning with the Astartes, but not ending with them, far from it. It was already far from what the average person expected on a hive world. Despite the construction work, it had not escaped Odysseus that at no moment had he felt the need to use a rebreather, and that was only the beginning. As they entered the biodome, what struck first was the sheer abundance of nature. Trees, flowers, plants, and animals all produced their own scent, and there had already been a certain atmosphere in the valley. But here it was magnified beyond what he was used to. This was not a jungle spreading everywhere, but there was so much greenery, so much life, so many fruit trees and legumes everywhere, it was honestly quite disturbing even for his experienced eyes. It was far warmer inside than outside, obviously. And in the next moment, the powerful song Rafaela had described in her war story reached his ear, luminescent and joyous. This was quite the scenery. It was also one he was sure a lot of nobles would have paid a fortune to have in their possession for their free time. They climbed regular white steps, and finally, after a short ascension, Odysseus spotted the Basileia. Lady Taylor Bear wasn't alone on the small artificial hill where a marble platform had been constructed. For as many space marines had been busy working outside, there were plenty of them standing guard here as well. But the greatest presence aside from the living saint was the gigantic moth, which was singing, eating, and flapping its wings of light, creating almost visible pulses across the fabric of reality. The victor of Kamarak, at the moment, was caressing her massive head. No words were spoken, but there was a communication of some sort between mistress and insect, that much could be safely stated. And then the titan-sized insect took flight again, traveling to another section of the biodome. Lisa doesn't like you very much, Lord Inquisitor, the young woman commented as the moth was no longer nearby. I advise picking a few fruits below and offering them to her if you want to be in her good graces. No offense, Lady Weaver, but I doubt I will have the opportunity to come here regularly, and as long as this moth serves her purpose, currying favor with her is not something I feel the need to spend hours upon. The ruler of the Nyx system could control this titan-sized moth and create ether gold with it. As far as Odysseus was concerned, his intervention in this matter was neither necessary nor pertinent at this point. Besides, he was a Lord Inquisitor, and he had his pride. Being the fruit provider of a gigantic, megalomaniacal insect was not how he wanted to be remembered by his colleagues. You have made quite an investment here for this large insect companion. An investment which will bring a lot of money in time. This made the veteran of the Ordo Malleus raise an eyebrow. The ether gold will of course give you an immense amount of resources and favors the moment an influx of Noctilith starts arriving here regularly, Odysseus declared, but the owner of this biodome will hardly earn money by herself. That's where you are wrong, Lord Inquisitor, the Basileia politely corrected him. This biodome is only the first of several we are going to build here, and one of those will be a stadium where we will present Lisa to the public and empower different objects with her radiance in front of thousands of pilgrims. We are going to draw in immense crowds. Odysseus saw quite a few problems with this optimistic scenario. Space for one. Quite a lot of this valley's existing ground is already taken. Yes, which is why certain environments will be carved in separate valleys linked by immense subterranean corridors where Lisa will be able to fly unimpeded, the insect mistress revealed. We will even build a bunker biodome inside a mountain soon, that way if anyone tries to invade Nyx, Lisa and quite a few sensitive assets in the region will survive anything short of a lengthy orbital bombardment or an exterminatus. As he had thought before, Lady Weaver was truly doing nothing halfway. Digging those tunnels and making sure they don't collapse is going to take you years. Not really, the counter was immediate. I have ambules and other species capable of digging very quickly and effectively. Odysseus had seen the ambules outside, yes. But this was absolutely not, by the love of the god emperor, how many ambules was she going to use to make this project viable? The railway systems would also need to be underground, if the mountains were still in the way, and that required more insects. After an instant of reflection, the Lord Inquisitor decided this knowledge was not something he felt keen on burdening his mind with. It was time to speak of the very reason he had made the travel in person for, anyway. The emissary of the Queen of Blades has arrived, and your security has been breached. Had it been anyone else, he would have added again. Yes, spiders danced around the trees and the aura surrounding the living saint flashed dangerously. I hate those Eldar clowns. A feeling which, I believe, is shared by most of the sapient and sentient species of this galaxy, Odysseus towardly replied. I presume you've stepped up your security. Chapter Master Isley is on it, and Dragon has ordered many expensive gadgets from Mars, the black-haired governor replied, but we're reaching a point where the gains on this field become more and more limited. Unless I'm willing to stay in a warded bunker all my life, surrounded only billions of insects, and give my orders via 12 times ciphered communications, we can't be sure that the long ears won't find some way to bypass our defenses. I understand the feeling, but your death would be a grave loss for the Imperium. I know, but if some Xenos manages to land on Nyx for an assassination attempt, I doubt it will be the Eldar. The Basilea's eyes narrowed. The Sons of Dorn and the allied forces which went with them have broken Biltan and shown the long ears what happens when the wrath of the Imperium is unleashed. They will understand the message, or more craft worlds will burn. As about 2/3 of the Space Marines vigorously nodded after the last sentence, Odysseus was sure the Eldar would pay in blood for their transgressions indeed. The emissary. Vethva Coral, a witch of lesser rank of the Cult of Blades. I've placed her in one of the palaces we never use. As long as she stays reasonable, I will give her upper-class amenities and comfort, much as I would prefer to decapitate her and send her corpse to the incinerators. Odysseus approved. As much as the Eldar of the Drukari variety had to be killed as soon as possible in most cases, for this one an exception could be made, as long as the Queen of Blades remained alive, of course. Do you intend to build something similar for the arena the monster ordered you to prepare? Oh no, for the first time of their conversation, Lady Weaver was visibly amused. With the amount of destruction that living hurricane can unleash in a couple of seconds, I certainly don't want the Queen of Blades anywhere near Hive Athena. I have used some of Rakartha's bounty to buy the schematics for various types of space stations, and we have added to this several decommissioned star forts. The arena will be a void structure in its own right, the latter we will use for the raw materials, the former as inspiration for the arena's internal plans. And once the entire structure is complete, it will most likely be moved beyond the orbit of Nyx Quintus. That way if she manages to blast it apart, the number of casualties will be kept to a minimum. As a contingency, the Lord Inquisitor had to admit it was not bad at all. There was more to discuss, obviously. There always was when the planetary ruler made as many plans and investments as the recognized living saint. The emplacements and subsidies for more inquisitorial bases was just one of the many subjects he had to bargain for personally in the name of the conclave. After 2 hours, the Lord of the Ordo Malleus bid farewell and retraced his steps to leave the biodome. 100 steps before the exit, he was forced to stop. This was what happened when a Titan moth was between you and your objective. The gigantic insect sang, and flapped her wings in a miniature tempest of light. What is she saying? He asked the olive-armored Astartes by his side. Never had a space marine been so close to snickering in his presence. If I had to guess, Lord, I would say it's feed me sugar or fruit, or else ... Of course it was. The warp. The truths about the nature of demons were few and far between. One was that one of these imperial entities, no matter its nature, was part of a greater abomination's power and will. It could be a servant of Kern, Siench, and Nurgle, or one of the creatures which had somehow managed to survive while their god was murdered, like recently Slaanesh had been. A second truth was the hatred all these creatures had for the inhabitants of the material universe. Demons were certainly varying in sentience depending on the power they had been granted, but feeling powerful and raw emotions was not beyond their known abilities. Demons desired to pierce the veil and feast on the souls of the innocent, corrupt unblemished flesh, and tear apart the foundations of order. At their heart, they were all servants of the primordial annihilator, and seeing anything stand according to stable and principled laws enraged them. The demons hated those who challenged the will of their gods. The legions trying to pierce the veil in the Nyx system had long since left that emotion behind them. Now they were truly incandescent with fury and loathing. The sheer amount of destructive emotions concentrated in a single point of the veil protecting the matrium would have beaten several records of malevolence if the demons were inclined to organize such things. In response, the song of the moth rang out again, and a new large orb of pure anathema energy was hurled at them. It was not the Astronomican's brilliance and the tide of destruction which always accompanied it, but several thousands of demons were disintegrated and the shreds of their essence dispersed across the sea of souls, where other demons feasted on them. For a second or an eternity, the infernal tide dispersed and plunged deeper into the immaterium, wishing to avoid the utter annihilation visited upon their fellow servants. More came back a second or an eternity later. Again and again, the wrath of the ruinous powers tried to collapse the veil separating the humans from the demonic. But the barriers were too strong. The light was too brilliant and terrible. The moth and her mistress burned too brightly. And yet the demons hurled themselves forwards between each wave of light. Their hatred, their loathing, and their will to destroy everything pure and hopeful, it was endless. They could do nothing else, for if chaos admitted even the possibility of coexistence for a second, it would already be an admission of defeat. And so, as it had been done with the Astronomican several eternities ago, more demonic legions assaulted this small halo of brilliance, displaying a behavior which was suicidal from beginning to end. In their rage many called for mortal psychers to rise and help them materialize into reality. The summoning didn't work. Fewer and fewer cultists were listening to their calls, and fewer still tried to do anything about it. The planet they were coveting was shining brighter. The veil was getting brighter and tougher. Over 8 million curses were uttered against the damnable moth which continued to sing in joy and light. Easily 10 times that number were shrieked and roared against the human who had dared creating it and using it as a weapon against them. Death to Weaver. Death to the anathema. Hate. 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 Light engulfed many of them and ended plenty of the abominations. The war between light and darkness continued, and legions of immaterial monsters continued to rage. They were utterly furious. They were also completely powerless. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix 3. 3.862.296 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. There were several pragmatic reasons why planetary governors rarely traveled outside their home system. One of them, obviously, was the danger posed by the warp. Taylor somehow doubted that the history books mentioned one of the more infamous problems was in reality the high likelihood of one governor murdering another. Apologize, or I will meet you on. The para-human woman used one of her largest spiders to make an innocent rattle. First Duke Cristoforo Mocenigo's face reddened, and he wisely chose to not finish his sentence. Taylor next turned to the other governor in her reception room. That was out of line, Marshal Governor. My apologies, Your Celestial Highness. Taylor had to fight the urge to strangle the governor of Megara. The apologies were supposed to be for the governor of Atlas Tertius, not her. Sometimes, the Basilea of Nyx wished she could simply throw the problematic children for all that they were in their 60s. Both men had a tendency to behave like teenagers into one of her vaults, lose the key, and come back a week later to remove the bodies. Unfortunately, it would likely provoke an informal war between the two planets these men ruled. As far as I am concerned, the regiments your worlds provided for Operation Caribbean have both performed in an exemplary manner. No matter how much certain aspects of the Megaran and Atlassian societies offended her morals, there was no denying the men, and for Megara, the women of these military formations had fought bravely and deserved the medals and other rewards she had given them. And your point about comparing their efficiency is dubious, First Duke. The 3 Megaran regiments were all artillery, while your own were respectively line infantry, hunter-killer, and anti-air. The Fey and Nyxian regiments don't try to make competitions between the Chimera-equipped companies and the Lemon Russ crews. The two men nodded, but Taylor had the depressing inkling that no matter how correct her arguments proved to be, trying to mend the differences between these two governors was a futile endeavor, and that in hindsight she should have separated their audiences by several weeks, not try to welcome them together. Now that that is cleared up, let's go back to more important subjects. First Duke, you wanted to make a request. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. The superb voice of one of the 3 Atlas planetary governors arrived at her ears. In appearance, he was also attractive. Unlike many nobles on Nyx or elsewhere, Cristoforo Mocenigo obviously did his best to keep himself in shape. There were muscles under his crimson clothes, and the black beard was both thin and extremely elegant. Alas for him, most of the reports she had read implied the First Duke was elegant because a lot of his days were spent hunting and enjoying various sportive activities on Atlas Secundus, far away from the duties of his own planet. The discoveries of archaeotech your noble regiments made being quite extensive, I humbly ask for several of the new mining ships to be commissioned in the service of Atlas Tertius once the tech priests give their approval to mass production. Well, fortunately this request was easy to answer. Denied. And she didn't have to consult her files via her insects waiting in the other room either. Your Celestial Highness. Cristoforo was visibly shocked by the answer. Wait, he had seriously expected her to agree? First Duke, unless you have falsified your tithe records for the last years, your orbital facilities are not designed to handle a single mining ship delivering the bounty of metals and water of the asteroid belts to your orbital storage platforms, let alone several. You also lack the highly valuable starship crews to man these mining ships, and the technical know-how to replace the tech priests building the foundries and the manufactorums we have at Nyx. But, you gave them to the clansmen of Bahamut. Ah, so that was what this was about. But since he had asked. Giving is I think a very generous way to phrase it, First Duke. While it is true millions of throne gelts and substantial technical expertise were provided to improve the infrastructure of Bahamut, part of the costs and boons have been provided as a joint effort between the Adeptus Mechanicus and my personal cartel. But it wasn't free. The citizens of Bahamut have accepted changes to several of their laws, amended several mining customs, and their tithing obligations will rise progressively in the next several years. With her insects, Taylor didn't need to look the man straight in his brown eyes to know he had visibly flinched. Of course, if Atlas is willing to reform to shift its economy from deep ground mining to orbital operations, I will be glad to help. The First Duke reddened again, before shaking his head violently and rising from the red couch he had been sitting upon. No, no. That won't be necessary, Your Celestial Highness. And then the governor of Atlas Tertius rushed out of the reception room like the defunct hordes of excess were in hot pursuit. Taylor sighed theatrically before drinking some apple juice from her crystal glass. It's a pity. His planet has a lot of inhabitants, a few reforms and it could be really productive. With all due respect, Your Celestial Highness, I think the first Duke is clearly aware of this. His main fear is that he wouldn't be the first Duke by the time your industrial and societal reforms are done. Marshal Governor Charles Aldringen's eyes met hers unflinchingly. If you will forgive me for saying so, the three Dukes of Atlas are deathly afraid of being on the receiving end of a purge like the one you enforced in this very system. They know the fate you have in mind for the surviving Wayne's aristocracy is not one which involves golden medals and costume balls. Anything that allows them to maintain their power and keep your influence limited on their planets is attractive in their eyes. As I said, a pity. Taylor allowed the young-looking Megaround governor in his flamboyant amethyst outfit to see her smile. Especially as I had no intention to purge them. Your past actions. Don't support that, I know. And in the interest of being honest with you, yes, I am going to purge Wuhan like I purged Nyx. Planetary governors and the highborn class they support have duties to the God Emperor, Marshal, and incompetence in dealing with heresy and failing to provide competent guardsmen to the guard is not something I appreciate. But unlike Atlas, Nyx, and Wuhan have extremely large populations and influential middle classes which are ready to jump in and reform their society if given the chance. Atlas Tertius has barely 8.5 billion inhabitants, and a supermajority of these men and women are serfs. In the Atlas system, there was no middle ground. You were born a serf, or you were born a noble. And the divide between these two social classes was immense. Serfs, as their name strongly implied, had no right to own lands, a house, or anything better than a few mining tools and some possessions fabricated by their families. Serfs, unless they were recruited for a munitorum tithe, couldn't own weapons of any kind. The Atlas nobility didn't really use its authority to be cruel against their subjects, since they knew very well who would need to compensate any shortfall of the tithes, but life in the mining complexes of Atlas Tertius was dangerous and exhausting, so serfs rarely reached the age of 40. Both as a basileia and a heroine, she wished to change this state of affairs. But there wasn't a miraculous solution in this case. The three Atlas governors all honored the vows they swore to the Imperium, and this audience with Cristoforo Mocenigo was only the last of several where the Atlasians had refused to negotiate. As much as increasing the life expectancy of the serfs and economic reforms were tempting, the first Duke and his associated nobles weren't ready to risk weakening the hold they maintained over their society. Understood, the beardless and vigorous brown-haired Megaround said after a moment. In that case, what would be the price for the production rights of one of the beers you have found the template of? Her ministers had not warned her about this possibility. It seemed that for all his militarist dictatorship tendencies, Charles Aldringen was able to adapt quickly. As I am sure you are aware, there are now tens of millions of pilgrims in this very system. I am aware, yes. Most obviously, they make their pilgrimage here, which unfortunately meant that, seeing the pilgrims wanted to see her and come as close to her as possible, there were immense crowds of them in Hive Athena every day. And they depart in the weeks or months after. But there are some who are unwilling or unable to continue the journey, and yet can still be of use to the Imperium and the God Emperor. If you help at least 200,000 of them find a new home on your civilized world, you will have your authentic Megaround beer, though the biologist Magi will of course regularly make inspections to ensure the sanctity of the formula is preserved. Is that all? You will also provide some of your most talented officers for training exchanges between the Megaround and the Nyxian PDF. In return, your men will have the right to keep this visible amethyst parade uniform they seem to adore so much for some reason which escapes me. There were a few more economic concessions she wanted, like trying to turn Megara into a society a bit less die-hard militarist, but those were essentially it. After Atlas had declared its unwillingness to negotiate for the short-term future, it was all the more important to have rulers interested in working with her. I have no problem with your conditions. The martial governor raised his own crystal glass in salute. To the future, your celestial highness. To the future. Zaibatsu Gordian von Mitsubishi Dassault. Gordian wasn't used to waiting for someone. More than 30 years ago, it had already been difficult for him to not see people running to accomplish his desires, and at that time the highborn of Samarkand had been only a Zaibatsu presumptive among many. Then again, Gordian von Mitsubishi Dassault wasn't used to leaving his seat of power either. Lord Samarkand could order him to, but the aging master of the Samarkand sector by the will of the God Emperor had not found the will to do so, apart from the times Gordian had to renew his oaths. Several of his cousins were representing his interests in the Zaibatsu councils and the various trade conglomerates based in the Samarkand system, and it worked fine, like it had worked for his father and his grandfather before him. Why change something when it was clearly fine the way it was? Gordian watched the large painting decorating a good half of the waiting room's opposite wall. The Imperium Resurgent, it was called. On it Frateris Templars fought side by side with Astartes, Scitarii, and Imperial Guardsmen, under the benevolent gaze of the Primarch Rogel Dorn. That last element should have been an allegory, just as the halo of light surrounding a flying angel crushing the Xenos hordes. It wasn't, and it explained why he had been forced to take one of his fastest transports and personally head for Nyx. And for the last 7 standard days, Gordian had been forced to wait. The apologies and excuses had been impeccable. The palace hosting his delegation was worthy of a man of his station, and the food was excellent. But he was a Zaibatsu of Samarkand, and it had been child's play to know that 2 planetary governors had been received in person by Lady Weaver the day before, and the Marshal General and the First Duke weren't, according to the local gossip, particularly favored by the living saint reigning over the hive world. No, Gordian understood the implicit message. House von Mitsubishi Dassault had made Her Celestial Highness wait for several years before taking her seriously, now they could very well wait for a few days when the Nyxian economy was ascendant. The Administrator General of the Cloud System didn't like that. The heirs and heiresses presumptive he had brought with him to Nyx didn't like it either, and most of his courtiers and advisors had urged him to begin preparing several economic fines for the Nyx sector. Gordian wasn't going to follow this kind of stupid advice, God Emperor be praised. It was true that, theoretically, the authority he had over the Nyx sector in the name of Lord Crassus of Samarkand authorized him to do it, but the repercussions would be ugly if Nyx refused and went over his head to contest his decisions. The place of a quadrant in administrative duties was long enshrined by M33 edicts, but nothing in the Lex Imperialis said that Karduniash had to accept that Samarkand's merchant princes were in the right at all times. And right at this moment, with the victory of Kamarak in everyone's ears, the ruler of Nyx was far more valuable from an economic and military perspective than his house. It wasn't something he had fully accepted before seeing the sheer size of the investments which were poured into the orbital industry of the Nyx system. The foundries, manufactorums, weather satellites, and other advanced orbital structures were already surpassing the majority of the space infrastructure he personally owned, and one look could tell that where shipyards were concerned, the cloud system's superiority wasn't going to continue existing for much longer either. Lady Weaver is going to receive you, Lord von Mitsubishi Dassault. Gordian nodded at the red-armored woman who had spoken. If he had been in his main residence on Flamingo, he would have given a few compliments about her beauty, but he wasn't at home. And besides, the red armor with shiny silver insignia and fleur-de-lis indicated this woman was one of the new Templar sororities the information networks were so gleeful about. Clad in power armor like she was, the ecclesiarchy veteran could likely pulverize his bones without even drawing a weapon. This reminded him, as he left the waiting room and the painting of Imperium resurgent behind him, that the Samarkand sector and his house had already lost what limited support of religious dominance they had enjoyed after fierce negotiations with the Adeptus Ministorum. The arrival in the throne room was impressive, that much he was forced to admit as the throne of Nyx came into view. 2 columns of space marines stood vigilant, their immense armors provoking a feeling of dread inside him in spite of the fact they remained perfectly immobile. No less intimidating was the small army of insects lining the walls. At first, Gordian thought they were very realistic statues, but for all their immobility, the massive beetles, hornets, centipedes, spiders, and ants were breathing, twitching slightly, well, proving they were truly made of chitin and blood. But the most striking presence in the throne room was unquestionably the living saint herself. The governor of the Flamingo Paradise world could feel the golden power of the God Emperor emanating from her while he was still several hundred meters away, and past a certain point, advancing was becoming more and more difficult. And while Gordian was perfectly willing to acknowledge his body was not the one of the top athlete had been in his prime to attract all the ladies into his bed, and that he was too fond of high-quality food, his Zaibatsu body was in good health compared to several of his noble competitors. It was not a question of physical strength, today. It was a question of will and faith. And as much as it pained him to admit, he wasn't strong enough to actually climb the steps of the throne. Gordian wasn't even determined enough to keep looking at the young woman in silver-colored armor watching him emotionlessly. The massive golden wings were providing enough light to make the comparison with a miniature sun possible. Silver and golden radiance, with some touches of ruby and crimson, like the massive ruby carried around the living saint's neck. Everything coursed with divine power, radiance, and the authority of the master of mankind. Gordian von Mitsubishi Dassault for once considered himself perfectly happy at managing to not vacillate or collapse onto the soft red carpet his feet had been treading for several minutes. Your Celestial Highness, the Samarkand Highborn hated how his voice sounded hesitant, and even more to address the Lady Nyx by a title which screamed his inferiority across an entire sector. Lord Zaibatsu Gordian von Mitsubishi Dassault, the black-haired Basileia of the Nyx sector replied. She didn't even bother making the hint of bowing or slightly inclining her head. Your arrival at Nyx was an unexpected surprise. I am sure it was. Gordian didn't even bother contesting the lie. He was sure the ambitious swamp viper he was forced to call the Pontifex of Flamingo had alerted Weaver via astropath the moment he had boarded his transport. Unless it had been one of his 35 sons or 38 daughters. The Battle of Kamarak and the announcement of the ecclesiarch that there was a new living saint in the quadrant had sufficiently shaken his power base that many souls were now eyeing his seat of rulership more eagerly. I requested this audience because of the recent increase in your tithes, and some discrepancies in their distribution. The increase of the Nixian tithes is directly linked to the development and industrial reforms following the production and licensing of many excellent technological templates approved by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Basilea replied levelly, her eyes and face remaining emotionless, as he managed to stare for a few seconds before looking away. As for the discrepancies you mention, they are simply normal given the new situation of several Nixian heavy transports being available to transport the tithe to Samarkand directly. The sector has recovered enough from the war against the Greenskins to satisfy some of the obligations owed to the administratum. It is against the conventions signed by recent Nix administrations and the House of von Mitsubishi Dassault. This time he managed to make the living saint's lips twitch. Alas, as the next seconds proved, that was not a good thing at all. Good thing I wasn't involved in the decisions of the administrations which came before my ascension. That is dangerous talk, he was forced to utter as the golden aura, far from decreasing, was gaining in potency, and to his shame, Gordian was sweating. I will remind you Nostradamus Van Dyer was arrested by the Holy Inquisition, and I found several of your heir presumptive seals on the documents allowing that scum to invite himself into the Nix sector. Given the crass incompetence and short-sightedness such moves imply, do not speak to me lightly of danger, Lord Zaibatsu. If you are feeling wronged, there are legal means. Please don't take me for an imbecile, Zaibatsu. The Lord had suddenly disappeared, and Gordian sorely missed its presence. I have no intention to waste decades on legal disputes when the majority of the Samarkand courts will rule in your favor like mine would rule in my favor if I was to ask them to intervene. This was not how he had wanted this audience to go, and he was far from used to having no cards to force a disobedient vassal to return to better feelings. Very well. But there have been many treaties dictating that at least 51% of the tithe ships from the Departamento Munitorum and the Administratum, amongst other tithing obligations, must be transported inside the hulls of one of the Zaibatsu houses of Samarkand. This was the agreement House von Mitsubishi Dassault and House Menelaus renewed century after century, like their predecessors before them. And you are bound by it. You are correct. The fact the concession came so promptly made him even more suspicious, if that was even possible. But for this year, the percentage of Nixian-owned hulls transporting tithes and other goods to the Samarkand sector is somewhere between 15 and 16%. It's well below the limits of the tithe accords Nix is bound to. Gordian had the urge to scream that every Nixian shipment which didn't use a conveyor of his house resulted in an astounding financial loss. The von Mitsubishi Dassault ships which were dedicated to the tithe fleet were granted a percentage of the total value of the cargo once it was delivered safely to the Administratum and Munitorum inspectors. It was a small percentage, always below 1%, but given the average sum represented by millions of tons of metals and weapons, even a tiny fraction of a single shipment represented more money than mid-ranked officers earned in their entire lives. This is violating the spirit of the Accords, if not their wording. And Samarkand ordering a substantial military tithe with zero warning with absolutely no political defense from your part was also violating the spirit of your obligations as per the Accords, and half of the wording. Only a lifetime of political maneuvering allowed the Zaibatsu not to visibly win CE. Certain errors may have been committed by unworthy scions and representatives, it was always easier to deflect the blame onto others, but the system is working. It is working for Samarkand. Not so much for the other sectors when they have to fight millions of orcs and their own tithe masters as soon as they can divert their attention from the ongoing wars. Gordian made a few more remarks, which were immediately countered, and he knew the upper hand in these negotiations didn't belong to him. The woman in front of him evidently had no inclination to let the economic domination of Samarkand continue within the frontiers of her own sector. There were still two cards in his sleeves he could play. I am not without influence at Samarkand and my house has plenty of businesses among the different sectors of the quadrant. If our houses were tied together in marriage, you could benefit from our financial reach. I have many sons and daughters. No. There was no hesitation, no invitation to develop, and no interest. You are unmarried, the Zaibatsu pointed out. So are you, Gordian believed he heard a space marine cough behind him, but it had to be his imagination. And unlike me, it didn't stop you from siring dozens of sons and daughters. We are one of the most prestigious houses of the Samarkand quadrant. And I've received some union proposals from as far as Holy Terra. Your point. At this point, Gordian really wished all his advisors, financial experts and solicitors had been allowed to come with him into the throne room. But no help materialized. He was alone, and he was really beginning to worry about the problems the new governance of Nix was going to cause his personal rule. Now let's talk about the emergency promethium taxes you imposed a decade ago. In hindsight, the wait for the audience had been the easy part. Ultima segmentum. Argoi sector. Indiga system. Indiga. 5.876.296 M35. Lieutenant General Paul Dundee. Paul had never seen an attempt to bring down a pack of Ultraraptors with a heavy flamer before. Assuming of course that the weapon the tech priests had mounted on the right arm of the dreadnought leading their expedition was a normal heavy flamer, something which he had his doubts about. Normal heavy flamers unleashed a lot of fire, but the inferno which had devoured the vicious reptiles was something else. Good news. It wouldn't do to show he was too impressed, damn it. Good news, these Ultraraptors won't be a problem for other hunters of indigo. Bad news, I won't be able to take trophies from them. Clearly, from head to tail, the aggressive fauna had been more carbonised than burnt. The Indigan officer looked at his surroundings and saw they were empty. For the third time of the day, their quarry had used one of their firefights to escape in the confusion. The Fawkeetle fled again. The lieutenant general had known this species was truly cunning and its illusions had misled entire generations of Indigan hunters, but this was truly getting ridiculous. 200 hunters, 40 tech priests, 1 dreadnought, and they weren't able to capture even a single specimen. We have only a couple of hours of light left, General, one of his fellow Indigan hunters he had hired for a few weeks informed him. I think we'd better stop the hunt for today. Our last pursuit has led us quite a distance away from Fort Drake. If we stop here, we won't be able to capture a Fawkeetle before it is time to return to space. General, I don't think we will be able to capture a Fawkeetle, no matter how long we track one. The Indigan hunter blasted an Ultraraptor which had escaped the flamer of the Ancient. These are cunning beasts, and we lack battle psychers to break their illusions. In these forests, they have all the advantages, good equipment or not. This was all very good and well, but it wasn't entirely Paul's decision. For all the nominal orders placing him in command, it was the Stygia's 8 Magos that had descended with them to Indigo who called the shots, since he provided the transport and the near totality of the cages, neutralization devices, stasis fields, and highly advanced technology. Magos, your opinion? The odds of catching a Fawkeetle alive within 24 hours have decreased to 0.02%, the 4-mechadendrite-armed cogboy enunciated in an entirely mechanical tone. The specimens of gladiator spiders will have to suffice. Likelihood of Lady Weaver being satisfied by the arachnids, 63.7%. If the tech priest said so, who was he to naysay him? Acknowledged. Hunters, we begin to take the return path to Fort Drake. Pierre, you are in the rear guard this time. If the Ultraraptors seek vengeance, they will find me in their path, the dreadnought swore. Do you really think Her Celestial Highness will be impressed? One of the Nixian veterans he had taken with him from Pavia asked, a less than amused expression on his face. I mean, we haven't gone after several of the biggest bugs on this continent. We would need an army group to have a chance of success for the bigger specimens. Paul Dundee wished he was joking, but certain insect species were dreaded hunter-killers for a reason. And we can't even capture them alive for the good Magos. The shuttles we have are too small for them. For the record, several of these ground-to-orbit transports had been used to ferry vehicles the size of Baneblades and other super-heavy tanks during the Battle of Kamarak and after. And besides, Lady Weaver didn't insist upon giant insects. Maybe because the Living Saint already had quite a few in her living arsenal, with the promise of more to come. According to the rumors the Mechanicu's insect experts had allowed to spread, the salamanders of Nocturne were sending their monstrous scorpiads to Nyx, and the Blood Angels had finally managed to capture one of their infamous Bale scorpions to offer as a princely gift. Indigo will provide insect quality, we leave size to others. Paul had promised several psychic breeds, and he had held true to his word. The beaconfly had been one of the first species to be stocked aboard the Grand Cruiser, and they had thousands of them. Like many insects of indigo, its main strength was their vast numbers. A single flash of the fly was painful to the eyes, but you recovered in a few minutes. When the beaconflies came in their tens of thousands however, permanent blindness from the psychic flashes was extremely likely, and this made them a particularly redoubtable asset. The same could be said about the cryo crabs. The mini ice ray these pests could emit was a nuisance when one targeted you with it, but when there were thousands of them, well, it was best to fire the heavy artillery or a plasma gun like Pierre did. Aside from this, the large party of hunters had been able to acquire many sonic crickets, acid-spitting black wasps, pyre locusts, and of course the aforementioned gladiator spider, who used their terrible spider silk like gladiators of the Kamarak arenas to capture their prey, with about as much mercy for the victim caught in their webs. Everyone remembers the big specimens, another Indigan hunter replied unconvinced. And they are useful for Her Celestial Highness, I won't argue against it. But there are tens of thousands of species inside her swarm, and the Titan transport storages aren't unlimited. Ultraraptors. I congratulate you for your courage. Is he always so loud? Young man, you don't know even half of it. Ultima segmentum. The Eastern Fringe. Svalbard Sector. Tigris System. Battlebarge Red Blade. 6.878.296 M35. Chapter Master Michael Yarable. If there was one thing to be said about the orcs, it was that they were always going to receive reinforcements while a battle raged. Today was proving to be no exception to this millennia-old rule. This space hulk is 31 kilometers long, as far as our best augurs can tell, the master of the fleet announced grimly. And if the energy emissions we can detect are accurate, this thing has enough firepower to equal the Eternal Crusader. Michael Yarable watched the hololithic images of the monstrous orc innovation. It was no effort at all to focus his hatred upon this insult to all the works of the Emperor. The likelihood of the Orc warboss our Tigress allies have been seeking for months is there. Very high, I think, the sanguinary high priest of the Lamenters answered. The green beast's brains don't function logically, but they are noted to love big and ugly things. This modified space Hulk qualifies, in my opinion. How long do we have until Tigress main forges are in range of the Hulk and its huge prow-mounted cannon? Assuming their acceleration remains steady, which is, improbable, to say the least, the master of the fleet grimaced, we have roughly 4 hours. Certainly less if the mad orc which cobbled the engines onto the Hulk decides its command doesn't need to arrive in a single piece at the end of its journey. And once the 4 hours were over, Tigress would burn. Many species would flinch at the idea of using any Nova cannon or equivalent weapon against an important planet, but anyone who had met the Greenskins, which was the same as fighting the orcs, wouldn't doubt it would be employed, and more than once. We have 50 of our battle brothers fighting side by side with the tech priests and the guard on the ground, the master of the rites thundered. Do we give the recall order? No, Michael decided after estimating the delay it would represent. Our battle brothers from the Sanguinum Fulminata are restoring great honor to the chapter by helping in the assault against the orc beachhead. And it would take too long to recall them, this would not leave us any margin for the operation I have in mind. You're thinking about aborting action, the sanguinary high priest thought out loud. It was an affirmation, not a question. Yes, the chapter master of the newly christened Lamenters confirmed to his highest ranked battle brothers. The Red Blade is going to do its best to destroy the engines of this monstrosity, and our strike cruisers will kill the cruisers and the other escorts of this abominable Xenos creation. But to give the killing blow while remaining outside the Greenskins' guns is going to take several days at least. We can't afford to wait that long. And if I remember correctly, in Space Marines, there is the word space, no. Everyone on the bridge smiled at his poor attempt at humor. This is going to cost us, Chapter Master. Our boarding torpedoes are all operational, but the number of orc warriors awaiting us on this Hulk promises to be in the hundreds of thousands. You can say millions, the master of the fleet spoke. For as much as the Navy loves to pack humans in tight quarters, they are nothing compared to what an orc warboss does. Speaking of the Navy and our allies. Their fleet is repositioning itself, but they are still fighting against the remnants of the first invasion force. I doubt they will be in position to intervene one way or another today. It's decided, then. Not that he had ever hesitated on the strategy to employ. Our arrival in this system at this very moment is clearly a sign of the Emperor. His saint had already given the order, so this final act of guidance was not impossible at all. We are in position to intercept the orc fleet and end this walk before it inflicts more wounds to the Svalbard sector and the Imperium of His Majesty. We are going to board this space Hulk, and explain to this orc that Tigress belongs to the Emperor. Woe to any who challenge humanity's right to rule the stars. Remove the head, and the beasts will fight each other to annihilation, approved a captain. For the blood and redemption, murmured the High Chaplain. For Sanguinius, Lady Weaver, and the Emperor. Ultima segmentum. Neptunia reach subsector. Nix sector. Nix 3. Hive Messenia. 3.900.296 M35. Basilea Taylor Hebert. The advantages of hosting a meeting in one of her palaces of Hive Messenia included the more modest size of the throne rooms, the absence of crowds of millions watching each and every one of her moves, and the fact the nobles who had given the artistic trends had chosen a more modest theme modest for Nixian's nobles, it went without saying, which involved plenty of Megaran imported amethysts and Atlasian imported gems like sapphires and diamonds. The drawback, as proved once more in this instance, was the reality that too often her guests arrived before her. Her inter-hive travels demanded more and more security protocols, and the bigger her Dawnbreaker guard was growing, the less inclined to accept her dictates the Space Marines seemed to become. Good morning, Taylor greeted the 4 rogue traders awaiting her in the salon Dragon had described as Sapphire Rococo when she had visited it before Operation Caribbean. Good morning, Your Celestial Highness, the 2 young men and 2 older women replied before taking their seats in a semicircle around her couch throne embroidered in gold and silver. I have gathered you today because yesterday evening, we received the expected astropathic communications from Mars. The 2 Ambition-class cruisers, dozens of Hoplite-class destroyers, and many others flotillas transporting costly equipment and technology have left the Ring of Iron and are on their way to Nyx. If they kept their initial schedule, they should have left Sol by now. That's very good news, Wolfgang began. Today the new rogue trader had chosen to wear a uniform which looked exactly like the clothes of a Navy admiral, except the shade was a far darker blue and the many insignia and battle commendations were shining gold and silver in color. Of course, we can only hope their travel will be a bit less agitated than our return from Pavia. Indeed, though since the flotillas and the ships didn't have a living saint or anyone directly blessed by the Emperor aboard, they shouldn't attract the kind of unwanted attention Taylor did on a regular basis. For now, I am basing all of your schedules on the assumption the Martian detachment and allied hulls will make safe travel and complete their journey in approximately 1 standard year. Since the needs for proper maintenance, refueling, and other necessary inspections must be added, the preliminary date for your expedition's departure is 500.298 M35. Whether you want to advance or delay it is left at your discretion. I think I will depart much sooner than that, Magdalena Orpheus spoke. Apart from the change in hairstyle that didn't leave her black hair flowing over her face to hide her scar, the descendant of Arica Orpheus had chosen similar clothes to the ones she wore during her trial to answer her summon today. My star galleon is ready, and the 2 destroyers I use as escorts have been repaired and refueled. If you give the order, I can leave right after the day of renewal. Are you certain? The Eastern Fringe right now isn't exactly a calm and peaceful theater. I am. There was no hesitation in her blue eyes. If you're sure, Gabriel, give her the paperwork. Her black armored sword protector advanced and gave the woman a container of data slates. Magdalena winced under the weight, and placed it at her feet within 10 seconds. The goals of your expedition haven't changed. The Archmage Eye of Tigris await several thousand tons of machines and spare parts they have paid for. Once you have unloaded this cargo, you will be on your own. Triplex Fal has signed a few repair agreements to welcome you if you need a safe harbor given the rapidly evolving military conditions in the Eastern Fringe. Left unsaid was that the help would not be free, but the woman in front of her was experienced enough to know this. Thank you, my lady. I assure you I will do my best to investigate the fallen Nostramo sector and the surrounding space expanses for adamantium deposits and other vital metals. I have no doubt you will. Hopefully this should bring great wealth and provide a first survey of what was left in this region since the Great Crusade. After the carnage of the heresy, everything north of Triplex Fal had been abandoned, as the Imperium lacked the ability to rebuild. And once the economy had finally begun to recover, new colonization projects had taken priority. The exit salutes were made, and Magdalena Orpheus left the salon. Is it also your desire to advance your departure date, Lady Salvia? Taylor turned towards the other rogue trader, who few would have recognized as the rogue trader Eliana Sinblade. The new version of her still had violet hair, but her attire was a more respectable and conservative Renaissance ensemble, with a conservative black robe hiding most of her body. It had also been her decision to rename herself Rogue Trader Amanda Salvia. No, Your Celestial Highness, the older lady replied, the unbreakable devotion of a fanatic burning in her eyes. My flagship isn't ready, and several of the archaeotech and artisan work I must transport to Bale are far from complete in the tech priest's forges. I think the Wasp will be ready to sail before the preliminary date you have indicated, but a few months are the most optimistic gain I am willing to consider for now. Unless it is your wish I sail anyway. No, Taylor quickly shook her head. I have negotiated plenty of valuable goods with the Blood Angels and their successor chapters. I am not going to send you with half a cargo and come back with half of the assets promised. I can wait 1 year. It is better your deliveries have everything the Astartes of the Blood asked for. It would also increase the possibility of having some Bacta to send to Bale and the Sanguinary Guard. Some brothers of the Red would have to be detached to guard the precious substance. Amanda was now unable to betray her of her own will, but this kind of bounty could very well attract pirates. After receiving her own pile of data slates, the second female rogue trader left. Dennis. Have there been any changes in your studies of the Flame Murats databases? Yes, the other para-human smiled before answering. Unlike Wolfgang who had opted for the navy blue, Dennis retained a white uniform quite similar to the Navy of Earth Bet. The 18th Legion conquered a few worlds during the Great Crusade that the Administratum has apparently lost track of since. One of them is very promising. It was a volcanic world the Astartes discovered named New Etna, and its metallic resources were judged as quite valuable for the war machine of the Great Crusade. Dennis gave her a data slate with some basic information, and reading it Taylor immediately felt her eyes widen in shock. This planet wasn't as valuable as Nocturne, but if she gave this sort of data to the Mechanikus, there would be no problems convincing a few hundred magi to start sailing directly to these coordinates and mine the hell out of it. What the hell happened to make the Administratum lose track of this world? The Basileia she was had sadly discovered you could only mitigate the damage caused by billions of bureaucrats working together by so much, but in general worlds lost in the data transits were poor and failed to give anything of value to the Imperium. The world of New Etna was different from them. It should have been an incredibly valuable industrial world by now, or, failing that, a mining world delivering millions of tons of highly sought-after metals to the nearest forge world. That's the problem. We don't know. The Flame Rod is the only ship of the Salamanders left to have the spatial coordinates, and before you ask, I sent a message to the Inquisition to see if it is in a restricted or quarantine zone. It isn't. As far as the Salamanders and all historians know, this system simply vanished several years after the heresy. Weird, the black-haired and golden-winged insect mistress mused. I suppose you want to investigate once you will have visited Nocturne. That is the plan my seneschal and I made so far, Dennis nodded. We will send 1 or 2 ships your way with a Mechanikus escort for all the gifts the Salamanders have for you, and then we will travel to the coordinates. Since it's in southern segmentum Tempestus, we might use Griffon 4 as a supply base before the true discovery effort begins. I approve, for now, the lady of the next sector turned towards the Dawnbreaker guards waiting on her left. I am going to send a few inquiries to several Space Marine chapters in the closest sectors. I really don't like the idea of valuable worlds like this one vanishing for no reason. We can't forget that early M31 was a chaotic period, my lady, Wolfgang reminded her. After the scouring, plenty of planets were left shells of their former selves. It's entirely possible a battlefleet commander bombed this planet until it was utterly lifeless, and failed to inform the nearby authorities before he or she was ambushed. Like Athens vanished from living memory. I admit the circumstances are strangely similar, the blonde-haired man agreed. However, Athens was settled during the Age of Strife. New Etna is a far more recent attempt. I can't deny that, and it made the former far more valuable, which was why Wolfgang had far more Mechanicu's assets helping him. Have you managed to form a consensus with the Magi explorators? Not quite, I'm afraid, the young rogue trader admitted. Everybody agrees establishing an outpost and some naval repair facilities on the world of Kars Zagras is a good idea, since it is still 1 light-year inside the Astronomican's illumination zone, but anything more is the subject of vigorous discussions. The space beyond the frontier worlds of this part of the eastern fringe is known to swallow entire expeditionary fleets whole, and leave few survivors. Therefore there are a lot of different methods everyone wants to attempt. Make sure they don't bicker for an entire year. I don't like intervening in the Mechanicus' internal affairs, but the prize at the end of this trail is too important to jeopardize it with internal conflicts. Yes, my lady. Next to Brigadier General Tom Cameron. When Tom raised his head, the 2 moons were still there. It was a view he really didn't think he would be able to observe without a sense of shock. Things like moons weren't supposed to be teleported across an entire system. They orbited a single planet, and that was that. To learn an Archmagos could break the celestial laws. Admiring the miracles of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Brigadier General Julian Genesis inquired. Among other things, yes, the officer born in the Patton system replied to his Bahamutian counterpart. Don't let the cogboys hear that, though. I think several of those who have just landed consider Archmagos call an unrepentant heretic. I am not paid to say what is tech heresy and what isn't, the dark-skinned and bulky commander noted whimsically, but according to the rumors, he's definitely unrepentant. Really? I mean, I know there were heavy fines involved for the deaths and the material destruction he caused on this very planet. And if the whispers from the High Command are true, Her Celestial Highness unveiled a lot of sanctions and punishments specifically for him, therefore creating a precedent on teleporting moons and other planetary bodies. Julian Genesis shrugged, touching by reflex the little insignia of a flaming spider above his heart. I won't deny it is not a light punishment, but Call owns several planets and major forges, if the rumors are true. He's certainly more afraid of truly angering Her Celestial Highness again than paying twice the fines his bank accounts have been hit with. Formidable, truly formidable, Tom Cameron murmured. But then the higher the cogboys climbed in their hierarchy, the crazier they became. It was one of those unofficial rules that no one in the guard whispered too loudly when there were red robes in the vicinity, but that didn't mean it wasn't true. And I suppose the pilgrims haven't vacated Hill 5-4. They're still there, the Bahamut-born guardsman smiled, something that announced undoubtedly stranger news. But calling them pilgrims is no longer appropriate, apparently. They have decided to build a church on it, and they call themselves the Cult of the Saint of the 2 Moons. You're joking. I assure you, I am not. Tom had the urge to curse or do something violent in the next minutes. Have they heard that Hill is as close as it is possible to get to the artillery testing grounds without trespassing on military property? I'm sure a few reasonable heads may have considered it, especially after the Megarounds and the Nixians played with their new basilisks last week. Julian paused. But ultimately, their faith must have been the deciding factor. I doubt their church is going to endure for longer than a few days, especially if they build cheap. The recently promoted Brigadier General shook his head, incredulous at the nonsense leading to this situation. Maybe once it will have collapsed, they will reconsider their choices and return to the hive world. And maybe they will join the cult of the spiders. Tom sent an angry glare at his fellow Brigadier General, like him a veteran of the armored engagements fought in the dark realms of Kamarak. Please don't joke about that. I don't know how these madmen bribed the biologist teams into releasing a hell spider into their custody, and I by the Golden Throne don't want to be there when the power of Lady Weaver will stop making that arachnid monster tame and controllable. With His Holiness the Ecclesiarch in person announcing Lady Weaver was a true living saint, not that there was much doubt left on the matter. Every cult and religion worshipping Her Celestial Highness was legal, as long as they followed the tenets of the cult of the Savior Emperor. For plenty of communities, the reactions were filled with fervor, but remained eminently reasonable. The cult of the spiders was what happened when things didn't stay that way. These religious practitioners seemed to believe that wherever the Basileia stayed, once she had controlled a spider to accomplish her will, the spider was the equivalent of a vox and servo skull for the living saint permanently. As such, they tried to buy plenty of ancient spiders to be closer spiritually to the saint, and as he had mentioned previously, their biggest acquisition was, of course, a hell spider. The T-Sakapet cavalry seems to manage just fine. The T-Sakapet cavalry is about as sane as the cult of the spiders, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a retired guardsman from their regiment who has given them the idea. At least this particular brand of madness wasn't on Nix Secundus. The majority of the companies of the T-Sakapet regiment had been sent rebuild their numbers back on their home world, without the hell spiders. Shall we see what sort of cataphracts and new blood the Departamento Munitorum has ready for us? Yes, Tom Cameron felt far better discussing a military subject, especially when it involved his favorite tanks. Let's talk about the new equipment we have been granted the privilege to test. Nix 6's high orbit. Battleship Admiral Mecklenburg. Lord Admiral Danvers Alexandros. For most of his career, Danvers had spent his time fighting tooth and nail for every throne geld of his military budget and to add more capital ships to his battle fleet. The God Emperor loved irony. There was no other possible explanation for his wishes being granted just when he was about to retire from the Navy. You could last a few more decades, with a good rejuvenation like the one they offer in the clinics of Hivathena, Max von Schaefer pointed out as he had guessed his thoughts, not that he really needed to with the expression of envy which surely had to be on Danvers' face. Ha! I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you know very well I'm not destined to stay Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nix, Admiral. The aging Navy officer shook his head with non-feigned regret. Don't get me wrong, I intend to accept the offer of rejuvenation the Basilea gave me last month. It's also possible I will take her up on the position of second naval secretary she also offered. But Battlefleet Nix needs someone more skilled than I am, both to play the game of politics and to prepare for the great battles of the future. Besides, several duels had already been fought to first blood at Karduniash, and Danvers Alexandros was not brave enough to tell Lord High Admiral Reinhard von Lohengram that really, all these struggles and politicking had been pointless because he was going to keep his job a few more decades. Has the name of your replacement been announced? Not officially, no, but according to several old friends eager to have some favors owed, it should be Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. Muller. Schaefer touched one of the scars on his jaw in contemplation. Any relation to the admiral victorious at the Battle of the Adamantium Wall? He is the same admiral, unless there's two of the same name in the Navy. The newly promoted admiral born on Cyprum Mundi chuckled. I think that's unlikely. The family name isn't one I recall as one of the great naval dynasties of Karduniash. For a few minutes, the two Navy representatives stayed silent, admiring the long lines of warships maneuvering in neat rows to return to their berths in the orbital shipyards of Nix Sextus. No matter how long you sailed through the void, there always was something near miraculous at the sight of the might of humanity's armada displayed before your eyes like this. Battleships were surrounded by frigates and destroyers, battlecruisers were preceded by light cruisers. The numbers of torpedo tubes, nova cannons, and macro batteries were simply overwhelming. And it was just the beginning of the build-up which would make Battlefleet Nix a first-rate battlefleet renowned across the Imperium. Already escort ships were arriving by entire flotillas. It wouldn't be long before more cruisers and battleships arrived to further increase the firepower of the warships the Navy had in the sector. For now, I do not intend to proceed with any more changes than what was already decided. Danvers wasn't going to rock the boat, so to speak, mere months away from retirement. Vice Admiral Alex Kazern will stay in command of the Atlas subsector, and the same is true for Vice Admiral Edwin Fisher in the Smilodon Trench. Those two had arrived at their current positions after many proud officers retired in protest after Lady Weaver became Lady Nix, and they had done sufficiently well that his replacement may very well confirm them and grant them a promotion. The Theta captains aren't going to be very pleased. Karduniash designated Admiral Hauptmann to command the March's subsector squadrons, however. I know, but with Vice Admiral Flint dying in his bed 3 months ago, I had no one with the rank and experience to replace him without creating outrage and more problems. The soon-to-be retired Lord Admiral could only hope that Jacob von Hauptmann knew the true minefield he was about to sail into. Which leaves Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal to take the position of Vice Admiral von Dren the next year. Yes, really there hadn't been a large amount of options available to him, it was either von Schaefer, or it was von Ruenthal. With the industrial and infrastructure expansions ordered by the victorious Lady Nix, Wuhan, and the other worlds it held authority over were an admiral's station. Since Danvers had a preference for von Schaefer playing the unofficial role of expert with his replacement, Ruenthal would have the Moro subsector. And until we have a complete view of the situation, Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto will be the senior Navy officer in the Swiba subsector. Her performance at Komarak was remarkable, the man who had been terribly wounded in the same battle praised, but I don't think Karduniash is going to accept leaving her in command there. Not without a major victory in her list of accomplishments, and all the naval transports and warships around Sparta are accounted for. I agree completely, but this is not going to be something that is in my hands. It would be the privilege of the new Lord Admiral chosen by Karduniash. And this lucky chosen officer would also have the blessing to explain his policy and decisions to a living saint backed by the coffers and religious authority of the Adeptus Ministorum, and the enthusiastic tech worship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Speaking of which, what is happening with the Lion? Schaefer grimaced. The Magi swarming it are using it to demonstrate how not to build a battleship, I believe. That bad? Let's just say after reading one of the most coherent reports written in proper Gothic, I am really relieved I never used one of those disasters as my personal flagship. There are safer occupations in the Imperial Navy. Like being assigned to a fireship near the Eye of Terror. An interesting comparison. Danvers Alexandros grimaced. How do you intend to use it, assuming the Mechanicus relinquishes it? Training ship, with strict bans on sending it anywhere near the front lines, Max von Schaefer answered with all celerity. I suppose this is the end of this fast battleship idea, then. The concept doesn't seem completely dead for a few magi and captains, the Cyprum Mundi-born veteran disagreed. But it will likely be decades before we even see a completed prototype. Von Kischer's haste to build this class was an egregious mistake, the shipbuilders of Nyx won't want to repeat it, not when we lose hundreds of thousands of souls when one is blown apart. The Eye of Terror. Sikaras. Cathedral of Endless Darkness. Indomitable Captain Cole Great Spark. Victory is ours ours. Cole Squeak screamed. Ring toll the screaming bell. Praise Malal. Praise Anarchy. Praise Malal. Chain tied to one of the tanks the brute things called a wet doggy for some reason Cole didn't care about, the screaming bell shone and rang tolled, the holy alloy and warpstone fused merged into a receptacle of blessed anarchy. On and on, the bell tolled. And the Grand Western Skaven army of the Dark Pits attacked. Cole shoved several of his most useless servants before him into the melee. There weren't too many brute things on the battlefield, but better to not take any risk before reporting his glorious and total victory to the Council of 11, yes. Malal is with us. Fangs and anarchy. Death to the false fake gods. Malal wills it. Comis Skaven of Clan Oze descended from the skies of Skaven Blight to slay the heretics, and Cole shot with peerless accuracy before stabbing a man-thing bearing the heretics' vile ugly markings. Attack. His irritation returned as he saw three potential usurper captains shout the same order at the moment he did. Fangs and tails. Cole was really going to bring the power of Malal upon their insolent heads. I am indomitable captain. Mighty I am. The supreme commander of the Great Spark army roar-squeaked while pushing the incompetent storm vermins into the path of the long sharp blades the enemy man-things had. 1 coin for warrior who smash destroys spire. Enthusiastic war cries engulfed everything save the tolling of the screaming bell, and the assault continued. They were winning. His plan of genius was working. Cole was the greatest warlord of the Skaven, the most favored of Malal. Praise anarchy, his ascension to the council was certain now. The cathedral shook. The bloodied stairs shook. The dark rocks shook. What was that? The indomitable captain squeaked. Why are our big guns not firing? Cole suddenly felt very cold. His heart was beating faster. And as his eyes watched the skies, he saw the heavens which belonged to Malal turn red, blue, and green. Brute things have done one of their rituals, anarchy save us. Retreat. A lighting of red struck hit the spire of the lair of the brute things. Before Cole could squeak once more, it became a raging red storm, before turning into a red heresy thing wielding a colossal axe bigger than the screaming bell. It was not alone. Joining it was something feathered and blue looking like those impossible-to-eat birds the council had ordered to kill slay. And when the green storm struck, a big thing of pus and disease was laughing and wielding a big sword. Witness the might of the threefold abominatum. Cole Great Spark squealed in horror, fear musk spreading freely, and promptly voided his bowels. You. Save screaming bell. I will go and inform council. The indomitable captain didn't wait to check if his orders were obeyed. This was only a minor reversal, yes. There would be other days of great wins. For now it was best to skitter-scurry. Not my fault, no, Cole affirmed as a torrent of his best troops followed him to avoid the rampage of the three big huge heresy things. Not my plan. I will turn this around. Anarchy will come back. We will be great. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Nyx 3. Hive Argos. 3.933.296 M35. Basileia Taylor a Bear. The ecclesiarchy had a lot of flaws before she became the Basileia. One thing Taylor couldn't deny was that they hired very good choirs. Even if most of the songs were religious and sung in High Gothic, there was a powerful sense of majesty in the air as the men and the women sang hymn after hymn in the Cathedral of Martyrs in the heart of Hive Argos. And on the first day of the Sanguinella, the golden-winged parahuman knew the selection of the choirs was particularly contested. The fact it was a holy day gave it a significant amount of prestige, but there was also the fact that instead of singing some 10-minute-long religious and immemorial tunes, the best choirs could show their talent for several hours if they managed to validate the trust the senior priest of the cathedral had placed in them. Obviously, Taylor had only announced she would attend this mass a couple of days ago. She knew the chapel masters and pontifexes considered it a priceless honor to receive her, and this way all the preparations were already complete, hence the mass was the same it would have been had she not been there, save one notable exception, the hundreds of thousands of Nixians and foreign pilgrims which had assembled outside the cathedral's doors. The Cathedral of Martyrs was a huge and ostentatious Gothic structure built with an audience of tens of thousands in mind, but there was no way it could receive all the men, women, and children who wanted to enter. To enter and watch her. The black-haired Lady General wasn't naive enough to believe the crowds had gathered for the simple pleasure of praying at the feet of the marble statue of Sanguinius she had recently donated to the religious priesthood of Hive Argos. I could build several walls with this manpower, Husgirl Diamantis whispered as the choir finished its song and the applause of the audience became thunderous. Cousin, I don't think Our Lady is very interested in building fortifications today, Forge Father Fukin Envar mildly admonished the Imperial Fist. She should be, the expert wall builder grunted. The defenses of this hive are truly pathetic. All in good time, Taylor whispered, turning her head and giving a raise of her eyebrows to the Imperial Fist. All in good time. While my insects do not need to be paid, quality materials and metals for top-grade fortifications are far from cheap. I thought the budget of this hive world was unlimited, Death Speaker the name the executioners gave to their chaplains Rivera said in a tone oscillating between joke and complaint. Nothing is unlimited in this imperfect galaxy save perhaps the expansion of the universe and the stupidity of the Eldar, Taylor commented absently as a new chapel master began a sermon pushing for love between each human and diligence in religious worship. And there are plenty of issues which must be dealt with before military defensive spending. Such as. One thing you could say about the Imperial Fists and their successors, they were stubborn and didn't stop until they had the answer they wanted. Such as the measures I ordered during my last Council of Ministers when you were busy completing the last defenses of Lisa's dome. The Basileia answered, giving a pointed look to the uncomfortable son of Dorne as a reminder to not be too absorbed in his architectural hobby next time. According to all the information tax collectors and urban planners have compiled in the last 3 years, we are in the middle of a baby boom and the population increase for this hive world and most of the surrounding systems is going to erase the scars left by the successive military musters raised to fight the orcs. In practice, using this population boost wasn't going to be that easy. An agri-hive and a brand new spaceport were already planned, but by itself that may not be enough to give sufficient employment to all of the new generation which would come into adulthood in the next few decades. And there were also going to be the education reforms, apprenticeship schools, tech learning, orphanages filled with orphans attracted by the prospect of a safe home and edible food. The list of the projects wasn't endless, but it was titanic in size. But now that the construction of all the infrastructure around Lisa's dome is on schedule and has all the manpower it requires, my priorities are to make the air of this planet breathable and moderately unpolluted. The megacactuses are good for something, after all, Kratos mumbled. Megacactuses, oxygen firs, titan oaks, and several other trees are going to be seeded on several decontaminated plains and areas devoid of human settlement. The south of the Dolos hive continent thousands of kilometers away from her current location in Hive Argos was a prime candidate for the creation of some of these forests. And as a lot of industry was shifted into high orbit or onto the different Lagrange points, the environmental damage done to Nyx Tertius had never been as low as now. The Amphitrite distillation plants were all on schedule, with well over 200 built so far, and several teams of Magi biologists were working with algae and other natural methods of water purification to restore the cleanliness of the Nyxian Ocean, though this project was going to be a long and arduous process. I want to have a world which is worth defending, Diamantis, the recognized living saint explained. It is very good to be protected from the enemies which wish us harm both on the ground and in space, but it won't do us much good if in a few millennia, we're as polluted as some of the hive worlds of Segmentum Solar. For all the distance separating Nyx from the heart of the Imperium, there were plenty of horror stories concerning those orbs of pollution and obscene overcrowding, and with the millions of pilgrims arriving here, there were new ones heard every month if you had the ears willing to listen to these despairing voices. I may have new suggestions then, if that is your decision. By all means, Taylor told the Imperial Fist. I will read them after the Sanguinilla is over. I will warn you, their implementation may be delayed until our return from Wuhan. The sermon ended in a thunderous amount of applause, and Taylor left the luxurious throne which had been prepared for her in the Basileia's lodge. It was the Sanguinilla, and the people of Hive Argos had not seen her in person inside their hive since she had returned from Pavia. As she arrived in front of the cathedral's gates, the crowd which greeted her had multiplied by a factor of 3 or 4 since her arrival. It was exhilarating to see all these smiling faces. It also filled her with a hint of fear that she might fail them one day. They had faith. The Nyxians and all these pilgrims had faith in her. An ocean of humanity believed in her, and while she couldn't explain it, Taylor felt sure that at this moment her wings and golden aura were powered by this incredible religious fervor. The Basileia could only hope it would be enough to face the challenges awaiting them in the years to come. Ave Imperator! Hail the Basileia! Hail her celestial Higness! Hagia Sanguinilla! Sergeant Gavriel Forcas. Having spent several months in the catacombs of Caliban, Gavriel was confident the Lion and most of the senior commanders of the Astartes would not have approved of the interior decoration of the Hagia Sanguinilla's sepulchre. The monuments the First Legion had built on its main recruitment world could be summarized in a single word: austere. Moriel of the Angel Guard had even joked after hearing his descriptions that the Dark Angels had invented the Gothic style before it became the norm across the Imperium. But now that the moment had come to make a choice, Gavriel had to admit he preferred the splendid decorations of the Dawnbreaker Guard and the Nixian artists to the dark mausoleums where the legionnaires of the First Legion had been buried. While the lights were artificial and by no means powerful enough to replace sunlight in the catacombs, their lady had insisted that the light of dawn was to illuminate the level once per day, and an ingenious system of mirrors and advanced technology had been thought up by the architects to obey the command. And the effect was breathtaking. As the first rays of the sapphire sun arrived above the eastern mountains, the sarcophagi of Jonas and Aslan began to appear to his transhuman eyes like tears of crystal and blood. By sanguineous feathers, it was beautiful. Gavriel, for the first time in years, felt the urge to cry. Lady Weaver had donated dozens of the biggest rubies seized from Sliska's treasury, and the result was a marvel by itself. As the sun touched each jewel, it was like a Primarch's fingers were touching the immobile space marines. With the transparent stasis field and the last rites provided by tech marines and apothecaries, it looked like the two dead Dawnbreaker guards were merely sleeping. The moment did not last, alas. Soon enough the sun continued its course, briefly illuminating the paintings, sculptures, and numerous light sources to ensure the catacombs never knew true darkness. Silently, all the members of the Dawnbreaker Guard raised the golden chalices in their hands. One by one, they came in front of the fallen Templar of Blood Librarian and the Angel of Defiance Sergeant. One by one, they saluted and emptied the blood in the chalice. Oaths had been kept, and duty waited for no one. One by one, they left the catacombs, knowing that one day, the life they had chosen would lead them back here. Gavriel could think of worse fates. Dawn, after all, came every day. And the same was true for Hope. Jonas and Aslan had given their lives, and in time others would join them. Because there were causes greater than 100 or 1,000 space marines. As long as Taylor Hebert lived, the enemies of their gene lines would know nothing but fear. Lisa's dome. Alice Gaius. Alice tried very hard to hide her exhaustion when the transport hatch opened and the familiar order reached her ears. Run. There was no time to lament on the fate of her poor legs, unfortunately. They ran. The first thing which had been impressed upon them when the Sanguinella Games began was that the judges spoke with the voice of the God Emperor. Refusing to comply with their instructions was grounds for immediate disqualification. Fortunately, the road they had to race on here looked and felt brand new, devoid of any irregularities. Compared to some of the trials they had completed before this very moment, it was almost easy. As all the roads converged on a massive golden gate still under construction, there was little doubt as to where they were supposed to go. It gave Alice the will to continue, because she felt her endurance decreasing with each stride. And many boys were overtaking her. The young teenager clenched her jaw and tried to not exhaust her last reserves. At last, the order to stop and form lines came. Astartes and game supervisors barked, removing boys and girls who for one reason or another had failed to meet their demanding expectations. And all the surviving participants were faced with a living wall of space marines. Despite the tiredness, despite the long hours of physical trials, Alice couldn't help but feel awe at the sheer presence the Emperor's angels radiated. They were clad in massive red armors, and while not one had a weapon in their hands, there was absolutely not a shadow of doubt a single one of these warriors would be capable of killing them all if they were to decide to do so. The line only included Brothers of the Red, though Alice noticed from the corner of her eyes there were also a couple of the famous Black Templars and Iron Drakes watching them. Aspirants. One of the Brothers of the Red Marines took a step forwards as his voice boomed across their ranks without effort. I am Battle Brother Radel Leon. I will oversee the 9th trial of the Sanguinella Games. You are to be commended for having completed the 8 which came before it. The red helmet slightly moved, as if to detect the slightest weakness in them. As all of you must have understood by now, we have significantly altered the order of the games and brought new trials into existence. For the first game, you had to complete a 10 kilometers long obstacle course. As if they could forget that memorable event. Alice had prepared thoroughly and she had no problem running, but this obstacle course had been a torture in itself. They had crawled through no less than 10 pits of mud and other disgusting substances. They had climbed immense walls by hand. They had done plenty of things Alice had no wish to repeat, and it had been only the first game. For the second game, you had to prove your adaptation skills by completing a biathlon circuit. And while Alice had no idea who had sponsored this, the man or the woman was definitely a sadist. None among the participants had ever done something like roller skiing, and the penalties when your paint rifle missed a single target were to force you to do 2 supplementary laps, aggravating exhaustion in a sport which was definitely neither easy nor relaxing. The Space Marine recapitulated the other games, which had been difficult in their own ways. The wrestling tournament was hard, and the orientation race in the middle of the night in the lower levels of a hive had been, well, disorientating. Next they had been strapped into simulators with according to the instructors most of the commands and systems of a starfighter seat. The goal for this one had been simply to stay alive when facing wave after wave of enemies until the Space Marines were satisfied by their resilience. After that, they had been tested on their adaptation skills again as they were introduced to what the Brothers of the Red called a biking race, which involved climbing up and down a mountain on two-wheeled contraptions. The more classic trials of fencing and weight throwing had followed. The 9th game is unlike any other, for you will compete against time itself, but also indirectly against your fellow participants. Behind me stands Lisa's dome. The whisper of a melody was heard, and Alice and all the other participants knew immediately what resided in the huge biodome they had never seen before. So this was where the giant moth had been moved to after the ovation. For those of you who were not present during Lady Weaver's return or are slow to understand, yes, this biodome is the home of the great purifier moth called Lisa. Personally I think it is self-evident, but striking this great agent of Lady Weaver will is grounds for instant elimination, assuming Lisa doesn't choose to retaliate. Yes, Alice had to agree it would be very stupid. Not only was the moth a holy agent of a living saint and the Basileia would destroy the potential career of anyone trying to hurt one of her mounts, the very act of striking something bigger than night walkers when all you had were your bare hands and the moth could kill you by landing upon your body was idiotic. What you may not be aware of, however, is that this moth has quite an appetite, and loves new fruits and delicacies. For today, Her Celestial Highness has commanded Lisa to only eat the first sample of each type of fruit, sugar, pastry, or honey which has been presented to her. Alice Gaius could see where this was going. By great chance, however, our tech priests have been kind enough to list you all the foods this gourmet insect has swallowed since this morning, and new cargoes of fruit have arrived from Nyx Quartus and beyond. Between these, you should have all the information you need to provide a meal for Lisa. And you will need to, if you want to complete this 9th game. Several of our battle brothers are following the Mistress of the Dome, and will record your achievements. Wait a minute, oh by the Golden Throne. Not only did they have to find the best food for Lisa, they also had to track her wherever she moved. This was promising to be a big challenge. Next, restrictions, in order to make the game more interesting. By this point, Alice was almost sure this was the Astartes who had engineered the biathlon and the bike racing. He had the sadistic personality for it. You only can take one item per person inside the dome. If it isn't one the noble moth accepts, you will have to return here and try with another. You have only 4 hours to convince Lisa to accept your gift. And of course you can't steal the offerings your fellow participants have. While you are in competition with each other to find the best food for Our Lady's moth, it is an indirect competition. There will be no violence between the aspirants. The Space Marine didn't tell them it was grounds for instant disqualification, but he didn't need to. Let the moth game begin. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Moro Subsector. Fey System. Fey. 5.951.296 M35. Brigadier General Tanya Svrev. Civilians from Nyx and Fey did not have a lot of things in common. Their devotion towards the new living saint of the Nyx sector aside, the hive world and the civilized world were hardly close neighbors. But when it came to partying on the day of victory of the Sanguinella, it didn't matter which culture the soldiers and civilians belonged to, there were no issues with partying vigorously in the streets and every location open for the festivities. I think the average worker is going to have difficulties traveling to his workplace tomorrow morning. The veteran of the Fey 20th smirked as from the observation balcony several people looked like they didn't really remember their own names. I think the overseers and industrialists will be tolerant, for once, her former superior and now the governor of the civilized world assured. This Sanguinella was as much the Holy Week's celebration as it was a feast to celebrate the victory of Kamarak. I authorized an increase in the budget after the astropathic news arrived, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one. Assuredly, Tanya feigned to approve gravely. There are rumors even the oh-so-noble rulers of Atlas decided to raise a few toasts to the Basileia. They must have tried really hard to get dead drunk after that, Ilvina Dalton chuckled, and the other blonde-haired woman followed suit. The Atlassian nobles had stopped their legal attempts to contest how Lady Nyx exerted her authority over trade and core prerogatives of the sector, but unless you were somewhere far, far away from all civilization for over a decade, it was impossible to miss that the Basileias and the rulers of Atlas' political views were extremely incompatible. You sold them the wine. I wish I had, Ilvina sighed. Alas, while the reputation our vineyards have managed to gain in the last couple of years is excellent for the sector as a whole, it doesn't extend to Atlas. These stellar paragons of nobility are spitting on anything which isn't Atlassian Amasek. I am not surprised. Nothing has really leaked of Lady Weaver's last negotiations with Atlas, but, well, the governor of Megara and she made several economic announcements, and I know for sure a certain First Duke was present at that audience. Interesting, Ilvina smiled. I have heard similar rumors. The light promising unpleasant things for the Atlassian nobles rapidly faded from her eyes. On the other hand, financial investments, or not, the Atlas system is still going to be a significant player in the sector's affairs for the next few decades. Even with all the industrial reforms, tech priests gatherings, and new objectives recently negotiated. Tanya was of course only peripherally associated with economic affairs at the highest level. So far, after their return from Pavia, her only moves had been to buy lands on Fae and a nice private hostel in the upper levels of Hyvathena. But what she had seen on Fae so far was incredibly impressive: a small shipyard coupled with cargo platforms, mining extraction on the rise in the asteroid belt, plenty of brand new roads and cities, plans to add more, and this was without counting the renovations to several parts of the capital and the introduction of several machines and installations coming from STC discoveries and Mechanic-use transfers. We are making great progress, but don't forget that the system of Atlas has 3 inhabited planets, and if their numbers can be trusted, this grants them a population of 17 billion as a whole. If we don't count the worlds recently annexed in the Swiba subsector, the only systems which surpass Atlas in industry and population by far are Nyx and Wuhan. Theta, Iris, and Calypso have 3 inhabited planets, but for different reasons they fail to give 2/3 of the tithes Atlas Dukes give to the administratum. You're right, Tanya was forced to concede, but Theta's Grand Solicitor, for one, met with Lady Weaver and accepted her conditions. Isn't it possible that as more and more tech priests and valuable personnel spread over the sector, the gap between Atlas and other systems will soon be decreased? Maybe. Her former superior was not convinced. The Brigadier General could see it clearly. They are certainly going to fall behind in productivity per capita, that much I won't dispute. But a lot of their population consists of serfs owning little beyond their own lives and the clothes on their back. And unlike Bjukar and Menelaus, they haven't made the mistake of insulting and downgrading most of their armed forces for a bigger private guard. Tanya could have added the Nixian ministers weren't exactly eager to go on the warpath as long as the tithes were paid, but there was no need to. Unless first Duke Cristoforo Mocenigo or one of his friends committed a major mistake like beginning to worship the ruinous powers, it was likely this unpleasant state of affairs was going to continue. How long do you intend to stay? Ilvina asked, hinting that the subject of certain Atlassian issues was closed. At least 2 months. I left 2 companies of the 20th at Hyvathena with Colonel Tovar, but all the veteran regiments really need to rebuild their strength now before any serious action can be considered. Kamarak had been an immense victory, but a lot of Fey blood had been shed to achieve it. Like all the other regiments which had participated, too many friends and companions had lost their lives to not feel a bit melancholic. I also need to confirm you aren't against the idea of building a nice grand reliquary on your world. This time Ilvina outright laughed. Our Pontifex and his assistants haven't stopped pestering me for the last year about needing to donate enough funds for the new cathedral they want to build in the south. It will be my pleasure to refuse them, and to allocate plenty of throne gelts to this grand project instead. The blonde-haired governor raised an ironic eyebrow. I sense an attempt to partially divert the torrent of pilgrims this way, however. I can't possibly respond to such a near-treasonous accusation. The guard veteran virtuously replied. Obviously, Ilvina nodded like it was the wisest thing in the world. And on a different subject, has a certain proposition been made between 2 young women of high rank? No, Tanya shook her head in feigned horror. But I have a feeling it shouldn't be too long now. Most of the governors and their relatives are making marriage proposals to one or the other since they have returned from Kamarak. It's only a question of time before one snaps and proposes. The Brigadier General maintained an expression of perfect innocence before opening her sizable notebook. Do you want to join the betting pool, Governor? Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Theta Marches subsector. Portsmouth system. Portsmouth. 5.956.296 M35. Chapter Master Felix Sulla. It will do. Felix didn't need to be a good reader of human expressions to know his interlocutor was surprised. Forgive me, Lord, but I am hasty in my judgment. I assure you, I am not. Felix had served as captain of the 3rd Company for 4 decades. His official title among his brothers had been Bastion of Defiance, and like all his predecessors before him, he had tried his utmost to be worthy of the name the Primarch had bestowed upon them, the Sentinels of Terra. Now that his new mission had been approved by his Gene-sire, the former Imperial Fist was not going to fail in his duties, and hastiness was not something he was going to be accused of. But the new chapter master supposed he was going to have to explain his choice, as boring and distasteful as the prospect was. To be, how had Lady Weaver called it, diplomatic? To build a new fortress monastery, there are certain criteria which must always be taken into account, Hegemon, the veteran Astartes explained to the governor of Portsmouth, who for some farcical historic reason was called the Hegemon of the Free Waters, often shortened to Hegemon. Most of them relating to the defensibility of the landscape we build upon. On this aspect, the site is near perfect, as we are shielded from attacks from the north and the west by high mountains few armies can cross without trying to raise them with gigantic terraforming machinery or orbital bombardment. Southwards of this position lies the Danish Ocean, and with a minimum of defenses, the threat of an amphibious operation coming from it will be negligible. I understand, the silver-haired man answered. By the fist, this hairstyle and the hat were truly ridiculous, especially as Felix knew the man had received a rejuvenation 5 years ago. Based on the rumors which spread from the magma spiders and the iron drake's choices, I would have thought, Lord, you would want to build your fortress monastery either far closer to my capital or on the other side of the planet. This was admittedly a good point, especially from a non-military leader. My fellow chapter masters have their own traditions and priorities, the chapter master of the Fists of Roma told Hegeman Leonardo Martim. Some of them I share, some of them I wouldn't recommend. Having a capital so close to a fortress monastery is not something I would advocate for. I want to believe Portsmouth will not be a besieged world for millennia to come. This is an outcome every Fist of Roma will strive for. But reality rarely conforms to the Fist's wishes, and there are enemies who are not shy about heavily bombarding a planet if they think it'll let them crush all resistance in a few hours. Therefore I, as a chapter master and a son of Dorn, will not offer potential invaders an easy concentration of civilian and military assets to eliminate in a single strike. There were also several tactical points he wasn't going to tell the governor of Portsmouth. First, that even with the extremely advanced technology the Mechanic was willing to share, the capital of Portsmouth was far too widely spread across the countryside to install a conventional energy shield protecting the entirety of its surface. Secondly, the Imperial Fists had enough dark memories of the Siege of Terra and countless other catastrophes to know that the closer you placed your fortress monasteries to a city, the bigger the wave of refugees was when panic reigned and the authorities' order collapsed. The White Mountains provide great defensive and training grounds for our chapter. There are enough lands here for us to not disturb anyone, and there are plenty of sources of water. Yes, this was a good place to build a fortress. The purity of the snow high up in the mountains gave him good feelings about Portsmouth. The wind was cold, but not freezing. This planet was not in wit to be certain, but it could in time become a proper base for their chapter. I presume you wish to return to the capital. Felix stopped watching the mountains and temporarily placed the plans he had for the defenses and the new fortress he and his brothers were going to build here on hiatus. Yes, the new chapter master declared. I want to see the sons of Portsmouth who want to join our ranks. And he wanted to tell them in person that the first obstacle on their path would be to travel to Mount Ruivo on foot and scale the second highest big hill mere hundreds of meters away from where they stood. Since the aspirants were approximately 230 kilometers away from this point, this would provide a proper challenge. Felix Sulla respected the sanguinella games of the Brothers of the Red and thought the idea had merit as a way to recruit boys who would one day be the backbone of an Adeptus Astartes chapter, but it wasn't the way of the Sons of Dorn. You will be impressed, I assure you. The announcement was incredibly popular and I think over half of the teenagers of Portsmouth City tried to volunteer. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Swibba Subsector. Sparta System. High Orbit over Sparta. Frat Eris Command Cruiser Grace of Lemuria. 5.999.296 M35. Judge Missy Byron. When Missy had seen the preliminary data accumulated on Sparta, her first thought had been that the basic administratum category of Ice World could summarize most of the things there were to be said about this world. And now that she was in orbit above it, the Minister of Justice of Nyx had all the confirmation that Sparta was a lot of things, but none of them involved being a good colonization prospect for humanity. It was beautiful if you loved massive balls of ice, and maybe one day when peace had returned to the galaxy it could serve as a winter sport resort. Even with a lot of optimism however, Missy didn't see that happening in her lifetime. When do you want to launch your offensive, Lady Byron? Asked Pontifex Crusader Vishvahu Sadavi. As soon as militarily feasible, the young para-human immediately replied. Basically, the time your railway system will need to transport the Nyx first and the Mechanic tanks to their advanced positions on the front lines in front of Keeler's fortress. Isn't that advancing too quickly? A confessor of the ecclesiarchy spoke without having been invited to, and Missy gritted her teeth at having religious help imposed upon a military headquarters when these men clearly knew nothing of the trade. Fortunately, she wasn't the only one to be unamused by the presence of so many idiots. Be quiet. Chapter Master Agilizaz of the Brothers of the Red ordered coldly. Your incompetence has already been noted, don't aggravate your case. All whispers and ongoing grumbled protestations stopped in 1 second. In case some people wish to wait, let me remind you there is a colossal blizzard raging several thousand kilometers northwest of the front lines. Assuming the weather predictions are correct, it will be less than 2 weeks before it reaches the Crystal Peaks Mountains. After that, Sparta's winter will turn the world into a frozen hell where only space marines and void-sealed armors will be able to operate with any efficiency. But you have these. Missy clicked her fingers, and a commissar dragged one of the ecclesiarchy representatives unwilling to keep his mouth shut out of the room. The next person who interrupts me without permission I will personally send to Sparta via the closest airlock, the Shaker promised. Now as I was saying, we can't afford to wait. We have 2 fortresses to storm if we want to bring the rebels to their knees. There are 3 fortresses. Don't you? Missy clicked her fingers once more, and one of her Arbit's assistants escorted the loudmouth out of the room. It seemed that proving she wasn't bluffing was going to demand a few summary executions, then. There are only 2 fortresses to be concerned about, Keeler's fortress and the Cardinal Kuner's. Once those 2 are back in Imperial hands, we will be easily able to deprive the rebels of the Shankar Promethium plant and cut the energy production supply of the enemy. Missy turned to the lone Magos representing the Adeptus Mechanicus. Data on the ground will need to be collected and analyzed, the cyborg cogboy reported. But the pipelines and railways are intact as far as outpost XZ5 several kilometers east of Vive. Assuming destruction is minimal save at the two rebel-held fortresses, the Mechanicus will be able to repair the installations in a matter of weeks. Then we will improve them, I swear it on the name of the Omnissiah. There were some angry expressions in the audience, but Missy really didn't care. Promethium mining and extraction procedures, when they weren't significantly automated by the Mechanicus, were hellish nightmares for the humans working on them. There was a reason Taylor had invested so many expensive technological assets into improving the living conditions of the workers, and it wasn't just to make herself more popular. As horrible as the working conditions had been on Nyx, they unfortunately hadn't held a candle against the pre-revolt penal system of Sparta. After all, on Nyx the workers had been badly paid and by no means treated gently, but they had still been free men. The men and women sent to the ice orb didn't have this benefit. Prisoners weren't paid, and they certainly weren't free to leave. Whether the rebels have the Promethium industry available or not, they won't surrender, the Pontifex Crusader warned her. Maybe not, Missy agreed. But without any Promethium to warm themselves, their supply lines in disarray, and their morale shot to hell, they won't survive long. They have Mushroom Haven, Vishvahusadavi countered. They will still have some food to avoid starvation. Missy threw a look at the little green dot at the end of the lines of fortresses and penal facilities the ecclesiarchy had built on Sparta. Yet another mistake the Adeptus Ministorum of Atlantis had made. Penal worlds were not supposed to be independent militarily or economically, for obvious reasons. The risk of prisoners taking control was non-trivial at the best of times, and the last thing the Imperium needed was to confront heavy defenses when the moment came to retake the world. The imbeciles of Atlantis had not listened to any of the Munitorum envoys and other Imperial experts sent to change their mind, and here was the result. Sparta combined a line of fortresses impossible to flank by the means the Frateris Templars had at their disposal, a spaceport which had to be retaken atop a mountain of loyalist corpses and last but not least, a Promethium power plant and underground mushroom harvesting facilities. True, but they will need to devote more of their limited resources to keep Mushroom Haven functioning, and the ex-prisoners had to keep millions working in these underground facilities, because they had never been automated or conceived to be easy to operate in the first place. Not that it really matters, in the end. I am going to deal with them, permanently. And she wouldn't lose a lot of sleep in the process. The criminals sent by the Ministorum to Sparta were hardly the kind of people you wanted to reintegrate into civilized society. Her credentials among the Adeptus Arbits had been enough to give Missy access to the figures, and they were grim. Over 70% of the prisoners prior to the revolt were accused of crimes varying from numerous murders to rape, when it wasn't active participation in insurrectionist cells or membership in forbidden cults. Somehow, she didn't think it was the thought criminals demanding democratic reforms who had emerged on top after the successful insurrection. Still, I suppose we will give the rebels of the, what are they calling themselves again? The Communist Revolutionary Syndicate of the Spartan People, Agilazaz informed her pleasantly. Communists. On Sparta. If there was any good left in this galaxy, Leet would only learn of this in a few decades. Not that they really were true communists, collectivization hadn't happened, and the inflated names taken by some of the rebels betrayed some megalomaniacs in charge. Missy had thought this bad idea had died with Earthbet, but it seemed she was going to have to dirty her hands to convince everyone a few of the ancient nauseating political ideas were not tolerated. Yes, I am going to give this revolutionary syndicate a chance to lay down their weapons surrender before our offensive begins. Those who are carrying arms can go to the penal legions, we always need more expendable cannon fodder in the eastern fringe. Those who stayed cultivating mushrooms will likely be transported to a secure agri-world where they will live and die providing new harvests to the Imperium. Vishvahusadavi's dark-skinned face was best described as very unconvinced. I can vox these terms, but do not expect them to answer with anything save insults and heretical speeches. Speaking of heresy, there were still too many angry faces, time to purge the Frateris Templars' opponents before the offensive began. Oh, you won't have to do that, Pontifex Crusader. My new secretary is going to take care of it. Isn't that right, Mr. Bear? And if the expressions of the Frateris Templars had been angry when she informed them of the Mechanicus' participation, it was a child's tantrum compared to their reactions when they saw her lovely black and white furred secretary enter. It was difficult to mistake him for anything other than a Rashan, obviously. Heresy. She is not what she pretends to be. Templars, arrest these heretics. Chapter Master, I think we are going to use a lot of airlocks before descending onto Sparta. You haven't the right to let a Xenos live on this holy ship. I am the law. I have every right. Taylor had asked her to remove the biggest problems against her rule in the Swiba subsector, and it was best to start here and now. The Grace of Lemuria should never have been built like it was in the first place. It was bad enough this lunar hull had only a third of the firepower the Navy took for granted, but was it really necessary to have baths and toilets decorated in gold, and the equivalent of a yearly tithe in precious metals and luxury items for decoration and parties? The Codex Astartes completely supports this action, Judge. The red-armored Astartes told her solemnly as several platoons of the Nyx first stormed in and began to arrest many frat heiress Templars and priests. Really? A scout standing at attention behind him sounded very surprised. I believe the passage refers to it as dealing with infiltrators and incompetent officers in your order of battle before you confront the real enemy. Agilazaz smiled, and this was the expression of a predator having found its prey. Sometimes we of the blood listen to the wisdom of the ultramarines. Sparta. Fortress of the people ex St. Keeler's Fortress. Citizen General of the Revolution and the People Morga Ntia Zapata. The enemies of the people have asked for our surrender again, Citizen General. Morga Ntia Zapata had a good laugh at that. Would the lackeys of the corpse god ever truly learn true Spartans had sworn to never kneel again? The enemies of the people are so stupid they can't help themselves. Ask the Prometheum Citizen Director of the people if he can spare a few heads to be delivered to the corpse worshippers. Right away, Citizen General. In this case, the demand for heads was literal. Morga Ntia was going to take great pleasure in sending the decapitated heads of the enemies of the people to their masters. Stupidity of the enemies of the people aside, the people's delegate to the Committee of Defense Affairs grinned before returning to seriousness. Their forces seem to have been heavily reinforced. On that point, the people's delegate was completely right. The fortress of the people guarded the only pass allowing an easy crossing of the people's crystal peaks, and with the elevation the 50 meters tall walls granted them, there was no way to miss the endless rotation of the mag trains between the spaceport and the camps of treachery and oppression. Yes, but I doubt it will do them any good. The last enemy assaults against his command had been bloody failures, and he saw no reason today was going to be any different. None of the people's scouts deployed to observe the enemy's movements had noticed heavy concentrations of artillery or sizable fortress crusher walkers. The brave citizen soldiers of his vanguard had reported a worrying amount of tanks and enemies in power armor, but what good would it do the oppressors when they couldn't approach the fortress of the people's walls without being slaughtered by its mighty guns? To be honest, Citizen General, I think we are quite lucky today. The citizen director in the Prometheum extraction mines was beginning to worry about a certain deficit of thousands of hands needed to provide us with the liquid of the people. With this assault coming, once again the people's army will be granted the opportunity to capture and turn the enemies of the people to more productive actions. You are completely confident about repelling the oncoming assault then, Citizen General. Citizen Delegate, at the risk of sounding arrogant, the only question is how many waves of attack the oppressors' infantry will launch at us before realizing their men stand no chance to breach the people's walls. The people's efforts have repaired the damage the last assaults did, and the stocks of ammunitions are plentiful. The geography of Sparta means any flanking effort is going to be on foot and easily blocked, and the people's guns are better trained and longer ranged. The people's victory is certain. No, there was no problem about this assault. Though Morga Ntia wished the committees weren't going to ask too many questions about the ones which would come after that once the oncoming winter was over. So far, there was no problem with ammunition, but the real problem was the maintenance of the field guns. The majority of the spare parts for them had been stocked at the spaceport, and both technicians and parts had been blasted apart when the loathed corpse worshippers had retaken it. This wasn't the only problem, of course. While he was too loyal to the people and the committees to ask if there were issues, the number of mushroom rations delivered to the fortress of the people had decreased again 6 days ago, and it had failed to return to normal levels as he was explaining the situation to the citizens' delegate. The people's committees will be pleased to hear the survival of the revolution is not at risk for this season. As long as I am alive, the only way the oppressors' attack dogs will pass these gates is dead or in chains, citizens' delegate. The blood and lives of the people built this fortress, the blood and the lives of the oppressors will be spent by the billions trying to conquer it. It didn't matter if the guns broke or the hosts of tyranny and oppression came by the billions onto this world. Morga Ntia had lost 4 brothers on Sparta in the Prometheum mines. 4 brothers executed like chattel because they were too wounded to continue working in the dark pits of the false priests. He was now the last of his family, and he would not kneel, surrender, or show any form of weakness to the enemies of the people. He would die first, but before that he was going to send millions of them to the corpse god they loved so much. If you give me a few minutes, I am sure I can write a message for the Defense Committee. Citizen General Morga Ntia Zapata stopped talking, as his eyes bore witness of something impossible. The people's crystal peaks were tall mountains of snow, ice, and millions of tons of stones and iron ore. They were so imposing even the oppressors who had ordered the people to build the railway line and the fortresses had used this pass and several others to link the people's spaceport and the mushroom haven of the people. The enemy's artillery had tried to unleash a few avalanches by shooting at some sections of the peaks, but it had quickly proven fruitless. These mountains were older than the oppressors, and would likely endure several millennia to come. By then the revolution would be triumphant. But before his very eyes, the closest northern peak was distorting, stretching impossibly. What in the name of the people? The fortress began to stir. The mountains themselves were blurring. The peak was contorting, distorting, stretching impossibly into shapes no peak or natural landscape should take. Morga Ntia should know, he had been a member of the Cartographers Guild before being arrested by the oppressors. But while his mind insisted it couldn't happen, his eyes insisted that indeed the mountain was bending and twisting. At first the whole mountain seemed to warp, then the effect seemed to condense around its base. And was the mountain growing larger? No, the cartographer he'd once been chimed up in his head, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't growing larger, it was getting closer. Then, to his utter disbelief, the peak of the mountain began to shift. Barely noticeable at first, but then the peak moved from side to side like a pendulum, all the while the mountain was still somehow getting closer every second. All in complete silence, the absence of any rumble or sound of rocks grinding together only adding to the nightmarish unreality of the situation. The citizen general's mind screamed it was impossible, that there was no way it could happen. It had to be a nightmare. It had to be. But the impossible mountain was still moving, slowly but surely, in the direction of his fortress. No, the fortress of the people. It was the fortress of the people. It was going to stand. The nightmare was going to end. The unruly snowy mountain halted directly before them, casting an immense shadow, and depriving them of the weak Spartan son of the people. And then it began to tilt. Slow at first, but with increasing speed. The unnatural silence was finally broken as rocks and snow tore free of the tilting mountain and slid downward as avalanches, first alongside the mountainside, then as the mountain leaned above them further they completely separated from its flank to fall onto the fortress beneath it. Citizen General Morga Ntia Zapata, former criminal of Atlantis accused of 3 murders, 2 rapes and numerous acts of arson and pillage against ecclesiarchy properties, former penal prisoner of Sparta, traitor to the imperium of mankind, began to scream like a man possessed as snow and rocks rained down all around him. And then he, like the 500,000 soldiers of the fortress he had defended against the Frateris Templars, died, crushed to pulp by a mountain's flank. Scout Fanuel. Space Marines didn't know fear. Fanuel hadn't known it since he became part of the chapter of the Brothers of the Red, so of course he had assumed the old adage was true. Besides, if Kamarak had not been enough to give him fear, there was no way his 2 transhuman hearts and the psycho-indoctrination in his brain would allow him to experience the feeling again, right? These thoughts, obviously, had been before Missy Byron, judge of the Adeptus Arbits, Minister of Justice of Nyx, smashed the rebel fortress using a mountain. Yes. A mountain. She had effectively dropped an entire mountain on the rebels. It took about 10 seconds for the veteran scout after Kamarak, all the survivors were by definition veterans, to realize he was gaping like a fish out of water. Fanuel closed his mouth. Missy Byron had slammed an entire mountain on the rebels. Alone. Unsupported. Fanuel had believed Lady Weaver was the most dangerous para-human alive, but now with the benefit of hindsight. Praise the Omnissiah and the para-humans. Of course the tech priest was the first to regain some measure of reason and thinking ability, for a certain definition of it. A glance at the high officers of the Frateris Templars showed they were nowhere near as able at shaking off the effect of having assisted in the destruction of the fortress which had stopped their offensives for the last years. By the time the friend of Lady Weaver returned to their position, the shock had begun to dissipate a bit. I suppose it is a good thing we didn't intend to use the St. Keeler's fortress, the voice of his chapter master sounded, almost resigned. I suppose you have interesting targets in mind, Lady Judge. Yes, Lord Azaz. While I'm flattening the pass to ensure all our vehicle columns can go on the offensive, it would be perfect if you and 1 or 2 companies of the Nyx first could go after the Shankar Prometheum plant. I know you will need to land a few kilometers away to avoid the anti-air guns, but all of your effectives will be in power armor, and I think that as the rebels fail to vox contact their doomed fortress, panic is going to set in. The Prometheum plant will be back in Imperial hands by sunset, Lady Judge. All of the Space Marines present saluted Missy Byron by striking their fist against their power armor before walking at a steady pace towards the Thunderhawks. What are you waiting for? The voice of the Fortress Crusher resonated. The Mechanikus, the Space Marines and the Guard are preparing their forces for a lightning offensive. Why are the Frateris Templars standing idle? You dropped a mountain on a fortress. Someone mumbled. Not quite, Missy corrected. I hit a fortress using a mountain as a hammer. I didn't drop it, the mountain technically still stands where it always stood. You destroyed a fortress. A Frateris Templar shrieked incoherently. Yes, and? If you want to serve the Basileia, Templar officers shouldn't let small details like that get in the way of your duties. Fortress of the Never-Ending Revolution, ex-Cardinal Kuner's Fortress. Citizen General of the Revolutionary Defenses and the Struggle Against Oppression Hrdayesh in Duje. All night Hrdayesh had hoped that in the confusion, the oppressors and the people's enemies had tried to exaggerate the strength of their numbers. But as dawn came and light illuminated this very grey morning under heavy clouds, the Citizen General saw most of his last hopes crushed. The enemy's forces were millions strong, and they were advancing towards the fortress of the Never-Ending Revolution. There was no sign of refugees or desperate counterattacks from the people's forces. There was no sign any man or woman defending the fortress of the people had survived its fall. How did they do it? The words escaped his lips in a whisper, and he didn't regret them. How? The fortress of the people had withstood every oppressor assault until yesterday without a single breach in its solid walls or any deluded oppressor's butcher managing to set foot upon its ramparts and staying alive. In the improbable situation it fell, there should have been plenty of time for messengers to flee and vox broadcasts to be made. Instead, since yesterday only silence had come from the people's lives pass. And Hridayesh was wise enough to know this silence was all he was ever going to receive. All right, the citizen general tried hard to present a confident face to his men and avoid the kind of defeatism which saw you demoted and sent in front of a people's committee tribunal. We all know the situation, citizen colonels. What I want to hear are solutions to turn the course of this people's war back in our favor. Yes, citizen general. The younger of his citizen officers accompanying him on the top of the defense tower saluted impeccably. We need to counterattack and liberate the Promethium plant of the people, citizen general. The refinery and delivery of Promethium is of vital importance to this fortress, citizen general. Too many citizen generals. An officer murmured in the background, followed by a few chuckles, which instantly stopped when Hridayesh sent them a dark glare. I'm inclined to agree with you, citizen colonel, but there are a few problems where the proper execution of a counterattack is concerned. Yes, the doyen of the people's officers present caressed his long white beard. Like with what vehicles we are going to counterattack with? Over half of the tanks and armored carriers we had were at the fortress of the people. Without them, I doubt we can send more than 30 or 40,000 men to the Promethium plant. The mag train. The mag train stopped functioning last sunset, citizen colonel. And the pipeline coming from the power plant has also been shut off. The citizen quartermaster explained grimly. The mining facilities M1 and M3 have gone dark. M2's Vox operators are informing us they are on the receiving end of a full-scale assault by troops in black power armors. Power armors? Are you certain? The oppressors' troops and butchers, may the ice freeze them all to death, had a lot of equipment the people's regiments had put to good use, but power armors had never been part of it. At best the oppressors' officers had gaudy and lavishly decorated carapace armors. The citizen quartermaster nodded with a gesture containing no hesitation. They have mass-produced power armor, citizen general. And they know how to use it. Not that it's going to be a problem, another citizen colonel muttered in a tone Hridayesh didn't like at all. They're at the mining sites, meaning we're about to be totally encircled. There will be none of these defeatist talks under the people's watch. The citizen general reprimanded the guilty officer. We significantly outnumber the oppressors of the people. But to his alarm and surprise, the black-bearded citizen colonel didn't desist. With all due respect, citizen general, have you gone onto the ramparts and seen how empty they are? Most of our indomitable regiments already suffer from lack of food, and they are staying in the underground facilities where they can get away from the cold. The citizen colonel is right, the citizen quartermaster confirmed to his displeasure. Less than 10% of our total effectives have even once reported for patrol duties this last week, and the people's call to muster and defend the fortress has only seen our available forces increase by 2 to 3%. For that matter, the brown eyes stared at Hridayesh impassively, we really have to consider the dramatic consequences of being encircled. The mag train line behind us to Rajendra is our food lifeline. If the Frat Eris Templars cut it, we are doomed to starve, or should I say starve more than we already are. The former crime lord of Vijayanagara slapped him for such defeatism. There will be no encirclement. We are going to lead daring flanking attacks which will bleed and disorient the oppressors' hosts. By the winter blizzards, how in the frozen hells are we supposed to do that when the enemy has brought more than 30,000 tanks? You are proud soldiers of the people. Your valor. The ground shook, violently. Hridayesh ran out of the tower to see what had just struck, but what his eyes told him made absolutely no sense. The foundations of certain walls were distorting, provoking violent movements of undulation which threw hundreds of people's soldiers and guns onto the haven plains below. Certain walls were rupturing, as the foundation of entire sections randomly lost or gained dozens of meters of height and tore at the structures they were supposed to be supporting. Other walls and towers simply shot higher and higher into the sky, like the one they were on, the citizen general realized with rising horror. Worse, on many sections of the wall reality itself seemed to twist as Hridayesh's eyes were sending him self-contradicting information. They insisted that on wide swaths of wall the sections facing the people's enemies had stooped down until they were even with the ground, the battlements' parapets shrinking until they could barely be considered speed bumps, yet the inwards-facing part stood as tall and proud as it always had. And while logic dictated this meant that the battlement should be a near vertical ramp, when letting his gaze wander across it, impossibly he found it as even as it had been before this madness began, ready for use. And the oppressors' butchers were preparing to use it. We must! A citizen colonel screamed madly and threw himself from the battlement. A precariously positioned earth-shaker gun broke free of its metallic restraints and began to crush everything on its descent, killing 3 more of the people's officers. Sorcery, Hridayesh spoke. It is sorcery. The oppressors have cast their lot with the very forces they're pretending to struggle against. But as he turned around him, he saw most of his officers were dead or had abandoned him. Cowards. Cowards all of them. He was going to. The whole world shook, and suddenly the tower next to him twisted and shot upwards at an angle even as a second tower rushed skyward on a collision course that would end right above his head. The sound of ferrocrete and other building materials being shattered and destroyed was deafening. The citizen general of the revolutionary defenses and the struggle against oppression cried, as the noble struggle of the communist revolution was doomed without having the opportunity to strike back. 10 seconds later, the defense tower's debris impacted on the battlements and Hrdaysh and Duje died. Supreme and impregnable fortress of the Syndicate ex Ecclesiarch Veneris II's fortress. Grand Citizen Marshal Vegashutam. So this is how it's going to end. The Frat Eris Templars and their new abominable weapon have managed to defeat us in a mere 3 days. Such defeatism is unbecoming of a General Secretary of the people. Oh, shut up, you old hag. The Revolutionary Syndicate is ever victorious. To suggest anything else is defeatist and treacherous. Did you implant yourselves with the propaganda implants of the imbeciles we used to command the glorious people's armies? Oh wait. You did. Let them come, I say. These walls will break them like the fortress of the people broke them a dozen times. And when groks will fly, debate communism in High Gothic, and play smash ball, I will take your words seriously. Now shut up. We must surrender. The revolution will never surrender. We will fight to the last man. We will resist even if we don't have a single working lasgun anymore. Vegashutam sighed before leaving his seat and marching out of the headquarters of the Supreme Committee of the People. He was sadly certain his remaining lifespan was measured in hours now, and listening to the insane prattle of his colleagues of the Supreme Committee was not how he was going to spend them. Grand Citizen Marshal. A young man came out rushing from the mag elevator. Urgent news. Let me guess, the enemy has finally taken Vonanath. Yes, but how did you know? Experience, and the confirmed presence of Mechanicu's cohorts before the hammer fell on the Cardinal Kuner's fortress. Plus naturally the fact there were not that many locations loyal to the Communist Revolutionary Syndicate able to vox call anymore after the last 3 days. What could they tell us about the forces opposing them before the communications cut off? Giants. Giants in blood-red armor. Vegas shuddered before managing to restore a facsimile of calm to his behavior. The Angels of Death. Well, that explained why a lot of defenses and the Prometheum assets had fallen like the building blocks of a child. I thought they were just corpse-worshipping propaganda, Grand Citizen Marshal. Apparently not, the older man gloomily replied before making a gesture for the youngster to follow him. It partially explains the sudden increase in lethality and intelligence of the Templar butchers opposing us. Only partially, Grand Citizen Marshal. Vegashutam grunted as the doors of the mag elevator closed down and the old machine allowed them to descend at full speed towards his personal bunker. It doesn't explain how they were able to breach and pulverize the walls of our fortresses so easily. I don't care about propaganda, but even if the Space Marines are 10 meters tall, they can't collapse 50 or 60 meters tall walls just by looking at them. The vox calls were a bit confused at the end. Confused. It was a nice way to say the men and the women of that citadel had screamed in terror and pleaded for salvation to come as a sea of Frat Eris Templars stormed the defenses of the Cardinal Kuner's fortress. Certain members of the defense committee had convinced themselves this had been a glorious last stand, easily costing the people's oppressors tens of millions in dead and crippled troops. This was pure groks shit, of course. The defense tactics all their citizen generals had been told to employ insisted on the necessity of holding the walls at all costs, which by a deep tragedy had meant the most experienced troops had died first without killing any enemies when the fortress-crushing phenomenon began. The chain of command was broken without warning, with all the citizen generals and citizen colonels dead in a few minutes, those worth being considered as true soldiers, at any rate. And with the fall of this stronghold, our revolution is most certainly doomed. But, Grand Citizen Marshal, this citadel has a functioning shield. It is the greatest and most heavily defended bastion of the revolution. And the enemy has proven walls could be made of synth leather for all the good they do us. Maybe the shield will save us. But we won't betray the people. We will fight to the end, like true heroes. Vegashutam had a feeling he knew why the youngster, certainly one of the many bastard sons of the horse the previous Pontifex governor had used during his ruling years, had been kept here as an errand boy. He was an idiot. Only the most naive and morally blind insurgents could close their eyes to the price rebelling against the Imperium had cost them. Yes, they had thrown off the shackles of the Ecclesiarchy and their Frat Eris Templars. Yes, it was better to die free than at the bottom of a Prometheum mine pit. But this revolution had not been glorious, and they had not fought like heroes. Heroes did not keep more than 400 million people to work themselves to death inside the Mushroom Haven caverns to feed the rest of the population. Heroes did not enslave their former tormentors and the prisoners they made to make them work in the very mines and factories they themselves had left from. Heroes did not lead purge after bloody purge to search for non-existent counter-revolutionaries and people's enemies. The human cost was appalling. Before the general insurrection, based on captured archives, the first and last Grand Citizen Marshal estimated there had been roughly 4 billion humans living on Sparta, 3.5 of them being penal prisoners. 3 years of massacres, tortures, exploitation of their former enemies, and random executions had left them bleeding and weak. Maybe this weakness had escaped the Frat Heiress Templars until this offensive. Save the spaceport, nothing the butchers had expelled them from had been known for having a high density of population, and since the rebellion had been concentrated in a few large superfortresses, the satellites weren't able to determine their real strength. But now the enemy knew the rebellion had at best 1 billion survivors able to walk without staggering every 5 meters, and this number had only been accurate before the Fortress of the People and the Fortress of the Never-Ending Revolution were silenced by the loathed Imperium. The former had cost them 500,000 dead soldiers plus 2 or 3 million citizens, and the second easily 9 or 10 times that. And one must also count all the outposts like Vananath or the Shankar Prometheum plant which had been taken by surprise in the last 3 days. The last point was particularly bad, because it meant the enemy had discovered some of the results of the revolution's atrocities. There would be no surrender after this, or at least none which didn't end in firing squads and them being doused in promethium before a flamer was lit. But the worst part would be the propaganda. Vegasudam had thought that if they fought a few more years, the Atlantis sector would crumble under the weight of revolts as people realized they had been lied to and liberty was just waiting to be seized. Instead, the imperial vidcasts would show the utter destruction of the rebellion, and to add insult to the injury, they would gloat about how the rebels had destroyed themselves in orgies of cannibalism, petty tyranny, senseless murders, and incompetent governance. They may even convince a few thousand errant souls to be forgiven among the Mushroom Haven population, if they wanted to add a few more nails to the rebellion's coffin. At least, in a few hours I think it will be over. His dark expression vanished as he entered his own bunker. Whatever was going to happen, his officers deserved the best of him. And so much blood, so much blood. Why was there so much blood in his bunker? Why was there a large hole in the ferrocrete? Apologies for the destruction caused, rebels. The armored giant who came out from behind a destroyed sculpture to the glory of the people was red, both in paint and the blood covering it. The new grenades the Mechanikus gave us are a bit too powerful for this kind of work. Vegasudam found himself staring into the barrel of a very big, very ominous gun. The Emperor's judgment awaits, traitor. Former penal camp of Rajendra. Pontifex Crusader Vishvahusada v. 5 days. It had taken 5 days of hard fighting to achieve what had been impossible for the Frat Heiress Templars during 3 years of hostility. Vishva had been extremely surprised by the respect the Angels of Death had shown to her Celestial Highness Envoy at first. With the benefit of hindsight, however, it was clear the swords of the living saints simply recognized the sheer level of destruction Lady Missy Byron was capable of before she delivered the God Emperor's judgment upon the rebels and the other traitors of Sparta. It was extremely humbling to realize that compared to a power which allowed a human to crush citadel after citadel, he and his Frat Heiress Templars were nothing. The Pontifex Crusader had sent his forces to kill the rebel survivors when the order had been given at Cardinal Kuner's fortress and Ecclesiarch Venerus II's fortress, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe the judge had really needed their assistance. The lightning raids of the Adeptus Astartes and the full-power armor-equipped regiment of the Nyx first? Yes, those had proven a great asset. The tech priests who were in the process of repairing the mag-train railway system and automating the Prometheum facilities? Yes. The millions of men of the Frat Heiress Templar? Not so much. The military campaign was over, and Her Celestial Highness representative had won. There wasn't a lot more that needed to be said. Do you know why Sparta was colonized in the first place? The young woman in vivid green power armor asked in a tone that suggested she already knew the answer. I've heard the rumors, like every soldier who read the preliminary reports on the planet, Vishva replied, trying to not sound too scandalized at the Xenos amusing itself by creating a snow castle several meters away. It was the result of the Ice Diamond affair, I believe. Originally, the first human presence on the ice world had been a cartel based in the Baltic sector. If the data could be trusted, which was rarely the case, the first surveyors had come for the Prometheum reserves the planet was supposed to have. Unfortunately for them, while there was Prometheum in the ground of Sparta, it was too difficult to reach with the kind of minor investment the Baltic cartel had sent. Several mines had been opened, and a Prometheum plant was built according to the STC specifications of the Imperium, but decade after decade, it had become increasingly clear the Atlantis market was not for cartels unable to maintain good relations with the Adeptus Ministorum. And then the few cartel men still exploring Sparta had found a starship buried under the ice, east of the Crystal Peaks, about to be sundered in one of the big canyons which made the northern hemisphere of the planet so welcoming for humans. Many had died in the exploration of the vessel, but a few had been able to get out and return to their base, and in their purses they had extremely valuable gemstones the cartel paying them had promptly labeled ice diamonds. Almost immediately, rumors had spread the ship had mined these priceless objects on Sparta itself, along with the usual whispers of curses, doomed ships, and countless other wild stories. The Hierophant of the time, being a Hierophant with all the power the title implied, had decided to stake his claim for the planet and sent millions of criminals formerly detained on another penal world here. That way, the Hierophant was gaining in every aspect. He was removing parasites and violent scum from his master's list of problems, he was expelling a cartel from the Atlantis sector which had caused him plenty of headaches, and he was going to win a lot of incredibly valuable gemstones. Except no one had found a single ice diamond since the quest for them had begun, and while plenty of penal camps had been opened, billions of lives ended on the penal world, and decades of work spent pursuing a nonsensical idea, no one had been able to find a single gemstone. Somewhere along the way, it had simply become an excuse to get rid of the penal prisoners when the Prometheum mines and Mushroom Haven were at their maximum inmate capacity. And despite the best efforts of Frateris scouts and other ecclesiarchy-employed explorators, no one had managed to find the wreck which had started the entire debacle. From the very beginning to this day, Vishvahusadeva mused as ill-omened clouds coalesced to the north, the colonization of Sparta had been a succession of errors and tragedies. Yes, it was, Lady Missy Byron approved. I was curious about it, so I used my powers to dig a bit and made my findings known to the tech priests. Unfortunately we don't have an ice diamond around to analyze, but the Mechanikus of Nyx does not believe it possible the prize was dug up from anywhere on this planet. We could be wrong, after all we haven't exactly meticulously explored the region where the mysterious ship was found. But you don't believe so? Vishva was hardly surprised, and in all honesty, he really hadn't had any hope on the subject left well before the penal insurgents launched their terrible and bloody rebellion. No, we don't. The Minister of Justice of Nyx opened her hands in an apologetic expression. I can delay the process a few days if you want to, but the orders I received before my departure demanded I declare a necessary administrative change should the infrastructure be too damaged and the possible mining gains negligible. As, the fortress demolishing woman had the diplomacy to not point out, was clearly the case here. I understand. The tech priests were certainly going to receive the infrastructure in order to increase Prometheum mining and refinery. They were welcome to have this world. Can we organize a little ceremony for the transfer of powers at St. Pius Spaceport? I see no problem with that. 10 days, to give your troops the opportunity to be part of the audience. The High Command of the Frateris Templars has no objection to this. Not after how thoroughly it had been purged by the smiling woman in front of him. Judge Missy Byron. Missy watched the Pontifex Crusader's figure fade away in the distance with some mixed feelings. On the one hand, Vishvahusadeva wasn't a bad man, and she had just lied to him, removing him from a title of planetary governor he had every right to claim. On the other hand, though he wasn't a bad man, the Pontifex Crusader was a Frateris Templar commander, and to say she had not been pleased with some of his choices was an understatement. After a few seconds of deep contemplation, the Shaker concluded the lie was the thing which bothered her the most. By all rights, after the military effort exerted by the Space Marines and she, the Frateris Templars and the rest of the ecclesiarchy authorities had really no room to complain about her stripping Sparta from the diocese. The Pontifex Crusader has left, Teddy. You can stop playing. At last. The translator on the Rashan's chest expressed in low Gothic. I'm frozen everywhere. I will ask the cooks to prepare you a lot of warm drinks and your favorite meals once we're back to our command headquarters, Missy promised, trying not to laugh at the attempts of her adorable secretary to get all the snow out of his bright yellow suit. You showed excellent initiative there, building a snow castle to distract him. Thank you. Teddy kicked one of the snow towers he had spent several minutes assembling. Are these 20+ kilograms worth it? Missy used her power to twist space sideways until the unaffected snow dropped from the suddenly vertical area beneath it several feet away, revealing the large pile of black crystals some penal prisoners had excavated there several years ago before a no doubt furious overseer told them the product of their hard labor was worthless. Because this was no useless rock the Imperium had found on Sparta. It was Noctilith. Oh yes, Teddy, this harvest is completely worth it. Although for now, it presented more questions than answers given what humanity knew about Sparta. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Brockton System. Hellhound's Orbit. Cruiser Age of Light. 5.035.297 M35. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. The current situation was comparably less hectic than during the Battle of the Death Star. Which didn't mean, machine god save him, that there weren't some major issues. I see the magma spiders have been extremely enthusiastic in their hunting efforts. Yes, Archmagos, Alena Wismer canted with the tone of a tech priest having spent too much time dealing with the Space Marines. There isn't a day where a dozen lava plesiosauruses aren't killed by their magma harpoons. This extermination effort might seem weak at first glance, but one had to consider the fact the beasts the Astartes were hunting could likely swallow a battle tank without effort. Of course, the lava plesiosauruses are beginning to adapt their hunting patterns too, his second continued with a grim expression. It isn't mere incompetence which led the previous expeditions on Hellhound to fail, Archmagos. The beasts aren't meeting the definition of sentient, but they definitely possess some primal cunning to defend their territories from intruders. But the magma spiders lost none of their battle brothers. For now, his subordinate replied. I know one space marine needed a Bacta injection after suffering substantial burns, and his armor was of course a near total loss. This wasn't a good sign at all, Dismirius Lankovar acknowledged. The lava plesiosauruses were revealing themselves to be a dangerous threat. No space marine chapter in the sector would be able to use Hellhound as a training ground for their scouts, except if they gathered in company size. Leaving aside the danger represented by this lethal fauna, the Stygia's 8-born Archmagos changed the subject. Your opinion on the Ryza Archmagos who was chosen to command the Hellhound mining operations? Archmagos Dubrovnik 12 Bay has in the last cycles proven himself true to the reputation one expects from an exalted tech priest of the furnace of the shackled stars, Alena answered using the ancient nickname reserved for the great forge world of Ryza. He is efficient and relies on a lot of plasma fuel technology to accomplish his goals. The orbital infrastructure is respecting the ambitious schedule he handed to the Nyx Mechanicu's Council, and on the ground, his teams are working day and night to stabilize the planetary crust on the island chosen to host Mechanicu's operations. My only concern is that he has a tendency to promote Ryza tech priests over those coming from other forge worlds, and he is positioning himself to be the leading force in the extraction of other rare metals from the lava. Let it not be said ambition and efficiency are incompatible. Though really, Dismirius supposed the council and all other authorities shared a bit of the blame there. The very reason the Mechanicus had begun new mining operations which didn't involve the diminishing debris fields of the Battle of the Death Star that hundreds of starships were still searching lay in the presence of Noctilith on the aptly named world of Hellhound. The Inquisition is keeping several eyes on him, yes. Many acolytes are there for the official business, his second confirmed. And where they are, their masters shouldn't be far. Then continue as you have until your replacement arrives in 2 standard months. It wasn't an ideal solution, but with so many projects and so many things to keep an eye on in the sector right now, it would have to do for the beginning of this year. Omnis Sia be praised, the construction of the Prometheus Citadel should have begun by then, correct? Correct, the binary can't arrived within the second. I wish I could stay here participating in this macro-engineering project. The schematics and technologies employed are really fascinating. You will have the opportunity to return and admire the finished work I'm sure. Dismirius wasn't going to apologize, he really had need of Wismer elsewhere after all. And I won't have to discover firsthand how big a lava plesiosaurus can grow, Wismer told him in a far more pleased cant. This made Dismirius pause his industrial calculations about the worth of Hellhound. I thought the 30-meter-long monster the first captain of the magma spiders killed personally was the biggest adult ever encountered. It is, but before it was found sleeping on top of a promising Noctilith mining site, the biggest beasts we had seen were 26 meters long. It is entirely possible that, much like the infamous salamanders of Nocturne, the lava plesiosaurs never stop growing as long as they're alive. Laws of the machine, the master of exploration grumbled. What is wrong with this lava planet? Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Nyx system. Nyx 3. Hive Athena. 3.040.297 M35. Basileia Taylor A. Bear. I was very busy with my Folkite research, Your Celestial Highness. Taylor didn't vocally react to the title. She knew that the Tinker expected this kind of reaction. Come on, Dragon. Every time I call, you're busy with one research or big project or the other. You're coming out of the Fafnir Forge Temple less and less. Well, obviously, the draconic female Magos replied with an evident bad faith, my Forge Temple is getting bigger and hosts more production lines, you know. Taylor just looked at her with a patient expression until the Tinker admitted defeat. With the practice she had gained in the last weeks when it came to convincing some irritating people to bow to her will, the insect mistress had plenty of experience on the subject. I've heard the Spartan rebellion is finally over, the Minister of Industry began after a few seconds, as the Space Marines took position to block the crowd of hundreds of thousands which now seemed to follow each and every one of her steps no matter what precautions were taken. Yes, finally the butchery has come to an end. If the Basileia had needed evidence to prove humanity really didn't need the ruinous powers to behave like imbeciles, then Sparta would have been perfect to prove this point. Missy has done her best. Oh, Missy has done an excellent job. She had almost forgotten Dragon hadn't been able to see the latest report coming from the now very thoroughly depopulated ice world. Unfortunately, the secrecy a certain Cardinal of Atlantis and his devoted Hierophant imposed on all military operations means that in every way which matters, Missy arrived 3 years too late. See for yourself. A large data slate was handed to the other para-human, and Dragon didn't take long to digest the information. I see the Frat Eris Templars decided to take the matter of the prisoners into their own hands. The disgust coming from Dragon was impossible to mistake for anything else. Taylor didn't blame her. The black-haired para-human had had a direct line to watch the atrocities perpetrated by the Frat Eris Templars at the Cardinal Kuners and the Ecclesiarch Veneris II's fortress, courtesy of the notable increase of the Dawnbreaker Guards Liberius. To say there hadn't been many survivors was the understatement of the day. I already wanted to disband the Frat Eris Templars before this. The events on Sparta confirm it's been the right decision all along. Taylor affirmed to the tinker as they took seats in a bright red armored ground car to leave one of her palaces behind them. The Imperial Guard has done some nasty stuff over the last decades, including in the Nix sector, you know. Yes, it wasn't an easy admission to make, but the Lady General currently in half-pay acknowledged it was true. But here, the atrocities were part of the problem. The officers of the Frat Heiress Templars were often unable to effectively issue commands because certain young officers and thugs of the lower ranks had formed their own private armies within the existing brigades. The discipline and chains of command were nearly non-existent in the rare assaults Missy allowed them to participate in. That the Spartan campaign had ended in a total and one-sided victory after 5 days of annihilation had nothing to do with the Frat Heiress Templars, and everything to do with the devastating performance of the newly created Nix 1st Armored Infantry, the presence of an understrength company of Brothers of the Red, the Mechanic-U's logistic support, and of course last but not least the skills of Missy. At least it is over, Dragon sighed. I suppose the liberated rebels of Mushroom Haven are going to be used for propaganda purposes. That's my intention, yes, there were less than 200,000 men and women left, courtesy of several syndicate diehards having organized mad charges and suicide pacts, and few of them had any goodwill left in them where their liberators were concerned. No matter how good the propaganda, these heroes of the people had been worked to death literally 12 hours per day to make sure the rebels didn't starve. I am probably going to send them to Matapan after doing my best to convince them the Imperium is truly the best solution for a long list of evils. Sparta had really been an ugly litany of slaughters, crimes, and violations of basic morality. The food production centers and the Prometheum power plant had not been built to handle populations of several billions, which meant that every time the temperatures fell under a certain threshold, the dying numbered in the millions. But it had been a penal world, and so no one had tried to stop it. The fact it had been a pet project of the Hierophants of Lemuria to curry favor with the Cardinal of Atlantis hadn't helped potential opponents finding themselves a conscience either. And Sparta? You want to give it to Missy? That would be a reward raising a few eyebrows, no. Taylor declared sarcastically. But no matter how much my dear Minister of Justice deserves it, too many people would begin asking questions why I feel the need to give a worthless ball of ice to one of my key advisor ministers and potential heirs. Neither Dragon nor she had anticipated Missy would find Noctilith deposits on Sparta. Nefertun had suggested nothing of the sort, and her worlds were in the northern Swibinebula, not far at all from the ex-penal world. I will transfer large sums into her bank accounts under services rendered every time we find precious deposits of this ore. Missy had done the important preliminary job. The insect mistress wasn't going to steal her spoils when she had done little save providing some of the auxiliaries for the hostilities. Sparta is going to become a minor mining world, with a proper governor and a large Mechanic-U's civilian force. The main export will be Prometheum. And that's all everyone will need to know, save the Astartes and the Inquisition. Both Cardinal Prescott Lumen and the Pontifex Crusader had approved, so the political ramifications would be minor. Except in one particular case, but there was a reason Missy was going to stay in the Swiba subsector for the foreseeable future. Is the world not too undefended, if outside elements decide to mount a hostile intervention? The Mechanic-U's is going to provide several thousand skitarii and underground facilities, which will have the additional advantage of keeping them out of sight. Dragon played with the hood of her red robe. Now I know why I was the first informed. Does this mean you will have difficulties convincing the Master of Skitarii? Oh no, I should manage. Epsilon 10 Blue Crimson is always complaining we don't use enough of his Skitarii for serious purposes, this mission should satisfy him greatly. And on a totally different topic, I see your favorite dreadnought has returned. You hadn't informed me of this detail. Taylor turned her head as the ground car decelerated to arrive near the parade ground which was their destination for today, and as Dragon had just pointed out, Pierre was there, wearing a new hat which was certainly of Indigan origin. I wasn't aware he had returned. But now that he was there, Taylor knew the little surprise was going to be extremely interesting. I know that smile. What kind of saintly thing have you prepared for us today? Hey, this is all a coincidence. Dragon didn't look convinced at all. Neither Isley nor any Heracles warden warned me Pierre's ship had landed, and I didn't check all the recent arrivals in system. What's going to happen is not my fault. Even in the days following her ascension to the throne seat of planetary governor, Taylor hadn't tried to read the list of every ship visiting Nix and their passengers. The days weren't long enough to waste her time on that. On average, 1 or 2 members of the Dawnbreaker Guard and at least half a dozen magi kept an eye on it, to inform her if there were prestigious arrivals. Apparently, Pierre had evaded their vigilance. The golden-winged para-human wasn't even going to pretend she was surprised. We are greeting someone important, I assume. Dragon noted as they left the aircar under a thunder of applause. No matter how secretive the preparations, the public had caught on very quickly when several thousand guardsmen and several dozen space marines gathered together. You don't prepare a walk on the red carpet for just anyone. No, I suppose I don't, and for some events, a basileia was legally required to make a pompous ceremony, or pay several large fines. Today though, the ceremony had been prepared because the victor of Kimarak wanted to welcome her guest properly, not because it was one of those obligations that made you wish there was an appointment at the dentist booked for the same hour. Lady Weaver, I am back. And having once more ignored the proper procedures, I see, there were incorrigible people, but they were nothing compared to her incorrigible dreadnought. Since you are here, I suppose you can walk with me and greet the honored guest of this month. At that moment, the Heracles Warden's venerable ancient appeared to have caught a clue of the elegant trap he had wandered into through his own fault, but under the gaze of the rest of the Dawnbreaker Guard and hundreds of thousands of spectators, refusing was simply not an option. The large Mechaniku's lander chose this moment to appear in the sky, and less than 30 seconds of maneuvering later, the pneumatic hisses were heard and the hatch opened. A dreadnought emerged from the transport, accompanied by a musical symphony once used to greet superior officers of the Astartes legions. Despite having seen schematics and data of it previously, Taylor was impressed by the elegant design. Contemptor dreadnoughts were undoubtedly rarer and more expensive to maintain than the Castre firm models, but they combined lethality and speed in a way their successors didn't. Master of rights of his legion, grand veteran of the wars of unification and the Great Crusade, loyal to the death and beyond, indomitable rampart of vigilance and determination, the venerable ancient Rylaner. The reaction of Pierre next to her was shorter and more interesting. Oh no! But it was too late to escape. The survivor of Istvan III continued to advance towards them as everyone, Space Marines included, bowed or knelt before the formidable presence of the millennia-old dreadnought. As she could observe him more closely, the Lady General in her new Rylaner would need more repair work to be fully operational. When the Inquisition had confirmed for certain the Ancient was one of the loyalist legionaries who had stayed true to the Imperium on Istvan III, funds for his restoration had been unlocked on the Forge worlds on the path of the Nyx exploration fleet, but many of the forges had lacked the specialized equipment to solve all of the problems in mere days. But even if the dreadnought wasn't fully operational, it was a very daunting projection of martial power, and the tech priests had chosen, probably at its owner's demand, to repaint it a pure white with bright gold for the Aquila. Welcome to Nyx, Lord Rylaner. Bowing wasn't supposed to be done by living saints, but Taylor did it nonetheless. For thousands of years the dreadnought had waited on Istvan for someone to remember him, and if it had been an enemy, well, the Mechaniku's report had made clear the Ancient of Rights had been thoroughly prepared for that eventuality. I am Lady Taylor Hebert, governor of this world in his name. Well met, youngster. Are you the one who avenged us? Directly to the point, then. The insect mistress would have preferred not to do this in such a public setting, but it was probably unavoidable. Yes. I have severely wounded the Naga with help from my allies, and deprived him of the power he usurped from the Phoenician. And as the power of evil died, the abominations which betrayed you died in the cataclysm of Kamarak. Your loyal brothers have been avenged. Then you have done a great service to an old warrior and the ghosts of an era. I will never forget what you have done for our honor. Rylaner shuddered and at this second seemed to really realize who was standing on her left. Pierre, treacherous snake. Taylor was not far from giggling. The ex-Alpha Legion dreadnought looked everywhere for an escape, but there was nowhere to run to. This was going to be fun. Let me give you the payment your traps deserve. Fafnir Forge Temple. Artisan Magos Cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamund. And then Ancient Rylaner finished soaking Pierre in red paint under the cheers of the crowd. Dragon Richter finished her tale. I'm sure the spectators loved it, Lydia Beta Rosamund mused, some amusement reverberating in her cant. It wasn't every day you saw two dreadnoughts spar in public. The crowd loved it, especially since they thought everything was organized in advance, the Minister of Industry told her. Personally, I think our dear Basilea just wanted to punish her sneaky dreadnought, and his unanticipated return gave her an excellent opportunity to have some payback. I'm sure the dreadnought of the Heracles Wardens deserved it. The blessed machine was loyal, but prone to several infamous antics which were known in every hive of Nyx. We have received several high-priority astropathic communications from the Parliament of Blessed Mars in the last few hours. The secessionists have been pardoned, and the final values of the tithes have been properly recorded. Which Forge Worlds tech priests are we going to welcome, then? Forge Worlds, plural, the Artisan Magos corrected. It appears the pledges of the Forge Worlds of Artemia Majoris and Adermedion were sufficiently close that the Fabricator General himself declared them of equal importance. We will thus receive the greatest part of this production output. The newly promoted Lady Magos Dogma rapidly consulted the newsphere before grunting. This is going to change things, or should I say it is going to change a lot of our plans yet again. I think that is likely one of those understatements some of the non-Mechanicus ministers are so fond of, the Tigrus-born Magos answered with a smile. This represents an unexpected but happy increase in the material resources we will receive for the gains made at Pavia and Kamarak. True, but it also represents an extremely huge number of secessionists we will have to assimilate into our ranks and properly train to our standards, Dragon Richter countered, readjusting the red robes flowing over her artistic scale-like clothes. The advantages, I think, outweigh the drawbacks, especially since the advantages included some brand new scout titans. Legio Defensor and our gallant knight allies in particular are certain to appreciate the reinforcements. I'm sure they will, the unofficial mistress of dragon armors replied after a nod. Do you think it is going to cause more problems among the council? In one case, yes, Lydia Beta Rosamond informed her superior regretfully. Archmagos Malagrammontcom Iota 1's performance has been, sub-par since Call created a gravity tunnel to move Formicarium from the outer to the inner system. At a moment where we need to increase our security step by step, he's far from rising to the challenge. I do not have the authority to fire him, Lydia Beta. The Tigrus-born Magos stared inquisitively at the talented Lady Dogma. This was technically true, but no one in the Nyx system wearing the red robes of the Adeptus Mechanicus had missed that if the chosen of the Omnissiah had a favorite among the Nyx Mechanicus, it was certainly Dragon Richter. Her suggestions and resource demands were far more likely to be approved than any other council members by an order of 3 or 4%, at any rate. Lady Weaver is very attached to the alliance with Anvilus, the mistress of dragons canted after a few seconds. And not just because the Blood Angels and the chapters of the Blood depend on them for armor and ammunition. They are going to be heavily involved in the infrastructure building of the God Machines forges for Legio Defensor at Alamo, for example. And I think many of the prime artisans in your department also come from their forges. Any attempt to remove them from their council seat is likely going to send a negative message. Not if in exchange an Anvilus Archmagos is named regent of the Tharsis Forge and proxy of the chosen of the Omnissiah for the parliament sessions. That could work, Dragon conceded. Though the competition for this position is already ferocious. And of course removing a master of the council is likely going to create plenty of arguments to fill it again. We are already under a lot of fire with all these Forge Worlds representatives who want to be advisors to the Basileia. You know my opinion on the subject. Lydia Beta had not been shy telling her superior and occasional fellow dabbler in artisan creations that 12 high figures had worked in the pre-Comarak era, but with the Nyxian Mechanicus taking control of many industrial assets of Wuhan and extending its reach across several subsectors, the current roster of the Nyxian Mechanicus wasn't enough. Master of Exploration Lankovar and several other council members had to leave Nyx right after the Sanguinilla to oversee the biggest projects, and the Tigrus-born Magos had a feeling things were going to get only more hectic on this front. And as much as I had no part in it, judging by the importance of the tithes Adermedian and Artemia Majoris sent our way, there will certainly be 2 very high-ranked Archmagi in nominal command of these forces. The supreme ruler of Nyx could likely get away with not giving them a high seat among the council, they were secessionists after all, but as far as solutions went, it was only an emergency stopgap. I see. 2 words which certainly acknowledged the unavoidable. On the other hand, if we massively increase the number of seats of the council, the Basileia will of course want competent and efficient tech priests in them, and with important fields to oversee and administer. I don't want to suggest an increase of seats just for the pleasure of boosting the representation of certain forges at the top of the Nyxian production facilities. Yes, this was something which wouldn't be accepted by the chosen of the Omnissiah, or by a certain few of their fellow council members, honestly. The conversation continued for several minutes before turning to the situation on Tigrus. Lydia Beta could only repeat what reports had arrived the previous day. The newly renamed Lamenters Space Marines had blown apart an Orc war boss with his gigantic Space Hulk flagship, and the battle on the ground of her home world had ended in an Imperial victory, though the fighting continued in the asteroid belts and the mining moons of the outer system. The current balance was in favor of mankind, but the Orcs were far from admitting defeat. Production quotas for the next month were quickly discussed, before the subject of dreadnoughts came back at the center of their exchange. I've been wondering if you had the expertise to build Contemptor pattern dreadnoughts. The answer is a definite no, Lydia Beta admitted. In my long tech apprenticeship, I was taught many secrets about the construction and repair of dreadnoughts of the Castre firm pattern, and even this knowledge is dated. As I'm sure you have noticed, we haven't built a single dreadnought in the last several years. There were several reasons for that, though the most important was obviously the first 3 Space Marine chapters who had established themselves didn't order any. The Brothers of the Red, after their penitent crusade, had plenty of the noble machines to be repaired, but after it was done the lack of important casualties had made sure repair was all her workshops had to do. The Iron Drakes had also declared they didn't need any, and no Heracles Warden so far had manifested a willingness to be entombed in one, generating rumors about a Pierre curse. I haven't missed it, no. But with Ancient Rylaner here, I was wondering how much of the ancient technology of the Contemptor Dreadnought I could use in the future Dragon Dreadnoughts. That was a very interesting point. And the first answer she could give. Above all, you will have to find a more tolerant master of the Magisterium, because I don't think Archmagos Malagrammontcom Iota 1 is going to give his blessings for it. Which would be a shame. The words sent an intense feeling of frustration and panic through her improved form. Of course, he was still here. Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius Call, dragon canted neutrally, as the formidable escort of Skitarii and Magi of Nyx escorting the Martian Lord wherever he went took position around him, ready to neutralize him if he moved his mechadendrites the wrong way. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter, the radical canted back, I couldn't help but overhear the end of your conversation, since I deliberately tried to hear it. As it happens, I am not unfamiliar with the schematics of the adamantic reactors. Have you finished your bureaucratic punishment? The Minister of Industry mercilessly interrupted him. I estimate 81% is done, the disrespectful Archmagos shrugged. I was taking a small break and visiting some of your interesting production lines when I heard you conversing. Then you can obviously return to work. Lydia Beta admired how Dragon could remain so stern and unflinching in front of an Archmagos of Call seniority. Come now, my dear Lady Magos Dogma. It was just a small astral displacement, and your mistress doesn't complain much about the results. But I complain about the fractures you just created in the fabric of the Nixian mechanicus. The Minister of Industry of Nyx exclaimed. Do you have any idea of the protestations and vehement accusations we had to face following your stunt of megalomania? I have. Millions, Archmagos. I had to install 2 new data servers for the Newsphere communications, such was the number of complaints we received in the first hour. I had to personally reassure thousands of my students and assistants. We had to spend hours of data sharing in every hive and major industrial asset to ensure an anti-heretic crusade wasn't launched against your person. Do you think it amused me to do that when we were already in the middle of the greatest reforms and reorganization Nyx had ever known? Staying silent, the Tigress-born female artisan reflected that the para-human known as Lead and Archmagos Belisarius Call without doubt had one thing in common: they could achieve the rare feat of angering Dragon. I am curtailing hundreds of years of inefficient and obsolete procedures, Call defended himself. And unifying the unanimity against you, Dragon retorted. Your achievements are worthy of commendation, but your methods are spreading distrust and defiance where we should be greeted as heroes. The tone of the debate, already far from civil, had devolved into furious shouting when High Magos Engineer Kathar IV Frederick arrived and sent Call back to his torture cell, also known as a bureaucratic processing node. On the bright side, the witnesses of this loud event were all Newsphere ecstatic with admiration for the Lady Magos Dogma when she left. It wasn't every day that anyone who wasn't the chosen of the Omnissiah dared giving the radical a piece of their mind on how they felt about his actions. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Claire 47. 4.056.297 M35. Grand Architect Cyrene Versailles. For the moment, the only human structure completed was the entrance avenue of white marble. There was also the 5 meters tall statue of an Astartes, certainly a salamander had served for the sculptor's inspiration, carrying a wounded guardswoman in his arms. This didn't bother Cyrene. All great creations had to begin somewhere, after all. All opposition, political or otherwise, has been handled, the female perpetual informed the student she had chosen to have built what promised to be one of the greatest monument projects of the decade. All the other architects subordinated to your orders will arrive within the month, and already more than 50,000 workers have been assigned to the construction of the Gaius Mausoleum. And if you need something, you only have to ask, provided you stay within the realm of the reasonable, of course. Of course, repeated Moira Fergus, a thin brown-haired woman whose love for white marble had always impressed Cyrene. I don't think there will be many problems for the foundations of the monument in the initial first months. It's supervising the thousands of sculptors on the army of martyrs and the impressive dimensions of the White Dome which are going to be the challenge. I have complete confidence in you, Moira. And Cyrene was sincere, given the hypothetical numbers of pilgrims who would in time come to Claire 47 for the express purpose of visiting such a grandiose mausoleum. The millennia-old architect wasn't going to leave the duty to an incompetent priest. I'm sure you will do excellent work here. The Gaius Mausoleum promises to be a piece of art by itself, and one I would have gladly accepted to work on, alas. Alas, you already have the Hagia Sanguinella, finished her student. And no architect can be in 2 places at the same time. Indeed, as a matter of fact, the only reason the Grand Architect of Nyx was able to travel here today was because there had been some delays in the shipments of red marble and a significant percentage of the workforce had to be trained for several parts of high-intensity work which was going to begin in a few months. Though these last days, I fear it is more a proverb of no architect can be in 5 or 6 locations at once. The Battle of Kamarak had generated a multitude of martyr monuments across the entire sector, and every governor who had contributed to the order of battle was in all humility raising several structures to the victorious heroes, under the ruler's benevolent gaze and patronage. It went without saying. Speaking of which, Moira bit her lip like she had been a young teenager. I'm not criticizing, but it doesn't seem like there are a lot of significant religious projects and monuments outside the Moros subsector. I know the Gaius Mausoleum is going to cost a lot, but Moira, I'm saying this as a minor show of trust, your project isn't that expensive. The expression of the younger architect was one filled with incredulity. Cyrene continued before any criticism came. I have a good idea of the sums the Nyxian budget has earmarked for massive shipyards, military and non-military schools, hospitals, rejuvenation clinics, and agriculture or terraforming projects. I'm not saying the Gaius Mausoleum will be cheap, but compared to other plans the living saint of Nyx has, your initial budget will not be problematic, especially when a large percentage sees the Ophelian treasury involved. I see. Still, it doesn't invalidate my points. Moira insisted respectfully. Most of the great projects are on the worlds of the Neptunia Reach subsector. That isn't a bad point, Cyrene admitted after a few seconds of reflection. But in many cases, it isn't like there was a choice. The Hagia Sanguinula was ordered at a time when most governors were sulking in their corners and would have refused to let the Basilea build a shed on their soil, never mind a monument. The Arena of Blades other architects have been commissioned for has to be in the Nyx system, given the power of the things which will fight inside it. And Claire 47 was the obvious location to build the mausoleum. The female perpetual rolled her shoulders. I will admit it is a bit concerning for now, but there is the Fountain of Light in distant Pavia, and the order has been given several days ago to make preparations for a grand reliquary on the civilized world of Fae. Her Celestial Highness will certainly have to take this into account when she will select the planet where the Museum of Kumarak will be built. I understand, Moira nodded before smiling. At least these news confirm we are not going to be unemployed anytime soon. Not as long the golden-winged god Emperor's chosen who holds the big bank accounts is pleased with you, my dear student. Beyond the imperial frontier of Segmentum Obscurus. Calyx Expanse. Laodomata. Approximately 9.069.297 m35. Executrix Primaris Axenia. I will bring you to heel soon. You're a very rebellious part of my psyche, but I will break you. Axenia had heard many reactions after speaking this sentence to the miserable things preventing her from attaining complete control over her own mind. Laughter had never been part of it, especially since she had assimilated the so-called keeper of secrets inside her body. Yet this was exactly what the illusion of a woman in front of her did. You are not. Something invisible struck her in the teeth, and Axenia felt many of them break. She had to expend quite a bit of energy healing them. It was unacceptable. Sorry, you were saying. The ruler of Laodomata cursed loudly and tried to unleash the pink warp fire which was her favorite weapon to deal with the manifestations acting as her enemies. But nothing happened. Not a single spark of power appeared at the tip of her fingers or on any part of her body. This is the 5th time you've tried this in the last 10 minutes. Do you want to try a 6th to please your deceased god? The Executrix Primaris abandoned her effort for now. It was obvious that whatever type of metal had been used to create the chains immobilizing her, she wouldn't get free like she wanted. And honestly, the last question deserved an answer. I have no god. The fragment of intelligence opposing her laughed for several seconds. Yes, I guess it was obvious you would say that. And in some way, I suppose it can be considered true. Summoning a greater daemon, binding it to your own soul, and draining its essence bit by bit is hardly worship of Slaanesh, though it would have granted you daemonhood in the end, had you continued on this path. And what if I break these chains, kill you, and decide to do it a second time? An excellent question. The creature in orange armor and white glyphs praised thoughtfully. What happens when you try to summon a daemon but the domain it was part of no longer exists? I will have to test it on a few of my subjects before leaving this planet. They still are my subjects. The opponent conjured by her psyche chuckled. I know you are infamous for your delusions, my dear Axenia, but really, your subjects. The pathetic militia you called an army didn't last 3 days before outright surrendering to my warband. And with a certain amount of relief, I might add. For some mysterious reason, they really didn't like the sorcery tantrums you threw this last decade. Nobody likes being mastered, even if the one doing it is a distant cousin of a cousin. Or is it especially because they were your cousins? The hostile illusion sighed. Anyway, your subjects are now my subjects, and I thank you dearly on the behalf of all our warband and almighty Tsianch for the millions of slaves and hired guns you've delivered into our hands for a very minimal effort. Axenia had perfect control, so she didn't snarl as the awful mask lowered itself so close to her face and mocked her again. Perhaps in hindsight, you should have learned the basics of military tactics instead of spending your time murdering and puppeteering your subordinates. I'm not complaining, mind you. Your arrogance and vainglorious behavior made our conquest easier than the invasion of an imperial cemetery world. Her psyche had truly chosen the worst moment to rebel. But it was a short reversal of fortune. Soon her skills and will would be back under complete control. Now that all resistance on Laodomata has been destroyed or is in hiding, I can deal with you. Your ability to mentally break a greater daemon is completely unprecedented, and I want to make good use of it. See, I have an enemy I plan to confront in a few decades, and every insect in her control range obeys her completely. Since I don't want to be devoured by a spider army, I told myself the simplest solution was to use a master to fight against a master. And the courts of change approved my plan, agreeing to provide some help to make you into a proper instrument of war. Provided I could make you submit, of course. I will never submit to you. I am Axenia and I will dominate you like I have dominated every rebellious part of my psyche world. There was no instance of laughter. The golden demonic mask changed to tighten against the face of its owner, revealing the rather elegant visage of a woman. Not up to her perfection obviously, but pretty enough to be considered rather attractive, if juvenile. And my CO leader thinks I'm crazy. The exhausted expression rapidly vanished to be replaced by a more determined one. The hard way it is, then. At least the couple of insane apothecaries we recruited in the eye will be in my debt for granting them the opportunity to vivisect you. You think you are going to scare me with these feeble threats? Fear isn't the purpose of this discussion, and this wasn't a threat, it's just something which is going to happen in a few hours, possessed Executrix Primaris. The demonic decorated scepter longer than 3 arms and flashing irregularly in black and blue energies was slammed against her floor. I am Militia, Herald of Psianch, and from now on you are going to make yourself useful in the long war. Her mind dissolved in the darkness immediately after the last word was uttered. Beyond the imperial frontier of Segmentum Obscurus. Calyx Expanse. Uvath Dark Sovereignty. Sin-Tilla System. Approximately 9.078.297 M35. The blood rose. Before the Battle of Kamarak, Sin-Tilla, capital world of the Uvath Dark Sovereignty, was one of those targets which would have been acknowledged as too heavily defended for any force of Astartes which wasn't a full legion. The translated designation many of the slave races Lodarasaran had learned from their rare prisoners was Calyx Hell Worlds. Under other circumstances, the captain of the Conqueror would have laughed at the arrogance, but was forced to admit that this time, it was perfectly accurate. The planet of Sin-Tilla was a heart of darkness, the very center of power where the Uvath built their warp energy constructs and somehow managed to keep them stable in the Matrium. Or rather, it had been a heart of darkness. The Uvath had been one of the most powerful Xenos empires to avoid the wrath of the false emperor's servants in the long millennia after the siege, though it had little to do with military prowess and everything to do with the fact the cursed light of the Astronomicon wasn't able to illuminate the Calyx Expanse. As a consequence, the Uvath had grown decadent, and their gluttony for slaves and sorcery to satisfy their debased desires had known no limits. Obviously, it had made them prime candidates to be influenced by Slaanesh. So when the Battle of Kamaraka's aftershocks had manifested themselves across the galaxy, not only had the false emperor's powers reached the Calyx Expanse for the first time in millennia if ever, the Uvath had seen all their Slaaneshi cultists die in a few seconds. Lodara had seen the first consequences on the outer worlds of the Dark Sovereignty, and she saw them again in this very system through the demonic auspices of the Conqueror. Gigantic space fortresses emptied of their masters, leaving the former slaves of the Uvath alone and ready to be recruited into the Conqueror's fleet. Debris of warp-infused machinery which had broken either by contact with the anathema's light or the death screams of excess. The subjugation of the Calyx Expanse by the Uvath had ended with the Battle of Kamarak. Both planets and space stations where the Dark Order had reigned were now centers of chaotic expression as slaves rose against the last Uvath. The perfect hunting ground to increase the size of our fleet, Lodara declared, and she felt the ever-hungry sentience of the ship around her answer with a powerful impulse of satisfaction. During the Great Crusade, it would have been unconscionable to use these Xenos designs for any purpose which wasn't a fireship, but it wasn't the Great Crusade anymore. 4th Company, the Blood Rose of the World Eaters commanded, knowing the Conqueror would relay her orders. Prepare for boarding assaults on the Uvath Void Wasps. I want them intact and able to sail. Do whatever you want with the Xenos. Of all the Berserkers and other Astartes which had rallied to her after the Herald of Kern gave Lodara this mission, they were among the more stable, or from another point of view the least insane of the bunch. That was it for the difficult mission. The rest was just going to be a matter of letting the bloodlust of the Key-ornate Marines run its course for a while. Betrayer, once upon a time, Lodara would have called him Karn, but the beast masquerading as a blood-soaked Astartes no longer had any link with the captain of the 8th Assault Company save 2 things. The first was his incomparable battle experience. The second was his hatred for Erebus the Vile One and the few bastards who had managed to betray him and escape his Gorax in the myriad of battles having raged since the siege of Terra. Hear my words. I hear you, Princess of Conquest. If Lodara had needed evidence the betrayer wasn't fully human anymore, she had it in this very instant. Yet that wasn't the reason she shivered violently. The title he had given her, no, it was better to not think about it. The defenses of Sin-Tilla are already broken. While the Conqueror and the boarding forces take care of their fleet, lead the assault companies on the Hell World. There were few orders she could give that the World Eaters were going to obey, and her next sentences reflected this. Try to avoid killing too any humans, I need them to replenish our crew's numbers. The Uvath and their Xenos vassals, exterminate them. These worms defied the Lord of Skulls, and worshipped vanity and vainglory. They deserve only an end in blood and massacre. In his name, it will be done. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Freighter White Ducat. 3.090.297 M35. Chartist Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. The White Ducat had left Nix Quartus behind it 3 hours ago when the first ship of the Ophelia fleet translated into the system. Our navigators deserve congratulations for bringing us here ahead of the Ministorum envoys, Marianne noted whimsically, knowing the 2 spies of the Nobilite present on her ship's bridge would report it to their patrons. The orders of her mother aside, the size of the squadrons emerging from the warp were sufficiently big to delay every ship coming after them for days at best, weeks at worst. I see there are plenty of cardinal flagships among them. We have confirmed identifications for 15 of them, her Master of Augurs diligently reported. To these numbers must be added the Militant Blessing, flagship of Arch-Cardinal Winston Marlborough. The heiress of the Gutenberg Chartist fleet smiled and thanked the Master for the information. Inwardly, she was calculating. The preliminary estimates of the Ophelian starships materializing on her personal hololithic console were already 30% higher than the estimates she had worked with during the travel. Here again, the unprecedented nature of the times were proving as much a challenge as they brought more difficulties to adapt to. The possibility of gaining an audience before the good Arch-Cardinal and his impressive escort arrive is low, the seneschal assigned to her pointed out. It is non-existent, you mean? Marianne pressed a blue rune in front of her, and the three-dimensional images of the ecclesiarchy ships was replaced by their destination, the hive world of Nix Tertius. It was an incredible vision of unlimited industrial expansion and interstellar trade. There were shipyards and forges under construction everywhere. All the Lagrange points were already occupied by mechanics and other industrial space stations, and even the dumbest administratum adept couldn't fail to notice all of the massive shipyards being assembled around the planet. And then there were the ships. Nix wasn't Terra or any planet of Sol, but the number of hulls arriving and departing was impressive nonetheless. There were enough mechanics assets to be considered an expeditionary fleet by themselves, and her eyes had noted the ranks of merchant transports protected by layer after layer of lasers and capital ships. Nix was far superior to Zolingen, though the mines sector should still outpace this nexus of trade and industry, if only by virtue of having more hive worlds than the domain of the new living saint. But I checked, and we are on the 90th fraction of the year, barely 3 days or so away from the day of the Emperor's ascension. For all the traditions which seem to have changed these last years in the sector, the celebrations of this holiest of the holy days continue to be held as they were. Certainly because no matter the grievances the current celestial governor had against her predecessors, the sums they poured into the festivities given to honor the victory of the light and the ascension of the God Emperor on his golden throne were not among the flaws worthy of execution. It appears that there is a grand ball held inside Hive Athena on the 101st fraction. The first reports of the agents she had given the order to gather secrets and information proved their worth, one where Her Celestial Highness the Basileia will be present. I admire your ability to focus on the critical information, the Seneschal of House Gutenberg assigned to her ship shook his head, but isn't that a bit ambitious, even for you? We are still several hours away from being authorized to take position in a stationary orbit, never mind actually setting foot on the Hive world. It will certainly take us between a day and a half to 2 days to find a proper base inside the capital Hive, and the day of the Emperor's ascension is in 3 days. Worse from our house's perspective, the ball is undoubtedly going to be one of the events of the year, and you know as well as I do that invitations in these kind of events are sent out months in advance. Especially as, according to the rumors, the living saint is going to travel to the Hive world of Wuhan this year, decreasing the number of potential audiences and clearly not gracing other holy days with her presence. But yes, you have aptly described the obstacles in my way. You won't reconsider the approach. The inconvenience with the seneschals of the Gutenberg fleet was that they knew her so well. I am going to make some contingencies, don't worry. But I firmly intend to be invited to this ball. And in the midst of reports, she had found something which could help her achieve her goal. And aside from praying and expecting a miracle, your strategy is. House Achilles of the Novice Nobilite is present on this world. The seneschal frowned. I will grant you they represent a possible key to open the vault doors, assuming we didn't make an enemy of them when they lost their principal contracts on the throne world. According to the databases available to me, that isn't the case, Marianne spoke. Apparently, the navigators of the magisterial house of Scheherazade did nothing to support the Achelius as they lost markets and centuries of investments, but they didn't move with their enemies either. And oh dear, as the data streams flowed, it was revealed there were unconfirmed rumors of Belisarius and Pharisee ships having met unpleasant ends before Comorac became a name synonymous with imperial victory. How fascinating! They won't be satisfied with mere bribes. No, Comorac would have seen to that. The exact magnitude of the assets looted and recovered from the Xenos was alas not something she had reports on, save the most extraordinary which were common knowledge. But as the old proverb went, fortune was found in the tiniest and most insignificant details. Fortunately, the heiress of House Gutenberg flexed her hands covered by white silk gloves. I have plenty of boons and contracts which should interest even a magisterial house. This was going to be beyond expensive, it went without saying. What was true for ordinary nobles was doubly true where the novice nobilite was concerned. You didn't receive an audience just because you asked nicely. The suddenness of her arrival was going to force her into bargains she might have avoided if there had been more days available before the holiest of the holy days, or if there hadn't been so many cardinals a few million kilometers away. But these were the conditions she had to work with, and Marianne didn't plan to fail, no matter how many constraints House Gutenberg had to work against. And they were numerous. Assuming House Achelius consented to getting her an invitation, the daughter of the representative for the Chartist captains would be nearly alone and in a court of which she knew only from what she had been able to obtain since her arrival less than a day ago. She had to find a ball dress respecting the trends of fashion currently in favor on this hive world, and magnify them subtly to attract the positive attention she wanted. And there were so few hours remaining, best get to work. I hope it is urgent news that can't wait, Marianne said as a captain of the Gutenberg Rifles advanced at a pace so fast it gave the impression he was half walking, half running. Lady Vice Queen, the officer saluted. I'm sorry, the custodes, they're gone. Gone. The captain of the White Ducat raised an eyebrow. I thought they had returned to the compartment I graciously placed at their disposal. We thought so too, Lady Vice Queen. But we checked and rechecked every compartment on the upper decks. They are nowhere to be found. Hive Athena's Gene Labs. Basilea Taylor Bear. Dreadnoughts on display were impressive. Even when opened and many of their internal components visible, they didn't lose most of their aura of robustness and indomitability. The fact that a lot of the components of this one were older than the hive she was living into didn't lessen the aura of durability at all, quite the opposite in fact. The pain is lessening. The Master of Healing watched the complex screens for several seconds before nodding to her. Permission to administer a second injection of Bacta, chosen of the Omniscia. Granted. There was no dramatic change anywhere near the sarcophagus for the next minutes, but the amniotic liquids leaving the survival container of ancient Rylaner appeared to be filled with impurities. It may be just her imagination, however. Taylor had learnt much about medical science in the last several years, but she wasn't a biologist specialist. Better. Much better. The dreadnought formerly of the Emperor's Children exclaimed. Pain levels monitored by the neuronal matrix in constant diminution, Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dipides informed the small group watching the experiment. The blue Bacta is as expected unable to regenerate limbs, but the regeneration of existing brain cells and other damage inflicted by time and the traitors is superior to our original estimations by 10%. Several minutes were spent verifying Rylaner was exhibiting no problematic reactions from being exposed to Bacta, and then the last loyalist of Istvan III was put into a medical slumber, allowing him to rest for the first time in several millennia. Regular injections of Bacta every year will most likely be able to restore him to the levels of mental stability observed during the Great Crusade, the highest-ranked Mechanic-Use Tech Priest reported. Assuming the results are identical on the dreadnoughts of the Iron Drakes volunteering for the procedure, I will make a proposition to train apothecaries in these dreadnought healing procedures. And you will have my support for it. Leaving aside dreadnoughts like Pierre who had always been eccentric even before they had been placed in sarcophagi, the possibility of returning the majority of the centuries-old Astartes veterans to their full strategic and tactical capabilities wasn't a small thing at all. The additional boon of decreasing the pain they felt from old and new injuries, physical or mental, was not to be disdained either. I have noted however we need far more doses than the couple necessary to heal a regular battle brother. We used a total of 50 doses per injection today, the Archgenitor of Dantries III confirmed. But ancient Rylaner accrued mental and physical damage which should have killed him. That he is alive and rational is a triumph of his will and a miracle of the Omniscia. Absolutely, Taylor whispered. In the last few days, every time she had looked at the Contemptor dreadnought, the female para-human had tried to put herself in the loyalist of the Third's place, and failed. Could she wait for a few hours or a few days, wounded, in an underground basement, waiting for reinforcements that might never come? Yes. Could she wait for several millennia? The answer was a resounding no. Taylor wasn't ready to bet a single throne gelt on that. Not if all certainties and beliefs had disappeared like Rylaner's had in the massacre ordered by the arch-heretic. Please inform me once you think his recovery is complete. He and I have much to discuss. The priority topic was, obviously, the creation of the new chapter born from the Emperor's Children gene seed. The moment she had received the news from the Istvan system, and the confirmation from Astartes intelligence sources this really was the equivalent of a master of scouts the tech priests had found, Taylor had decided to wait and have a proper conversation with the ancient before the creation of the new chapter was truly launched. The problems with the genetic compatibility had only increased the necessity of knowing more about the past of the Third Legion. For the moment, it looked like the potential of Rylaner was something justifying the delays. The owner of the Contemptor dreadnought was sane, or as sane as you could possibly be after having been betrayed, listened to your own brothers dying without being able to do anything to save them, and waited millennia with the knowledge the deeds of a lifetime had been trampled by spiteful bastards sullying your legion's colors. Do you think he will want to continue with the model of Contemptor, or try another model? Asked Gavriel. The Contemptor pattern is far from obsolete on the battlefields of the 35th millennium. Unfortunately for the Imperium, there were few left in active service too. The logistical difficulties in giving maintenance to these living legends of the Great Crusade were enormous for the chapters, and too often the necessity of extensive repairs condemned the ancient to stay in stasis under a fortress monastery until a Forge World was able to build the required spare parts. It's possible he will desire to continue his career inside it. I'm afraid I don't know enough about the ancient to make a prediction one way or another. Since you intend to use his memories for duties away from the front lines, Gamaliel intervened, this isn't a choice he will have to make in a hurry. Yes, but her answer was distracted, as more than a kilometer away from her current position one of the widows guarding several minor tunnels of the underground found itself facing giants which were not supposed to be there. If my memory doesn't fail me, there was a ship from Holy Terra which arrived in system yesterday. The White Ducat, a ship with ties to the Chartist High Lord, Sergeant Dagan Belligerus of the Invaders chapter. I don't think there was anything of note mentioned by the custom inspectors. How strange, I would think you wouldn't forget the presence of 3 custodes aboard, Taylor replied as her spiders formed an honor guard and politely invited the 3 transhuman giants to her position. As always, whether via insects' senses or through her own eyes, the sheer aura surrounding them was awe-inspiring. A mere glance was enough to let you think that one Watcher of the Throne was largely sufficient to fight an entire army of Xenos or any enemy threatening the Golden Throne alone, and emerge triumphant. Individually, the golden-winged insect mistress thought they were all a bit weaker than Anubis Excelsior, but since the standard she was judging them against was their own Captain General, that was a bit unfair. What was really surprising, on the other hand, was that of the 3 members of the Adeptus Custodes approaching them, only one wore the gold everyone took for granted when the name was spoken. The 2 others wore black, though both armors were different. The shoulder pauldrons of the left one were a dark crimson, as was his cloak, while the custodes on the right managed to combine gold, black, emerald, and purple on the same armor, and surround himself in an aura of terrifying dread promising nothing but death if you dared blocking his path. Lady Taylor Hebert, the one who appeared to be the leader and was clad in ormite and carried a monstrous lance that surely would be able to slay a knight or one of her toughest insects if properly wielded. Per the will of our liege, we have come stand vigil by your side. And per the oaths sworn and the accords agreed with the Captain General, you are welcome. The young woman had considered making a remark that they could have arrived by more conventional paths, but custodes were custodes, and their authority was not something to be challenged lightly. I am Shield Captain Vi Volturus. I will be the messenger and the warden of his will. I am Muris Amoda of the Dankanatoi. The purple-black-gold custodes presented himself, something that judging by the reactions of her Dawnbreaker guard, left them as much in the dark as she was. I am Baldur Vor, Shadow Keeper. The other black-armored custodes revealed his name, and nothing more. We have much to speak about, the Shield Captain said. It was good to see that at least, being a custodes didn't stop you from voicing understatements. Hive Athena. Major General Jack Death Swartz. Jack had expected this visit to Nyx to be unconventional. He hadn't been wrong. The moment they'd landed on the spaceport, they had been welcomed by a space marine, and while the Catachan guardsmen had been led to their barracks, he and his 3 companions had been told to climb onto a gigantic red scorpion like one used an aircar. It went without saying the living transport was less comfortable than the technological one, though given the crowds on the ground and in the sky, the scorpion was likely the fastest option, given that every pilgrim and spectator immediately removed him or herself from the roads and elevators when they came into view. We are almost at the agreed meeting point, the Angel of Death, his armor half bone color and half dark brown, informed them in a tone which told them he was almost sorry this escapade was reaching its end. Jack didn't share the feeling. Mostly because while he loved unconventional rides, it hadn't escaped him the space marine was neither the pilot nor the tamer of this massive armored predator, and the stinger and claws of this scorpion looked very lethal if employed against humans. And then there a living transport rushed into a vast courtyard, and Jack cursed loudly. Thousands of Catachan ants were waiting for them, assembled in an impeccably ordered parade formation. The Major General had left Catachan many years ago, but he recognized the insects as the ferocious members of their species' warrior castes instantly. That answered one of his questions, and raised thousands of others. Are these ants that dangerous? Surgeon General Anacruz asked him as they dismounted from the scorpion. They are from my home world, the owner of the Star of Terra told the Lucifer Black Medici and his 2 other companions. Immediately, he saw their expressions get tenser as their bodies fell into defensive stances. And they are under Our Lady's control, the Space Marine spoke again. How the hell is this possible? Froissart Bureau, logistician expert of the Departamento Munitorum, had drawn a las pistol from somewhere, though he kept it aimed parallel to his right leg. The few rogue traders who try to acquire the Catachan fauna end up dead. Oh, they tried their best to kill me at first. A swarm of flies and hornets soared over their heads, and the voice accompanying them was the noise of thousands of them somehow manipulated to reproduce a coherent voice. But now they're productive loyal servants, like the rest of the swarm. Gates half hidden by a wall groaned before opening wide, and more space marines than Jack had ever seen outside a war zone emerged from it. Jack resheathed one of the many knives he had drawn, knowing very well through experience that playing intimidation games with space marines never ended well for the non-Astartes. These ones didn't seem to be the exception to the rule. Most had enormous bolters or guns tied to their belts or strapped to their backs, and the long curved blades many of them possessed were a new model of power sword if his eyes weren't deceiving him. And then an angel dropped from the sky, and Jack Swartz saluted instinctively as a wave of power, determination, and sheer danger washed over him. Major General Swartz, I presume. The voice was softer, less unnatural in person, but there still was this sonority of danger and death ringing in it. And while the golden armor presented to their gazes was really pretty, the Katachan officer could spot the almost imperceptible lines where extensive repairs and improvements had been made. This was the elite panoply of war which had served in the Battle of Kamarak. Yes, Lady General. About these ants. You have nothing to fear. These 5,000 warrior ants are under the control of 5 queens, and I control the queens. They haven't tried to board one of your warships and plague the crew with visions of Katachan. There had been several really damaging incidents, thorough imperial history of adventurers and aliens placing these murderous insects in stasis and believing themselves out of danger. Only to realize the error of their ways once they encountered some, how did the tech priests call it? Yes, some technical difficulties. I fought a mental battle with a few million Katachan queens twice for the control of the queen the Mechanikus had spirited away from your home world, the living saint admitted, her emotionless expression telling him it had not been an easy contest, but after that, the queens and the castes they control have been models of cooperation. A fortunate thing, since it is their species which allow the production of Bacta. The Major General of the Katachan jungle fighters drew a deep breath. Of all the things, well, he was still going to need a few hours to really adjust. You won't have to worry much about them, the black-haired woman generating a large amount of golden light continued as if she was reading his thoughts. Most of the ants born on Nyx this year and the next are transferred to the moon of Formicarium in orbit around Nyx Secundus the moment I decide they're sufficiently well behaved. The ones which are staying there are either in stasis vaults, high-security labs, or serving as my personal bodyguards. Forgive me, Lady General, Major General Gwendolyn Harkonnen of the Militarim's Public Relations, also known by the less flattering moniker of Guard Propaganda, found the strength to speak after the initial surprise. But were the scorpions not enough? Actually, the governor of Nyx, who also happened to be a guard officer, ran a hand through her black hair. These scorpions are a very recent addition, and I wanted to test their versatility today. They will be quite useful on open battlefields, but I have my doubts in more urban environments. They will strike more fear and battle shock than a conventional battle tank, I think. The same space marine who had played the role of their guide told Lady Weaver. They are Bale scorpions. Fully grown, they are far bigger than a Russ or a Khan. The winged Lady General advanced until she could place her hand on the armored crimson head of the scorpion. We will have to test them further before our departure. Ants and scorpion began to move in direction of the courtyard's exit in a precise military march. I'm afraid I don't have a lot of time today to make introductions and give you the full tour of Hive Athena's stratagems and military infrastructure. For that I apologize. You don't have to make apologies, Froissart Bureau assured her. We understand how much politics and influence struggle is happening today. I hope you will keep the same view on things once you will have taken note of my working methods. Logistician, the black-eyed, golden-armored woman let a half-smile arrive on her lips. But today is your lucky day. There is only one trial ahead of you to complete the formalities recognizing you as part of my general staff. And that trial is? Major General Gwendolyn Harkonnen of the Jupiter Storms inquired. Don the ceremonial uniforms prepared for you and follow me to the ball this evening, of course. Froissart and Gwendolyn stoically acknowledged the news. Anacruz and himself, not being political animals by any stretch, grimaced heavily. In the spirit of competition animating every guardsman of His Most Holy Majesty, the Katachan holder of the Star of Terra asked to the woman who had beat him on number and quality of military medals, could I instead spar with a few thousand of your ants instead? Arch-Cardinal Winston Marlborough. On the bad days, being an Arch-Cardinal could be summed up in the words, exhausting boredom and nightmarish vellum bureaucracy. Sometimes Winston was concerned that the very adeptus he belonged to had more points in common with the administratum than any other imperial organization. It was sad to say, but after several millennia, a lot of cardinals were really behaving like the tithe masters of the Adeptus Terra. The notable difference was that the religious demands were labeled donations instead of tithes. Today, fortunately, was one of the good days, since his rank allowed him to be invited to a grand ball inside a living saint's halls without making more than a couple hundred queries and giving away some 50 favors. It was satisfying, because as he watched the spectacle offered to all the invitees, the Arch-Cardinal of Ultima Segmentum would have been seriously distraught at the idea of seeing it via servo-skull recording. Or servo-owl, as it seemed Nyx was using a lot of the tech birds, courtesy of Her Celestial Highness having discovered the template. The dancing halls and the entire palace had been entirely rebuilt recently, that much the member of the Ecclesiarchy Conclave didn't need to be an architect to be sure of. And the result was astounding. Winston had until now never seen a large scene being decorated in the theme of Salamander's Space Marines, but he had a feeling certain nobles and cardinals would imitate it in the future. The floor had been prepared with green and red marble, showing numerous angels of death standing vigil over humanity, slaying beasts and lighting torches of gold to help the God Emperor stand against the darkness. There were fountains of fake flames, but the red and green stones were so realistically sculpted one could almost believe them real if one wasn't extremely close. A massive statue of the Primarch Fukin swearing his allegiance to the God Emperor dominated the room, and a full orchestra was playing near it. Tens of thousands of great green butterflies were everywhere, providing a soft illumination when the light pulsed at different levels of intensity with the songs played. And of course there was the living saint. At the heart of everything, she was there, golden light and golden wings protecting them all. In return, many space marines, young women of the new Templar sororitas, and guardsmen of the Fey 20th were forming a flexible security cordon, stopping a possible mob rush in her direction in the cradle. As a consequence, approaching Her Celestial Highness was both a dance and a game of intrigue. Be they guild masters of Nyx, chartists, captains and heads of merchant houses, heads of cardinals, cardinals of his delegation, or military officers, everyone had quickly noticed how often staying attentive to the figures executed by the tens of thousands of insects present and the nature of the conversation tended to give a man or a woman the conversation they had prayed for during the last weeks or months. Evidently, there were always some people unable to understand the importance of politeness and etiquette, despite the fact that the new Nyxian code, as several dukes and counts he had spoken with nicknamed it, was fundamentally quite simple and straightforward. Those bad sires did not last long, and there were always soldiers shining with medals or ladies in red robes telling the impertinent his presence was not desired anymore tonight. The worst troublemakers had outright been stung by a few hornets, and it didn't take a lot of intelligence to recognize it for the political death sentence it was. Have you thought about the first edicts you will propose to Her Celestial Highness the Basileia? Winston smiled at the not-so-original query of Director Albert Rhine. That said, the Archcardinal knew the man had worked hard and diligently in his saintly governor's service, and had received important industrial contracts from the capital hive to Nyx Sextus in reward. I have a lot of ideas, Winston Marlborough admitted with a detached air. Alas, I have barely set foot on this hive world, leaving me with little idea what the religious priorities are, beyond of course the obvious. Like His Holiness the Ecclesiarch, I have contemplated advising Her Celestial Highness to add 2 new holy days to celebrate the grand victory won in the tenebrous realms of Camarak. 2. The senior figure of the Adeptus Ministorum smiled indulgently. I wished it could be 10 or 20, but if we add that many holy days to the Nyxian calendar, I have a feeling several adept users are going to protest. The cartel head chuckled, and inclined the crystal glass to concede his point. One of the many possibilities was to officialize a day of Camaraka's destruction and a day of ovation, though as always, I remain willing to listen to advice. A new rhythm of music and a different choreography of several thousands of fireflies ended the short exchange. From Director Albert, Winston found himself dancing a waltz with an old countess, one that he was sure all the amasek in the world wouldn't be enough to convince him to accept her not-so-subtle advances, and then, as he abandoned the large space reserved to dancers, in an interesting debate with the aging Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nyx. The two of them in good humor compared the benefits and problems of their respective commands, commiserated on the levels of vellum and bureaucracy depriving them of their true vocations, and bemoaned the arrogance of youth who didn't respect their elders. All in all, Winston was in a rather good mood when the songs and rhythm wanted by Her Celestial Highness engulfed him again and led his feet directly in front of an amazing-looking young woman. The Archcardinal's circle of advisors had been rather insistent the chances were low the Gutenberg's heiress would be here, but he had not trusted their opinions, and sure enough, his guts as a former frat heiress Templar had been right. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg, the senior envoy of Ophelia 7 murmured, offering a curt nod which was immediately returned. I was not expecting to see you here. Why not, Your High Eminence? Winston didn't share most of the prejudices the Ecclesiarch and his strongest supporters felt towards the power brokers of Holy Terra who weren't always the High Lords, it had to be pointed out. But looking at the heiress of the speaker for the Chartist captains, he knew the core of the fears the Ecclesiarchy felt towards the politicians of the throne world were more than justified. Marianne Gutenberg was dressed like a beautiful carnivorous flower, and like all such predators, underneath the veneer of a sublime disguise there were 10,000 poisonous thorns waiting for you. Unlike so many nobles and non-nobles dancing and exchanging their opinions around them, the Archcardinal was confident the young woman had not abused rejuvenation treatments and biosculpting to attain her current looks. No, everything was perfectly natural, the result of centuries, if not millennia of gene selection programs and carefully selected marriages where cutthroat families united their scions for blood, wealth, and power. The final result in the body in front of him was a Chartist captain with fair blonde hair a couple of shades paler than gold, blue eyes so pure the water they were drinking this evening could die of shame, and curves most courtesans would kill 100 of their rivals to own. She was physically trained to kill, with discreet but battle-ready muscles. Her features radiated elegance and authority, but retained their full humanity and a terrifying charisma. The chest, the legs, the hips, the pace, the gestures, the stance, everything had been rehearsed and worked hard and long to achieve a result which would scream superiority to the rest of humanity. The dress was the final weapon. It achieved the feat of being both relatively daring and conservative, a sleeveless ensemble which left her arms covered in long and thin red gloves, and her body enveloped by a cloth of red and silver. The red looked like scales and was akin to a circling salamander, the silver was feather-like and angelic, but presented all the characteristics of silk. The sum of its parts was like a feminine variant of the union of Holy Terra and Mars, the beauty and the strength, the faith and the emotionless logic. A thin necklace containing a mid-sized sapphire was visible above the modest cleavage. There was no mistake like using gold without the living saint's blessing, or upsetting the codes of the Nyxian audience. Golden throne, maybe it was she who was going to make the trend for the next balls, and wasn't that a worrying thought? I didn't see you on the first draft of the invite list, Your Excellency. Not that he had been allowed to study it, given how late their arrival had been for the feast of the Emperor's Ascension, and how much influence he currently lacked at the court of the living saint. You shouldn't believe such underhive rumors, Your High Eminence, the Archcardinal almost expected for the Chartist representative to fire back with the same sentence, and the next second saw him unpleasantly surprised. Like I don't give any credence to those claiming you would be foolish enough to bring arcoflagellants and death cultists to a system where Her Celestial Highness has explicitly forbidden them. On several occasions, Winston had turned his impetuosity and improvisation skills into his strengths. He had a feeling this was not going to be one of these times. Rather, it sounded more and more like the lack of information due to his warp travel and non-existent local network were biting him in an unmentionable body part. Point taken, the religious leader answered politely, staying the very image of calm and composed, despite knowing the woman was laughing behind her smile at the point she had scored. Obviously Winston wasn't a supporter of those questionable practices where capital punishment was rendered, but he had been attached several hundred penitent congregations, and there were many who had arcoflagellants and death cultists. Now he had to hope his subordinates had been wise enough to not let them be seen, or there would be hell to pay, literally. Your navigators must have been very competent to let you arrive mere hours before me. Yes, they deserve every coin of their princely income. Oh, it seems our steps are destined to walk together for a few more minutes. And as new insects arrived and a festive music replaced the waltz, Winston saw it was not an evasive tactic. The Vice Queen of the Gutenberg Chartist fleet and himself were summoned by Her Celestial Highness. Together. Basilea Taylor Hebert. Jealous. Taylor found herself murmuring when Wei kissed her on the cheek. Maybe a little, her seneschal consort admitted. It's not often I meet someone who is more beautiful than me. I suppose it depends how much one enjoys blonde-haired, blue-eyed princesses, the Basilea told her Wahane's lover. You don't think she's beautiful, then? Wei was teasing her again, and was anything but subtle. I think she's very beautiful, denying it would be a lie, and not exactly a subtle one. I also think she's very dangerous. The speaker for the Chartist captains didn't send her heiress here because she was another Nostradamus Van Dyer in waiting. The insect mistress had constantly kept several dozen insects around her to hear what Marianne Gutenberg was saying since this ball had begun, and some of the very technical debates she had held with cartel heads, and even one of the few archmagi present had confirmed the Gutenberg emissary was very, very clever. And physically, she wasn't harmless either. Taylor was almost certain 2 of the rings on her fingers were particularly clever disguised weapons, hidden well enough to fool the numerous security checks every invitee had to go through. The Heracles Wardens were going to have fun after tonight, no doubt. Well, we can't avoid meeting them anyway, Wei said lightly, though the tenseness in her shoulders indicated her consort was not comfortable meeting these kinds of representatives with so little preparation. Do you want me by your side? Of course, the golden-winged para-human grasped her right hand in hers. After all the time you spent for our robes to be complimentary, it would be a shame to not grandstand in front of an archcardinal and the envoy of a high lord. The 2 dresses were the colors of ormite and argent amite fused together to create an impressive visual effect, and between the 10 precious stones and the spider silk which had been required, they were truly the queens of Nyx tonight, though the woman advancing to meet them was superior in looks alone. Your Celestial Highness, Your Excellency, the Archcardinal and the woman accompanying him saluted Wei and herself, their unsynchronized reverence and words making clear they were not in any way or form allied with each other. Your High Eminence, Your Excellency, Taylor replied. I bid you welcome to Nyx. I hope tonight's ball has been enjoyable for you so far. It is remarkably pleasant, Winston Marlborough declared, promptly echoed by the Chartist representative. Despite his famous name and several physical traces of a military career, the Archcardinal really didn't at all look like a certain M2 British politician. His nose was long, a few millimeters or so longer, and it would have been comical. His skin was deeply tanned, though it remained light enough to be called chocolate and not black or obsidian. He was tall, a good head taller than she was. And his hair was a rich brown, with no trace of baldness. I understand I have you to thank for the arrival of a custodes force, the insect mistress spoke to the blonde-haired woman in her extremely elaborate red-silver ball dress. So they contacted you, dark pink lips smiled, and Taylor could almost feel the pressure of the calculating gaze of her 2 interlocutors. They vanished not long after the inspections on Nyx Sextus, and I for one have no idea how they did it. For all their size and very threatening appearance, the Watchers of His Most Holy Majesty have impressive skills where infiltration of imperial and non-imperial strongholds are concerned. The female para-human had not forgotten who had given her most of the information and the keys to launch an attack on Kumarak, and judging by the hatred the Drukari felt for any species which didn't belong to their society, the information must have been gained first-hand, in the depths of the webway. I won't deny this, will tonight provide more evidence of their skills. No, Taylor answered curtly, the custodes won't be joining us tonight. Today is a day which holds a far different meaning for them. For the overwhelming majority of the Imperium, the day of Ascension were the 24 standard hours in which the Emperor had been interred on the Golden Throne and ascended to become the God Emperor of mankind. For the Custodes, it was the day of failure, the very moment where their blades and superhuman aptitudes had utterly failed to uphold the only oath they had ever devoted their lives to. A pity, her religious invitee stated very seriously. Having not had the privilege to travel to Holy Terra, I never saw his Custodes save in picked casts and statues. I assure you, they are more impressive in flesh than in the reproductions imperial artists have made of them. The presence and lethality of the Watchers of the Throne was a thing of legend, far stronger than the transhuman performances of the Astartes, and since she was empowered by the Emperor, Taylor was partially immune to them. I think the Lady Vice Queen will not correct me on this point. Not at all, the blue eyes were the very picture of innocence, and the small inclination of the bust and the seducing smile could have been immortalist as the appearance of temptation. Taylor ignored it. She already had a lover and partner in the person of Wei, and everything was working fine in that aspect of her life. The basileia of Nyx wasn't going to introduce an unforeseen variable, not when this complicating factor was as dangerous as Marianne Gutenberg. They met me in the Jovian shipyards while I was about to return to my ship for the journey to Nyx, and I still don't know how they were able to uncover my orbit schedule and my house's intentions. They are the Watchers of the Throne, the God Emperor reveals to them many secrets through his immortal radiance, Winston Marlborough preached piously. Absolutely, the woman nodded with such celerity Taylor could almost see the but coming right behind it. Or they have their own operatives and monitoring programs in the depths of the Sol Ensembles, listening to every secure communication important adepts make in broad daylight. Taylor had to remind herself twice she couldn't trust this woman in the next few seconds, because even with her own skills and ability to think emotionlessly, the daughter of the speaker for the Chartist captains was charm and helpfulness incarnate, at least that was what the facade in red silver would want you to see. The Arch-Cardinal, on the other hand, was very much annoyed, as expected. Taylor knew the senior upper cardinal of the ecclesiarchy and the Chartist captain were going to be in competition for as long as they remained in the sector. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon. Eastern Fringe. Approximately 30 million kilometers away from Scrapsard Mordecai. Deathwatch Strike Cruiser Silent Slayer. 8.109.297 M35. Deathwatch Captain Drake Tarek. We can't get through that. Before having his armor painted black, Captain Drake Tarek of the Iron Hands would have treated this statement as defeatist and proof the flesh was truly weak compared to the machine. Fortunately, Deathwatch Captain Drake Tarek was far more experienced and had worked with battle brothers of different chapters for decades, and grown in wisdom and maturity. When your sergeant told you it couldn't be done, even if his opinion was not based on any simulations, algorithmic sequences, or deep data analyses, it was best to listen to him. I realize the odds are daunting, the commander of the 10 Space Marines and 2 dreadnoughts present aboard the Silent Slayer interjected. It is probably, no, it is certainly a suicide mission. Captain, the face of Deathwatch Sergeant Jeremiah Scipio, formerly of the White Consuls, was grimness incarnate. I am ready to give my life against the Xenos. The oaths were sworn, and the Emperor will smile upon us if we stop this problem before it reaches the frontiers of the Imperium. But you don't believe it can be done? No, the black-clad son of Guilliman admitted. There are so many greenskin warships that even with the advanced stealth technology of the Silent Slayer, our chances to arrive at optimal torpedo range of this insult to Imperial shipyards aren't that good. Let's assume we can do it. Theoretical, I believe your cousins call it. Jeremiah Scipio huffed before smiling. All right, Captain. Theoretical, in the unlikely scenario we evade the 400-plus starships armed to the teeth our prey has refitted for its WAIC, the numerous scrap mines, the reinforcements the warp is spitting out randomly, and of course the racing bombers and starfighters plaguing the approaches of the scrapyards, we would still have to divide our forces in two. A heretical Xenos shield is protecting the biggest part of the Orc scrapyards, and Librarian Lawmail has confirmed the heavily fortified sections are where Agard is making his war preparations. We need to destroy the power sources keeping this shield active, or the mission will not accomplish any important objective. And as more and more data from the Silent Slayer's cogitators was analyzed by his brain, Drake knew this mission would kill most of the Space Marines under his command. If those damned Xenos shields hadn't been there, but they were, and such theoretical wishes were unworthy both of an Iron Hand and a Deathwatch captain. Your honest opinion, Sergeant? Do you believe the fortress of Indemitus Point has enough battle brothers for an operation like this one? I don't know, the former White Consul admitted. But we may not be alone in this fight. Plenty of the greenskins missing there have gone to Tigris, and the Mechanikus won't forget that. And then there's all these strange communications made by the Xenos fleet and the scrapyards. You refer to the bellowing and the screaming proclaiming war is near against the Swarmbringer. Yes. I think something we have no idea of has happened in the galaxy, and the Xenos are reacting to it. One way or another, we need more guns, intelligence, and likely more assistance from non-Deathwatch military forces. Except every day we don't strike is a day more orcs gather here. We can't do much but monitor them. The Deathwatch sergeant fixed the section of space crawling with the dangerous Xenos with a glare full of determination and hatred. Killer Guard and the orcs will be broken. But as long as that beast survives, the greenskins will rebuild here and wage new blasphemous wars. Drake Tarek nodded. True. We are going to move a few more million kilometers to be safe, and then an astropathic communication will be sent to Indomitus Point. But as the size of the infestation continued to grow before his eyes, the Death Watch captain didn't believe there were enough battle brothers available to be the knife in the darkness the Imperium required. Certainly the black-clad Astartes had turned many battles where the odds were worse than this, but this unimportant location nonetheless had millions of bellicose greenskins. And killing them all was going to take a very, very long time. Craft World Malantai 8.109.297 M35 Seer Maia Teal Lysis. There were many unpleasant ways to wake up. Being slapped and thrown from the top of one of her home's cascades by a harlequin was perhaps not the worst that could happen to an Asuryani, but on impact Maia swore she'd be killing the entire mask of clowns laughing at her from afar if it was the last thing she ever did. And no, the fact Ivrain had been subjected to the same treatment didn't brighten her mood. Choose your last words wisely, harlequin, the young seer growled. An ethereal wind was summoned by her mind, and many blades of water soared from the lake she had fallen into, ready to impale the giggling clowns. And then the beginning of her attack disappeared like it had never existed. Not far from her, Ivrain slammed into an invisible wall, and there had been no forewarning a psychic defense had been erected. The lights of Malantai flickered, and suddenly the harlequins disappeared one by one until there was but one lone figure remaining. Despite all her training and courage, Maia shuddered. The figure was a solitaire, the servants of the laughing god playing the role of fallen Slaanesh when they performed. Yet this one was very different from everything she had seen or heard of before. To begin with, it looked far less otherworldly and sworn to the primordial annihilator. In fact, it was more like someone had tried to sculpt the stone representation of an Asuryani female, and screwed up the artwork, by making it too perfect. Kamarak was only the beginning, were the first melodious words which made the young seer tremble, and not from the cold. The Dark City's legacy can't be one of hope. The song can shine, but the primordial annihilator will scream its hate. And at the end of the path, oblivion awaits. Oh yes, oblivion will darken the night. You're not making any sense, Ivrain complained. The 5 crone swords must be found and wielded by Asuryani champions on Oblivion's threshold, with the old and young queens bearing the mantle. Or Oblivion will be eternal. For a single second, Maia was consumed by the vision of a craft world dying and the screams of millions of Asuryani devoured by the predators of the Sea of Souls. The solitaire looked at Ivrain, and the exiled warrior of Biltan stared back defiantly. Find Kavir, the Sword of Sorrows, the order came, imperious and inflexible. It was stolen by the escaped prisoners of the greatest of the dark prisons, in their ignorance pursuing the stone rampart and the lightning hunter. For it to result in a greater disaster than the second fall. Ivrain scoffed. No, thank you. We have meddled enough with the threads of the future, I think. And what good will it do me? No one can wield the crone swords without immediately having their life essence drained. The Malantai seer agreed with her friend. Yes, the crone swords were prestigious weapons, and having one or several lost to them would be awful, but it wasn't like they had seen much use these last cycles. The little problem of their wielder dying by their fall tended not to attract many volunteers, unlike the swords of Vol. But then the Smith God's creations didn't tear you apart physically and mentally. There is no future for the Asuryani if at the precise moment, Kavir is not present and wielded by worthy hands. The harlequin spoke in a tone utterly devoid of emotion, frozen like its immobile face, before turning towards her. You, seer of Malantai, need to recover Asuvar, the sword of silent screams. Maia shook her head. Out of the question. It was secure in one of the safest temples of Biltan. If it isn't there anymore, it's because the humans have grabbed it. I won't move against them, thanks. I have no wish to be the reason the Angel of Death unleashes her armies and fleets against this craft world. But the sword of silent screams wasn't stolen by the servants of the Queen of the Swarm, seer. The solitaire was prompt to tell her of her erroneous words. It had been taken by the agents of the greatest thief to have plagued the ancient empire's existence. Maia didn't like the sound of that. The name of the thief is Trazyn of the Necrons, self-proclaimed infinite collector. You will find Asuvar in the galleries of Solemnace. The light flickered, and the harlequin was gone. If that was the joke, I think we will hate when they arrive with actual bad news. Ivrain commented before beginning a litany of insults which would have impressed even a servant of the primordial annihilator. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nix 3. Lisa's dome. 3.110.297 M35. Seneschal consort way CAO. There were many artifacts, piles of rare metals, gems, and weapons Taylor had immediately sold after Kamarak. Some because they weren't that useful, others because it was better than to let them gather dust in an underground vault or warehouse center. There were relics and machines which had been sold to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and other gifts sent to various power makers of the sector to thank them for the military support they had provided. And there were plenty of dangerous and forbidden things which had vanished into the Holy Inquisition's custody. The seneschal consort had expected the diamond crystal, also known as core crystal, would be among the objects her love would be sure to deliver to the inquisitors present at Pavia. In fact, she'd assumed this Xeno's psychic jewel would be at the top of the long list. It had killed plenty of space marines from an ineluctable psychic drain, including a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard, and it wasn't exactly like the Imperium had every original part to rebuild an identical core gate, or the resources to build new ones. But Taylor had disagreed, and here she was, speaking with the Eldar artifact again, protected by the numerous psychically gifted Astartes of her honor guard. The diamond crystal levitated in the shadow of Lisa, for the cache which protected the Xeno's creation was kept in an underground bunker under Lisa's dome, guarded by numerous lethal defense systems, which didn't include the protection provided by the guardsmen and Skitarii outside the biodome, or the moth herself. Finally, the diamond crystal stopped shining and descended back to be encased in the elaborately decorated box used to contain it when it wasn't in use. Seconds later, servitors under the vigilant eyes of several space marines lifted the object and went to return it to the highly secure vault where it would wait for another session. And that would probably not be any time soon. Aside from the fact they were all soon leaving for Wuhan, even Wei could tell 1 or 2 librarians were deeply exhausted by the mere minutes spent in proximity of the diamond crystal of the Xenos. Truly, it was an extremely dangerous artifact to empty the angels of death of their energy with such facility. Did you find the information you were looking for? The Wuhansborn woman asked as Lisa landed several meters away and the Emperor's champion of the Black Templars threw her several fruits in rapid succession to earn her approval. I think the answer is a mix of yes and no, her golden-winged paramour replied tiredly. It seems the ancient Ildari never seriously tried to actually send mining explorations into the unknown or synthesize Noctilith. Incidentally, they don't call it Noctilith, of course. They call it Destiny Stone. Much as I don't like the long ears, I can't really say they were wrong this time, Wei smiled. Even a broken clock can be right twice a day, Taylor agreed, kissing her on the cheek and placing her hands on her shoulders before they walked away, the song of the Titan moth resonating everywhere. Since they didn't mine or really make any effort to uncover the secrets of Noctilith, how did they manage to create the Blackstone fortresses? They stole what they needed from Necron stocks, of course, the Basileia of Nyx told her in a tone which, for all its amusement, had an undertone of viciousness. After that it seems they relied on their gods and some elite artisans to forge them. I wasn't really surprised when the core crystal told me a lot of the fortress's secrets were lost long before the fall of their empire. And obviously, most of their last Noctilith reserves were lost with the formation of the Eye of Terror. So even if the Eldar were willing to help us, not that Wei or anyone would ever seriously consider that, not after Kumarak and the destruction of Biltan, they are on the same level we are where Noctilith is concerned. Oh no, Taylor laughed. They are lagging behind. Their psychically attuned Noctilith, I haven't really understood the name the Ildari found for it, has some of the properties of ether gold, but it's far more unstable and far less useful. There's a reason Lisa could turn the Blackstone Fortress core into a warp-purifying crystal, after all. But the crystal had some interesting information to give. What sort of information? This time Taylor raised her voice, addressing not only her, but also the Space Marines and the lone black armored custodes escorting them. In the last stages of the war in heaven, as the divide between Matrium and Immaterium was almost completely broken, the Eldar spies found out that vast quantities of Noctilith were concentrated in a single location in the galactic east. The transports and the warships escorting the priceless cargo bore the iconography of the Silent King's own dynasty. The insect mistress paused, as the shadow of Lisa fell over them once more. Evidently, the gigantic insect had been satiated by the fruits provided. The crystal does not think much in terms of logistics, but the effort the Necrons must have agreed upon to divert these kinds of resources must have been colossal. At minimum, we're talking about billions of tons of Noctilith here. Wei felt her eyes widen. Even not being authorized to see everything Taylor had access to, the seneschal consort knew the consequences of acquiring so much of the priceless material would be galaxy-shattering. It would provide an incredible advantage to the Imperium, and solve all the headaches of the current shortage in one go. Where it is located. The Custodes was not one to beat around the bush for long. While I will need to compile the data with the cartographers, the location given by the core crystal is directly south of the Atala system and northeast of Tigris. The Eldar called it the heart of all evils and the dark throne of the Citan. That sounds like the Eldar tried to attack this thing and had their forces suffer a crushing defeat, Kratos the Flesh-Tearer joked. You shouldn't make fun of it, the Black Watcher of the God Emperor uttered darkly. The Imperium was no more successful than they when we tried our hand against it. I wasn't aware the Imperium had engaged in a long conflict against a Necron dynasty, Taylor inquired prudently, her expression far more attentive and serious than it had been mere seconds ago. Conflict is certainly a misnomer. The Custodes was prompt to crush any hope in the cradle. The Imperium suffered a one-sided humiliation, and for reasons you do not have the clearance to know, all traces of this defeat were erased from history. Wei froze, and she was sure she wasn't the only one. What the tall giant talked about was damnatio memoriae, the dreaded edict of obliteration. And thanks to sharing her life with a heroine and lady general, she knew how rarely these terrible laws were enacted by the High Lords or the God Emperor they acted as the voice of. The entire zone was quarantined by his will, the Watcher of the Golden Throne continued, until sufficient forces could be gathered under his authority and go back to these coordinates. The heresy ended any theoretical plans at a very early stage. The last words were, maybe not afraid, but filled with the closest thing to it. We didn't know this location belonged to the Necrons. As the custodes had removed his helmet, his expression was visible, and it could be described as sinister. But it would have probably made no difference if the knowledge had been given to us beforehand. We called the structures and the system hosting them the Imga monolith. It is the lair of monsters beyond human nightmares. Chapter 45, Ovation 9-3 Return to Wuhan. Ovation 9.3. Return to Wuhan. Every person in a position of authority must be careful about gifts and the unintended consequences they can cause. Failing to understand this can lead to very unpleasant outcomes. One of the best and most infamous examples illustrating my point is unquestionably the Swiba Nebula subsector. There is no doubt the ecclesiarchy intended their gift to be a genuine reward for the destruction of Kamarak. Unfortunately, due to the vastly decentralized nature of the Imperium, the sheer incompetence of ministry officials, and the lamentable behavior of the Lemurian Hierophant and his idiotic followers, the Swiba theater in the 297-299 M35 period was far more accurately described as poisoned chalice than excellent additional planets for a sovereign sector. Due to its very spatial configuration across the nebula, the Swiba Nebula subsector was, for all intents and purposes, two different subrealms which just happened to be ruled from the same location, which was the Hierophant's palace on Lemuria. As such, Missy and the Nixian emissaries who were sent to deal with the huge problems plaguing it faced two very different challenges. The southern trail, ranging from Parthia to Hibernia, was loyal and true to the Imperium, but suffered from a combination of ruinous economic tithes and a distinct lack of industrial contributions from foreign actors. Apparently, chasing away the cardinals which refused to pledge total and unconditional allegiance to the Atlantis Cardinal and the Adeptus Ministorum had some ugly consequences, and the economic ones were only the most visible among the list. The Northern Trail, by contrast, was far wealthier. The average imperial citizen rarely saw a handful of throne gelts from it, as the upper priesthood of the Ministorum had monopolized the wealth and valuable resources of these worlds for centuries. And if there were too many malcontents in the streets, well, that was why Sparta existed in the first place. The penal world would be the grave of the worst insurgents and troublemakers of the Swiba subsector, though plenty of criminals and detractors to the rule of Atlantis were also sent there. Despite some pathetic propaganda attempts on Lemuria's part to blame everything on other parties, a quick analysis of the situation showed that the change of sector wasn't to blame for the woes of the planets from Antioch to Drakkar. The iron-fisted rule imposed by Lemuria had worked for decades, but as the tithes became more and more unbearable, all the powder keg needed to blow up was a spark. Fortunately for the Hierophant and his cronies, the Sparta rebellion and its survival for 3 long and atrocious years were far away from the eyes of the public they wanted to brainwash into believing they were infallible. Unfortunately for them, the abandonment of the Frateris Templar forces on the ground, the disruption of supplies, and the need to find other prisons to keep their criminals away from law-abiding workers, all of it generated a lot of bureaucratic evidence. Details of what happened on the ice world were supposed to be kept secret, but people always gossiped. Even the Mechanikus does it, although tech priests do their damn best to pretend the contrary, and whisper after whisper, the people of Lemuria and Vijayanagara began to form their own opinions about what was happening in the neighboring systems. The official transfer of status of Sparta from Cardinal Penal to Mining World couldn't be silenced, however. By that point, it was only a question of how bad things were going to unravel in the Lemuria system, not if or when it was going to explode. The Hierophant and the trusted subordinates he shared his wealth with must have thought themselves astonishingly lucky when agitation in the Drakkar system convinced Missy to bypass Vijayanagara and Lemuria altogether. In reality, it was only avoiding one problem to jump into a larger pit of pain. Extract from Archive C0110S246, secured in the Fafnir Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by then Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter between 297M35 and 310M35. The necessary accreditation to read them is sapphire black. Contrary to the prevalent fear of most inquisitors, we have now amassed enough evidence to believe that a large majority of the Necron worlds were not heavily defended before they went into near-eternal suspended animation and disappeared from the annals of their enemies' galactic history. Why is this not as reassuring as it sounds? The first reason is the problem of time. By the Narush-Latsat dynasty's own admissions, the great sleep of the Necrons was never supposed to last the millions of standard years it did. Therefore, if one of the complexes where the Necrons were waiting in was sabotaged, suffered technological malfunctions, or simply was on the receiving end of entropy and environmental conditions able to erode the walls and protections of the redoubts, said metallic automatons would soon be reduced to miserable wrecks and interesting archaeological relics for the Mechanikus. In other words, the worlds of the Necrons which failed to sufficiently defend their complexes were already destroyed thousands of years before the Great Crusade was even the shadow of a project in His Most Holy Majesty's mind. The second problem is the definition we ascribe to the term lightly defended. For Necron overlords, any domains which aren't protected by world engines, the extensive orbital grids of their crown world, a full battle fleet, or some other massive military installation is not considered heavily fortified. It is not an illogical view to have, since these impressive weapons and defensive assets are indeed several orders of magnitude more powerful than anything the Necrons of a fringe world could count on to fight back tides of greenskins or other enemies. But from the perspective of any attacker, the firepower available to the Xenos colonies we would call backwater outposts in our blessed Imperium is nothing short of terror-inspiring. The weakest and most isolated Necron Nemzers have limited resources to defend their domains. That much can't be denied. But these Xenos commanders also don't have a single civilian in their ranks, and that translates into them being able to arm and unleash 100% of their population on the battlefield, supported by millions of Canopitech elements, aerial superiority machines capable of decimating the Aeronautica air wings, and artillery pieces shrugging off days of lengthy bombardment while silencing entire regiments in one shot. This is why, acolytes, if you are ever convinced you have discovered a tomb world, you call your master, or the closest Adeptus Astartes chapter. It is not the moment to be brave and stupid. It is entirely possible the ruins will contain only a couple of long-crippled Xenos hulks. But it is equally possible it will be a new redacted extract from Inquisitorial File Redacted, dictated on the order of classified, insufficient clearance, on the eve of redacted. That the Necrons called what we knew as the Imga Monolith the Throne of Oblivion is all you need to know to realize how cursed that location is. Anonymous Inquisitor in a speech made approximately in 325m36. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. J.R.R. Tolkien, M2. Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Napoleon Bonaparte, M2. Ultima Segmentum. Swibinebula. Narushlatset Space. Crown World Amarnek. Approximately 8.115.297m35. Thought for the day: the foolish man puts his trust in luck, the wise man puts his trust in the Emperor. Feeric Cryptek Nefertun. The humans have found what? Nefertun rarely asked her vassals and senior overlords to repeat a sentence. This time, she made an exception to her own rules. Lady Weaver sent us the approximate coordinates of the Throne of Oblivion. Great Feeric, Destruction Overlord Sitka dutifully repeated a second time. The ruler of the Narushlatset dynasty accessed her most secure memories and personally verified the information thrice. The spatial data, unfortunately, was completely correct. How did they even manage to locate that dark pit in the first place? Reading between the lines of the report Lady Weaver sent us, it is likely the humans captured an ancient Ildari database before destroying Kamarak. Sitka paused. That, or they tried to assault it centuries ago, and they've just realized our species built the thing in the first place. The former is a likelier possibility than the latter, the Feeric commented. The report is about shipments of Noctilith, yes? The moment the voluminous deliveries were placed into the throne's vaults, I doubt anything the humans have available in monitoring technology would be able to pierce the cryptech chrono shrouds. That and anyone who had tried to attack the Throne of Oblivion during the War in Heaven had met a final and atrocious end. Krex, Ildari, Hrud, and even a few things no Faerun liked to reminisce about, they had all been slaughtered. You have clearly studied the data the humans have sent. Nefertun abandoned these dark thoughts to interrogate Sitka. Your opinion? Unless the Silent King kept this node active for far longer than the other dynasties, the Destruction Overlord began, the Noctilith that over 60 dynasties were forced to offer in tribute to the Surican overlords must indeed have been stored there. We continue to search, of course, but those stocks weren't used to build the early pylon network or transported to other vital strongholds. They must still be there in the dimensional vaults of the inner sanctum. Then they might as well be 2 or 3 galaxies away, mighty Feeric, Overlord Kamosk the Prudent interjected. Nefertun felt a surge of irritation. In her surprise she had forgotten to dismiss him. Yes, the quantity of Noctilith stored by order of the Silent King may well be found there. But there's absolutely no feasible way the young race of the humans will be able to breach the outer defenses of the throne. I don't know, Sitka replied. I'm sure the Drukhari were dreaming the same thing about Kamarak, and looked what happened to them. The circumstances are completely different, young one. The ancient overlord, so ancient he had been old when she was crowned Feeric, in fact, chided, yes, the humans, with our help, managed to destroy Kamarak. But the Drukhari were only decadent shadows of the threat the Ildari warriors were. I fought against the Ildari from the very first battles to the moment we cornered them in their last redoubts. I killed thousands of them. And I can tell you, if the Ildari had still been alive, this invasion would have been utterly slaughtered in the Port of Lost Souls. Under no possible scenario would the ancient Phoenix Princes have allowed us to send so many battleships into the vital sections of the webway. True, Nefertun confirmed before the exchange grew more heated. But if the Ildari had been alive, they wouldn't have tolerated the interstellar empire of the humans either. We will not divert from the subject at hand, however. We were speaking about the Throne of Oblivion. That we won't be able to assault, mighty Feeric. Directly or indirectly, Kamosk declared. The protocols of the Silent King prevent us from attacking the worlds of other dynasties. I dare say the same protections are also present there and some more honorless engram decerebrating traps besides. At that point, the fact Kamosk was one of her rare overlords to not have any cryptech skills shown through. The humans will have to fight through the 3 replicator forges alone, without our support. I don't know how they could possibly survive these outer defenses if the Triarch Praetorians do the smart thing and activate the Dolmen Gates. Fighting the Sodic is already complicated enough when their Phaeron does the intelligent thing and places one of his best commanders in charge. If they can replicate their battleships at will, the battle can't be won. The technology of the replicator forges is hardly flawless, Sitka immediately disagreed. My Phaerach, the humans have proved they are not entirely unskilled in the art of sabotage. Completely against our code of honor, the other overlord gritted his necrodermis teeth. And they have their own strengths, despite having minds and bodies of flesh, the female cryptech overlord finished, glaring at Kamosk. They may be able to do the impossible a second time. And it's also possible they won't, the overlord nicknamed the prudent rebutted darkly. In the improbable case the young race deal with the Sodic and the replicator forges, which would be quite a feat, I'm sure you are aware there is a solar harvester standing guard, escorted by a reinforced fleet. I don't know the name of the dynasty which was forced to hand over these assets, but I don't think it was one of 4th or 5th rank. This means at least 15 more battleships and uncountable phalanxes, all equipped with the latest teleportation technologies the Surican cryptechs stole from their inventors before the Great Sleep. That is the outer defenses. There's no way to know what is waiting beyond that, for none of the nobles who aren't part of the Surican dynasty have been invited inside. Sometimes Kamosk was far too pessimistic for his own good. He was also a great believer in the theory that as long as a Necron had invented something, other races wouldn't be able to come up with anything able to counter it. Nevertheless, the Overlord had been entirely truthful about the sheer devastation the defenses of the Throne of Oblivion could unleash against an unsuspecting invader. There was a reason no one had been able to get past the outer defenses before the Great Sleep. Your description is fairly accurate as far as our ancient information on Surika's vanity projects is concerned. And even the arrogant male pretending to be their holy savior had not constructed most of the planetary-sized infrastructure for this one. Half of the work of what had to be one of the most defended locations in the galaxy had been conceived by the unholy alliance of the Void Dragon and the Nightbringer. But it also represents an opportunity for us. While the Throne of Oblivion is not on the list of targets I gave to Lady Weaver, Mandragora is. If the humans forced the Surican dynasty to come defend the throne, as they surely would, arrogant bastards always preferred someone else to pay the price in broken necrodermis bodies and crippled warships. They would have to take them from somewhere. And if they took as many phalanxes as they could from the Sodic crown world. It is pure folly, mumbled Kamosk. And the Silent King will be aware of our betrayal. Neferton had a hard time not scoffing at that one. Despite uncountable pieces of evidence to the contrary, the old guard of overlords and Nemzers often persisted viewing Surik as an infallible genius, all because his neural matrix was bigger than every other Necron's. Moreover, if admittedly, it was a hypothetical outcome with a small likelihood of happening, the humans managed to break the Surican grasp on the Throne of Oblivion. The replicator forges, those priceless molecular hyperalchemical devices, would then belong to the Narush-Latsat dynasty, with all the strategic consequences that implied. All of this is purely speculative for now, Overlord. This wasn't the kind of operation which could be decided on a whim, or even after a few days of debate. But it is certainly an interesting report. Overlord, you are dismissed. The ruler of the Narush-Latsat phalanxes waited for her conservative subordinate to be out of the assembly halls where she was preparing several of the new improved necrodermis shells before addressing Sitka again. I am going to need to send 2 messages, the Phaeric cryptech said to her vassal. The first will be for Weaver. I want to meet her face to face, preferably within the year. Yes, my Phaeric. And the second? The second will be for Trazyn. If we try something against the Sodic dynasty, it is crucial to neutralize one of their greatest assets before the first shot is fired. It was bad enough that the average Sodic overlord was a bloodthirsty warmonger with tens of thousands of battles to draw experience from, but if they were forewarned of what was going to happen, this entire campaign would be an absolute disaster from start to finish. Tell him to go after Orican the Diviner. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Fukin's Arsenal Shipyard. 3.121.297 M35. Basilea Taylor Bear. One of the many upsides about being planetary governor was that you didn't have to ask yourself if you had the budget to buy yourself something in the shop or commercial quarter you were living in every time you opened a door. And thank her luck for that, because if she wasn't wealthy beyond her wildest dreams, the list of prices in this VIP lodge aboard the Fukin's Arsenal Shipyard would have made her grit her teeth. Fortunately, she had the wealth to pay their absurdly expensive services, and the location offered her the opportunity to speak with Dragon without risk of being overheard, as the personnel had satisfied her desire of privacy by placing several jamming devices around their table. It was far from the only expensive thing which was brought up in their conversation, as the Basilea of Nyx finished reading the list of requests for military and non-military projects Dragon had handed her a few minutes ago. And here I thought the Mechanicues had cold feet about innovation, the insect mistress huffed when the last paragraph recorded on the data slate ended. We're not speaking about something as heretical as innovation, perish the thought. Dragon immediately presented an offended demeanor which would have made any aristocrat proud. The tech priests of the blessed Adeptus Mechanicus are going to study and analyze a multitude of sacred templates from thousands of forges, and determine which one is the most appropriate to be put into mass production. And if afterwards some modifications are required, initiative and technological dedication are important. To Taylor's ears, that sounded a lot like innovation, but if the tech priests preferred to avoid the term and continue their research using both past and present knowledge, she wasn't going to spend thousands of hours to change their mind for an extremely limited gain. Yes, yes. You're still asking for a lot in terms of budget and resources, Dragon. You didn't need an hour to sign the budget presented by Groner and Swartz. That's unfair, the golden-winged para-human snorted. I followed the formulation of their requests and compared them with the needs of the Guard in the sector at every step of the procedure. Something I didn't do with the Mechanicus Council. It was infuriating to always repeat herself on the subject, but as fun as it was to watch new weapons and lines of production take shape in the artisans' workshops, there were only a limited number of hours in the day, and living saint or no living saint, she couldn't be everywhere at once. By our very nature, the projects of the Adeptus Mechanicus are anything but cheap, Dragon countered reasonably, disdaining the biscuits and warm beverages in front of her. And the artisans and all my researchers are going to need years for these projects, Taylor. I can't guarantee right now that all will be even halfway completed when the need to call the Guardsmen to war for a major campaign comes. I think it's better to begin the projects with a full budget now. It will prevent a lot of dashed hopes in the future. Fine, but a hover tank? A hover transport? I doubt even Mars and Ryza are producing enough grav plates per year to build an armored division of them. The Imperium had lost a lot of technology in the pyres of the heresy, but hover technology had never been truly widespread in the first place even when the Emperor still walked among humanity. Assuredly, that one is a bit of a long shot, the red-robed tinker admitted. The priority is on the White Scars commissioned jet bike project. The young planetary governor had an urge to slam her head against the table. Alas, all it would likely do was to create a painful headache and cost a large sum to repair the damaged furniture. And the rocket launchers which evidently do not look at all like modern Katyusha. The Lady of Nyx asked for the sake of her curiosity. The Manticore launchers are immensely destructive, but their price is completely prohibitive. Unless you find a STC every decade, their numbers will never exceed 1,000 in a full crusade. We need something filling the role that every industrial world will be able to produce the ammunition for. To this the Lady General of the Guard had no counter. Manticore missiles could erase a brigade from a battlefield like it was nothing, but the sheer cost of a single missile was bleeding both the Munitorum and Nyx's funds white. Okay, you win. You and your subordinates will be able to work on all these Folkite, plasma, teleportation, and shields projects, but I want results. Not that she was truly worried about that, but best to keep a little pressure on the tech priests. Was there anything else we have to discuss before my departure for Wuhan? There shouldn't be normally. The request for the naval construction program for the next few decades had been dispatched to the Navy, Archmagos Sultan, and all other interested parties. But there were so many things unfolding that she had likely missed one or two where the Mechanicus was concerned. As a matter of fact, there is. I have talked a lot with the other members of the council, and I think it would be a good idea to substantially increase its size. The masters and mistresses have too much to oversee and check now that we've extended their areas of authority, the projects, and the scope of our ambitions. To be honest, this wasn't something she had thought much about, mainly because none of the senior Archmagi and Magi had mentioned the necessity to her. How much of an increase are we talking about here? Ideally, I would go for a new council of 36. 36. The insect mistress had thought about 24, maximum. It's not for the sake of increasing and giving more representation to some loudmouths, is it? No, the draconic-themed Minister of Industry was prompt to reassure her. Like you, I'm all for avoiding political problems when it is possible. This increase needs to be done because otherwise, the existing masters will be overwhelmed by the work they need to do inside and outside the Nyx system. Running around can be tolerated during exceptional emergencies, but not for normal affairs. Examples. We need a Master of Titans, a Master of Noctilith, and likely a Master of Bacta. And if there was a need for a Master of Titans at Alamo, there would be also a Master of Forges in the same system. The former penal world's allegiance was to the Adeptus Mechanicus, but it would obey the laws and directives of the Council of Nyx, especially if there were enough Archmagi rotating between the two planets. I am willing to approve it, as long as there's some preliminary testing beforehand. You know, to ensure this really increases the efficiency and doesn't cause tensions. The Basilea emptied her cup of tea. And all the positions must be necessary. I won't accept 36 council members just because it's a multiple of 12. That goes without saying. And if there's a new Master of Bacta, he or she will also need to be involved in the births of the new larva. We're going to keep their raising slow for now. I want to be there when the new Lisa goes into her chrysalis, but it's best to make sure we have an extensive staff to care about our so precious moths. Not to mention finding adequate locations to host them, Dragon couldn't help but tell her. Giant moths are expensive. Taylor groaned. Come on, a flight of moths is adorable. Not when the one we have eats more than a field army. Hive Aquila. First Lieutenant Freya Brositis. By convention and good sense, Freya shouldn't look like an officer covered in medals. Being rewarded with the Lion of Terra for her aerial victories during the Battle of Kumarak had at least given her this privilege. But if there was one thing that she wasn't gifted in, it was refusing her father when he made one of his suggestions. Freya was a bit ashamed to admit it, but she hadn't dared challenge his decisions in some time, maybe not ever, if she had to be honest. And so here she was, in her parade blue uniform of the Aeronautica Imperialis, giving credence to the reality that yes, past a certain point there was in fact such a thing as too many medals. The fact that Nils, who unlike her had not been granted the Lion of Terra, was looking as ridiculous as she was helped a bit, but not that much. The eldest daughter of the Brositis line tried to maintain a smiling face and not to show her boredom. This was rule number 1 of politics as usual, even your planetary governor being a living saint did not change that. Unfair? Not really. And to be fair, there were fewer of these boring occasions now, and when they happened it was for far better reasons. But once the head cogboy had presented the first prototype of the Brunhilde superiority fighter and given a very short speech about the important role the Mechanikus and Lady Weaver, of course intended it to play in the future, the excitement for the evening was over. Lady Nyx wasn't going to honor them with their presence, not with the Regency system once again officially implemented and the Enterprise having sailed past Nyx Quartus a couple of hours ago. All that was left was networking, except for the reality there were a lot of cogboys everywhere, and Freya didn't speak their secret Binaric language. As for coming closer to the chief exhibit at the center of the room, it was difficult. Not because the tech priests were unwilling to let anyone touch the fruit of their labor, but due to the concentration of her father's friends and other nobles around it. Freya had stopped wondering a while ago why they did that. After all, it wasn't likely these civilians understood the differences between a Thunderhawk and a Thunderbolt, and Freya froze as a crystal glass containing cold water was placed in her hand, and eyes the perfect shade of blue stared at her. Thank you for the drink, the first lieutenant offered automatically, trying her best to not sound like she was desperately looking for an avenue of escape. Unfortunately, with so many spectators and officers around, it was a bit difficult to move without crushing someone's feet. You're more than welcome, Lieutenant Brositis, is it? As if her name wasn't placed above her panel of medals. And as if her interlocutor had not memorized most of the attendee list a few hours ago. You look like you needed it after speaking with so many counts and barons. I will survive, the young noblewoman recently named instructor at the Aeronautica Academy replied before drinking the water. There was no taste of poison, stimulants, or aphrodisiacs as she had thought. Trying to alter the judgment or assassinate someone when so many cogboys were present would be the height of folly. Are you here to admire the first Brunhilde prototype? That would at least explain why the daughter of one of the High 12 of the Senatorum Imperialis was here and not part of the huge escort of ships trying to follow the battleship of Her Celestial Highness as discreetly as possible. Of course not, Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg didn't snort or make any insulting gesture, but there was still something in her behavior and stance which screamed Freya was below her, and the Nyxian noblewoman didn't like it. I came here to see if it was possible to buy the prototype the tech priests will create after this one. Freya had a hard time not gaping like an unprepared dancer of the great game. Buying an atmospheric fighter or starfighter wasn't exactly impossible for men or women of good breeding, not if you had a few million throne gelts you didn't know how to spend and as long as you didn't expect the manufacturers to give you the first-grade ammunition and weapons the Imperial Navy and Aeronautica Imperialis reserved for themselves. But that went for mass-produced hulls which had been in service for centuries. It wasn't for the prototype of a recently rediscovered STC template placed under the holy protection of a living saint. Even if it was the second prototype, not the first, it would certainly cost the equivalent of a king's ransom. And what did they say? A smile was all the answer Freya received. Not even inclined to brag at moments like this? The instant Freya saw an opportunity to flee she was taking it, no matter how hasty it may appear in the eyes of outsiders. Why are you interested in this prototype in the first place? I doubt you can pilot it. The Terran looked fit for duty, but in her impeccable white uniform of a Chartist officer, decorated with diamonds and other priceless pieces of jewelry, Freya rather doubted the other woman was the type to risk her life in a cockpit instead of sending a flight of replaceable agents in her stead. Can't I? You know, despite a more predatory look than its cousin the Xiphon Interceptor, the Brunhilde seems to place less stress on its pilot and as such does not require heavy augmentation or a transhuman constitution. A new smile arrived on the pale lips. Or maybe I'm just trying to show my faith into the industrial rise of Nyx, unlike certain narrow-sighted houses. The heiress of the Brositis didn't know if she needed to be disgusted or envious. Envious because the Terran noblewoman was able to see ancient relics from 5,000 years ago whenever she wanted. Disgusted at the insinuation her house wasn't financially supportive of the Basilea's reforms in the orbital industry and the brand new fusion reactors and thousands of technological devices. It will fail, you know, the blonde-haired Nixian said in an almost inaudible whisper. She won't trust you, and the tech priests will listen to her. Unlike the previous nobility of this proud hive world, the murmur was so low Freya had to focus all her senses to make out the words, I am not so careless as to block the path leading to her ascension. The pilot in her was relieved the ordeal was over as Marianne Gutenberg turned to engage conversation with a scaly-looking red robe. The noblewoman in her was grimacing. Thank the God Emperor there was only one of her on Nyx. Hive Athena. Emissary of the Queen of Blades Vethva Coral. This cycle would be remembered as perfect. The sky was radiant and the emotions were a joy to experience. The monster of the swarm had departed the planet, and Vethva made sure to praise authority once more. There were likely still legions of insects not far from the rooms she had been given, but at least the armored bugs weren't right in front of her door, informing the monster of her each and every move. This made this assignment a bit more tolerable. Not a lot, but then every little bit counted, and knowing that she would not be drowned in a sea of insects and devoured from the inside out was an excellent morale booster. The young witch of the Cult of Blades shivered imperceptibly. Unlike most of the average wishes in service of the Queen, Vethva had been part of the light garrison ordered to defend the arena while the cult was away hunting big prey, and as such she had been in an excellent position to see the black waves of insects surging to break the walls of Kamarak. From that point onwards, the black-haired Drukari had known there were enemies they shouldn't have made, and the monster of the swarm was definitely one of them. The humans could give her prestigious titles and sing her praises by the tens of billions. Vethva knew the human appearance was just a disguise to hide the implacable machine of death and destruction which had utterly annihilated dozens of sub-realms. The news the owner of the swarm legions had not only engaged in a fight with their queen, but also survived for several hundreds of heartbeats had only cemented this opinion. Prey or predator, no one survived the queen, especially when she was fighting an opponent half seriously. Weaver or whatever name she was using was something else. Something unnatural and terrifyingly deadly. Something it was best to stay away from, and the safe distance was likely measured in thousands of star lengths. There was a difference between fighting a single hell spider in an arena, and keeping a few million as war auxiliaries. The quarter cycle the Queen had announced she would be the one to be her emissary to the monster had been one of the worst of her life, unquestionably, and if it was not the worst, it was only because that 6 times cursed Harlequin throwing her to the monster and being surrounded by a cohort of enemies took first place. If her path once again met that of the clown, Vethva swore she would flay him, drop him tied and bound into a pool filled with tiny carnivorous fishes, before sending the biggest remaining fleshy parts to Segeric one package at a time. She had not enjoyed the travel, and she had loathed the delivery method. The young witch hissed a curse and looked away from the false window showing her the outside. By the ashes of the dark city, she didn't like this assignment. This was a human world, with all the pollution, the lack of respect towards her species, and the measures keeping her in a cage. This mission can't end soon enough. But while the monster of the swarm wasn't there, the mission wasn't about bugs, centipedes, or hell spiders. It was about building the new arena of blades for her queen, and the Drukari harboring one of the new blood-red soul stones on her chest knew that if she failed in this, being devoured by insects would be the least of her problems. And so Vethva Coral returned to the three-dimensional plans the human architects had delivered to her this morning, and began the arduous project of structural assessment and aesthetic judgment. She really should have known better when she opened her mouth to demand an end to boredom and night rotation before the Eversprings gate opened and the devastation of the second fall was unleashed upon their race. Forge Temple Fafnir. Lady Dogma Dragon Richter. If Astartes Power Armor Prototype X01 had to be summed up in one word, there was a good chance Ugly would win the contest. Seeing no point in wasting money on a paint job which wasn't going to survive the first test, the artisans in charge of this project had chosen a dirty grey to spray upon the outer plating. It didn't limit itself to the color though. What had originally been a Mark 7 Aquila power armor, also known as Mark 7 Imperator, sometimes had received additional plating above the neck joints, lower chest, fists, and upper legs. This series of changes had forced the Nyx Mechanicu's engine seers to build a new helmet, and the only thing that could be said was that under no circumstances would the men and women who had participated in this engineering project earn artistic congratulations from the Sons of Baal. The helmet was halfway between a gargoyle and the plague doctor that the Mark VI was. But of course this was not the end of the modifications. One had to add the issue it wasn't an Astartes hiding behind the armor, but a huge combat servitor the Mechanicu's used for tasks like this, requiring several, ungainly alterations. Last but not least, there was the massively oversized backpack which had added itself to the air reserves, the solar panels, and the cell chargers, amongst many other things. It gave a very ugly look to the prototype X01, close to being ridiculous and, given how slow the servitor was to advance into the middle of the testing ground, a good engineer could also argue it was impractical too. The heavy servitor, this one close to 90% mechanical parts and 10% flesh, could lift the same loads as an Astartes, and run at half the speed of one of the regular battle brothers. But it was a prototype, and agility and speed were not what it had been designed for. Fire, Archmagos Reductor Stefan Delta Septimus ordered, and a millisecond later, the 12 robots facing Armor X-01 acknowledged the order and unleashed a combination of Fulkite, plasma, laser, and shell fire against the immobile servitor, which would have easily given pause to an armored company. But when the command to cease fire was given after 24 seconds of explosions, smoke, and debris, the experimental power armor still stood where it had been, undaunted. The reason why was easy to see despite the smoke and the damage caused to the testing room, namely the blue halo the Heimdall Psi-Tech force field was manifesting. Not a single hit had been made. The dirty grey paint had not a single scratch on it. Granted, it was hardly a proper battlefield simulation, but if it had been a space marine inside the armor and the enemy was truly trying to kill him, there would have been a murderous retaliation for the devastation unleashed against him. Unfortunately, 6 seconds after the automatons had stopped their assault, the energy shield flickered wildly for 3 or 4 seconds, before outright vanishing, and that was a flaw which wasn't part of the demonstration. It's a suboptimal outcome, Hyamagos Thompson Siemens canted, trying as best as he could to keep annoyance outside his metallic voice. Post-battle matrix resonance. Insufficient compensation of energetic output? Insufficient purity of our metals and alloys? The last question did not please Dragon at all. I thought the foundation of all our major projects was to provide the best technological parts we can afford to build, the Tinker spoke coldly. And it was done, the Master of Electrolife assured her. But the best parts Nyx can build right now aren't the same as the best the ancients could build several millennia ago. We are still trying to catch up to their miracles, Lady Magos Dogma. Well, this was a sobering reminder how far they still had to go. On the upside, they were progressing. The shield of prototype X-01 had functioned correctly for 24 seconds, and despite the issues raised by this newly discovered flaw, there had been no internal problems like an explosion of vital electronic parts, a rupture of the air reserves, or any other damage which would have transformed its user into bloody paste. I understand. Which was a far cry from saying she liked it, obviously. Sensors. Except the force field, all systems are operational and functioning at the expected levels. A not so unsatisfying outcome, I believe, the Master of Destruction declared. I'm not sure I completely share your optimism, Archmagos. The weight of prototype X-01 is such that if the Heimdall force field isn't active, the enemy will have absolutely no difficulty pinning it down. I am willing to acknowledge it will cause a lot of damage before its ultimate destruction, but the moment it is pinned down, the armor's destruction is 100% guaranteed. For a first prototype, it has shown promise, disagreed Thomson Siemens of Voss Prime. Evidently, our subordinates in charge of this project are years away from developing a battlefield-operable power armor. But I have seen far worse beginnings, praise the laws of the machine god. And in the meantime, we also have the testing of prototype X-02 in the other block. This one received a more conventional ion shield, and I think you will be pleasantly surprised by the technical challenges we have solved. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Swibinebula Subsector. Parthia System. Parthia. 5.150.297 M35. Princess Magister Zoe 19 Attica. After a few weeks on Parthia, Zoe had begun to suspect she knew why the Menelaus dynasty had ceased to send important members of its peerage outside the Nyx system. Contrary to the tales of intrepid adventurers and those souls boldly stepping where none of your home world had stepped before, the reality was often far more boring, and that was when it was not harmful to your health. The Nyxian foreign minister had learned plenty of things by landing on Parthia, obviously. The first was that, unfortunately, anything bigger than a swimming pool which also happened to have waves would make her very seasick. The Parthians and her personal medici personnel had tried plenty of cures, some traditional, some tailored for her, but nothing had worked. To compound her problems, she was not at her best when the temperatures were too warm. On any hive world she was aware of, it wasn't a problem. On Parthia, where the oceans covered 89% of the planet, why the locals continued to call them seas she had no idea, and the temperatures in 3 seasons out of 4 rarely dropped under 30 degrees Celsius, it was leaving her exhausted most of the time. The orange-red-haired woman could only hope Ajusko would be less taxing on her health. I hope you are feeling better, Minister, Prince of the Seas and Deserts Micarinos offered politely as she finished drinking the medicine which had been brought by her assistant. It would be quite problematic and vexing for the first diplomat we receive in my lifetime to be so inconvenienced by our seas and weather conditions. I am getting better. It would have been a bit better if her face wasn't so pale, but she was back on land, and that was a good start. But I am afraid that no matter how willing I am to adapt to Parthia, it is too much for me. I have finally realized that for all my desires to be a provincial lady, I am a hive girl through and through. And land on Parthia was not only scarce with merely 2 large island continents, it was anything but valuable. The coastal plains like the one they were currently at hosted a few major cities with a few million inhabitants, but they were the exception, not the rule. The majority of people on Parthia were living aboard gigantic cruise ships which were at the same time fisheries, algae harvesters, and water purification plants. That Parthia harbor, the city of white buildings she was hosted in, was the capital had more to do with the need of an administrative choke point close to the one and only starport of the planet than any belief among the Parthians that life was better on land. The last census of the population a decade ago had given a number of 1,800,000,000, but if there were more than 300 million on the two land masses, Zoe would eat her files. Ah yes, the hives, the white-haired ruler of Parthia declared with a minor note of irony. My advisors almost didn't believe me when I returned from Nyx. I'm afraid that for all the prowess of construction they represent, we Parthians are uncomfortable about these huge star-scraper megacities. It isn't natural for a world to have so many cities and so few seas. Zoe didn't respond to this comment. It was a very widely held opinion among the people of ocean worlds who had the opportunity to travel to other, non-water-dominated planets. And some people think it's unnatural to have so much salty water, herself for one, and the benefit of not visiting during the storm season had not saved her from seasickness. But enough about me. You and your government had requests concerning tithes. Yes, the old man nodded, Zoe trying not to be too bothered that at 99 years old, she was the eldest of the two, but unlike herself, the planetary governor had refused all offers of rejuvenation and youth-giving procedures from Lemuria and, more recently, from Nyx. A reduction of 30%, to be precise. Lemuria is bleeding us dry with tithes. Zoe tried to not grimace inside the privacy of her thoughts. It was good the 70-plus sunny-tanned man had not tried to make a proposition like that to the Adeptus Administratum tithe masters. Planetary governors and members of a ruler's family had been on the receiving end of tragic accidents for less. Lemuria does not really have any choice in this. Part of your production of algae and fish, along with the grain and eggs of Agesco, are needed to feed the Hihernian manufacturum workers. The industrial world of this trail had many advantages, but its freezing temperatures did not allow the local government much leeway to harvest abundant food. Lady Weaver is willing to support your government with a reduction of 5% now that Sparta doesn't need to be fed, and we will remove the latest series of custom taxes the Hierophant imposed on your world. 5% isn't enough. The local prince who, according to the rumors, ruled over 10,000 fishing boats, protested. The administratum demands too much. Governor, Zoe countered immediately. For all your complaints, Parthia has been extremely lucky so far. Lucky. The old-looking noble definitely shouted the word. Yes, lucky, the Princess Magister kept her calm. You weren't involved in any war against the Greenskins in the last decade, your world did not have to pay the Munitorum tithe in living memory. Of course not. We are fishers, not warriors. Zoe had an urge to laugh at this display of naivety. As if that had ever stopped Munitorum and Imperial Guard delegations from emptying a planet of a generation of young men and women before. I would suggest you make sure your PDF is still up to its limited number of duties, then. Is that a threat? No, truly the conversation wasn't going in the direction she wanted it to. It is a warning. Guard and Munitorum inspectors will travel across the Nyx sector soon and check numbers, equipment, and training of the planetary defense forces. After several disasters which could have been avoided easily if the PDF officers had trained their men correctly, Her Celestial Highness is eager to avoid problems in the long term. And to have more bodies to fight her wars. Just this once, I will let that comment pass unchallenged, the black-eyed Nyxian woman told the planetary governor. I only want you to consider this, if Lady Weaver had not stopped the Death Star in the Brockton system, there are two warp trails it could have followed. One leads deeper into the Nyx sector. The other would have brought the Xenos directly to either Antioch or Parthia. Given what she had seen of the system before taking a shuttle to go enjoy seasickness, namely almost no orbital industry and a few satellites, the orcs would have slaughtered everything and everyone in their path. At last, the Prince of the Seas and Deserts blanched, apparently having not understood the doom which had been on his doorstep before now. Sometimes, diplomats truly needed to mention the lasguns before bringing up the Sanguinilla presence. Her Celestial Highness is inclined to help the people of Parthia in their everyday life. Fusion reactors, amphitrite hydro plants, megacactuses, and other technological boons can be yours at low-interest loans. And what does the Basileia wants in return? It would be a bit too much for the reservations to disappear with the snap of a finger, she supposed. Loyalty, and some of the arid lands far from the sea, the last part had not been asked in her briefings, but since the deserts were near guarantees to have important resources easily converted in Promethium. Ultima Segmentum. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Alamo System. Alamo. 3.157.297 M35. Grand Princeps Surina Tessifon. For any event of great importance, Surina made a point of watching it through the eyes of Ilium Scutum. It wasn't just because the auspexes and the hundreds of other different sensory devices of his god engine were far better than mere mortal eyes. It wasn't only because merging with the ancient machine spirit was akin to becoming a god and seeing the world as such. It was more due to the known fact that memories like those were near eidetic, literally imprinted in his brain until the God Emperor would be satisfied with his service and summon his soul in front of the golden throne. Alas, these days it wasn't possible. The mighty Ilium Scutum was repaired in the extensive workshops of the last command, thousands of kilometers above his head, and there was far too much to do to wait for the momentous moment when the damage of the Battle of Kumarak would be declared erased. The aerial observation barge, he understood it had been some noble's air yacht before being seized and repurposed. He was currently aboard would have to serve as a substitute. As you can see, the Magos next to him continued to speak in an archaic form of Low Gothic. The chosen of the Omniscience tools sent to us have been employed to maximal efficiency. The schedule simulations will be respected in the imparted delays. The fortress of the two wings will be 93% operational in 5 years. And the forges? The Grand Princeps inquired. It wasn't his main preoccupation and he was not in the chain of command for this project, but a lot of the spare parts, weapons, and everything else a Titan Legion needed to march to war would be produced by the forges of Alamo currently under construction. Forge Alpha will be 50% operational and reach hive-level production in approximately 8 years, the representative of the Mechanikus reluctantly informed him. The Council is hopeful the schedule will be accelerated, but as many of the tech priests destined to work in this system have yet to reach the Nyx sector, the tech power is for the moment significantly limited. Seeing the very yellowish earth of the former penal world being remodeled by the might of thousands of geo-engines, ancient mines reopened, mountains hollowed, and new structures rising from the ground every day, it was difficult to believe the resources of the Adeptus Mechanicus were limited by any definition of the word. The defenses already installed were not light. Once the first armament manufacturums and major orbital foundries were brought online, the military infrastructure of Alamo would be best described as colossal. But since the lack of humor of the tech priests was an infamous legend, Surina Ctesiphon didn't try to convince his mechadendrite using interlocutor that it was an exaggeration. 8 years is long, but hardly unreasonable, the survivor of Kumarak pointed out. Many of the god engines under my command have repair times of over a decade. The artisans and the thousands of other helpers available were already there, doing what they could, but there were no spare parts for Titans anywhere near Nyx save those Legio Defensor and the Archmagi of Mars had brought with them. True art can't be rushed when it comes to the wrathful and glorious avatars of the machine god, the Magos declared pompously. For all his loyalty to the Red Planet, the Grand Princeps was not ready to accept every assertion coming out from a cant vox. Many god engines of Legio Defensor were ancient, extremely ancient, and since their forge world had been turned into radioactive ashes by the arch-trader's fell servants, the prime knowledge to build and repair them was gone or extremely hard to obtain. Thankfully, or perhaps not so thankfully, of the 40 Titans having survived to see the hour of the Emperor's judgment as it illuminated the galaxy and inflicted grievous injuries to the traders and the Xenos, 22 were newer models, his 18 Warhounds and 4 out of the 11 Reavers. Those were far easier to repair, and the schedule given by the Martian Magi in charge of them agreed with this assessment. All of them would be operational within 5 years. For the 6 warlords, the 7 remaining Reavers, the 3 small rapiers, and of course the 3 Mirage God engines, the headaches were far bigger. I am not saying otherwise, Surina assured politely, I am just unsatisfied at the unfortunate reality that if Lady Weaver launches a campaign during the next decade, I will only be able to provide a token force for her Celestial Highness goals. And since all princesses and commanders of the Legio had sworn eternal loyalty to the living saint, failing to support her properly wasn't acceptable at all. Yes, it is inconvenient. Another understatement typical of high-ranked tech priests. But there are going to be god engines reinforcing you soon. There were reinforcements, yes. If the Magos had the clearance to compile this list, he may very well not have it. He would have noticed every god engine given to the newly authorized Forge world was of the Warhound class. Surina Ctesiphon wasn't going to refuse them, oh no. 5 confirmed Warhounds were 5 Titans any princeps of the Legio Defensor worth his rank couldn't in good conscience refuse. But there was also no denying that it forced his princeps and himself to work with a lighter battalion of god engines battle after battle. We are already conducting the first batteries of tests to select worthy aspirants at Candle, Eris, and Smilodon. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Moro Subsector. Wuhan System. Cruiser Holy Wind. 3.162.297 M35. Vice Admiral Vortigern von Dren VIII. 1 second, there was nothing on the auspexes. The second after, the familiar tier in reality created by a warp translation opened in the spatial zone of the Mandeville Point, allowing the Enterprise to complete its journey to the Wuhan system. For all the strain it placed upon his physical reserves to stay on the main bridge for so many hours, Vortigern von Dren didn't for a single second consider going to his quarters and rest. It wasn't every day a battleship visited his station, and it was the first time the Enterprise was coming to the subsector capital. Tiredness and discomfort could be acknowledged and discarded for a while. Especially as one watched the screen of warships and transports forming around the 11 kilometers long capital warship as it began to accelerate towards Wuhan Secundus. Security measures forced Navy captains, Archmagi, Frat Eris officers, and other masters of starships to stay far away from the Basileia's flagship as it translated or navigated into the Immaterium, but once it was back in reality, they kept only the absolute minimum of distance prescribed by the codes of spatial navigation. The aging Vice Admiral didn't think there were this many hulls following the most powerful Lord Admirals of Karduniash when they made their inspections. How many visitors do we have now? Vortigern asked the lieutenant in charge of the long-range augers. 634, Admiral, the answer arrived in less than 10 seconds, including 1 Ark-Mechanikus, 3 battleships not counting the Enterprise, 4 battlecruisers, 5 heavy cruisers, 29 cruisers, 57 frigates. Naturally, once the younger Navy officer had finished speaking, the situation report was obsolete again. There were more starships arriving from every direction. Mechanikus destroyers flanked red-black bulky transports. Brilliant cathedrals of the ecclesiarchy led ordered columns of pilgrim ships. Navy squadrons surrounded guard transports and fuel megatankers. It was a very good thing this armada was on their side, the Vice Admiral of the Von Dren line mused. If this crusade-sized fleet hadn't been friendly, it wasn't likely that the naval strength at his disposal would have been able to stop them. His squadron had grown by leaps and bounds over the last 5 years just as he was about to retire, what an irony. But he had no battleships. Something his replacement apparently wouldn't have to endure. Admiral, between 50 and 60 ships are separating from the Enterprise and setting a course for Wuhan Tertius. It seems, Vortigern observed after 2 minutes passed and the hulls showed no intention of returning to the formation, Her Celestial Highness has her own plans for this mining world. But Admiral, one of his many lieutenants interjected, shouldn't the authorities of Wuhan Secundus sign up for whatever the Nixian Cardinals and the Adeptus Mechanikus intend to do here? The Vice Admiral didn't have to open his mouth to tell the naive youngster how stupid this inquiry sounded. Her Celestial Highness is the owner of Wuhan Tertius in every way which matters. The insult idiot or moron wasn't uttered at the price of a considerable effort of will. The Wuhan Cao cartel, the Hebei cartel, and the Shaanxi United Shipping Company, they're all in the process of being broken up and reformed according to the will of the living saint. And besides, who is she going to ask permission from? Lord magnates are a rare commodity these days. And it was likely going to get worse in the next several hours, judging by the military assets the victor of Kamarak had deemed necessary to accompany the Enterprise. The Vice Admiral didn't know the new living saint well enough to speculate on her goals and methods, but you didn't invite an Iron Drake strike cruiser just to parade them around and receive cheers from the crowd. The guard transports were also a strong hint that the sector lady had not particularly enjoyed hearing how many heretics were hiding under the beds of the Wuhan's nobility. Said aristocrats had been relatively spared, given the unforgivable treachery the assassination attempt of a planetary governor and his fellow hive rulers represented on an imperial planet. Vortigern didn't need to be as good as the von Lehengram lineage as a naval strategist to know a purge was a near inevitability. A lot of people are going to be unhappy. His second-in-command was smiling like his favorite Hollow VID, the one where starfighter pilots shot down so many heretic planes that even propaganda was complaining about the unrealistic plot had received a new season of 20 episodes. I'm betting on at least 50 penal legions being created in the first month. Suckers bet, a black-bearded warrant officer immediately retorted. It will be at least 100 penal legions, and over 50% will be underhive gangs. No. It will be 150. I'm betting 300 thrones. Vortigern von Dren the Eighth sighed. His retirement couldn't come fast enough, this insanity was certainly reeking of indiscipline and terribly contagious. Wuhan 2. Hive Chao Lai. Seneschal Consort Wei Cao. As long as they had been in orbit above Wuhan, the differences between the moment she had left so many years ago and now were impossible to miss. There were plenty of SDF monitors which had been built to replace the losses incurred by the fault of the 2 false inquisitors. Several megafarms were under construction next to important shipyards and mining processing facilities. New cardinals had sprung up from the ruins of the old ones. Overall, the system was far more prosperous than it had been during her teenage years. And then they landed, and for all the bombastic crowds, the perfect propaganda vids were simply unable to maintain the illusion. Hive Chao Lai was, exactly the same, with a decade of aging to add to the already existing problems. It was so familiar, and yet so difficult to watch. After walking so many times in the main hive streets of Hive Athena, Wei knew she had unconsciously accepted the Nixian reforms as normal. The idea of expanding shopping malls and different manufacturums powered by solar energy, which had been surprising at first, was barely worth commenting on these days. But when there were none of these modernized buildings or improved infrastructure in sight, it was honestly shocking. The only common point to be found between Nix and Wuhan was the extreme shouts of adulation expressed by the ecstatic crowd. Weaver! Weaver! The living saint for governor! We want Her Celestial Highness! So much for my popularity, the Wuhanes-born woman quipped, trying not to laugh as poor Taylor next to her closed her eyes and appeared to count to 100 to calm herself. I have a feeling I may not be the favored candidate that the imperial citizens desire on the throne. Ha! 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 Her black-haired paramour failed to inject any humor into her voice. How many do you think are aware that it is forbidden to be the governor of 2 different stellar systems? Somewhere in the lower millions, I think, in other words, an extremely tiny percentage of men and women, given that the total Wuhan's population was over 130 billion. But since you're a living saint, the Wuhans may simply think you can do whatever you want, and the rest of the High Lords will kneel and approve everything your seal is imprinted upon. Pavia may not have helped in that regard. The living saint. Victory and holiness. Praise the saint. The golden-winged heroine had to force herself to smile, before saluting the millions if not billions of spectators and giving a nod to the long columns of Nixians waiting with boxes filled with miniature Aquila Plus highs. Seconds later, as Wei and the Basilea took their seats on their armored parade vehicle, the assistants were beginning to hand out the synth cotton animals to delighted children. By that point, the sound level was a bit more reasonable, though Wei kept her earmuffs close. So far, except our combined popularity, Wuhan hasn't changed that much, the insect mistress noted as the Dawnbreaker Guard and the rest of their protectors stood as sentinels around them. Glad to see your palaces again. Not really, Wei easily admitted. Once you have seen a sky relatively lightly polluted, she was realistic, Nyx was hardly free of industrial problems, and rebreather masks in certain areas were absolutely needed if you fancied living to see the next Sanguinella. The dense fog over the spaceport was really a cold pulse shower. Even if our rank allowed us means to travel without rebreathers strapped to our faces, it's really unattractive and depressing. The biologist teams I sent ahead have a mountain of work ahead of them, the chosen of the Omnissiah indirectly agreed. We can still cancel everything, you know. And leave a perfectly good administrator or guard officer to enjoy the storm of unpopularity my rejection would cause. I am not a very clever politician, you know, but to me, that screams imminent insurrection. I didn't make any promise about the subject of our visit, Taylor raised a not-so-innocent eyebrow. And you think it would matter to the billions who want you to solve their problems? The para-human ruling over the Nyx system grimaced. I just hope that for all their expectations, they realize it's going to take a lot of work and several decades before Wuhan is no longer in crisis mode. I didn't have the time to figure out all the reasons for it, but it is evident your hive world is far more polluted than mine was when I took the reins, despite having fewer inhabitants. Past a certain point, I guess the lack of oceans has more than compensated the environmental damage 100 billion additional souls you have at Nyx can cause, Wei responded with one of her old arguments, and besides, I think humanity's landing on my home world predated Nyx's colonization by several millennia. There are a lot of old structures and ruined hives in the wastes and half buried under industrial sprawls. It was one of the many reasons the Necron tomb had been able to stay unnoticed for so long. If only the pollution was the only problem we had to deal with. Yes, if only. Her black-haired paramour smiled thinly. Before we can even think about environment, food production and the industrial tithes are going to be the first priorities. Then there is the dire need of transforming the cannon fodder of the PDF into something the other guardsmen won't laugh at when the time to launch a new military campaign comes. We need to conduct a planetary inspection to discover which parts of the macro infrastructure are at risk of collapsing under their own weight, hunting heretics. It's going to be a lot of fun, I can already see the army of bureaucrats besieging my royal office. Wei groaned theatrically. Don't worry, they are more annoying than dangerous, I think. Just settle on the name you want to substitute for the title of planetary governor before the coronation ceremony. It would be a bit hilarious to see your new subjects wait as you choose from a kilometer-long list. They both chuckled for a few seconds, their first real laugh of the day. Speaking of bureaucracy. Her paramour returned to being dead seriousness. The favors the Adeptus Astra Telepathica owes me were enough to confirm the black ship which took your young cousin May reached Holy Terra roughly 3 years ago. The vellum trail past that point is a labyrinth of problems. The Psyker administration isn't the administratum, but they are receiving thousands of black ships every day. And unfortunately, past the first culls where they kill the ones tainted by the ruinous powers, there is a web of bureaucratic paralysis coating everything. I think she's still alive, but unfortunately that's all I can tell you right now. It's already a lot. Thank you. Anything for my favorite consort. The insect mistress ordered the dozens of insects included in the parade to take amusing stances for the entertainment of the children. And honestly, I think it would be incredibly amusing to see your cousin carbonize the graves of your father and several relatives just by staring at them. You have a horrible, horrible sense of humor, Wei deadpanned. Anything for my favorite consort. Repeat that a third time, and I'm really going to begin thinking you're ready to invite other women into our majestic bed. I also happen to have large cargoes of red paint ready to be used within the hour. I regret nothing. Ultima segmentum. Neptunia reach subsector. Nyx system. Nyx. Hive Athena. 3.184.297 M35. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. Giving honest advice to a legitimate minister of a hive world wasn't something Jeremiah had thought would ever happen in his long life. That business on Malacca a few centuries ago didn't count, but here he was. I suggest, the chapter master of the Heracles Wardens said to the director of hives and special projects, that you don't send these amendments to the Basilea. Why? Demanded the brown-haired man, who answered to the name of Zephyr Balos. The series project doesn't need the monumental walls and the absurd level of fortifications the initial plans call for. Setting aside the inefficiency of several levels, the concerns regarding an enemy assaulting this agri-hive are entirely ridiculous. A void shield and basic walls are more than enough to hold until Her Celestial Highness arrives and crushes any foolish invader. The former Alpha Legionnaire knew it wasn't going to take long before some measure of overconfidence found its way into the heads of several mortal leaders, but it had really happened quickly in this case. Of course, few worlds were confronted with the scenario of having a living saint as a ruler. And fewer he suspected the information was very scarce on this front if you didn't rely on propaganda had likely won conflicts as significant as the Battle of Kamarak. Your arguments are filled with overconfidence, Director. The Space Marine politely informed him. Lady Weaver is ruling over Nyx, that much is true, but any theoretical enemy dangerous enough to land in force on Nyxian soil is going to have a plan to make sure they are able to delay her vengeful swarm's counterattack. And the defenses of a hive, even a modern one, will take years to implement. It is not something that can be changed once the enemy translates out of the warp. Jeremiah Isley could see the temptation. The version of the agri-hive template which had been chosen a few months ago was aesthetic and easy to like. But leaving it in its current defenseless configuration was just asking for trouble. And if he didn't say so right now, the Dawnbreaker Guard, in particular the Sons of Dorn, were not going to waste any time before sending out an astropathic message screaming how foolish the amendments were. It was too bad for the artists and amateurs of non-military infrastructure, but the era was still not right to authorize such vital projects to be built nearly without defenses. Maybe in some far-off future war would be a distant unpleasant dream, but the galaxy was very far from reaching this state of peace. And the railway improvement and expansion. Zephyr Balos continued, showing at least a quality of stubbornness which had most likely convinced Taylor Hebert to hire him. I have no objection against it, the mobility of goods and men was in most cases something to be encouraged. Though Minister Dragon is likely going to push for several of these lines to be built by ambules deep underground. Nevertheless, the project had chosen to be placed in the southwestern part of the Moira continent to revitalize the economy and lower the unemployment rate, and if it didn't do that, Jeremiah didn't know what it was going to take. The new Agri-Hive series would have the ancient Hive Romulus north of its location, and the equally new Giraffe spaceport south of it. In fact, the presence of the latter was one of the many reasons Isley was not ready to remove anything from the defensive plans of Huskarl Diamantis. Spaceports were always major targets of the enemy, be it Xenos, Traitor, or something even worse. Whether they are underground or not, they are railways. The director of Hive and Special Projects was prompt to accept the point and discard it in the space of a single sentence. But if I really have to go with this plan of not increasing the agriculture capacity as Minister Haley wants, many cartel investors, bankers, and other important merchants will want a second agri-hive. A second agri-hive. Jeremiah wasn't often surprised, but this proposal definitely achieved it. Isn't that extremely premature? Hive series will provide the food for over 20 billion mouths, if the simulations and the template data are validated. Yes, but while cartels investing in agriculture and farming will be able to sell enormous amounts of spare parts and specialized agri-tech to maintain series at peak efficiency, it largely decreases the interest of investing billions of thrones gilts if they know only one of its kind is going to be built in the end. Other agri-hives are going to be built across the sector, the Heracles Warden pointed out. Yes, but we have to leave significant percentages of that market in the hands of local industry magnates. Zephyr did not even pause to think about his argument. The construction of agri-hives outside Nyx is going to be extremely valuable, of this have no doubt. But it is not going to be as valuable for them as an agri-hive on this very system. Sometimes, Jeremiah was extremely disappointed at everything which proved the rapaciousness and greed of the imperial elites. This was assuredly one of those days. One might think that building one agri-hive, the Giraffe spaceport on Moira, the Cygnus spaceport on Dolos, and several other massive biodomes, planting forests of cactuses and trees, plus a legion's worth of other infrastructure projects, would have been enough for a century of mortal ambition. Apparently, it wasn't. For this proposal, you will definitely have to talk to the Basileia, the chapter master declared in a deadly serious tone. I know there are serious political issues with the construction of agri-hives. Adding them to worlds already recognized as agri-worlds was no problem at all. Constructing them on civilized worlds was already a very different move altogether. And for hive worlds, food independence was always the big problem of this type of imperial planets, and something that the administratum and other adept users loved to have to threaten a non-compliant governor when the thought of rebellion unavoidably reached their treacherous head. One agri-hive would raise a few eyebrows, but had been justified as a food reserve, and ultimately, was far inferior to the real needs of the hundreds of billions of Nyxians. Two agri-hives would raise a lot of eyebrows and bring plenty of inquisitive questions, assuming they stayed at two, because afterwards, there would the temptation to build more. I will. Good, now what I truly came for was a joint facility where I can train my two energetic aspirants. Ultima Segmentum. Moro Subsector. Wuhan System. Wuhan 2. Hive Chow Lai. 3.195.297 M35. Sister Alice Gaius. The Basile looked magnificent even when she closed her eyes and took a nap for a few seconds. Of course, the golden wings on her back and the divine aura surrounding her certainly helped this impression. Since being sworn into the ranks of the Templar Sororitas, Alice had been informed that the rumors were true, the wings were permanent, no matter if her Celestial Highness was conscious or not, the symbols of the God Emperor's favor would illuminate the Lady of Nyx. Then a bell rang in the distance, and the Basilea's black irises were visible again. The chairs where several guard officers of the Fey 20th and a few Nyxians veterans had been waiting were abandoned to the Wuhane's personnel hired for the event. And Alice, following her sisters of the Order of the Silver Rose, entered the halls where the ceremonies of the gubernatorial enthronement were going to take place. Compared to the silence and calm which had been their companion for the last few hours, their sudden departure was obviously a shock. The music was loud. The murmur of conversations had long since become something more as tens of thousands of voices commented on their arrival. It was like the Sanguinala Games in the heart of Hive Athena, except today the immense crowds were assembled inside over-decorated palaces. There were gold and silver decorations everywhere. Imperial flags were in the hands of thousands of banner-bearers. A larger-than-life red carpet had been unrolled across a distance which was so long it had to be over 2 kilometers. Long lines of PDF infantry, guard officers, and at irregular intervals immobile space marines were ensuring the civilians and the other members of the audience would stay where they were supposed to. Alice tried to watch the men and the women as best as she could, but there were so many. Despite all their hours playing with their helmets recording tech, she and her sisters needed a lot more time to familiarize themselves with their power armors, which made her marvel at the miraculous ability of her Celestial Highness to switch armors and tech clothes at will and thrive in them. The halls, or did it count as a single throne hall, Alice had no idea, had subtly changed in decoration and tone. The typical Wuhane's profusion of gold decreased and was progressively altered with large angelic banners and sculptures. The blood red of the blood angels, the imperial purple, the argent amite symbols of victories and many jewels gave a more diverse and vibrant rainbow range of colors in what was an exceptional event. The living saint they had all sworn to serve climbed the last steps leading to the throne alone. Alice was so moved by the spectacle of the woman protected by the angel's tear and her purple-silver cloak of spider silk that she realized only several seconds later that she'd automatically taken position with her sisters on the right of the blue-red dreadnought wearing what looked to be a mix between a kepi and a beret. There was more music which was so loud it might be called thunderous or earth-shaking. Her eyes searched for any threat, but the Wuhane's nobles she was facing had decided to behave in an irreproachable manner. Regular Vox communications relayed that a few unruly sires had already been arrested at the outer checkpoints, and were on their way to enjoying the hospitality of the cells owned by the Adeptus Arbits. Then the future governor of Wuhan arrived. Alice had never seen the seneschal consort wearing armor, but at that moment, she wished she could don any military equipment and stay so impeccable and perfect. Her cuirass was an immaculate ultramarine blue, with other, paler shades of blue being represented on the armored legs and arms. Her cloak was blood red and decorated with an immense golden aquila. Her head was without any jewelry or symbol of status. Wei Cao kneeled at last. She was a step away from the final elevation of the hall, not 2 meters away from the tall herald of Sanguinius and the massive imperial fist guarding the steps leading to their lady. The governor of Wuhan Secundus is dead. The voice of Lady Weaver caused the thousands of whispers to cease instantly. Now that the traitors and heretics have been punished as they deserve, I have need of a new planetary governor to justly and wisely govern this hive world. Lady Wei Cao, the men, women, and children of Wuhan Secundus have nominated your name when the choice of planetary governor was asked of them. Are you willing to assume this charge, in the name of the God Emperor of Holy Terra, and the High Lord speaking in his name? I am. The weight of several billion breaths of relief coursed in the halls and the esplanades in the next seconds. Do you swear to deliver the tithes and the other obligations the adept uses of His Most Holy Majesty's Imperium demand of Wuhan Secundus? I do. Of course, there were many more questions asked, and the young Templar Sororitas didn't bother listening to most of them. Past the first seconds of silence, many nobles and the rest of spectators were cheering loudly, when they weren't applauding, and it was hell keeping an eye on everyone. Alice was really going to have to ask to the legate how she managed to catch the misbehaving troopers among whole regiments. I do. Then rise, Regina Wei Cao, planetary governor of Wuhan Secundus. Her poor ears had thought she had heard loud before. This was nothing compared to the apocalyptic cheers which drowned the music and everything else in the throne hall. Basilea Taylor a bear. Doesn't the bureaucratic charge increase whenever we're not looking at it? Wei asked as Gavriel and several members of their staff entered, bringing new data slates and a very large pile of vellum documents. Now that you mention it, yes, my dear Regina, her seneschal consort and new ruler of the hive world of Wuhan Secundus stuck out her tongue, a move which didn't make her less seductive as she had changed into a blue robe from her ceremonial armor, though the argent amite diadem Taylor had placed on her head was still there. There is too much paperwork. You know what you have to do if it is an inconvenience. Cut off the heads of everyone who brings me these damned piles of garbage. The black-armored space marine and the assistants froze and tried to make themselves tiny and insignificant, a futile endeavor, especially for the transhuman warrior. Not a day as planetary governor, and already the first tyrannical orders are spoken, the Lady of Nyx observed in a sorrowful tone. Wuhan is doomed. Not everyone has the gifts of the God Emperor to deal with paperwork. The Regina sniffed haughtily as Gavriel and their other subordinates made their escape, having obviously decided discretion was the better part of valor. As heretical as it might sound, I don't think the talents of His Most Holy Majesty were of a bureaucratic nature. Taylor took the time to drink a glass of water as thousands of eyes read about the disastrous state of hive infrastructure and the massive levels of simmering violence the previous governors had been willing to tolerate. You don't hear many tales about his legendary deeds in the fields of writing everything in triplicate and solving the taxation problems of Terra. Really, when people spoke of things the master of mankind had affixed his seal onto, the examples were more about the first warrants of trade signed after the unification wars of the Throne World, the Treaty of Olympus which still bound Mechanicus and Imperium together to this day, and other documents of great importance. But were they about paperwork or anything even peripherally related to it? No. Nah, he wouldn't do that, Wei replied, sounding more serene than herself about this issue. He is the God Emperor, and Guilliman is his son. Surely anyone who can sire such a good administrator has to know the legendary secrets allowing one to deal with paperwork efficiently and quickly. If that was true, then the Emperor was truly worthy of worship. Taylor could deal it faster than the average ruler, and despite 1,000 auxiliaries, that didn't make it a pleasant part of her duties. Paperwork aside, the situation is worse than I imagined the deeper you go into the hives. It wasn't the interesting situations provoked by an inquisitorial civil war or the massacres an army of Necrons could unleash, but it was far from good. Essentially, if you loved peace and calm, it was better to travel elsewhere. Hive Chenjin is the worst. What did you expect? When the Inquisitors arrested everyone associated with the nobles struck down by the death of excess, about 10% of the aristocrats emptied their accounts and descended there to avoid the punishments of the arbits. And since a problem never arrives alone, this resulted in a lot of PDF soldiers and enforcers not being paid. I'm ready to bet 10 billion throne gelts they have prepared 1,000 conspiracies to return to power they're trying to implement even as we speak. I'm not taking the bet, and not just because betting that amount of money was simply insane, no matter how wealthy she was. Several assassination attempts that our security forces foiled today were suspiciously well prepared, like they were familiar with the secrets of Hive Chao Lai's spire. My family always invited the most treacherous snakes to party, Wei remarked lightly. You want to take care of them personally. The good point when the local governor was your consort was that it didn't take long for her to correctly guess what your thoughts were. I'm not saying I will arrive to suppress all rebellious plots in a day or two, it had taken far longer at Nyx, and her hive world had far more military and judicial forces ready to intervene, but I can certainly bring back enough order and rid us of most seditious elements. Hopefully, it will give us months to find the biggest problems and correct them, before starting the real series of reforms. Military reforms, the Regina of Wuhan smiled carnivorously. That goes without saying, Taylor said sarcastically. Unless you're completely fine knowing your guardsmen are a joke sector-wide and beyond. Oh no, it's just I had a nasty idea to light some fires under seemingly comatose officers. And that idea is... I know you've brought several of the Nocturnan Scorpiads and the Baelite Scorpions in the Enterprise's insect compartments. What do you say about testing their efficiency in an urban environment without having to wait for your next major campaign? You're a horrible person, the golden-winged para-human chided before sighing loudly. I'm not hearing a no. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Atlas Subsector. Bahamut System. Bahamut. 3.202.297 M35. Chapter Master William Castor. How did your meeting with the Fire Champion go, brother? Surprisingly well, all things considered, Chapter Master William Castor answered. The completion of the first magma canals and the inauguration of the cisterns may have something to do with it. There is more good news. Oh. We have found considerable deposits of titanium, molybdenum, and scandium in Sector A2, Bergedrake Ozakar reported smugly. Unlike the other magma spiders who had kept the dark green paint of their former legion, the Master of the Forges had chosen a bright red color to the point some Bahamuter civilians had confused him for a son of Sanguinius at first. Only the great spider encircled by flames on his pauldron allowed the inhabitants of the Death World to realize their mistake. If the extraction machines currently unloaded are true to their specifications, I will be able to oversee the start of its mining in 22 days. That is very good indeed, William recognized. Will the transportation of the ore meet significant problems? Not when the first Bahamut trains are operational, the Mars-trained Space Marine assured him. At least, as long as the issue is only to reach Magma City. Sending everything into orbit in the quantities we desire will be obviously more difficult as long as the orbital elevator isn't in service. I've spoken with the Magi, and they're doing their best. The emissaries of the cult Mechanicus were certainly competent and hard-working, although unfortunately they weren't the very best available. those distinguished elites were busy training and supervising tens of thousands of red robes at Nix itself, where 2 other orbital elevators were under construction. It certainly won't be completed this year, but assuming a moderate degree of optimism, it should be ready by 298M35. It can't come fast enough, Vergidrake grunted. Don't take me wrong, I know our new home world was more or less ignored for anything which didn't involve mining rare metals, but this lack of structures capable of supporting orbital atmospheric liaisons is incredibly frustrating to deal with. I had hoped that since we are 5,000 years in the future, multi-layered spaceports, teleporterioms, and other great technological marvels would have become the norm. The chapter master finished gently. I understand. I dearly wished it was so when we learned we were far into the future. It had been, if he was honest with himself, the second greatest disappointment of his life after Kamarak. No, it was the third, in fact. The crippled state of the Emperor and their father remaining missing were numbers 1 and 2. The treachery of Horus and his evil henchmen had been defeated in the end, but humanity had not finished paying the cost of it, and they were more than 4,000 Terran years after the siege of Terra. Too much had been destroyed. It was in part why they had decided the fortress monastery under construction on the horizon would be named Magma City. Many Salamander's legionnaires had been trained in that highly prestigious Martian forge before everything went to hell and brothers betrayed brothers. The old Magma City was no more, but far away from Terra, and with the STC technology put at their disposal, the Magma Spiders may in time rebuild something greater than what had been laid low by the arch-traitor and his hordes. Anyways, I have sent the agreed astropathic messages to Wuhan and Nix to confirm the joint training we have established with the Fire Champion and the Bahamut Magma forces is progressing very well. Their super-armored vehicles are certainly above guard standards, the master of the forges acknowledged, and while the Pharaoh rabbits are no lava plesiosaurs, they provide a great source of moving targets. The main problem is that there aren't enough soldiers mobilized at the moment. True. Alas, for now, the infrastructure expansion is taking utmost priority. Magma City and its orbital elevator had to be completed. The shipyards of Bahamut had to be ready to receive the incoming battle barges and strike cruisers Nocturne and Mars had promised to them. And while the population was rapidly increasing, it was still very, very far from reaching the arbitrary threshold of 100 million inhabitants, not surprising since at the beginning of the year, they were under 20 million. What are you thinking about, brother? More flamers, Folkite weaponry, and plasma guns. Why wasn't he surprised? I will see what I can do, but like us, Nix is in the middle of a huge industrial reorganization. The plasma guns may be easier, since Lady Weaver has an excellent relationship with Ryza. Ultima Segmentum. Moro Subsector. Wuhan System. Wuhan 2. Hive Chenjin. 3.316.297M35. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. The first time Marianne had been allowed to speak with the living saint had been an opportunity to see the glory and benefits of letting a woman imbued with the power of the God Emperor to rule over a sector. It was in a way logical to see the less pleasant aspect of her rule shortly before her second audience with Lady Taylor Hebert, living saint, and Victor of Kamarak. And since today, how she architected the crushing triumph where most of the rebellious parties sponsored by the last Chen nobles had been forced to surrender. The streets and manufactorums of this level were in a pitiful state. Some of it came from the decay and sheer neglect of decades during which the maintenance funds had been pilfered away by greedy imbeciles. The rest was the damage done destroying the core elements of the insurrection. There were big holes in the walls, and a lot of ferrocrete and ceramite debris everywhere. Armaglass had been shattered. Autogun shell cases, empty lost cells, and blackened things which had been incendiaries or something equally destructive littered the ground. It was not pretty, and it was going to cost millions of throne gelts. But it was very likely the unsuccessful rebels didn't care. The biggest avenue of the Hab block was a torrent of former nobles, PDF deserters, hive gangers, corrupt guilders, hired killers, death cultists, and some other less reputable professionals it was best not to dwell upon in polite society. There were enough of them for a great military parade, Marianne was sure. But it was not a parade. It was a procession of the guilty and the treasonous. Elevator delivery after elevator delivery, men and women were sent upwards, extracted from the dark battlefields at the base of Hive Chenjin or deeper than that, and forced to walk on a road which would lead them outside of the large walls. They weren't collared with explosive devices, these men and women. A large majority had their hands tied, but it was mostly for the sake of appearances. Save a few exceptions, it was visible all fight had left them. The Gutenberg heiress had already noticed former nobles of lesser houses sworn to Chen, Han, and Zhou march among their numbers, their expensive clothes attracting much attention in the midst of a sea of stained azure uniforms, hive-ganger makeshift armors, and uglier equipment. There was no arrogance found in their eyes and expressions. It was clear these men and women had believed themselves to be part of a resistance movement. It was also extremely obvious the defeat had been so terrible they no longer believed for a single second that their chances of victory had ever existed in the first place. Sometimes a flicker of insanity reared up in the head of one of the rebels, of course. 1 time out of 10 approximately, it was even enough to convince his or her ego not everything was lost. That if he or she escaped, the booing crowd lambasting them with insults on the manufactorum roofs and the chain of production platforms would change their tune. That the resistance was not dead. Each time a single step was taken past the two red lines painted on the ferrocrete, either the gigantic spiders on the right or the huge scorpions on the left instantly reacted, and the demise of the rebel was quick to come, though not necessarily painless. The stinger of the armored living rams and the mandibles of the arachnids didn't necessarily deal a lethal blow with their first strike. The message was simple: trying to escape the fate Her Celestial Highness had in mind for you wasn't going to do you any favors. Marianne completely approved. It took over 2 hours for all the prisoners to pass through. In this sector alone, that meant slightly over 60,000 men and women. As a new Regina's decree had been published declaring that the formations would be 12,000 strong, this meant 5 new penal legions bound to be transferred into orbit and delivered to the Departamento Munitorum. Some bureaucrats were going to sing the praises of Lady Weaver and the Regina for the rest of the year. Military campaigns across the galaxy could always use more cannon fodder than they had available. It took 30 more minutes before being allowed to be close to the chosen of the God Emperor. This time, unlike the first, the Vice Queen of the Gutenberg Chartist fleet felt considerably underdressed for the audience. The living saint was a vision of gold, silver, and ruby, and even the minor quantity of ash and dust on her armor were unable to tarnish her beauty. Her angel-shaped helmet was held between her hands, though with the number of shields protecting her and the many space marines at every choke point and in position to intercept shells and projectiles, it wasn't exactly due to a belief in her own invincibility. And there were the golden wings, of course. They shone with an incredible light, like they were a second dawn by themselves, and it was accented as several space marines' gold paint reflected the light. Her white uniform seemed barely enough to merit an undernote, by comparison. Your Celestial Highness, the commanding officer of the White Ducat bowed. Your Excellency, the Basileia replied with a nod. You were quite busy around Nyx. Marianne had a lot of arguments ready, since she had not exactly tried to be discreet and her interlocutor had a few million potential informants to report what she had been doing since the ball of the Emperor's ascension. But since the living saint was more amused than anything. I was. May I be one of the first people to congratulate you for defeating this rebellion? You may, the golden-winged mistress of spiders and scorpions answered. However, the masterminds behind the entire conspiracy were laughably incompetent and completely unprepared to face me. It's like they didn't bother watching any PIC news or reading any report from Nyx. It was a really underwhelming rebellion, all things told. It did a lot of collateral damage. The broken hab walls and ransacked warehouses were indicative of some noticeable destruction. The infrastructure can and will be repaired. The black-haired living saint stated in a tone used to being obeyed. There are plenty of unemployed Wahanes who will jump at the chance to find a legitimate job with good pay, and the accounts and palaces of the treasonous nobles are being seized as we speak, providing plenty of funds for the reconstruction and improvement of Hive Chen-Jin. When the rumors had claimed the Lady of Nyx was mercilessly efficient, they hadn't been joking. It had to be done, the victor of Kamarak continued with an expression which showed she had enjoyed neither the battles nor the problems encountered in this hive. I lost years of potential expansion thanks to Hongfeng Cao, I am done humoring their threats and resistance now. And with her seneschal consort being the planetary governor of Wuhan Secundus or the Regina, it was faster to say Lady Weaver had free rein to get rid of the inefficient and rebellious men and women opposing her. That there were so many in the first place proved that Wuhan had really been a source of headaches in dire need of being cleansed by fire. You will need new blood to create a leadership which can do its job without a catastrophe every decade, the Gutenberg heiress declared confidently. Are you volunteering for a seat in the Wuhan's parliament, Your Excellency? The trap was tempting, but Marianne had not risen so high by accepting this kind of unsatisfactory gains. Perish the thought, the blonde woman harbored a half-pious expression. I just wanted to let you know that the Chartist fleets are ready to transport thousands of competent administrators and other qualified personnel to the Nyx sector if you express this desire. And here I thought you were trying to sell me hundreds of merchant charters. It was intended as a joke, Marianne knew it, all the Astartes around it knew it, but humor and opportunity weren't necessarily mutually exclusive. I can do that too, the Vice Queen informed the living saint. As your sector is recovering from recent internal and external trouble, your active percentage of charters is ever closer to 100. As a duly appointed representative of the Speaker for the Chartist captains, I can provide plenty of charters. 7,200 fleet charters and 1,100 hereditary charters is an insufficient number for a sector governed by your radiance. It wasn't the full strategic view of the merchant marine of the Nyx sector, really. The living saint in front of her commanded hundreds of Mechanic-used transports and other Adeptus-owned hulls, authorizing her to use far more warp-capable ships than these harsh numbers suggested. Yet they were Adeptus-owned hulls in the end, and what was borrowed for a few years could be taken away again. The golden-winged saint wasn't offended by her comments. In fact, she began to chuckle as Marianne paused to catch her breath. I have a feeling that if I named you as one of my ministers, it would be like pouring promethium into an ocean of fire. Well, Marianne couldn't vouch for the veracity of that. More the pity. But since you've started so eloquently, Your Excellency, please continue. The governor of Zolingen knew she had to tread lightly now. It was both an invitation, and a possible door closed in her face if she said the wrong words or the truth wasn't to the liking of the living saint. You need a powerful merchant navy at your service, your celestial highness. Unfortunately, by the fault of your predecessor, the pool of voidborn manpower is extremely limited. As are the number of navigator houses residing in your hive world and the surrounding stellar systems. The measures you have taken towards rogue traders and SDF crews are steps in the right direction, but every time you launch an important crusade outside your frontiers, this budding reserve will be emptied in short order. Honestly, what you need is a fresh influx of a couple of million void-faring merchants ready to ally themselves with your Nixian merchant houses. Given a few tax incentives for the first decades of settlement, the expansion of voidborn effectives will be particularly notable, and you will be able to crew the fleets you want, be they military or merchant. A couple of million, the eyebrows were raised and the tone was slightly skeptical. It was not completely unwarranted, given that many merchant ships had a crew of less than 200 to save costs in the hydroponics and air purifying sections. That is not a small number. The Gutenberg Chartist fleet is 3 million ships strong, replied Marianne automatically. That is not a small number either. And there were Chartist fleets, both allied and inimical to their interests, which were more numerous than the Gutenbergs. She was not going to inform the living saint of this fact today, though. A space marine coughed loudly. The black eyes of his mistress didn't even blink. Have you ever heard of the hive world of Krieg? Hive Chow Lai. Basilea Taylor a bear. Krieg. Wei repeated the noun which had once meant war in the German language. No, I can't say I know a planet going by that name. I didn't either. Taylor confessed before lighting the hololith in her consort's room and pointing at a region of western Segmentum Tempestus almost right on the frontier with Segmentum Solar. It's not surprising, though. The Uhulis sector is hardly next door, and far away from the trade lanes the Chartists of Ultima use. In such a strategic position, the hive world is a near-perfect node to trade between half a dozen forge worlds of Tempestus and the main markets of Segmentum Solar, Wei commented thoughtfully. Assuming they have a good warp lane to send starships into Segmentum Solar, of course. They have one, Taylor confirmed. It isn't a trail as ancient or as prestigious as the Ophelia Necromunda one, but it leads deep into the mines sector. And the mines sector is ruled de jure and de facto by the Gutenberg Chartist captains, the Regina of Wuhan smiled. They didn't leave anything to chance, did they? Obviously, there was no need to ask who they were. Would you if the opportunity presented itself? The Krieg Mines trade junction is perhaps not the most frequented path of the Imperium, but any trail allowing merchants, military hulls, and all warp-capable vessels to sail into or out of Segmentum Solar is an adamantium mine by itself. It easily sees 1 million starfaring hulls per standard year, with all the wealth that implies. The insect mistress of Nyx wasn't a mercantile specialist, but she could see all too clearly some of the advantages. Ships in need of maintenance would use the repair yards of Krieg or mines. Immense cargo containers could be manufactured nearby and sold in planetary orbit, or loaned if it was the Chartists' desire. Minimal custom taxes could be applied on the most common goods, with the certainty that the benefits would outweigh the tiny costs, since there were so many hulls traveling back and forth. And they have the advantage of not being in direct competition with us, the elegant Wilhanes woman added as the hololith switched from a normal view of the galaxy to showing the main merchant lanes used by the Ultima Chartists and the Administratum to reach Solar. Rising power or not, the Nyx sector will never be able to overshadow them. Yes. I suppose that leaves the drawbacks of the bargain. The Basilea mentally flexed her wings and rolled her shoulders. The first problems with accepting the bargain are obvious. We will have a lot of Krieg Voidborn and plenty of other civilians playing in our backyard. I know our own cartel heads and merchant power makers are ruthless, but the Kriegers have been in this cutthroat business since early M33. Keeping them in line isn't going to be simple. On the contrary, Wei retorted, you just have to bind them by marriage into the existing lines. The para-human flinched and tried not to gape. There would be at least a couple of million men and women. Not all would be marriageable or want to be, but... Sorry, I wanted to say, hundreds of thousands of marriages. The smile of her seneschal consort, now a planetary governor in her own right, had grown far wider, if you could believe it. Seriously. Seriously. There were moments like this when Taylor Aber acknowledged she was not paid enough to deal with the mountain of Imperium-generated problems arriving on her doorstep each day. The other problem is that as payment to play the intermediaries, the daughter of the speaker for the Chartist captains is very much interested in negotiating a contract for a percentage of our ether gold and Bacta to be delivered to the throne world. This time Wei grimaced, seeing like her the heart of the problem. A percentage? Damn. You didn't manage to agree upon a fixed numbers of tons or cubic meters. The golden-winged veteran of Kamarak rolled her eyes. Wei, the other side isn't completely stupid, you know. 1 or 2 inquiries must have been more than enough to learn we're barely at the very beginning of increasing our stocks in Noctilith and Bacta. Fixing a threshold of tonnage when you don't have the faintest clue how high the production is ultimately going to be would be idiotic. And the High Lady didn't send us an idiot. Point taken. Wei nodded, pressing a rune dial on the command panel and materializing the freighter of the Gutenberg Chartist fleet, which likely had enough firepower to be a match for any lunar-class cruiser. She isn't afraid of her actions being seen as an attempt to establish a monopoly. The percentage we had a lot of hypothetical debates about would be a long-term contract between the speaker for the Chartist captains and me. Taylor groaned. Hypothetically, I think there would be a set period, maybe 1 or 2 decades, where the Gutenberg fleet would be the Chartist house chosen to transport the Bacta and Ether Gold to Holy Terra, and then they would auction it to the other important Chartist fleets of the Imperium. The gains in influence, prestige, and wealth from the first auction alone would likely be sufficient to cement Speaker Eleanor Gutenberg as one of the greatest high ladies to have ever held the title, and definitely secure her Chartist fleet's future until M35 ended. Even should a Gutenberg fail to become the next speaker for whatever reason, it was the kind of coup and contract no one was going to forget, because the contract would still be there. For some reason, Taylor didn't think the Chartist parties were going to be very interested in setting a time limit to it. I imagine the gains Gutenberg proposed in return for a contract of that magnitude were nothing to scoff at. They weren't. 10,000 charters to begin with, and the blonde emissary was even open to the possibility of creating hereditary free charters, which technically were only 1 or 2 levels removed from the power and renown of the rogue trader's warrant of trade. And Krieg? What do they want in exchange of their voluntary participation? That's the biggest problem. They want to participate, militarily. Excuse me? Haven't they heard of something called the Munitorum Tithe? Taylor laughed. Oh yes, they have. The problem is that the Munitorum doesn't want them anymore. A lot of emotions appeared on the face of her consort. In the end, confusion won. I'm afraid you've lost me. The administratum tithe of Krieg is extremely valuable for the Imperium, as a trade hub and a favored ally of the Gutenberg faction, unless the end of the galaxy was at hand. Material tithes from Krieg were simply worth far more than any manpower they could send. And the Kriegers have an astronomical amount of weapons of all types ready to arm anyone who has the gilts to buy them. But their traditions and their, heavily mercantilist-oriented culture, shall we say, have resulted in attitudes and behaviors which are completely at odds with those expected from guard officers. I have decided to ask above my head for the records, because I'm sure it is going to make for a lot of amusing reading. Sure, if you love learning from military disasters. You don't call yourself the Krieg Trade Corps of the mercantilist autocrats and hope for the best. Krieg Trade Corps? Who by the Golden Throne chose a name like that for guardsmen? Hive Shujia. Arch-Cardinal Winston Marlborough. One point which was too often underestimated in tales and legends was how energetic living saints could be. Winston had been on the move for 3 full days on the surface of Wuhan, and he had barely managed to catch up. Hives Chaolai, Shenzhen, and now Shujia for the seats of power, Guangzhou, Shenyang, and Chengdu for the main industrial sprawls, all visited in less than 10 days, potential rebellions crushed before they could register as anything more than a mere nuisance. It was making him glad in a way that he was only the Arch-Cardinal visiting a part of his Ultima Archdiocese, and not the Emissary Cardinal or whatever title the Ecclesiarch would choose for the man or woman chosen to be a permanent representative next to Lady Weaver. Winston had received youth-restoring treatment and rejuvenation less than 30 years ago, but he didn't feel young enough to follow this extremely fast pace of action. The scribes following Her Celestial Highness certainly felt the same way, if their exhausted faces were any indication. These cisterns are too small and their maintenance is deplorable. The guild in charge of this sector must be fined. New data slates were hastily filled with imperious orders. The PDF garrison is 20 minutes late as of the patrol schedule they gave this morning. Send the message that if I don't see them at the next barrack with a plausible reason explaining why they're nowhere in sight, a new penal legion will be accepting volunteers by the end of the day. Rolls of blank vellum found themselves covered in ink and other writing resources. There are security norms for the tech conveyors, and it is obvious they have been ignored. Find out which cartel was in charge of this level and fine them, then bring tech experts to clean up the mess. The Arch-Cardinal had seen the same thing happen with the Regina of Wuhan at Hive Chaolai earlier in the day, but the whirlwind of activity was far more massive and impressive with the living saint. It was because the Basileia was divine of course, but in this instance, the frenzy of tens of thousands of insects escorting the scribes, transporting building materials, arresting incompetent individuals, and sometimes even directing space marines towards problems to solve was just amazing. Entire armies of spiders were running everywhere, spreading vast quantities of webs to quarantine hab blocks under investigation, while others disappeared to give the local workers new locations to pour their efforts into. Scorpions were leading patrols of PDF forces, Templar Sororitas, Astartes, Skitarii, and practically every armed force which would be called a standard military force on a hive world. Arbits patrolled the streets, giving praises to the men and the women who stayed true to their oaths, and punishing the lazy and the crooks. It didn't seem very ordered at first glance, but once the situation was properly studied in mind and spirit, it showed a remarkable degree of organization and discipline. The Shujia domains had become a staunch hive of insect and human activity, and Winston felt he could be forgiven for the unintentional pun going with it. Your Celestial Highness, Winston only walked the last steps when the last wave of scribes and petitioners left, though it felt wrong to call the latter that, as several of the middle-class overseers had looked like a spider had dragged them out of their bed to convince them to obey their summons. Your High Eminence, the golden-winged chosen of the God Emperor saluted him. You arrived earlier than I expected. Really? I think that compared to Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg, I am a bit late. The manipulative woman had tricked him into believing she would wait for the return of the saint, when in reality nothing was further from the truth. It had taken him a day to return to his ship, and more hours than he felt comfortable admitting to deal with arriving at the Mandeville Point and traveling to the Moros subsector. I didn't see her that long ago. The black eyes of the Basileia grew thoughtful. I was quite busy helping my Regina deal with her inheritance. If you forgive me the presumption, Your Celestial Highness, isn't it a waste of my time to work to return Wuhan to something approaching lawful order? I don't think so. By coming here and participating in the renewal of a hive world, the foundations are laid for reforms and a better, more respectable and enjoyable life for all imperial citizens. As quality of life increases and the souls of the Imperium experience true happiness, as they know the God Emperor smiles upon them, the ugly temptation to turn to heresy is curtailed. Winston nodded thoughtfully. Plenty of young and optimistic priests often publicly supported these views as they began to preach. It wasn't against the cult of the Savior Emperor's main doctrine, but it was also a position incredibly difficult to defend when the times were hard and the military effort to fight against the Xenos consumed an entire society. To be the shepherds of good, not the religious enforcers of the cathedrals, the older man murmured. Exactly. If we give the opportunity of a good life to every citizen under the condition they work diligently for it, we prevent decay and despair from taking hold in their hearts. If they have strong feelings of friendship and unity in their hive communities, they will be less inclined to attempt miniature warfare and shed innocent blood. If the wealth of the massive projects is invested responsibly and is used to help the life of the population as a whole, not just a few spire-born aristocrats, they will still be wealthy people, but the poison of excess will be drained before it can cause more damage. You did immense damage to excess at Kamarak. Winston was a bit curious why the fell power was included when it was an annihilated shadow of what it had been. Yes. And I have no wish to allow it to resurrect itself. What the Xenos did to birth it must be the first and only time a race will succeed in creating an abomination of decadence, hedonism, and murder. There was no place for compromise in these words, and the Archcardinal acknowledged the implicit threat. The Angel of Kamarak would not let humanity fall into that pit of damnation. Billions of men and women would be sent to their deaths before excess would be allowed to crawl out of the darkness of non-existence. You didn't speak about change. No, the living saint gravely agreed. I didn't. I think, against that one only true goodness and vigilance can hold the walls. Good change isn't a problem in itself. I don't see it as one anyway. But ambition must be kept in check. Change just for the sake of changing must be stopped before it leads to disaster. Admirable words, and Winston meant it. The speech was really heartfelt and could serve as a warning of how it was important to stay vigilant, to never lose sight of the fact they were servants of the God Emperor. May the Astronomicon shine forever. I have a few questions about the practicalities of it, nonetheless. Donations will stay donations, as I said in one of my speeches. Religious devotion mustn't transform itself into exploitation. Winston stayed with his mouth open quite a few seconds before closing. Are you sure you aren't a mind reader, Your Celestial Highness? No, the envoy of the Ecclesiarch was given a superb smile, but while I thank your subordinates for feeding biscuits to some of my beetles, please let them know that discussing your projects in front of them tends to let me know everything in advance. Including the fact some of them were partial to flagellating themselves to gain my attention. There were going to be plenty of demotions once this audience was over. Winston would make sure of it, even if it was the last edict he ever wrote. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Swibinebula Subsector. Drocker System. Drocker. 6.339.297 M35. Pontifex Governor Tangaro Piripai. The ways of the salmon are unfathomable. Tangaro gritted his teeth and readjusted his warm cloak, which, praise the mighty God Emperor, had not been made using any fish. Enough of this foolishness. Never had he been so glad that, like his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, he had been sent to receive the best education of the subsector in the halls of the Lemurian theological schools. The ways of the salmon are unfathomable. Normally, this level of disrespect was something he should be able to reward with a firing squad or a rope and a broken neck. And he would throw a memorable party afterwards too. There were many people who infuriated him across the archipelagos of his home world, but none as much as Kahurangi Winiata. Sometimes, Tangaro wondered if the dark-haired brute had been elevated to his rank of salmon quester by the Council of Free Captains just to spite him. Everyone knew he and this brainless troublemaker had a history. But the idea was absolutely ridiculous, when he thought about it more deeply. Alongside the positions of Grox Quester and Moss Quester, the duties of Salmon Quester were the most important positions one of the Drocker population could reach while clinging stubbornly to their primitive superstitions. Drocker is a cardinal world and an agri-world governed in the name of His Most Holy Majesty, the God Emperor of mankind. Failing to pay your tithes is treason and will be punished as such. This time he received a reaction. Unfortunately, it wasn't the one he wanted. A mere flicker of an emotion in the corner of a black eye was all he was able to observe. At least the speech got some modification. We have already paid the tithe. Praise the ways of the great fisher, master of the bountiful seas. No, you haven't. The gall of this impertinent brute was astounding. You delivered 2 megatons of salmon flesh, 1 megaton of moss, and 3 megatons of grox. These were the quantities of the tithe for last year. The ways of the salmon are unfathomable. Antony444 tried not to sweat or openly show how furious he was. Deep inside, he was raging like one of the great hurricanes often striking the coasts of Hebrides Island. Increasing the size of the yearly tithe had not been his idea. It had come directly from his masters while he was taking a well-earned sabbatical holiday at his private resort of paradise, an inherited property which had been in the possession of the Pirapi Pontifexes for 500 years. It was a holy gift from the Hierophants which had always been enjoyed greatly by his predecessors and himself. At the time he had received the instructions, it had seemed a good idea. The salmon were the biggest fish to have ever swum into the oceans of Drakkar, and their placidity and rate of reproduction meant there were always a lot more dying of old age than the quantities being carved apart to be devoured by Lemurian or Vijayanagaraan mouths. The moss used in ointments and medicines always reappeared after a year, and even if they killed all the groks present on the biggest islands, the edible beasts would have rainfested said lands like they'd never left it a season later. Now that he was facing the rebellion of the entirety of the Drakkar salmon masters, moss gatherers, and groks guardians, the idea was considerably less brilliant than the enthusiastic acceptance of the terms. I am your planetary governor, and a direct representative of the Adeptus Ministorum. If you refuse to obey my commands, you are acting against the will of the God Emperor himself. And if the brute incriminated himself, maybe, just maybe, he could give the order to the 2 Frateres Templars behind him to shoot the salmon quester and the rest of the captains would bow to his will. While the ways of the salmon are unfathomable, we know enough to acknowledge you do not speak for the great fisher, master of mankind and the bountiful seas. Finally. The words of heresy he had been awaiting for all day. Frateres Templars. You have your orders. But no lasgun was fired. Antony444 turned his head, and froze, as the men he had brought with him were surrounded by at least half a dozen brutes in the service of Winiata. Worse, these were armed brutes, and not with the kind of equipment his troops had ever reported missing. Chinaxes, enormous guns that the sheer weight of should discourage anyone from even trying to wield them in one hand, and a few dangerous-looking electro-harpoons. The Pontifex governor wasn't happy to see them at all. The Drakkar raiders had been disarmed once they were properly convinced to take their right of founding so many centuries ago, and the Hierophants, praised be their wisdom and their visionary ideas, had continually enforced these edicts. More treason. More heresy. Truly the barbarians were incapable of understanding anything but the threat of overwhelming force. You are quite lucky to not have killed any official of the true and legitimate imperial authorities on this world, the Lemurian educated man declared, hiding his fear behind defiance. A representative of the living saint is on her way. If your rebellion hasn't ceased by the time she lands, I won't be able to help you. While the ways of the salmon are unfathomable, Kahurungi Winiata replied, neither I nor any man, woman, or child of Drakkar can remember a time when a Pirapi helped us. We will be at the spaceport to welcome the foreigner. Perfect. The Frateres Templars who had stayed here after the departure of the 2 divisions 3 years ago would enjoy shooting them on sight once the saint's messenger learned of the depths of their perfidy and how they broke the God Emperor's sacred order. Judge Missy Byron. An enormous advantage Drakkar had over Sparta was that the temperatures were definitely more bearable for humans. On the downside, the agri-world wasn't exactly a tropical destination either. The current temperature as they left the spaceport was 15 degrees Celsius with a cold breeze freshening everything. It was fine as long as you were walking, but when standing still, far less so. And while political considerations required her to don her green power armor today, the Shaker para-human wouldn't have been optimistic enough to wear t-shirts and other summer clothes. Then as Missy left the spaceport and the unpleasant smells hit her, she was very happy to have left Teddy in orbit. The sense of smell of the Rashan was far more developed than that of a human, something humanity compensated for by having better eyesight, and right now, she had the urge to gag or do something undiplomatic as unpleasant odor after unpleasant odor assaulted her nose. The culprits were not difficult to find. A long line of men from the population of Drakkar waited behind the welcoming committee of the Ecclesiarchy and the Frateres Templar. In their hands they held metallic chains allowing them to control several groxes. Oh, and they were also wearing nothing but loincloths. Missy would deny it until her last breath, but the muscles, they had rubbed their skins with fish-based oil. Yes, the combination of the land animals and the seafood was unique. The young woman was going to concede it was better than being welcomed with laser and explosive ordnance, but not by much. Lady Byron. I profusely apologize for this insulting welcome. In the last couple of years, Missy had met a lot of planetary governors. Most of them after the victory of Kumarak became known to the Nix sector at large, and the rulers were suddenly incredibly interested in bowing and prostrating themselves before Taylor. In this amount of time, she had learned appearances could be deceiving, and that until you had set a foot on the planet and learned at least the basics of the local population's culture, it was difficult to form a permanent judgment without it eventually biting a vital part of your body in return. To be clear, the Arbit's judge knew very little about the situation on Drakar. Lemuria and all possible sources of information in the Swiba subsector had been extremely reluctant to deliver the data asked of them. But here, it was not hard to tell something was wrong. First, there was an enormous gap between the formation of Frat Eris Templar guarding the planetary governor who answered to the name and title of Pontifex Governor Tangaro Pirapai and the civilian population of the agri-world. A couple of meters would have denoted respect. But today, the distance separating civilians from soldiers was far closer to 20 or 30 meters, and they had placed themselves to let the wind carry their smell, making the insult very deliberate. Secondly, the Drakar, air, she didn't even know how the local population called itself, something to remedy as soon as possible. Anyway, the civilian population of Drakar, or at least the men and women present, shared a few physical particularities. They were pale-skinned certainly due to the planet's short warm seasons and the lack of sunlight for several standard months. They were heavily tattooed with blue and green ink imprinting impressive fish onto their skins. And they were tall and heavily muscled, to the point Missy had to consciously remind herself about not staring too hard at these superb ABS and other evidence of masculinity. Not that the women were bad per se, but Missy would leave them to others, sorry Taylor. The planetary governor, by contrast, shared a few facial traits, like the jaw, the hair, but nothing else. His skin was tanned like he had spent several years out in a sunny place which wasn't available to the rest of the population. Given the private and very ostentatious yacht transport she had seen in orbit, that was likely not far off the mark. Tangaro Pirapai was thin, almost effeminate, and if he had muscles, his ecclesiarchal robes hid them well. Missy steeled her mind. It was entirely possible she saw too much when there were other good explanations. There had been words like rebellion and active disobedience to imperial rule thrown around. Maybe the problems weren't the Pontifex governor's fault. The smell is unpleasant, but I will survive, she smiled coldly after a few more seconds of silence. This is one of the actions of disobedience mentioned in the astropathic messages. Yes. The man beamed, and Missy fought hard not to shiver. The man wasn't that bad looking, but she really didn't like how he looked at her. They have been at it for the better part of 40 standard days. It is becoming impossible to put them back to work. Ah yes. With all the issues created by the Noctilith discovery in the Spartan ice fields which were not considerable, but every kilogram was extremely useful and one the enemies of humanity did not have. The victorious judge had nearly forgotten that in order to form the anti-rebel army of Frat Eris Templars, several worlds of the subsector had seen their Frat Eris Templar garrisons stripped from them. Drakar was among those planets which had been required to volunteer to send said religious fanatics. The companies inside and outside the spaceport had to be a large percentage of what military was available to the agri-world. It wasn't much, when the total population of Drakar was 500 million. But there have been no deaths? No violence of any sort. If it happened, certain laws of the Lex Imperialis took precedence, and Missy would be forced to at least to present a few scapegoats to the Adeptus Arbits. No, the Pontifex governor gloomily and very reluctantly admitted. It didn't take more than a couple of seconds for the man to start behaving like he was sorry it had not come to that. These disobedient workers are, in peaceful rebellion. Their greatest crime is a refusal to pay the imperial tithe the God Emperor asks of them. Which was bad enough, by the tenets of the Lex Imperialis. Refusal to pay the tithe always met with vicious reprisal from the Adeptus Terra, including but not limited to the execution of the governor and all his family, astronomical fines levied against the planet for 10 generations, execution of all rebel groups and decimation of the population, and settlement of new workers to take the jobs of those who had betrayed the confidence the Imperium had placed its faith into. It was extremely harsh, and it could go from there to monstrous quickly. But the tithe was one of the foundations of the Imperium. Still, there was something in the back of her mind. Missy asked for one of the data slates she had allowed one of her Nixian assistants and went on the data column after column. And yes, there was something deeply wrong. If they haven't paid their tithes, why are the transports contracted to ferry the 2 million megatons of salmon to Lemuria not present in high orbit? The White Harvest, the Icy Bounty, the Caspian Fisher, these hulls weren't visible to my ship's augurs. Air. The Pontifex governor tried to make an unconvincing sign of the Aquila, all the while beginning to sweat and muttering something unintelligible under his breath. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. Her worst suspicions were beginning to be confirmed, however. I said, they paid the tithe quantities asked of them last year. The tithe this year was significantly higher, but they sent the same quantities of fish, moss, and grox meat. Well, that explained everything. No wonder Tangaro Pirapai had tried to keep Nix in the dark. I see. Tell me, Pontifex Crusader. Did you bother reading the astropathic messages sent by Her Celestial Highness? I did. Yes, you did, the hololithic logs I have in my possession confirm it. So tell me, repeat high and loud what the Article 2 of the new decrees sent by Basileia Taylor Hebert on the first fraction of 297M35 demanded of the planetary governors of the Nix sector. I don't know. The man was lying, and he was doing it so badly even his own men didn't believe him. This included the white-armored frat heiress Templars, who had once stood as bodyguards next to him, and were now doing a fine job of trying to subtly increase the distance between him and them. Let me refresh your memory then. No tithe status will be altered, be it decreased, increased, or the nature of goods outright modified, without the express permission of Her Celestial Highness. Missy shrugged. The administratum tithe masters are above this decree, naturally. It wouldn't do to anger the tax collectors. But the administratum didn't contact you. I had to act. The tithe delivered to Lemuria was far too small compared to the wealth of this agri-world. There was only one reaction that she could make when someone announced that. Her right fist caught him in the jaw. Given that she was in a power armor and he had no protection whatsoever, the damage was not pretty to look at. There were a lot of cheers from the audience second after that. There are ancient protocols to determine the value of the imperial tithe. The Shaker felt no amusement anymore. They are solely in the hands of the administratum, though the lady of the sector is granted a certain influence to intercede in a world's favor or not. You, Pontifex Governor, certainly don't have any power to decide how large the tithe needs to be. Stand up. The white-robed holy man continued to cry and moan in pain, plenty of unintelligible sounds spilling from his lips. Stand up. She barked, and at last the man slowly tried to return to his pompous attitude, though the large mark she had left on him was going to leave a large bruise, assuming she chose to spare him. No more lies. No more dissimulation. How high was the tithe increase you asked of these loyal imperial citizens? 30%. 30%. By everything all which was holy, it was a minor miracle the population had not gone on a rampage and executed this imbecile along with his entire administration. Who told you to increase the tithe? I acted of my own volition. Even without owning a lie-detecting device, the expression of the injured pontifex gave it away. Hopefully, he had left incriminating evidence in his personal quarters. Not that Missy really needed it, of course. The smell of the fishes and the grog stank less than the manipulations and plots of the Hierophant of Lemuria. Anyway, it solved the situation nicely. By his own admission, Tangaroa Piripai had committed treason. Breathing loudly, the judge deactivated the mag protections around her holster and drew her lightsaber. By the authority vested in me by Her Celestial Highness Taylor Hebert, Lady of Nix, acting in the name of the God Emperor, I, Judge Missy Byron, Judge Pontifex Crusader Tangaroa Piripai guilty of high treason against the Imperium of mankind. The punishment is death. The green blade materialized into existence, certainly provoking awe among the spectators, and terror on the traitor's face. Templars. The word had certainly been intended as a shout, but it was more heard as a panicked squeak. Templars, save me. Not a single soldier of the ecclesiarchy moved. She executed a single strike, and the head of the former master of the agri-world was separated from his shoulders. Samanquester Kahurungi Winiata. I knew these bastards of Piripai wanted to have their heads rise, but ha. Shut up, Ari, Kahurungi ordered his brother. There are moments to laugh, and this isn't one of them. He was not going to cry at the fate of Tangaroa. The Lemurian-trained pontifex had gotten what he deserved, and if given the chance, Kahurungi would have loved to wield the blade himself. But the situation demanded they stay calm and careful. They heard the conversation of Piripai and the Saint's envoy through the Vox broadcasters, and the Drocker fishers and Grox farmers had cheered when it became obvious the increase of the tithe had been confirmed to be totally illegal. That didn't mean they had been recognized as innocent and were free to return to their ships for those who lived and worked on them or to the other jobs proud men did. This terrible green blade which looked like a plasma fire shaped into a sword's edge had decapitated the Pontifex governor. It could do the same to them if its owner desired it. Thus when the message arrived that the Saint's envoy desired to speak with their leader, Kahurungi Winiata walked towards the woman, and did not dance or celebrate the death of their former governor by pissing on his corpse. He kept his calm. He was serious as much as he could be anyway. The ancients of the council had named him to the useless position of Samanquester because they wanted to annoy the Piripai Pontifex and his large family who shamed the blood of Drocker by their very existence. Kahurungi was a good warrior, and in general he was one of the best electro-harpoon wielders of his tribe. Somehow though, he didn't think the green-armored woman in front of him was an opponent in his league. She was thin, but not like Tangaroa Piripai. There was a sense of danger surrounding her. Or maybe it was just the way her troops in dark armors waited behind her like they were only necessary for the mop-up. Do you speak for the population of Drocker? The brown-haired young woman didn't waste any time. Kahurungi was prompt to shake his head negatively. No, but I can relay your words to the Council of Captains. Eyes as hard as plasteel stared at him before softening. Good enough. As I'm sure you've heard, the increase of the tithe was illegal. Therefore there was no rebellion, and every action and law passed by Tanjiro Pirapai since he decided to violate the Lex Imperialis is also null and void. If the men and women of Drakar decide to return to their work and provide the same tithe that they've always delivered these last several decades, everything will be forgiven. Kahurungi had hoped for the best, but he had not expected that. That is a very attractive offer, lady. The fisher swallowed. But the next Pontifex governor may feel the forgive and forget thing is heretical and try to ignore your words. I am not going to leave the current system of Pontifex governors in place, the judge retorted bluntly to his astonished face. This traitor broke the laws, but he could have only done it with his administration supporting it. And anyone stupid enough to think a 30% increase of the tithe without any forewarning or tithe census is the correct move deserves to be shot. I don't know yet if I'm going to execute the relatives of the Pontifex governor or just send them back to Nyx and let her celestial highness deal with them, but I can assure you they won't be available to rule this world anymore. The explosion of cheers and applause which followed may have been heard everywhere on Hebrides. In that case, Kahurungi bowed formally. Thank you. Several members of the Council of Captains will come to Hebrides as soon as the Waves and the God Emperor allow in order to renew their oaths. That's good to hear. The green-armored woman smiled. On our side, I am going to order the replacement of the Frat Eris Templars and these useless Lemurian priests. I am not sure who will be chosen, but we will likely deploy an Ixian regiment for the protection of the spaceport and the capital. The priests will most likely be chosen by Cardinal Prescott now that Lemuria has revealed itself to be totally unsuitable. On your side, if you have a method to choose a popular leader, I suggest you exert it in the next days. I want a new planetary governor to be chosen before my departure. Kahurungi Winiata stayed with his jaw hanging open for several seconds before closing it, as more furious claps and triumphant cheers echoed everywhere. Judge Missy Byron. I will never understand humans. Don't worry, Teddy. Missy caressed her favorite Rashan's head before taking a new piece of salted grox from the improvised barbecue which had been installed on the Blue Hebrides beach. I think most of the time humans are unable to understand themselves. I mean, boys can't understand girls. And girls don't really understand boys either. Otherwise she would have already found the perfect boyfriend. That's definitely why the god humans have chosen to worship walked among us and was a human, the Shaker continued after pouring herself half a glass of the strong beverage served by the Drakar men. It takes a human deity to understand the humans. Or not so much, in that case. The poor master of mankind had insisted over and over that he wasn't to be worshipped, and look what had happened the moment he wasn't there to smack heads together. I still fail to understand where the logic is in their actions. The Rashan shook his head before swallowing the moss the civilians had agreed to share with him. They didn't want to pay more than their due with one tithe, but they request Friend Weaver gives them another. Well, the administratum tithe is very different from the munitorum tithe, Teddy. One demands they pay a high amount of their produce of salmon flesh, moss, and grox meat. The other is all about soldiers. The female para-human bit off in a second piece of meat before expanding upon her point. This isn't exactly a normal agri-world. The people here saw their settlement of the planet as a humiliation. I haven't been able to read a lot of history books since the treason investigations took up most of our time, but I've no doubt their ancestors were battle-hardened guardsmen. They lived for war. A lot of the traditions they kept over the generations were tales of old glory on faraway battlefields. As they saw it, the ecclesiarchy insulted them by trying to make farmers of them and robbing them of their ancestral weapons. It would have already been a questionable move at the best of times, but the worst part was how unsuccessful the ecclesiarchy had been. The heroine was not of a nature to question every report sent her way, but when seconds after the general amnesties were made official men and women began to parade with antique autoguns and old Gatling-type weapons, it was rather obvious the disarmament had been rather ineffective. But there aren't that many of them, Teddy protested. Each hive of Nyx has more population than them, and they will still have to pay the first tithe. Will Friend Weaver accept? Their weapons are old, and I saw no facility to produce them here. These are good points, she acknowledged. And the answer is, I don't know. Taylor will certainly be impressed by their spirit, their self-control, and their magnificent ABS. The black and white Rashan huffed after the third quality was mentioned. But yes, they have little industry to speak of, and most of what exists is shelters against the local storms and repair facilities for their ships. Most of them which were as old as the personal weapons of the Drakar warriors. Munitorum tithe or no munitorum tithe, a certain level of investment into the civilian sector was likely going to be necessary in the immediate future. Not that Missy anticipated big problems on that front. Now that Drakar had lost its status of cardinal world and was going to get a proper planetary governor working for the benefit of its inhabitants, the obstacles for Chartist ships and cartel negotiators to enter this region of Swibu were going to be drastically diminished. No logic, groused Teddy one more time. Where are we going once the governor will be chosen? Lemuria. Yes, Missy nodded. Though given the pile of incriminatory evidence I've found in the Pirapai governor's palace, there's a high chance other highly powerful men and women are going to act against the Hierophant and his allies. Taylor had assured her she could command a reasonable amount of military assets from Nyx and that she would be the top authority on the Northern Trail. So far, so good. But there was one organization which was absolutely not subordinated to her, and if the rumors she had found in the papers were true. These Lemurian priests aren't very intelligent. Teddy commented before salivating over a new plate of moss. Praise the great lotus we have friend weavers will to remove them before they cause more harm and injustice. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nyx system. Exorcist class Grand Cruiser Pavian Victory. 3.377.297 M35. Rogue trader Wolfgang Bach. The problem with the young tech priests, Wolfgang had quickly discovered, was not that they had no new ideas. The problem was that they had too many plans for this unfortunate galaxy, and if the Archmagi and Magi supposed to monitor them weren't careful, either the exploration fleets would jump into the closest black hole, or they would succumb to the first tech heresy they discovered. As such, his audiences with tech priests, to his rising consternation, weren't so much about trying to implement new things as they were to rein in the most enthusiastic troublemakers. No. But the space hulks are troves of ancient technology. And the dangers posed by them are anything but light. The young rogue trader replied, refraining from slamming the head and the mechadendrites of his interlocutor against the surface of his table until he listened to reason. The space hulks, if we meet any, will have their fate decided on a case-by-case basis. Assuming it is a small one and the opposition is projected to be minimal, I may give my support to a fast raid to acquire more archaeotech. But if it is a large one or it is already taken over by Xenos, the assistance of space marines will be desperately needed before a single foot lands on these nests of corruption and enemies of mankind. Tech priests being priests, something that came to his mind countless times these last few days. The debate didn't stop there, and it took him more than 2 hours to convince the representative of the Mechanikus that there were laws that even a rogue trader couldn't close his eyes against, and even if those didn't exist, the wrath of Lady Weaver wasn't something to take lightly. It was thus with a certain relief Wolfgang watched the tech delegation leave his bridge before he permitted a sigh to pass his lips. Truly there were certain days it was very tempting to ask Lady Taylor Hebert how in the name of the God Emperor she was managing to find STC templates with such regular frequency. Being a chosen of the Omnissiah was not entirely devoid of drawbacks, but it was something that allowed her to wield a sum of political and military power which made sure the cogboys were staying quiet most of the time. Since this was an imperfect society, this was nearly a miracle by itself. The Tur Athens expedition may achieve the very important goals everyone prayed it would, and he would be part of the legend. Or it would not. Wolfgang could only hope it was going to be the former, not the latter. Beyond the light, death, or glory. The blonde-haired veteran of Kamarak observed the stars the bridge's bay allowed him to see at his leisure, before a few seconds later his stomach began to growl, his thought pattern interrupting itself. With a no small amount of surprise, he realized he had missed his last 2 meals, running from important meeting to urgent meeting. The next minutes were thus spent watching the fabulous view offered by the high orbit of Nyx and the myriad of ships, shuttles, shipyards, and every other space object moving around while eating the sandwich he had prepared for lunch. It was choreography after choreography of ceramite, adamantium, plasteel, and grand decorations, minimal in the case of the fuel tankers owned by the Weaver cartel and the austere Magi, sublime in the case of the Brothers of the Red, and ranging from gleaming to outrageous for the ecclesiarchy hulls. The view from the docks where his flagship was repaired and improved was glorious. If the rumors were true, the mistress of ships had invested in a new command headquarters which allowed her to triple the communication networks and allowed her Archmagi and Magi to oversee and control the trade and exchange flux. Seeing the incredibly small though near null might be more appropriate number of accidents did give credit to the whispers and unconfirmed information. The master of the Pavian Victory had finished consuming his second sandwich when the familiar pneumatic hiss announcing that the doors leading to the bridge were opening arrived at his ears. Wonderful, the day had been so long he didn't even hide his exhaustion. He didn't immediately turn his head to see who was the bearer of bad news, as he was busy pouring himself a new glass of water from a crystal jug which, according to the experts, was a 2,000-year-old treasure stolen by Kalmar. Since the rightful owners had long since disappeared from the annals of history, Wolfgang had been allowed to keep it, like most of the tableware of the Pavian Victory. What is the problem this time, and how much is it going to cost me to solve it? The footsteps were far quicker than usual, and before he was able to free his hands, foreign ones were on his shoulders. 2 very interesting questions, purred a feminine voice he hadn't heard in years against his right ear. So we are problems after all. Julia? Wolfgang asked incredulously before the caress on his shoulders turned into an implacable grip. Look at him, dear sister. A young woman in a traditional but very elegant blue uniform of the Imperial Navy came into view as his glass was abandoned on the table. He remembers us after all. Adriana, Wolfgang said. I can explain everything. I can explain everything, Lieutenant Commander, the twin who had captured him effortlessly murmured in his ear. Congratulations on your promotion, Lieutenant Commander, the trapped rogue trader added hastily. He didn't want to be brutalist, thank you very much. Why thank you, Julia von Lehengram purred, her voice as usual sublime, but then Wolfgang had become very knowledgeable in super predators of all kinds since his arrival at Nyx, and many were quite beautiful. I am the CEO of the Cobra Destroyer Surprise. Adriana commands the Nightingale, also a destroyer. Wolfgang almost anticipated the but which was about to follow. Imagine our surprise, Adriana von Lehengram continued, her eyes inspecting her blue nails as one of her hands passed through her blonde braid, that a famous rogue trader formerly of the Imperial Navy wasn't there to welcome us as befit our status when we arrived a couple of days ago. A famous bandit who stole our virginities, Julia chimed in threateningly, proving once more why she had received some of the best grades in several martial arts taught at the Karduniash Academy. A bandit we had to convince our father not to send assassins against, when he became aware of our torrid night, Ariana continued. Poor Wolfgang ignores us now that he has become a roguish rogue trader. Julia's voice took the undertone of sadness before discarding the tremolos and returning to an imperious tone. I hope you have a good excuse for your poor behavior, upstart plebeian. I am not in the Navy command loop anymore, I resigned my naval secretary seat months ago. The young man protested immediately before the blue nails on his shoulders dug further into his flesh and drew blood. And I spent the last days running from Mechaniku's gathering to Mechaniku's gathering. Do you hear that, my dear twin? Adriana spoke softly, her eyes shining with mischievousness. It sounds to me, as if he's trying to say he was too busy to see us. I heard it. Wolfgang could not see Julia's lips, but he could feel her amusement. Fair's fair, his Nyxian conquests assured us they haven't seen him at all these last months. Of course the fact he had these conquests in the first place is clearly a bad sign, Adriana added evilly. And a lot of them were blondes, in case you haven't noticed. There were moments, Wolfgang knew, when women were the most threatening species of the entire galaxy, and nothing, not the Drukhari, not the Orcs, not the Eldar, could remotely compare to the danger they channeled. And so he stayed silent. Only the God Emperor's intervention could save him now. I noticed. Do you think it's because he was so satisfied with the night he spent with us he tried to see if all blondes could satisfy him, or it was an attempt to mock us when we would unavoidably catch him for his crimes? My crimes. He instantly regretted the lapse in control which had led to him uttering the two words. Well, the little party you invited yourself to was for noble men and women of high lineage, Adriana counted on her fingers. There's the amasek you threw into the face of an admiral's son, I think. You asked me to. You took our virginities, obviously. Wolfgang rolled his eyes hard, but didn't protest. How terribly reluctant the twins had been. And you left the hotel without bothering with a single goodbye. In my defense, the rogue trader had to protect his honor on that one. The company of von Lehengram armsmen who was storming the place was very threatening. What happened to courage and honor? Julia teased. I have never claimed to be born on Macrage. That is a very unconvincing argument, I think. Adriana stopped watching her sister manhandle him, and approached. He realized too late blue and gold manacles had been hidden from his sight and were now binding his wrists. I completely agree, my dear twin. He must be punished. Wolfgang felt his heart beat faster. What did they? His private quarters on this grand cruiser are worthy of our rank, and we have given leave to the crew working on the nearby compartments for the next 6 hours. It is plenty of time to punish this bandit of a rogue trader for his impertinence. Don't resist, Wolfgang, Julia purred again, or the other rogue traders in the Basilea will receive plenty of blackmail information on your academy years. Adriana's lips met his, and then they promptly dragged him towards his quarters, and his ultimate fate. Mechaniku's research station entropy of the quest. Leet. Leet sneezed. Something both terrible and wonderful must have happened, the tinker declared, after ensuring that his surroundings weren't about to melt into a lake of acid, explode, be set on fire, or all three outcomes at the same time. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to go to a hololithic device and ask if, somewhere in the system, someone had a problem. 5 seconds after he had spoken, a mechadendrite was whizzing through the air and only his long experience allowed him to evade it and avoid being hit, again. Focus, menial Leet. You still have 2 hours before the end of your workday. Unless, of course, you wish to renounce your video game privileges for the evening. There really had to be a hell for tech priests like these, the para-human thought, before returning to his attempts at recreating what the cogboys called a magnetic containment flask, which was apparently one of the most important parts of the typical plasma guns built by the Imperium. Of all the red robes chosen to monitor and punish him, T11001100 Zeta was one of the worst. Additionally, by a series of coincidences which reeked of a deep conspiracy, Dragon had seen fit to promote him to the rank of Omicron Alpha Tech Priest, and the cyborg had taken it as the sign he was doing a good job and his behavior was perfectly appropriate. Just for that, Leet had decided that the first target in the epic, nay, most epic game of Assassin's Creed, Imperium, would have the appearance and mannerisms of T11001100 Zeta. He may not be able to use the cyborg's actual name, there were limits, but everyone who mattered would know that justice had been served. No, I don't. As much as he didn't want to admit it out loud, the threat of losing his precious video games was working. Damn these futuristic servants of Skynet. But it would be quicker if I used my... No. Shouted another cyborg, drawing a gun which had been hidden underneath his red robe. No use of tinker abilities. You will learn how to properly build the magnetic containment flask, and with the proper machine prayers. Only once you have mastered this skill will you be authorized to experiment using unstable models. Wait a minute, it has never been a question of instability in the session of tomorrow. What are you? Ah, manling. Just the courageous blood oath companion I was looking for. All thoughts of damaged flasks or imperfect equipment fled Leet's mind faster than a greenskin running to war. The Slayer was here. This was apocalyptic bad, enough to change his estimation from miserable day to oh god, I am so going to be near dead when it ends. Not improving his morale was that as Borak marched in his direction terribly quickly like a guided missile seeking its prey, the smell reaching his nose was incredibly powerful. Now, the Duarden or Squat, depending on the audience, weren't exactly maniacal on personal hygiene, but such a powerful stench meant his partner had emptied a few barrels of beer. And when Leet said beer, the tinker wasn't talking about the liquids whose recipes and gene-coded plants Weaver had sold to several civilized worlds. It was the ultra-condensed alcoholic beer that was served to the Space Marines to, you know, actually give them the possibility of becoming inebriated. Normally, no unaugmented human, save perhaps the Basileia of Nyx, but she hadn't tried, could even consider drinking a cup of the stuff and remaining somehow lucid. You did, things, when you were under the sway of that ultra beer. Things you regretted a lot the moment you were sober enough to think with your brain and not feel like an anvil had been dropped on your head. But there was worse. While most of the living beings of this galaxy were destroyed by the power of alcohol in mere seconds, it appeared to have an invigorating effect on Borak, who regularly proclaimed he had some of his best ideas while savoring the contents of his tankard. My workday isn't over, Borak. Actually, the traitor T11001100 Zeta intervened. Leet has worked diligently today, and as such can be released from his last 2 hours. Good. The fierce supporter of video games did not even have the time to protest. Before his brain could compute what was happening, the fingers of the Duarden had already seized his arm and he was dragged vigorously towards the exit. Good. I have found a new test weapon, and I want to see if it suits your fighting style. Leet did his best not to sob or cry. Testing new weapons generally resulted in him having the opportunity to learn how to not kill himself with something extremely sharp for 10 minutes, and the rest of an hour consisting of his trainer beating him like their lady and mistress had kicked the lives out of the drookery. This time I will only use my fists, I promise. Leet whimpered. Fafnir Forge Temple. Ancient Rylaner. Are you sure, Venerable Ancient? The worst part wasn't the respect in the female Magi's voice. The worst part was the Alpha Legionnaire trying to hide his laugh as a cough. Yes, I am certain, Lady Dragon. And please, while we are in private, just call me Rylaner. Venerable Ancient makes me feel older than I already am. Venerable Ancient was a non-feigned mark of respect, but every time it was uttered, it reminded him that for thousands of years, he had been buried in the catacombs of Istvan III. Buried and unable to do anything against the traitors who had deliberately trampled and destroyed everything the Third Legion once stood for. And stop smiling, Marine of the 20th, or we will see if your kind can swim in the Mechanicu's forges. We are the Heracles Wardens now. You will always be the 20th to me, especially since they had Pierre in their ranks. If they had all been filled with unknown faces, he may have not been riled by them this way, but since everything he did was going to reach the other dreadnought one way or another. While I think your reasoning can hold with the Heracles Wardens, as they are to my best knowledge the only true successor of the Alpha Legion, Dragon Richter pointed out politely, please keep in mind that what is true for them is not necessarily valid for the descendants of the 9 legions which stayed true. Yes, I've studied the archives available and seen how much many chapters diverged from their parent legion. The Black Templars, to quote the most obvious example, had really dodged a vortex torpedo of significant weight when their Primarch decided to save his brother the Khan instead of coming back. Surely Sigismund had not approved what they had become? Unfortunately, Rylaner had not exactly been close with the Astartes who had become the first High Marshal of these God Emperor worshippers. The God Emperor. The very name felt incredibly wrong. The nascent Imperium had been the driving force for atheism and scientific reasoning. The Emperor had denied his divinity more times than he could remember. The forces of the 20 legions had been fighting to give mankind a future where superstition and falsehoods like those were incinerated. To arrive in a future like this one reeked of the divagations that eternally damned motherless bastard of Lorgar had spread before Monarchia. At the first opportunity he had, Rylaner was going to have a little confession time with this traitor. If the luck of the battlefield favored him, he would even ask him how good his new abomination gods were before roasting his face and tearing him apart piece by piece. I had a lot of time to think since my arrival on Nyx, Granted, a lot of what he had thought before they injected him this neural regenerating Bacta was really not that reasonable or coherent. Many deeds had to be done, but running across the galaxy in the hope he would find that gutless traitor daring to call himself the Eternal was not going to revive his battle brothers. And while I can definitely be in error, I reflected on the past history of the Emperor's children, and I think the root of the problem came at the very beginning. When your Primarch was discovered on Chemos, you mean? Asked the Alpha, the Heracles Warden. No, I mean from the very beginning, Rylaner sent a huff through the device broadcasting his voice. Or at least the day when the cursed Selenar unleashed the blight against our gene seed reserves. Because I do not think I was exempt of it, we were too prideful. We were perfectionists, and we thought it was a good thing. Pardon me, Lord Rylaner, but Astartes are all perfectionists, given how tight their operation plans are in order to achieve victory against insurmountable odds. Yes and no, the Contemptor Corps 2's dreadnought answered. All legions had perfectionist and arrogance problems, that much can't be argued, and he would be very, very surprised if it wasn't the reason most of the 16th Legion had been corrupted before the first shot of the Istvan III massacre was fired. But we were already arrogant and perfectionists on an entirely different level. We were the scions of old Europa. Oh yes, we had lost against His Majesty, but our parents had managed to inflict quite masterful defeats upon his normal armies before the Thunder Warriors forced them to surrender. We called ourselves the Emperor's children. But not once, not really, did we think very deeply about brotherhood. Seeing how the blue-red space marine was nodding, he understood the point he was trying to make. Every legionnaire thought himself loyal beyond question, the gene descendant of the Hydra summarized carefully. And when the shield cracked, there was no a second cuirass beneath to unite the third. We lived by perfection, Rylaner bitterly chuckled. And we died by perfection. I can blame our gene sire for aggravating the problem, but this needless quest had begun long before he took command. Only by imperfection can we fail him, In the end. We weren't perfect, the Terran-born Astartes interred in the Contemptor admitted. And even if we had somehow reached it, it would have done more harm than good. Perfection is the enemy of humanity. What does wait at the top of the mountain when there are no more challenges to be conquered? For the Third Legion, the answer had been decadence, hedonism, and a titanic failure to question the abyss the Phoenician was about to throw them into. That is why I am not that saddened to see no single world in this sector has high levels of compatibility with our gene seed. Let us recruit from diverse horizons, and then forge a true brotherhood of space marines which may be able to erase the atrocities of the Naga and his servants. Since the Emperor had decided he was for the second time going to be the master of rites of the Third, it was only fitting to remember what had failed the Legion and do his utmost not to repeat it. You will still need a home world, Lady Magos Dogma Dragon spoke gently, unless it is your intention to be a fleet-based chapter. No, having no real anchor with humanity would cause a lot of undesirable effects. Because their lineages told them they were above the masses, and Fulgrim had not exactly burned to put an end to the state of affairs. I understand I have two subsectors to choose from. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 0.471.297 M35. Lord Commander Militant Paul von Oberstein. One of the many good points about the immensity of the Imperial Palace was that it destroyed the very concept of coincidence. When the inner palace alone was bigger than 99% of the hives of the Imperium, when the outer palace was a lesson of gigantism in itself, and when the vaults, corridors, plazas, chambers, and vastnesses were inhabited by tens of billions of souls, you didn't find someone unless you were actively searching for him or her. This was why when one of the High 12 of the Senatorum Imperialis found him when he was busy giving a little exercise to his lazy mastiff, Paul von Oberstein didn't need a single second to see through the monumental lie. Not that he would say so to the man's face. High Lord or not, the Imperium had a long history proving no one was truly beyond the reach of the Holy Inquisition when its agents wanted your death. You and Van Dyer are causing me countless headaches. Berlin Chimera started the conversation bluntly as their respective protection teams took position while Paul was keeping Pila from trying to jump on the inquisitorial representative. As amusing as the sight would be, Paul didn't think Berlin would thank him for being covered in mastiff saliva. I apologize for the inconvenience, the Lord Commander Militant said loudly and let 10 seconds pass before muttering in a lower voice. But as long as he tries to meddle in my affairs, that arrogant and pampered bureaucrat is going to be opposed, and vigorously, I should add. Be reasonable. Had it been anyone else, the black-haired commander of the Imperial Guard would have told him politely or impolitely to throw himself or herself from the walls of the palace and stop bothering him. His interlocutor being an inquisitor, his speech had to be adapted. I am being reasonable. I don't try to explain to that imbecile how an administration must be organized to function properly, despite all available evidence pointing to the fact that a Grox put in his seat would do a better job. So if he stops interfering in the business of the Astra Militarum, I will be quite happy to ignore him. The ancient Lucifer Black Guardsman didn't voice that, unlike the billions of scribes and useless administrators present on the throne world, the millions of flag officers working in the stratagems were fighting an eternal war against a multitude of horrors on a million fronts. Too often the odds were stacked against these men by the fault of some new or old warp abomination or a xenospecies possessing the ability to decimate regiments in mere hours. He really didn't need the administratum to interfere and make everything worse, as they always did once their limited brains tried to implement their fantastic ideas. The Adeptus Administratum was to be the senior service by the will of the God Emperor. And if Malkador the hero was here to render judgment today, he would exterminate at least half of the highest-ranked adepts in the first minutes of his new tenure. The Lord Commander Militant refused to be cowed by some dusty manuscripts that had been utterly turned against the very purpose of the first rulings done in his name. The Imperium as it stands today is more and more working in spite of the Administratum's efforts to sabotage it, not because the scribes do a good job. I understand why Van Dyer hates you so much. If a real emotion burned inside the Lord Inquisitor, it was hidden well under a rock-crete-like stance. The feeling is entirely mutual, I assure you. Berlin Chimera sighed. Like everything significant done by the inquisitorial representative, there were perhaps 100 motives for making that sound, and none of them included anything involving mere mortal exhaustion. Would it have been so much a sacrifice to place his creature as Lady Weaver's chief of staff? Yes, he replied as bluntly as the tall inquisitor. The lackey would not have survived long. Probably not long enough to work a single day in office, Paul agreed. And the incompetent would have been lucky to not be on the receiving end of some harsh execution. Why then? Many reasons, the Lord Commander Militant replied. The most obvious from a strategic perspective is the time that would have been lost. I can compensate for a lot of things. Men, lasguns, artillery shells, transports, all of this and trillions of objects can be produced and sent to the front lines. But when time is lost, it is gone forever. Since sending anyone to Nyx involves a minimal travel time of roughly 1 standard year, sending an imbecile to the victor of Comorac would result in 1 more year being lost. I refuse to waste one of my most efficient Lady General's preparations in such a crass manner. Cadia is not under siege. Paul von Oberstein caressed the head of Pylu. It is not under attack, yet. You and I both know there is going to be a reaction to the victory at Comorac. The servants of the enemy can't give us centuries of relative peace now that the Eldar's ears have been clipped and Biltan is gone. We have a few more years, but I don't think we will be granted more than 3 decades. And when the storm hits, the Guard will be tested like it never has been in the last several centuries. All the more reason to maintain at least a facade of unity. The commander of the largest army of the galaxy gave the Lord Inquisitor an incredulous stare. My lord, I will thank you to not take me for an idiot. If you want unity, why were the Arch-Terran Cardinal and the Paternal Envoy allowed to have such a public debate last year? Why are the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy and the Speaker for the Chartist captains hosting their private soirees to ensure they are conflicting with each other? Why is Utrecht among the High 12 in the first place? The last point had always been particularly galling for the Astra Militarum as a whole, and generated plenty of resentment. In trillions of wars, the Imperial Guard was the first and only solution the Imperium had to achieve victory. The Imperial Navy was stretched too thin across hundreds of thousands of light years. The Mechanicu's armies were too small, and the Frateris Templar refused to defend anything which didn't fall under the Ecclesiarcha's ownership. Even the Space Marines, for all their lethal capabilities, did not have the ability to fight massive attrition campaigns unless they were authorized to fight together. The Guard held the line, and too many times, they were rewarded with a lot of monuments, and nothing changed, being excluded from the highest sphere of power. So to give you another reason why I refused, I was not going to jeopardize my relations with one of my most important subordinates because Van Dyer wants to play his games. Van Dyer and his court of prejudice and obsolescence could scream loudly and curse him, Paul wouldn't change his mind, and he had the Fabricator General's staunch support on this point. The tech priests loved the idea of new archaeotech, and even more assuming it was humanly possible did they enjoy the thought of leaving the Adeptus Administratum in the dust. May I ask then, who is the officer you chose as the Living Saints' chief of staff? Had it been anyone not a High Lord, Paul would have been certain the information had not reached Berlin Chimera's spies. However, the stern-faced Lord Inquisitor was one of the High 12, and acquiring sensitive information was his job. There was a tiny chance Berlin Chimera, a name which had little value, since it was one of 50 identities the Guard was aware of associated with him, was in the dark. Paul would neither bet his mastiff nor anything important on it. General Nikolai Rokossovsky of the Vostroyan Firstborn. It took less than 1 minute for his interlocutor to understand the implications behind that name. Xerxes Van Dyer is going to hate it. A happy coincidence, I am sure. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Moro Subsector. Wuhan System. Wuhan. Hive Chow Lai. 3.503.297 M35. Basilea Taylor Bear. Sometimes, Taylor thought the administratum was trying to get revenge for her numerous reforms by burying her under mountains of vellum and various documents of bureaucracy. Fortunately, after a few minutes of logical brainstorming, the recognized living saint acknowledged how unlikely that was. No matter what she did, the administratum was always trying to bury her under mountains of paperwork. Therefore there were really no incentives against continuing her current pace of reforms. If they tried to be their obstructionist selves under any circumstance, she was hardly going to be subtle and comprehensive before ramming her vision of a new imperium down their throats. Still, it was a lot of paperwork. Unfortunately, there was no way around it. Wei's ascension to the governorship of Wuhan meant their respective positions had to be clarified. In other words, on each other's world, the primacy of one's command had to be confirmed. On Wuhan's soil, the insect mistress would be the Regina consort and Wei the Regina, though her status as a living saint ensured her religious authority stood above that of a mere planetary governor. On Nixian soil, of course, she was the Basileia and Wei the Basileia consort. When absent from Wuhan, her girlfriend would name a regent able to exert some of her executive power, the legislative one remaining in the hands of the new Wuhan's parliament, which despite some remarks from prudish conservatives, was certainly not a democratic institution. Many problems hadn't been solved. There remained a lot of discordant voices, for example, opposing the hypothetical case that she and Wei left the Nix sector at the same time. As long as they stayed inside its frontiers, the sheer number of astropaths available to the pair of them ensured that any regent dragon playing this role at Nix, nowadays was more relaying her orders than truly ruling on their own. The potential of two regencies at the same time, however, displeased a lot of adepts and other influential people. Beyond these arguments, the whispers of securing her dynasty's future and a lot of talk of marriages often arrived to her ears. This already considerable bureaucratic mess would have been a significant issue in its own right, but of course this Wiba subsector was piling trouble after trouble onto it. Missy had removed the status of cardinal world from 2 planets, and while it was the correct decision, the Hierophant was screaming bloody murder and several conservative priests had stopped singing her praises. Plus, they were sending more files and voluminous protests her way, of course. I hope it's not another pile of vellum, the Basileia groaned as the Emperor's champion of her Dawnbreaker Guard returned to her Wuhan's office. Fortunately, the Black Templar's hands were empty, joy of joys. Her relief didn't last long. Lady Rafaela Harper and guests, my lady, Sijanandus announced, as the 18 Astartes protecting her abandoned their own struggle against the paperwork and once more became the vigilant bodyguards they had sworn to be. And there were a lot of reasons to be vigilant. Rafaela Harper had not come armed for war, wearing only dignified black clothes accented by a black cloak, but she was a lady inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos. Inquisitors did not arrive at this high position by being inoffensive. Right behind her a male figure half hidden behind a black hood became visible. What could be seen of his features was a mask of scars, and Taylor wondered for a second if the man had been a prisoner of the long ears. An inquisitorial rosette was chained to his left arm. Last but not least, were 3 tall space marines, armored and painted in the very color of night from helmet to boot. She had rarely seen the symbol on their left pauldrons before now except when it was painted on departing Astartes, but there was no mistaking them for anything other than members of the famous Death Watch. Lady Rafaela, Taylor saluted, A&D. Guests. And guests, the Lady Inquisitor confirmed. The message was clear, the guests were not going to share their identity with her or anyone on Wuhan. I see. That presaged nothing good. While I appreciate the interlude between the burdens of paperwork, I presume you have a reason to come without an appointment. Yes, there was no apology and no remorse, but the Lady Nix had not expected any. The reason why the orc assault against the Svalbard sector was below most tacticians' estimations appears to have been discovered. We have a name, Urgard the Defiler. Ugly name for an ugly beast, the golden-winged woman murmured as the Lady Inquisitor handed a data slate to Tech Marine Ronaldo, and after the usual prayers to the machine spirits and the security checks, a large image of something ugly was projected in 3 dimensions. It was utterly chaotic and devoid of any beauty or symmetry. It was constructed by a species which had never cared about discipline, productivity rules, and even the laws of physics. It was a gargantuan shipyard, and if the orcs hadn't built it, the result would have been that it'd have likely already imploded or exploded by now. But it stood there, like a disgusting green wound in the fabric of reality. The recording had obviously been taken by a long-range auger at maximum distance of operability, but the quality was overall sufficient to distinguish the tens of thousands of hulls and what had to be an unprecedented number of greenskins mustering for war. How were they able to gather in such numbers after the losses they've taken in the Svalbard sector? The defenders of Tigris slaughtered tens of millions of them, and other forces in the eastern fringe also have impressive tally counts of orc heads. The onslaught against Tigris was only the first war cry of the orcs, the anonymous inquisitor declared as the 3 Death Watch marines stood like silent statues behind him. This is the second green tide. Why haven't they already departed? The para-human asked. I would have imagined Tigris would be sufficient to slake their war lust. And if that many crazy Xenos had thrown themselves against the defenses of the Eastern Forge world, it was highly likely Tigris would have fallen before the arrival of the Lamenters. Because Tigris doesn't interest them anymore. Their chosen target is you. The commanding officer of the forces having destroyed Kamarak narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Of course. The orcs had heard about the annihilation of the Dark City. All this psychic tumult of carnage and military devastation had excited them. They call you the Swarmbringer, and I think their intentions are not difficult to discern. No, things were never complicated with the orcs. Once the orc warboss gave the word, an armada which knew and cared nothing of self-preservation and subtlety would charge straight towards Nyx. To counter this, the Inquisition has a plan to destroy this abomination of a shipyard and slay the warboss in its lair. But we need more space marines. The answer to this was really simple. No. She didn't even need to consult the numbers. No, I'm sorry, Inquisitor, but I don't have anything to send. This is vital, the man, she was reasonably sure it was a man, insisted. I am aware, Taylor stated politely. And if I had either space marines or trained forces to send, I would deploy them in a hurry to support you. Unfortunately, these days the pool of available elite forces is rather exhausted. To ensure the survival of Tigris and its neighbors, I have sent approximately 105 million guardsmen, between the front line and support regiments. More than 2 million Skiteri I have gone with them. I sent the Lamenters to fight and find redemption, and the Iron Drakes have sent one of their battle companies to suppress an orc infestation near the Svalbard sector too. Many Frat-Eris Templars that I didn't want to keep as garrison troops have also been deployed in this war. I am not trying to find excuses, it's just that after Kumarak, most of the Nyxian Munitorum tithe has been entirely absorbed by this conflict, and much wealth continues to be absorbed by it as we speak. Fortunately, with the war on Tigris being nearly over, the mopping up operations had begun. Ammunition was going to flow to the deployed regiments, and the lifeline established by her manufactorums would be no longer necessary in a few months. Assuming the orcs didn't send the second wave into the fray, of course. That is regrettable. Yes, though in my opinion not as regrettable as the fact plenty of sectors which have not been at war in the last centuries have contributed absolutely nothing to the defense of the eastern fringe, when Nyx and several major Mechanicu's bastions have bled lives, war material, and resources to wipe out these beasts. For the sake of curiosity, where is this defiler? The ugly shipyard was replaced by a star map on the hololith, and the Basileia tried not to grit her teeth at how relatively close this monstrosity was to Tigris. Still, this detailed map was familiar. Too familiar, she realized after a few seconds. It was familiar because the core crystal had showed her the same part of the galaxy when it had sent her the coordinates of the Imga monolith. But there wasn't enough time. No matter how well the planned meeting with Nefertun went, there just wasn't enough time. Her troops weren't ready. Too many veteran regiments were dispersed, stamping out anti-imperial rebellions into the Samarkand quadrant, and the others, those available in a week or two, were in dire need of rebuilding, and if not, retraining. There weren't any space marines available in the numbers optimal for a war of this importance. I may have a solution to deal with their guard. But I need to consult information from an external source. How long do you think we have before the orcs decide to launch their Waik? Unfortunately, the anonymous inquisitor's lips twisted into a parody of smile. I'm afraid the only way to know that is to ask the Xenos. Precognitive scrying suggests we have until the end of the year. I certainly won't trust anything beyond that. Forge Father Fukin Envar. The behavior of this Death Watch Marine worries me. The Raven Guard had never been noted to be fond of long speeches before revealing what they wanted, and Kalyan Gautham was no exception to this rule. Twice in 5 days he has visited Hivaseo, and it wasn't to inspect the sections where the Wuhanes poured ferrocrete into the Necron's tunnels. Fukin Envar was grateful they were in one of the most secure rest areas reserved for the Dawnbreaker Guard. Granted, there were Inquisitors in orbit. Security, informational or otherwise, was far from guaranteed. It is possible he's making sure that no Necron grave engines have spread anywhere. Epistolary Ramon Nino tried to present an optimistic scenario. After the sheer incompetence shown by 2 Inquisitors and most of the Wuhane's military forces, I wouldn't blame him for not trusting the reports coming from certain parties. Except he hasn't tried to scout the Underhive. The dreadnought of the Dawnbreaker Guard was prompt to counter the argument. All signs seem to confirm he went to the location where Our Lady and Gavriel fought together. It could be a coincidence. A coincidence? Kalyan demanded in a voice which could be best described as unconvinced. These structures are so big that being in the same hab block is something defying the Mechanicu's simulations and the psychic precognitions. And this Deathwatch warrior is a son of the Lion. Forget about coincidences, cousin. Kalyan is right, I'm afraid, the Salamander Forge Father acknowledged. I don't know a lot about the chapter of the Angels of Redemption, but what little has been recorded is very unflattering. They are prompt to abandon any military deployment without giving warning, and if there's someone they feel obeying, it's their chapter master, not the High Lords of Terra. Secrets upon secrets, and secrets born of secrets, Pierre agreed, his pirate hat firmly in place atop his metallic carcass. The First Legion is the most secretive legion to have ever existed. Ramon Nino laughed. I seem to remember that little is known about a certain 20th Legion, cousin. At least with the first, we knew where their homeworld stood, and their doctrine and chief officers could be recognized without problem. Our homeworld has always been in our hearts. To believe anything else would be delusional and insulting. Alpha Legion secrecy aside, the Shadow Warden returned to the heart of the problem. I admit I don't know the real reason why this Angel of Redemption is investigating Hivaseo. If he's really after Gavriel, the level of access he has via Inquisition channels is sufficient to obtain a complete order of battle of the current and past Dawnbreaker Guard. Furthermore, I very much doubt there are intact cogitator databases of the battle which Our Lady fought years ago remaining. Yes. There are few servoskulls and monitoring devices below the industrial recycling levels. And most of the reconstruction effort was done above the levels investigated. Any other day, Fukin Envar would have left the Astartes of the Death Watch alone, much like the other two black-armored veterans had been informed there were rooms and training facilities at their disposal if they wished and then left to their own devices. But this Marine was a former Angel of Redemption, and since the Salamanders had paid the price for trusting those Oathbreakers over 3 centuries ago, the Forge Father was not going to turn his back and ignore the actions of this Xenos hunter. It was possible the Son of the Lion was harboring only noble intentions. But the Son of Nocturne wasn't convinced at all that this was the case. Unless Our Lady has contradicting orders for you this evening, continue to monitor the Angel of Redemption, Kalyan. With pleasure, the Shadow Warden acquiesced. I could handle the surveillance phase. Last time we unleashed you in a hive, you rode a Scorpiad and killed so many rebels there weren't enough of them left to form a penal legion, the Forge Father chided severely. I know you can be discreet when you want, but when the time come to fight, you are worse than the flesh tearers. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Neptunia System. Arc Mechanicus Iron Revenant. 3.525.297 M35. Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius Call. Isn't it a bit too much, Master, to give a minor Xenos species an entire planet? Belisarius didn't stop analyzing the data flow of the ongoing water extraction realized by his machines, but that didn't prevent him from giving an answer. An elite Archmagos could very easily do 2 things at the same time, after all. Row. The senior Mechanicus tech priest that many in the Nix sector had taken to calling the radical exclaimed. Too much is for narrow-minded people, and this system was devoid of any human survivors when the warp storm dissipated. What do you think Lady Weaver should do? Wait for the administratum bureaucrats to wake up and send a colonization fleet in 2 or 3 centuries. Assuming no further administratum screw-ups happened, it went without saying. Paperwork was the bane of everyone, as his recent punishment had proved, and why the administratum refused to use cyber wafers or any of the more modern data-keeping storage methods was beyond him. Belisarius Call could bet without the risk of losing a single throne gelt that, somewhere in the archive worlds, there were hundreds of colonization projects in the darkness awaiting someone to save them from dust and vellum-eating insects. Lessons 1, 2, and 3 of any great colonization endeavor: don't trust the administratum regarding anything of importance. If you want something done, do it yourself. And besides, the civilized world of Neptunia Prime was not terribly valuable when it was part of the Imperium. The easily accessible important metal deposits were all mined in M30. If the traitor berserkers hadn't attacked, it is likely it would have been turned into an agri-world in a few centuries. Despite its name, Neptunia Prime was merely Neptunia Primus, the closest planet to orbit the yellow star of Neptunia. The few official documents saved from the harsh era of the Horus Heresy had not hidden the fact that the capital had been transferred to Oceania Neptunia Secundus the moment the latter had reached a population of 5 million inhabitants. For humans used to the heavily regulated temperatures aboard starships, Neptunia Prime had been a bit too warm, the climate a bit too wet and, as several ancient files had admitted, too tropical and prompt to cover your skin in irritating insect bites. So much for the reputation of hardiness certain Terran rogue traders had been content to spread as soon as they left humanity's home world. Anyway, the planet is Lady Weaver's to do with as she pleases, the ancient Archmagos informed one of his most precious subordinates and partners in science. And if it is a Xenos protectorate she wants, it's a Xenos protectorate she will have. Since it gave her both the service of furry Xenos experts in repairing all sorts of low-key technology, the Malta Star Fort currently staying 500,000 kilometers away, and the assurance the Xenos were kept under watch close to her seat of power, the bargain wasn't that one-sided. They have decided to call the planet Lotus Haven, Row 36 complained. Do you want a reminder how many stupid names my esteemed colleagues have managed to put into official charts? Belisarius admonished Row as the light indicating 20% of the water contained by the comet the Iron Revenant was mining began to burn a bright green. And it's only a translation from their language. I'm certain it sounds far better in a tongue which isn't Low Gothic. How far ahead are we of the agreed timetable? 2 months, Master, Row 36 replied. 8 more months to arrive at Stage C and the Rashan formation procedures can be left to the Nixian Archmagi. 31 years before the Xenos can land and colonize the planet. Acceptable, he could have cut it by 1 more year, but the obstructions presented by those damned Vellum Mountains had delayed his arrival at Neptunia far longer than he had initially envisioned. But Neptunia Prime or Lotus Haven, as we should call it, is only one out of 4 planets to restore. And in many ways, it was the simplest to handle, as it had the smallest water reserves to rebuild and required a relatively small number of specialized engines. Now that the Inquisition had thrown the piles of chaos bones and skulls into a nearby star and the purification of the planet had been accomplished and recognized as such by the ecclesiarchy. The other 3 planets had been respectively a remarkable ocean hive world, a forge world, and an agri world, known to the new Imperium as Oceania, Poseidonia, and Demeteria. Those mad brutes addicted to the abomination of slaughter and blood had ruined them beyond any possibility of recovery. It had been a heavy blow to the Imperium. Entire expeditions of the Mechanics had landed on the ruins of the Poseidonia Forge world in particular, but there had been nothing to save. All metal and alloys had to be purified, recycled, and purified once more before the Inquisition was satisfied, and nothing really valuable had survived the heretical destruction and the long years of atrocious neglect and corruption which came after. Will Lady Weaver keep the old names of these planets? Unlikely, the science believer Archmagos snorted. Now that the reclamation operations on Poseidonia have been officially terminated, the goal is to make Neptunia Tertius an agri-world of importance. Belisarius could understand the logic. With how much food the nearby Nyx system was consuming on a daily basis, it paid to have a contingency plan on hand, even if it wasn't orbiting around the same star. Neptunia Quartus is most likely going to end up as an industrial world once the atmosphere is restored and every major problem is dealt with. Unfortunately, the weather control and macro-scale infrastructure our predecessors used to sustain their civilization on this planet are for now beyond my capabilities. Growing the usual vegetables and cereals on a world which will be half covered in ice would be a monumental waste. It has important deposits of platinum ore and other strategic metals. Yes, Master, and Neptunia Secundus. Assuming it goes well, it will become famous as the first example of an entirely new category of worlds, and he, Belisarius Call, would be recognized as the tech architect who had made it possible. It will be a moth world. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Atlas Subsector. Atlas Graveyard System. Light Cruiser Benediction of the Machine Spirit. 3.532.297 M35. Magos 10 Highland Zeta. An unfortunate series of low-odds probabilities engineered into Cataclysm, 10 Highland Zeta affirmed. This was what created the countless disasters which struck the humans who attempted to colonize this very system. You're saying it was bad luck? The Magos repeated his favorite machine prayer 12 times. He had nothing against humans not belonging to the Adeptus Mechanicus, but for some reason these Atlassian representatives were forcing him to contemplate emotions he usually discarded by reflex. If you want to use such a profane, illogical, and superstitious term, yes, no respectable tech priest would use the words in a newsphere file, obviously. It was bad luck. 9 colonization attempts failed in the Atlas graveyard these last 3 millennia. 3 times asteroids slammed into the planet, twice a plague broke out aboard our ships, and each of the 4 last attempts saw more unique issues cause thousands of deaths. And all you have to say is bad luck. Yes, these envoys of the First Duke were really beginning to annoy him to the edge of his mechadendrites. This meeting couldn't end soon enough. Then he would try his best to stay outside this subsector for at least a standard decade. The new Forge world of Alamo had broadcasted an intense desire for trained Logis, and 10 Highland Zeta was willing to at least try his odds in the hiring trials. My apologies, envoy. I should have said bad luck and incompetence. By the Omnissiah, one of the first things any colonization attempt should see to was verifying no asteroid or other celestial object bigger than a medium-sized satellite was on a collision trajectory with the planet you intended to settle. It was no witchery or heresy to say that. The system labeled as the Atlas Graveyard has a very unstable asteroid belt that past mining attempts have further destabilized, resulting in a large number of asteroids being on long-term collision courses with the single planet of this system. There is also the little-known fact your primitive satellites were not modernized to properly detect iridium-rich rocks, which this system possesses in abundance. Far from thanking him for these explanations, the men and women wearing ostentatious and ridiculous clothes who thought it was a good idea to wear these zebra pattern robes? Honestly, some of these nobles had no taste. They glared at him harder. Praise the machine god and his laws for protecting him from these illogical ideas. And the plagues? Surely you also have an explanation for them, Magos. Your ships weren't properly subjected to the 12 blessed rights given to mankind by the loyal servants of the Omnissiah. Especially the rights of proper maintenance in the hydroponic sections. He could only hope this kind of problem had long since been rectified in the Atlas-owned hulls. 2 precautions were worth more than one. He was going to write a report about it to the Council of Nyx. Diseases didn't become inert simply because you weren't traveling through the warp. And the numbers of medici available to fight against a pandemic of such a lethality, obviously, were absolutely insufficient. The medicine supplies had not included the proper vaccines either. Which was completely illogical. 10 Highland Zeta had been personally assured by Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dipides that serums and vaccines to stop the propagation of this virus were manufactured at Wuhan, Nyx, and Theta, and had been since long before the chosen of the Omnissiah arrived. And the 9th failure? How do you explain this? If you have an illogical relationship with a person of the opposite sex, don't let your wife on the command deck unsupervised? Basic security recommends. Get out. The Magos was quite offended by this order. This is my ship, and there's no need to be so rude. Really, the study and analysis of the system had been exhilarating, but it was tiring to deal with these nobles. Since the asteroids have proved to be particularly rich in iridium ore, would you accept writing a mining contract and send it to Nyx? As the delegation immediately stormed out of his bridge, the Magos supposed the answer to this question was a definite no. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nyx system. Grand Cruiser Eben Drake. 3.551.297 M35. Seneschal Gabriella Jordan. What are the custodes? Gabriella raised a surprised eyebrow as Dennis arrived in the map room they had recently renovated aboard the Eben Drake, formerly known as the Grand Cruiser First Antiquity. Don't you mean who are they? I mean what? Snarked her lover in a voice betraying his exhaustion. They are transhumans, I already knew that. But I have spent enough time around the magma spiders and other space marines to know they smile, they laugh, they drink, and they can feel sadness. For all their martial conditioning, they're still humans. The custodes, they don't negotiate, they don't laugh, and they seem ignorant of the very concept of the phrase take a break. They forced us to spend close to 7 hours explaining everything we were studying from the databases of the flame rot. That was interesting. And she repeated it aloud. Why? Because the Gloriana has officially been welcomed in the Sol system a few days ago, the ex-assassin informed Dennis. The announcement arrived via astropath while you were meeting them. Her orange-haired rogue trader didn't need a lot of time to arrive at the same conclusions as she had. So they're not comfortable surrendering the original databases now that the salamanders and the tech priests of Mars are making common cause, aren't they? That is what their actions suggest. Yes. Gabriella handed a glass to the holder of one of the precious warrants of trade and filled it with water. I suppose they weren't interested in the coordinates of past salamander-made conquests. No, Dennis confirmed after satisfying his thirst. I think they're more after old data which was given to the sons of Fukin when the flame rot entered active service. That does not make any sense, the former captain of the Alamo Penal Legion frowned thoughtfully. All top-secret information which went into the flame rot would have been placed there by His Divine Majesty or his custodes. But maybe it had been lost in the following centuries, a little voice in her brain whispered. The heresy, the more one dug into the history of the past, the more often one always returned to that darkest period of human history. There had been dangerous enemies of Xeno's origin before and after, there were other horrors which consumed millions of worlds, but never in 5 millennia had mankind come so close to damnation, and it had been by turning humanity's own champions against the very civilization and sovereign they had sworn to defend. It always seems that way. Dennis agreed, before returning to his first question. What are the custodes? To be honest, I am not really sure. Assassin-orm training does not include instructing an apprentice how to fight one, and unlike millions of possible enemies, the officio teaches us to never go against them. Really? Really, the former Calidus confirmed without a trace of humor in her voice. High lords have come and fallen when they betrayed the Imperium. Space Marine chapter masters have received piercing ammunition to their skulls when they believed themselves untouchable. Archmagi have suddenly been cut off from their technological protections and eliminated quietly. But no loyal assassin goes after the custodes. They are his. Trying to kill one is the same as challenging his will. Dennis didn't say a word, but his amused expression said it all. And the last time there was an incident with them, rumor is a few hundred took it upon themselves to decimate the officio's ranks and present the head of the Grand Master at the next session of the Senatorum Imperialis. She added reluctantly. It was well before my time, so I'm not sure how much truth there is to that particular story. But you think there's at least some? Oh yes. The weakest of the 10,000 is thought to be strong enough to handle between 3 and 5 average space marines. As for the strongest, well, there's a reason they are still as perfect in appearance when they leave the battlefield as when they enter it. When more than 100 custodes go to war, the chroniclers of Holy Terra announcing a victory isn't entirely due to overconfidence and arrogance. The new seneschal of House Peters smiled. Aside from confirming the custodes were very interested in old information, did it give you opportunities for our future deployment? I would not qualify them as opportunities, but the custodes have promised to deliver us a list of ships that, if recovered, would be of immense help to the Imperium's technological recovery in the coming days. Of course, some of them have been lost for millennia. Starships containing STC databases. Along with other critical hulls which fled the core colonies of humanity when the Age of Strife began. Unfortunately, the custodes have only their names and the vaguest tonnage information. Gabriella grimaced. Knowing how immense the unexplored corners of the galaxy were, and how many detritus and wrecks were accumulated in space hulks and space graveyards, the old proverb of finding a specific object in a Terran hive came to mind. I suppose we will have to keep both eyes open and regularly ask the Mechanikus to check if there are any unexpected translations in the regions we visit. Now, since I noticed you used the word us, does it means Wolfgang isn't imprisoned in his quarters aboard the Pavian Victory anymore? Ah yes, He has been freed, Dennis chuckled. For a man regularly imprisoned these last nights, he looks rather healthy, and he stopped visiting certain palaces of Hive Athena where he had his habits. These twins' efficiency is rather remarkable, Gabriella smirked. I wonder if I should go to them and ask for their secrets. They seem to have a talent when it comes to staking their claim on the man they want. She didn't need any secrets from women of Cardoonish, of course. Her training in seduction as a Calidus had been far more thorough than any noble's tutoring, and the following years had only increased her experience on the subject. You're blushing adorably, oh great rogue traitor. Now lose your clothes. The day has been long, and I think we both need to think about more pleasant things than humorless transhumans. Yes, my lady. Ah, the satisfaction of having a well-trained lover. The Officio Assassinorum never offered these perks to its agents. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Moro subsector. Wuhan system. Wuhan 2. Hive Shujia. 3.588.297 M35. Shadow Warden Kalyan Gautam. Kalyan was beginning to think he had been in error about the goals of the Astartes wearing the chapter emblem of the Angels of Redemption. What had seemed like anomalies of movements inside Hivaseo may ultimately be nothing of the sort. The black-armored successor of the First Legion had simply moved from antiquity caches to museums, and vice versa. Fortunately for his wounded ego, none of the rest of the Dawnbreaker Marines involved in this affair had realized this, so he could likely avoid any jokes about the Ravens being all-knowing. But he couldn't believe he had missed that so many museum collections had been transferred from Hivaseo to Hive Shujia after the massive fiasco engineered by two Inquisitors which almost led to the release of a Citan in the middle of a population of billions. It was unnerving to have missed this. It would have to be corrected soon. Unfortunately, as he continued to walk in the shadows and follow the Deathwatch veteran, it meant he had no idea what sort of treasure a son of the Lion might seek. The former collections of the Lord Magnates with all the nobles assassinated, executed, or sent to the penal legions, there was an enormous likelihood these museum exhibits belonged to their lady now were huge and had been accumulated over several centuries, when it wasn't a couple of millenniums. Without at least a quick consultation of the museum manifesto, there was no point even speculating what might interest a successor chapter of the Dark Angels in these deserted halls. One thing was for sure, it wasn't priceless paintings of the M34 style, and it wasn't the dinosaur bones of Goa either. The Angel of Redemption had walked through those museum wings and utterly ignored their contents. Wherever the other Space Marine had chosen to go today, it wasn't easy to follow without being noticed. Kalyan didn't know if the gene seed of the lion could taste his shadows, or if the mere presence of other Space Marines was increasing the natural paranoia of the member of the Deathwatch, but his target was alert and ever distrustful. Several detours, the Shadow Warden was sure, had only been made to check if there weren't any spies monitoring his moves. Alas for the Dark Angels and their successors, their attempts in the domains of the shadows were not sufficient to compensate for their complete lack of experience in this field. His quarry was not a novice, but it was clear he had never fought with a Raven Guard or one of Corix's sons. Fortunately, the veteran of Istvan V was patient and there was no hurry. It was 5 hours before the other Space Marine stopped, but he was still in position to watch when it happened. A&D. Kalyan was forced to admit he didn't know what the object was. It looked like one of those miniature archaeotech boxes the nobility was so eager to own, whether it was to place spying devices, a mirror, clocks, or other things that might be useful to aristocrats. However, this one looked extremely flat and appeared to contain a compass. Except in general, compasses had one needle pointing towards the north, otherwise they wouldn't be very useful. This object, on the other hand, had 3 big needles and a 4th extremely thin one, surrounded by what appeared to be a number of esoteric glyphs. And there were too many of them to be replacements for numbers of a clock variant. It was however generating no feeling or dread or any sign this was anything but a failed compass. There were no psychic resonances, nor any indication proscribed materials had been used to build it. It was also probably an object which had been commissioned by the First Legion, as the decorations encircling the compass depicted a hooded figure holding a broadsword in its hands. This was one of the most famous symbols of the Sons of the Lion. Kalyan was a bit disappointed though that the Astartes had not directly gone to their lady and simply told her he wanted the object. If the First Legion had once built it, then it belonged to them and the museum piece would be released to the custody of the Dark Angels and their successors. Lady Weaver wasn't going to keep an archaeotech object in her vaults whose very existence she'd been unaware of a few seconds ago, and at a wild guess, that no Dawnbreaker guard knew the first thing about. Far from these considerations, the Angel of Redemption smashed the armaglass protecting the false compass from dust and potential thieves. Immediately, an alarm began to blare in the distance. The black-armored Astartes showed no sign of caring about the potential repercussions and his arm went to seize the object, only to be brutally stopped by another black hand. Now. Have you not learnt that stealing is dishonorable? Kalyan Gautam wasn't easily surprised. But in this case, he was. He had not felt anything. He had not heard anything. And yet, grasping the wrist of the Deathwatch Marine was another black-armored Astartes, except this one was wearing no aquila or sign of imperial allegiance, but a long white cloak with hood which had seen better days, given how tattered it was. The Shadow Warden knew instantly it was not any space marine who was supposed to be present on Wuhan. Silently, he sent the agreed alert to the Dawnbreaker Guard that another potential enemy had infiltrated the planet. Better safe than sorry. The mysterious newcomer and the Angel of Redemption stared at each other for what felt like eternity. Finally the latter hissed a single word. Cipher. The two transhumans exploded into violence. At first, Kalyan thought the marine opposing the Angel of Redemption was going to draw the huge sword on his back. But he did not. A plasma pistol appeared in his hand so quickly it seemed like sorcery, and while his opponent had the time to draw his own power sword, it didn't do him any good. 2 shots, that was all it took. 2 shots and the veteran of the Death Watch fell, one gaping hole in each of his knees. Kalyan winced. Without Bacta, even apothecaries would struggle to return a battle brother to active duty status after such injuries. The alethiometer is a dangerous object. The transhuman who had just disabled a veteran space marine like it was nothing chided his defeated opponent. And it has a far higher calling than being used as a toy of your interrogators. Afraid the prisoners we took at Novaterra will tell us your nasty secrets, Fallen? No. And for some reason, the denial sounded sincere. The plasma pistol was raised slightly to point at the Death Watch marine's head. Kalyan plunged out of the shadows, and 1 second later, batting the plasma weapon aside before it could end the life of the son of the lion. It was the only thing which went according to plan, however. The plasma pistol was thrown aside, but the other strike he had aimed to carve out the throat of the mysterious cloaked figure had been swiftly avoided. The veteran of the Great Crusade was immediately on the defensive as a series of blows hammered his lightning claws. Incredibly, his enemy used his armored fists shrouded in some strange force field, and nothing more. For the first time, Kalyan realized there was something far faster, stronger and skilled than him who wasn't his primarch, and then a punch which should be impossible for even the elite of most legions sent him flying and smashing through several museum displays. Raven Guard, the unnatural opponent commented as Kalyan ignored the pain and tried to get back up. I should have known. Well, that makes everything simpler. Kill him, cousin. The Angel of Redemption shouted. Take the head of this traitor. Neither he nor you have the skill to achieve that, I can assure you, the Space Marine commented as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You are a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard, aren't you? You know I am, the Shadow Warden replied. The black-armored transhuman slightly inclined his head. Tell your mistress I am borrowing the alethiometer for a while. I need to question some clowns, and it is the only reliable manner I have found which does not include torture and challenges of riddles. There was pressure in the air, and suddenly the plasma pistol was back in its owner's hand. The Astartes was a psyker, just their luck. In exchange, I offer 2 warnings. First, she mustn't go to the Imga monolith before he informs her of what really happened there during the Great Crusade. Going blind would result in a lot of deaths, including her own, for no gain whatsoever. And the second, that the newcomer was aware of that when most conversations about the subject were so secret and discussed in highly secure locations was nothing short of frightening. Beware the word bearers. The 17th will unleash everything they have to extinguish the light. The alethiometer in his left hand, plasma pistol in his right, the hooded Astartes ran outside the room like all the demons of the warp were on his heels. He was not seen by unaugmented, augmented, or transhuman eyes on Wuhan again. Hive Chow Lai. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. In your opinion, Gamaliel, when is the former member of the Angels of Redemption chapter going to respond to my invitation? I think, the Herald of Sanguinius replied with a thin smile, the answer to that question is somewhere between in a few centuries and never. Yes. The insect mistress had a feeling it was likely going to be like that. Even after handing out enough Bacta for him to recover. Yes, Fukin Envar told her. Even after that. I think it will have a positive effect on your relationships with the Ordo Xenos, though. They don't have to spend thousands of hours to replace one of their veterans, and they have been given direct evidence how good your miraculous substance is at healing space marines. I concur. Captain Cerulean Cuzco added. We are likely going to see an emissary acting in the name of the Death Watch fortresses, likely a duo of a watch captain and an inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, land on Nyx in the next several months. I will politely listen to their demands when that time comes, and likely agree to put them on the list of people who were trustworthy enough to have blue Bacta. You could say a lot of things about the Death Watch, but the Imperium really needed them to handle the most dangerous threats. These space marines weren't going to be wasted against living beings like the Rashans or the Naiads, their duty was more to exterminate things as dangerous as the Orcs or the Necrons. I believe, however, that the subject of the discussion was the Angel of Redemption Astartes who has retreated to the inquisitorial cruiser waiting in orbit. I could go and ask him a few questions. Pierre, the Basilea of Nyx sighed. I do not doubt you are good, but we don't know how many space marines are staying on that ship, and if there is a single clue you or anyone in my service went aboard that cruiser without inquisitorial permission, it would make the term diplomatic incident look like a joke. I am powerful, but I am not going to risk creating tensions with the Inquisition over the secrets of the First Legion. Especially when he doesn't have the alethiometer he came to steal in the first place. What is this artifact exactly? Captain Rhodes of the Knights Hospitallers asked, turning towards Gavriel. And what was it doing here in the first place? It was something several librarians were known to carry everywhere, protected by powerful esoteric protections, Gavriel said. In the wake of the latest incident, Taylor, with the consent of her black-armored swordsman, had decided to discard the last pretenses around the Dark Warden and where he hailed from, at least for the Dawnbreaker Guard. Lies would only hurt the ties between dozens of Space Marines all hailing from different chapters, and arriving at the wrong conclusions would only destroy the unity of her honor guard faster. I honestly didn't even know the name of the device before today. I just thought it was an object helping them control their powers or noticing anyone using psychic powers. Which it does not, if its name describes its true function, prognosticator Sergei Bourne grunted. Alethiometer translated from High Gothic would mean this device's purpose is to learn the truth. How that is possible when Kalyan confirmed the device was obviously psychically inactive for thousands of years, I haven't the faintest idea. We could retrace its past history and learn how it came to be transported to this museum. A good idea, Teclis, the golden-winged ruler agreed. The problem is that from the first investigations of the men and women I've put on the case of reconstructing this object's journey, it appears it was exchanged between the different houses of Hive Shugia so many times its true origins are almost forgotten. It doesn't help that, aside from its age, no one thought it was intrinsically valuable. No Wahanes managed to figure out what its function was supposed to be, and most nobles who possessed it assumed it had none. And this, cipher? Kratos asked with visible interest. The flesh-tearer had been extremely intrigued by how easily the mysterious figure had beaten both a Death Watch veteran and Kalyan. The title went along with the role of being the keeper of secrets and traditions inside the First Legion, Gavriel revealed. I am not particularly versed in the ancient history of Caliban, but I think it existed long before our Primarch landed on the Death World. As for the man under the hood, I'm afraid I will be of no help there. The men who are elevated to the position are always known as Cipher and never reveal their identities to anyone save the Lion. I think Luther murdered the previous holder who was loyal to our Gene-sire before giving the title to one of his cronies, but I never saw him regularly, and during most of his official appearances he was hundreds of meters away from us. The only thing I am sure of is that he was always part of the upper command of Caliban. Crony or not, Kalyan remarked, he's a dangerous warrior, and he possesses an above-average talent as a psyker. I am good, and the Angel of Redemption was a paranoid veteran. Yet he managed to beat us like we were nothing, and had he actually wanted to kill us, he easily could have. He's also suspiciously well informed, Emperor's champion Sijanandus growled. Why isn't there a bounty on his head? Most likely because the Dark Angels and their successors have been erasing all traces of his existence each time they managed to track him down, sanguinary priest Galen of the Red Seraphs suggested glumly. I find it particularly interesting that our tight-lipped Angel of Redemption was aware of recent events on the other side of the galaxy while we have only vague reports discussed on the floor of the Senatorum Imperialis. We should be very careful, Gamaliel advised, and the Blood Angel wasn't smiling anymore as he looked at her. Any accusations the Dark Angels and their successors could have spent the last 4,000 years hunting their own battle brothers as a legion could raise some unpleasant questions. It would begin a civil war, you mean, Death Speaker Ribeiro snorted. The High Lords can tolerate, grudgingly, dozens of chapters working together when the threat of the enemy is so large that a few Space Marine chapters have no chance on their own. But the edicts of Lord Robert Gillimon stand. The Second Founding's very purpose was to disband the legions and ensure no one, not even a loyal son of the Emperor, had the power to threaten the foundations of the Imperium like the arch-traitor did. If the First Legion really decided to go against the Codex from the very beginning, yes, there would be civil war. Taylor did not have a complete overview of the uncountable number of Space Marines dispersed across the galaxy. It was likely no one save maybe the Emperor did, but the reputation of the Ultramarines suggested that they, for one, would not tolerate the innovations the Dark Angels had decided to implement as soon as the back of the 13th Primarch was turned. It was probably a civil war the Codex loyal chapters would win handily. But she had no idea how many chapters were descended from the Lion, and a single one alone going against the Imperium was a catastrophe. An entire gene line going rogue would leave huge holes in mankind's defensive lines, not to mention the propaganda disaster. For the moment I ask of you to limit sharing this secret to only the brothers you absolutely trust, the female para-human told her Dawnbreaker guard. We have little evidence, save the word of an Astartes whose motivations can at best be described as very shady. I prefer to think about the issue at length before making a move. If the Dark Angels or any representatives of their successor chapters approach me, there always will be time to reconsider my options. And Cipher? He seems to know something about the YMGA monolith. Taylor closed her eyes for a few seconds before reopening them and looking directly at the sole son of Corax present in her quarters. Do you think he was bluffing, Kalyan? I don't think so, my lady. The Raven Guard legionnaire answered curtly before grimacing. Judging by his skills and talents, it's entirely possible this Astartes may have been a survivor of whatever happened in this campaign no one remembers. That was worrisome. The space marine in question could be a traitor, but his presence at Wuhan hinted at a lifespan of thousands of years, and surely the Emperor and the Custodes had to have known his identity if he was one of the survivors of a failed attack against the monolith. Gamaliel, go inform Archmagos Sagami I am going to need the Enterprise. We are going to meet the Necrons. Diamantis asked for formality's sake. Yes. Nefertun is willing to meet me, and recent events have proved the earliest date available is necessary. She was going to go at it without Wei. Her consort had to secure her power base at Wuhan for a few more months before leaving the planet could be considered reasonably stable. I don't think we will be able to do more than prepare a few contingency plans for the next 2 to 3 years, but it's vital to get rid of the warmongering Xenos. And if we push the forces of Urgard to attack the Imga monolith, we might kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This armada of greenskins will be removed as a threat without a single guardsman or Navy spaceman lost, and we will have an idea what the Necrons can endure and the power of the weapons at their disposal. And Cypher. Taylor hesitated for a few seconds before gritting her teeth. He had stolen from her, and in the end that was all the excuse she needed. I will contact the relevant adeptus and place a bounty on his head. 200 million throne gelts for now, and alive only. I don't think it will be enough to catch him, but at least we may know where and when he reappears to complicate the life of the Sons of the Lion. The Eye of Terror. Sikaras. Skaven Blight Tunnels. High Archwarlord Scracket Barbbuster the Unstoppable. The High Archwarlord didn't enjoy a lot of big things about Clan Skyer. Their price expenses for their big machines were teeth-gnawing. Their furs were burned and not as nice mighty as his, but they walked scurried about like they were high clan chiefs. They thought they were better than Clan Verminus. And they didn't belong to the great and mighty Clan Verminus. Unacceptable. The future belonged to him and Clan Verminus. Praise Malal. Aside from these big huge flaws, the other reason he hated loathed Quoturkit Warpfur was his known proven legendary skill to bring back plenty of bad news. The Archspark Conqueror enjoyed the thrill of ruining his days, and that couldn't be forgiven, no. Brute things moved their important vital shipyards out of range of our Super Bufasgeeks and V-11V rockets. All I hear here are lost excuses while Council was promised victory triumphs, yes. You should fall drop into pits and hand your seat to someone great. Someone more deserving than you. Clan Skyer is making arsenal of anarchy. The Archspark Conqueror shrieked. When flag will be raised in triumph over brute things command control warren, sigil and devices will be built by Clan Skyer, yes. Are you contesting Clan Verminus' immense great contribution to war effort? Scracket Barbbuster demanded as green lightning exploded in the distance. Luckily, this tunnel allowed him to be surrounded by scores of his fiercest claws. No. The leader of Clan Skyer grinned. I just need more resources. Other clans gave you 1 million man things and vermin things to dig new forge pits and skull claw deep tunnels. The Unstoppable energetically protested. More will anger annoy Council. Lost Tales and Far Squeakers must be built in addition to Doom Cannons and Tunnel Battleships. I have also invented more powerful Warp Fire Thrower and Butcher Flamer. We scratch our claws Dazzling Doom Drill will be ready tested in a short few cycles, yes. Clans will need them, yes. High Archwarlord Scracket Barbbuster Skitter jumped before giving a dark evil glare as Death Mistress Mikhail Shadow Dagger slid out of the shadows. Brute things protect their big docks and steal forging stuff by sending them into asteroid belt. They have been joined by more brute things. They are up to something vile bad. Unpleasant bad, Scracket remarked, but fronts take priority. I have 40 million clan rats fight winning on 1,000 battlefields and 1 million of my best Stormaclaws to help support them. The black-furred female shook her head. Yes, fronts take priority. I want to learn if your troops' armies could launch a diversion before my ninja claws had sneaked into enemy sky-space transports. And what will they do once they reach a Riven lair of brute things? The Archwarlord provocatively sniffed. In home tunnels, we can scurry and fight kill well. If your claws find important great things, they can't do much on their own. They can if they acquire a red-black tech priest of heretical brute things. The Archspark Conqueror's eyes immediately shone with maniacal satisfaction. You could succeed in this mission? Yes truly, the female leader of Clan Ishan replied, caressing her black sleek fur and smiling under her black hood. If I can rely on big distraction, yes. What is in it for great Clan Verminus? High Archwarlord Scracket Barbbuster the Unstoppable wondered, his curiosity tickled. Ultima Segmentum. Nihilok Crown World Geddon. Approximately 9.600.297 M35. Chief Archiovist Trazyn the Infinite. Trazyn hadn't liked visiting Geddon before Surik ordered the Great Sleep. His first cousin, also known as Feyer and Crispek by most of the Necron dynasties, had always been jealous of his collections, and as such took great pleasure summoning him to one of his magnificent fortress palaces, which were filled to profusion with the treasures of 10,000 extinct civilizations. This wealth, it had to be mentioned, was protected by some of the most dangerous security systems ever conceived by Necron cryptechs. In this regard, Krispek and Nefertun had a lot in common. The former had gone so far to program the head of the Oracle, the last of the YYTH seers that the Nihilok dynasty had defeated and captured, to warn him personally and immediately rouse his phalanxes the moment a vision of treason requisitioning an artifact was made. As if things couldn't get more irritating, his position of acting triarch offered far less preferential treatment and privileges than it did at the courts of other dynasties. Krispek may have been the one who nominated him to replace one of the two destroyed triarchs, but his first cousin had held no illusion about the Silent King accepting treason as his peer, which was, as events had proven, totally correct, and therefore the privileges he had obtained as acting triarch from the Nihilok dynasty had been close to zero. Treason still was their 14th most powerful overlord, but his status had not improved and access to certain interesting objects he coveted remained denied to him. More than once this last year, the Archiovist of Solemnes had thought about unleashing Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, on Geddon. It was true his good friend would require a rather significant portion of the treasures, and Nefertun would be sure to demand her share as well. He honestly didn't know if the Crown World was on her list of prime targets, but a lot of the Nihilok wealth would be his at last, and with Krispek out of the game, treason would become the Faerun and finally be able to raise the Nihilok armies to actually do something useful, like collecting the Drukhari fleeing to Exodite worlds across the galaxy. The principal obstacle to this golden age of collection was the fact the Nihilok cryptechs were good. They could give a lot of lessons to the first-rate dynasties, but they were not up to the standards Nefertun expected from her court, despite being significantly larger in effectives. To say in one sentence what a few courts would spend an eternity laughing about, they made mistakes. Now, if they had been awake for the last few million years, it would have been a simpleton's game to correct the flaws. But as too many dynasties were going to discover, assuming their artificial intelligences were able to one day reawaken them, the Great Sleep had lasted tens of millions of years, and the smallest mistakes had resulted in catastrophic consequences. For Geddon, this series of technological failures had resulted in a fault in the dimensional stabilizer array. The good news for the Nihilok was that, aside from a few minutes every stellar rotation, the Crown World was a dimensional fortress by itself, impossible to attack. The bad news, of course, was that the dimensional stabilizer array hadn't been repaired. And when the next disaster happened, the seat of power of Krispek would be either sent to another dimension, possibly the Empyrean Sea with all the unpleasant horrors waiting eagerly to welcome it, or it would outright begin to implode. Either way, treason planned to be far, far from Geddon when it happened. And obviously, it added one more reason why he didn't like visiting the Nihilok world. This didn't mean the acting triarch failed to examine the treasures presented to him with a keen eye as he descended deeper into the planetary crust of Geddon. Much like he had imagined in the Solemnes galleries, the artificial intelligence in charge of the Geddon defenses ensured that every visit was unique, whether it was the first or the 10 millionth time you landed on Geddon. Therefore the survivor of the war in heaven was able to observe the magnanimity of Krispek, a monumental sculptural reproduction of the Nihilok court as it stood during the Battle of the Poison Sea, in platinum. And it went without saying his first cousin had decided to ignore his contributions, seeing that he wasn't represented anywhere. Ah, how petty and prone to mortal grudges the Nihilok nobles remained. However, the magnanimity of Krispek denoted a worrying affliction of his Nihilok peers to abandon the preservation of those historic artifacts of galactic significance and replace them with an artistic glorification of themselves. Treason would have to ask his cryptechs a few pointed questions once he returned to Solemnes. He, clearly, remained as devoted to the noble duty of enlarging his collection as he had been in his first days, and since he had never obeyed the order to go into the Great Sleep, the Infinite Collector was as clever and charming as he had ever been. How the Nihilok nobles would be when they were reawakened was a mystery for the moment. Treason was 2 halls away from the Oracle chamber when a column of lightning struck the ground where he should have walked if he had not stopped when his detection systems warned him. Treason had found the Necron he wanted to meet. "Orokin, my dear friend. I am not your friend." The Sodak cryptech roared, trying and failing to destroy his current body with the Staff of the Tomorrow. As always, without success. "My dear rival. You dare." 2 tapestries showing the Nihilok protecting their holdings from the Mefrit dynasty were incinerated. "Please stop this vandalism immediately. These treasures were not his, of course, but Treason didn't tolerate such acts of careless and wanton destruction." "Or what? I am the great cryptech of the Sodak Orokin the Diviner. I have foreseen the doom of the Old Ones, the betrayal of the Citan, the pacts the Silent King made with them since the beginning of the war in heaven. I have seen the mysteries of the origin and the end. And you, a mere collector, an illuminated parvenu, dare to meddle in my grand plan for the future. So Kamarak shattered a few of your plans." The chief Archiovist spoke as a mountain of gold was turned into acid. "A minor contrariety for you, I'm certain. A minor contrariety. You destroyed a million years of preparations. That was really impressive. Even when the Storm Lord had used Orokin as a footrest to teach him a lesson or two about humility, Trazen didn't think he had ever heard the Cryptek lose his self-control that badly. Despite my natural modesty, I must point out you also need to congratulate Taylor Aber, Feeric Neferton, and a few other parties. The Nihilok Overlord played with his empathic obliterator. Though I am really surprised you didn't try to go back in time and use your peerless chronomancy to change the outcome if you were so displeased by it. The attacks stopped. Orokin watched him with the same glare in his eye the crux of his collection had for him. Why was no one able to recognize the sheer magnificence of his project? Ah, you tried. The limbs of the diviner twitched. By professional curiosity, how many times did you attempt to change the past before activating your hyperdimensional beamer and admitting your failure? I have not failed. Each word was screamed like it was of vital importance. Apologies, my dear enemy, the chief archiovist was maybe a bit too satisfied at seeing the Cryptek's plans in ruins. It's just that, while you indeed foresaw the imperial abomination created by the Ildari, you failed to predict its end and the destruction of Kamarak. And like a small rock beginning an avalanche, the predictions became less and less accurate. Trazen was rather sure the place the humans called Tigris should have fallen to the debased descendants of the Kryx by now. Biltan, where his expeditionary force had been able to gain many important treasures, was not scheduled to fall for another 7 millennia. You think this is over? You think that I, the astromancer who warned you about the betrayal of the Citan, can't erase the consequences of your manipulations? My dear Orokin, Trazen inserted a theatrical sigh. While I will admit you are an elite chronomancer, perhaps the greatest the Necrons have ever had in our long history, it didn't take a Cryptek to know the bargains of the deceiver stank of death and slavery. Plenty of overlords and Feyrans like myself knew the biotransference was something to be avoided at all costs. Then why didn't you raise your voices against it? Because, it was easy to remember why no one enjoyed the presence of Orokin. Unlike you, most of the important Necrontyrs who disagreed with Surak had already been banished from court by that point. The unfortunate consequence of telling him that declaring war against the Old Ones and the entirety of the galaxy was a stupidity beyond imagination, and being proven right. Trazen made his mind-skakel scarab swirl in the palm of his right hand. You were among those who supported the war in heaven in the first place, and then locked yourself in your library and astrology lab. We outside had to deal with the destruction of our collections and utter defeat. I was seeing what the wars of secession did to our race. The Necrontyr had to be reunited in a single empire. Then, congratulations, Orokin, Trazen replied bitterly. You indeed united our race. Of course, it lasted just long enough for us to be humiliated militarily and brought to our knees. And I think the identity of the Grand Unifier left much to be desired. The Surican overlords had always craved the power to impose their will upon the other dynasties. Giving them the leadership, had been something many Feyrans and Fodoroks had regretted. You have no right to criticize my choices, traitor, the Sodak Cryptek spat the words. Which definition of traitor are you referring to? Consequence of an endless history of dynastic struggles, there were tens of thousands of ways to commit treason, and as many ways to be exonerated from those accusations. Obviously, this made the old law codes complicated. Because if it's sabotaging your predictions, that isn't against. Stop playing with words. I accuse you of betraying the Silent King. Of revealing the coordinates of our worlds to enemies of our race. Of allying with lesser races to pillage crown worlds and core worlds. Of providing help to those barbaric parasites calling themselves an empire in order to steal phalanxes and fleets for yourself. Of ignoring the commands of the Silent King and waking up millions of Necrons according to your wishes, not his. Of conspiring against the Triarch to ensure the Great Sleep broke the minds of billions of Necrons. Yes, Trazen said in a bored voice. He knew what was going to happen next. Tell me the time and hour I must present myself on Mandragora. I'm sure my solicitors can have fun destroying your ridiculous accusations in front of several overlords for the next millennia. I don't care about the courts. And the loathing in the metallic voice of Orokin gave Trazen pause. I have seen what you and that traitor Feeric stupid enough to believe herself a Cryptek have planned with the mortal flesh bags. I have seen how you intend to supplant the loyal dynasties. And I have taken steps to ensure you are all going to be annihilated for this. Any other day, the chief archiovist would have laughed at the use of the loyal before dynasties. Today however he didn't feel like laughing. I have informed the commanders of the Throne of Oblivion of your perfidy and the plans you schemed against Surak. They are not happy. In fact, I may have suggested they come visiting with their engine of cosmic destruction. You know how they love to keep the upstart dynasties and overlords believing themselves invulnerable and reaching above their station in line. Trazen rarely felt things that could be compared to his Necrontyr emotions inside his engrams. In this instant though, he felt terror. The Throne of Oblivion. For all the defenses of Solemnace, if that horror arrived in range of his world engine, his collections would be disintegrated and the work of eons reduced to cosmic detritus in mere seconds. It won't matter how massive your collections are. It won't matter how clever your arguments will be. You can try to run. You can try to flee. But you will fail. Heed my words, Solemnes, Delphimonia, Nyx, and all the worlds who have dared to ally themselves in defiance of the Silent King will die. I, Orican the Diviner, have predicted it, and so it will happen, may the stars be my witness. Then terror turned to hatred. How dare this cryptech judge him? How dare this miserable chronomancer proclaim his collections and himself were going to die? Trazen had survived the war in heaven. He had survived the unpredictable behavior of the deceiver. The throne of oblivion was not going to be his end. Acting Triarch Command Protocol. The Infinite Collector exclaimed. Protocol Alteridic 115. Protocol Greeter Attack 415. Protocol Canner 000. Orican tried to active his hyperdimensional beamer and other chronomancer weapons, but too late. His body powered down, and in less time than it took to say it, the great cryptech could use about as much intelligence as the mindless ranks of infantry waiting in the stasis chambers of Geddon. Congratulations, Diviner, the Necron who had fought the Queen of Blades several times and lived to tell the tale informed his enemy. There were plenty of cryptechs immune to these protocols, but no Phaeron or Phaeric had apparently felt Orican deserved to be protected from them. You managed to make me break my oath. I had sworn to never again control a Necron like this, it reminds me too much of the deceiver to be comfortable. But as the old proverb said, necessity overrode all oaths. Now repeat to me everything you have done lately. I want to know how much work I am going to have to do to erase your perfidy. Several hours later, Trazen was back aboard the Sublime Collection, a mindless diviner secured in his most protected vaults, and he directed his assistants to calculate a straight course to the Nyx sector. He had to warn Weaver and Nefertun. Oblivion was coming. Chapter 46, Ovation 9-4 The Throne of Oblivion. Ovation 9.4. The Throne of Oblivion. A new war has begun. Most of the galaxy isn't aware of it as of yet. The weapons fired and lives lost have so far been restricted to places where few humans live. The deaths of the Xenos and the other monsters have happened out of sight, and as the old proverb concludes, out of mind. It won't matter. War is coming nonetheless. A part of me wants to blame the Necrons, and the fiend called Orican the Diviner in particular. The cryptech, judging by the information we were given on him, has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. I could respect his dedication to maintaining the status quo if he was a prestigious noble of the Sodic dynasty. But he isn't. Orican is an outcast. And his self-professed loyalty to the rigid Necron hierarchy is very questionable, as he was infamous for insulting and mocking the Phaerons and Phaerox before they were transformed into metallic androids. It is really easy to hate such a being. While punishments for someone's betrayal are extremely common no matter the species you belong to, trying to punish one of your peers for something he might do is a frightening level of madness. Especially when the self-proclaimed master of chronomancy has admitted, once imprisoned, that his predictions are falling extremely short of having a 100% success rate. Orican didn't even envision his flesh and blood race losing the first war against the Old Ones, when even a brief analysis of each camp's military capabilities should have served as a hint or two that his race was defeated before the first shot was fired. Maybe we ruined his plans with the destruction of Kamarak. So what? I wasn't personally present, but I have seen a sufficient number of pics and vids to acknowledge that the utter obliteration of the Dark City was one of the best things that could happen to this galaxy. Kamarak was a lair of evil built on the entrance of hell itself. Nothing good could have come from letting that cancer grow unchecked, and someone who is dissatisfied by its removal is an enemy of humanity and sentient life in general. After more hours of thinking though, I have arrived at the conclusion that, like many of our enemies, Orican had impulsively decided that there would be no peace between humans and Necrons, not as long as he was able to do something about it. And while it is a more debatable hypothesis, I also believe this jealous individual is against the very concept of peace itself. When there is no negotiation possible with someone, when your first recourse is to convince bloodthirsty dynasties to unleash a weapon bigger than Terra Cimmeria and the Phalanx combined, when everything you do is destined to spread violence and distrust, you are a warmongering monster. The real tragedy is that they don't even realize the scale of the mental problems afflicting them. That if they continue in this path, there will be soon no difference between an orc and a nihilist Necron commander save the color of the skin and the material used to build the body. Because in the end, what are these Necrons fighting for? Resources? Their technology and necrodermis bodies allow them to synthesize and mine everything they may desire. Security? If they really stay on the defensive, armies and fleets of Necrons are the next best thing to invincible, protected by planetary shields. The tech priests salivate when just looking at them. No, the reason the majority of the Necron dynasties will want to conquer the galaxy if they are allowed to wake up is because they can, and they think it is their right to do so. And so we will go to war again. Because when the offered choices are death or eternal slavery, there is no option but to fight. Even if our defeat is preordained. Even if other enemies lurk in the shadows, impatient to seize our gains and advancements for themselves. Even if ancient civilizations empowered with near-divine technology failed where we intend to tread. We go once again, as the salamanders say, into the fires of battle. Extract from Archive N4225x555, secured in the Fafnir Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by then Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter between 297M35 and 310M35. The necessary accreditation to read them is sapphire black. Unto the anvil of war, brothers. Oblivion will not claim us. Chapter Master Hezon, classified by the order of the Inquisition. This war happens not because you feel threatened by younger races or because your honor has been trampled until you could take no more. This war has been started because you made a series of mistakes an eternity ago, and in your arrogance, you refuse to entertain even the tiniest possibility that you could have been wrong. You want war? You will have it. But do not complain when your realm of metal and pride will turn to dust, and your deeds will ensure no peace will be possible when your enemies come to burn your worlds. Humanity is not a merciful foe. Redacted to redacted, warning, insufficient clearance, M35. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. The Golden Throne and the Oniric Realm. 0.666.297 M35. Thought for the day, he who lives for nothing is nothing. He who dies for the Emperor is a hero. Captain General Anubis Excelsior. The scenery is different this time. Of course, that doesn't mean much where his liege is concerned. The scenery has been different every time he has been invited here. At least this time there's no thunderstorm raging ahead. No, this time Anubis is in the middle of stars and planets. A gigantic representation of a galactic arm, one few hololithic devices built by humanity would be able to replicate with such precision. For the Lord the Adeptus Custodes has been protecting for over 4,000 standard years, this is nothing. There are seconds of silence. Anubis uses them to assess which part of the galaxy is represented in this original manner. Knowing his liege like he does, it is unlikely to be unimportant. The eastern fringe, he determines at last. Indeed, the Captain General looks to his right, and he is here. Or he was already here, but his focus was elsewhere and thus his power remained invisible to his senses. His appearance is very different from the one he presented the other times. This time there is no errant warden or mysterious protector, no figure sitting on a lonely throne. His liege presents himself as an ancient legionary of the pre-gunpowder era. A rectangular red shield painted with the golden double eagle is carried on his right arm, while tied to his belt is a short sword. His equipment is in piteous state, but there is no blood on him, save where the terrible wound in his chest is all too visible. I thought the situation at Tigris and the surrounding sector was more or less contained. There is no true lasting victory against the horrors that regularly assail the eastern fringe. To be triumphant, the Astronomicon would need to extend further than it has ever done in the age of the Great Crusade, and even if the repairs of the vital machines proceed apace, their liege has been deeply wounded and likely won't be able to project his light to encompass these dark regions. Not without abandoning other sectors to the darkness at least. Contained is perhaps the wrong word, the man the Imperium worships as the god Emperor muses before raising a finger. Instantly, several planets turn a sour green. But it could have been handled with minimal forces. Now the situation has changed. The Imga monolith has been activated. Anubis Excelsior grimaces. The rank of Captain General means being made aware of many, many unpleasant secrets. And some of them can give nightmares to transhumans, no matter their training and the protection offered by their liege's gene therapies. Weaver. He asks. No, it is not her fault. The Emperor is prompt to answer. It seems that her treaty with the Necron dynasty of the Narushlatset and the destruction of Kamarak angered one of the most arrogant awakened Necrons, a lot. This amateur believed the threads of the future were his to control and manipulate. There is only one answer Anubis can give. Name him, and the 10,000 will bring his head to you. His liege chuckles weakly. As amusing and satisfying as it would be to throw this creature into the dark cells and hide the key in my most secure vaults, the cryptech known as Oricon the Diviner has already been captured by the archthief Trazyn the Infinite. Anubis raises an eyebrow. Given the past history we have with this kleptomaniac Xenos, I am not exactly going to jump in joy and declare the matter resolved, Your Majesty. The thin smile has already disappeared and the stern expression returns. In this instance, the goals of the thief and our interests align enough that I am willing to close my eyes upon his eccentricities. Trazyn will not let Oricon escape. And the commander of the 10,000 knows his liege well enough to bow and consider this topic closed. The Emperor has seen the future and concluded it was the less risky path. It is best to come back to the main problem at hand. The Imga monolith has been activated. Should we prepare ourselves to launch a preemptive attack and destroy it? No. Weaver's allies will delay the moment of confrontation and within the next decade, enough naval and ground firepower will be mustered to crack the defenses of the monolith. Anubis tries to sound not a bit doubtful, and he knows that in all likelihood he fails. My liege, the first time we tried the tactic of overwhelming firepower against this Xenos horror, we failed. Unless I have memory problems or the last report was doctored, the Xenos defenses butchered the entire Second Legion. prompting one of the few instances in the early imperial history where the custodes made sure everything about an entire aspect of a military operation was erased from the records. And when the dust finally settled, there was no choice but to erase the Second Legion and its Primarch too. Nobody had liked it, not the Emperor, not Valder or Malkador, but there had been little choice. The Imperium could afford military defeats by then. It couldn't afford the awful aftermath of that campaign becoming common knowledge. You will release the information we have to her. His liege commands. And she will soon receive vital information from the Necrons themselves. Weaver won't begin the fighting as clueless as my lost son was. Anubis rarely argues with his creator and main charge, but here and now. With all the respect I have for your vision and your prescience, it is insanely risky. The Captain General flatly declares. What happened to the second could be repeated with the ninth, and I don't think I am exaggerating when I say it would be an absolute cataclysm which would likely sunder the Imperium. Aside from his liege, Anubis can't think of a figure more beloved than Sanguinius in today's Imperium. The destruction of the Blood Angels might be one of the things the Imperium would not recover from in 1,000 centuries. What happened to the second can't happen to the ninth. I made sure of it. I can't promise she will avoid severe military casualties, however. Then why? I think that with 2 years of preparation and some judicious pressure on the Navy, we could reactivate 36 battleships and plenty of special weapons. Let's concentrate this in a single void fist, and given the support of the 5 Blackstone fortresses at our disposal. It would certainly destroy the Imga monolith, the Emperor agrees. But there would be more problems born from this act of annihilation. And the billions of tons of Noctilith couldn't play their role of bait anymore. Bait? But the insect mistress of Nyx had not been under heavy pressure to launch an assault before the monolith's activation. Assuredly billions of tons is more Noctilith than anyone has seen in their life if they haven't set a foot on Cadia. Those pylons are off limits for now, obviously, since no one knows the effect it would have on the Cadian Gate and the Eye of Terror if they were transformed into ether gold. But the Mechanicus has begun its own investigations, and now that they are actively looking for it. You intend to build a trap for the traitor legions waiting in the Eye. I intend to build a new trap for every enemy which will try to oppose humanity's rise. Anubis instinctively knows it is not going to be a pretty campaign. And the next words of his liege don't change this opinion. It is going to be a crucible, the Emperor whispers. Millions upon millions of possibilities created by a specific event, so many neither I nor the parasites will be able to control the pace of the future campaign. In many ways, it sounds like the antithesis of a shadow point, as everyone can watch the future unraveling, but the effect might be the same in the end. My liege, sometimes you worry me. The smile he is given in response isn't reassuring at all. It is the smile of tyrants and conquerors, of generals and admirals, of politicians and predators. It is the face of humanity when it is at the height of cleverness and madness. It is the face of humanity when their species is cornered and yet obstinately refuses to die. The short sword is drawn from its scabbard and thrown into the stars, when it transforms into a gigantic regicide board. Step by step we will claw our way out of the oblivion our enemies have promised us. So let's roll the dice again. A small golden figure moves in the distance. Anubis sighs internally. So ends their short-lived rest. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Smilodon trench subsector. Brockton system. Neutral space station HN001. 5.666.297 M35. Basilea Taylor Hebert. Taylor had thought herself prepared for bad news when she had departed for the Brockton system in her meeting with Nefertun. Now, as Trazyn ended his delivery of bad news, the Basilea realized she hadn't been prepared enough for this level of bad news. On the other hand, bad might not be adequate to describe the situation. Awful might be more appropriate. Just for the sake of my personal curiosity, Feyruk, the young woman began, how many of these monstrous planet-sized weapons do the Necron dynasties have? Because while the Throne of Oblivion will take utmost priority, I really don't want to scream victory only to see another strategic weapon of systemic destruction enter the sector. Not many thankfully, the mistress of the Narush-Latsat dynasty replied. The world engines and solar harvesters were thought to be sufficient to handle anything short of the talismans of Vol and the gods our enemies created to fight us. And most of the really important assets owned by the dynasties, like the Celestial Orrery, the Twisted Catacomb, the Labyrinth of Thenotep, or the Stasis Docks of Sidon were not used offensively during the war in heaven. Nefertun stayed silent for several seconds before resuming her not-so-comforting speech. Most of what you call unique superweapons were extremely expensive, both in resources and in the size of garrison which had to be detached to guard it. The Throne of Oblivion was one, of course. There is also the Song of Oblivion, if it wasn't destroyed when we turned against the C'tan. According to the rumors of the Nihilok court it survived, but most of its crippled offensive armament was discarded and replaced by massive stasis crypts, Trazyn interjected. I wasn't able to confirm if it was true or not. And no, before you ask, I don't know where Saruk hid it. This day was really getting better and better. Yes, she was being sarcastic. And it appeared the supreme ruler of the Necrons had a great love for the Oblivion theme. This was anything but great. As far as I was able to ascertain in the short period between the humbling of the Citan and the Great Sleep, the other weapons used by the Silent King to fracture our former gods were too damaged to be repaired. Therefore the only other unique weapon to be active must be the Star Reaper engine hegemony. And what does it do? Anything the Silent King wishes it to. Trajan's answer was a disabused cackle. It has cutting-edge technology beyond that of the Throne of Oblivion, more elite cryptex than 2 first-rate dynasties, enough phalanxes to conquer your sector in less time than it takes to say it, and likely enormous reserves of noctilith and anti-imperial defenses. The thief-collector let his scepter twirl between his hands at an impressive speed. Of course, he took it with him into his much unlamented exile, so we don't have to worry about it. And thank whatever benevolent entities still existed for that good news. All right, my curiosity has been sated. Let's return to the Throne of Oblivion and the weapons protecting it. What is a solar harvester, by the way? A variant of a star harvester, Nefertun informed her, and for the first time, there was a hint of disdain in her voice. Think of it as a huge long-range gun which drains the energy of a star for several minutes before unleashing it against a designated target. No offense, Faeruk, Taylor replied in a calm tone, but to my ears, that sounds really terrifying. The destructive power of the gun is considerable, the female Necron ruler conceded. Who knew that their race had gained such mastery in understatements? But there are many drawbacks which ensured few dynasties went on to build them. First, above all, if they don't stay extremely tactically close to a star, their firepower is inferior to one of our battleships, which is particularly galling as they cost more in rare resources to build than a world engine. They also can't protect themselves when the energy loading procedure is activated, their shields are inactive until the harvester's cannon fires. As you can likely imagine, the Ildari of old took a malign pleasure disintegrating dozens of them while the loading phase was seconds away from completion. A purely offensive weapon which needs to be escorted at all times to fulfill its role. Yes, Taylor wasn't an admiral, but she could see why the design hadn't been popular. It made her remember all too well the glass cannons called the fast battleships. Exactly, Nefertun confirmed. No, dealing with a solar harvester isn't a problem. The replicator forges are the main threat of the outer defenses. For good reason. The ability to duplicate your fleet ad infinitum was a terrifying ability, given how long and expensive the building of a single ship above cruiser tonnage was. And the Necrons had 3 of them to protect the Imga monolith. I'm not trying to take the cowardly option, but I have to ask, is there any reasonable scenario where we could convince the commanders of this battle station to stop the reactivation of their assets and cancel this military campaign before it risks ravaging the entire eastern fringe? Surely the sub-commanders of the Silent King are not ready to risk their lives simply on the word of a single Necron based on predictions of deeds which haven't happened yet. Hells, if she went to the High Lords of Terra with such flimsy evidence to begin a crusade, most of the members would outright laugh at her before the end of her speech. The equivalent of a long sigh was made by Nefertun's voice apparatus. You are giving more credence to the intelligence and cleverness to the Surakin commanders than they deserve, the Narush-Latsat ruler spoke. Do keep in mind that as far as they know, this entire campaign against me or you promises to be what could be best described as a one-sided vermin extermination. The protocol codes they have will be sufficient to cripple my dynasty before the first gun is fired, and as for your human forces, they won't be considered true opponents. They will look at your technological level and laugh. You do not have the psychic mastery of the Ildari, the entropy skills of the Hrud, the unnatural genetic creations of the Rengdan, or the monstrous strength of the Kruks. And besides, the Throne of Oblivion has never been seriously endangered. The fact Orican convinced them the Throne of Oblivion was necessary in the first place probably has to do with Nefertun circumventing several protocols of the Great Sleep and my own continued disobedience. Trajan added his opinion on the issue at hand. We annoyed them sufficiently in the past that they figure our initial successes may require more than an average eradication fleet. You are just collateral damage in this affair. How comforting, the insect mistress rolled her eyes. I suppose it would be too much to ask of them to not torch my sector when they move against you. Oh, they will transform your planets into a gigantic field of orbital debris, the chief archiovist of Solemnace was prompt to reassure her. In the unlikely chance the Surakin commander is truly reluctant about risking his phalanxes on the word of Orican and he won't be his subordinates for the task will be Sodik and maybe Mefrit for the solar harvester. These two dynasties have always been noted to be what you would qualify as expansionist, warmongering, and eager to destroy the civilizations of younger species until not even bacteria are left alive. Some days, the planetary governor of Nyx was really glad the Necron dynasty she had on her Swiba frontier was the Narush-Latsat, and not another one. And of course, if I wasn't guilty, my dynasty wouldn't be awake but still plunged in the Great Sleep. The evidence of sending a diplomatic envoy would be enough to confirm all suspicions of treason. Somehow, the para-human didn't find it hard to believe she would hate to live under the rule of the Silent King and Necron society as a whole. Thank you for the confirmation. Peace being closed to us, I suppose war is the only choice left to me. And it is a conflict best done outside of the frontiers of the Nyx sector. She would have loved to say us, but if the Necrons of Nefertun were neutralized before even coming into range, and that was likely one of the best possible scenarios, the Imperium was going to have to fight alone this time. I am not prepared to fight a campaign of this magnitude. No one was at such short notice, so it wasn't like it was a betrayal of military secrets. As a result, I once again proposed to divert the Defiler Orcs against the Imga monolith. Let our two enemies fight and bleed each other while we reinforce ourselves. An excellent idea, my friend. Trazyn was prompt to reply enthusiastically. The other Necron ruler was not so optimistic. I find a large number of flaws with that idea, the Narushlatset Faeruk stated. While the descendants of the Kriks are certainly one of the few enemies which will not retreat or be cowed by the firepower of a solar harvester, the Sodic reinforcements brought in through Dolmen Gates, and the Throne of Oblivion itself, their ancestors tried and failed to achieve a lasting victory in the past. I don't doubt this orc muster is impressive from your perspective. This Defiler Greenskin has a lot of hulls and bodies available. But it won't be enough to give us more than 1 or 2 of your years. To her surprise, it was Trazyn who answered before she had the time to think about a solution. Then we don't push only this horde of greenskins against the Sarek Hans, my dear. The chief Archaeovist activated the hololithic table and colored plenty of stars in green with his scepter. The Defiler shipyard is hardly the only location where the greenskins are present these days. A few psychic beacons from our red-robed friends, some warning shots to rouse the beasts and convince them to follow us to the Throne of Oblivion, and we can fuel an inferno that will give even the favorites of Sarek pause. And then the Throne of Oblivion will use its faster-than-light drive to evade this greenskin horde, Nefertun replied, though there was a shadow of amusement in her voice, unless it was vindication. They aren't that stupid, you know. If they see a never-ending battle on the horizon, their destroyers will be happy, but the Overlord and Nemzar certainly won't. At some point, they're going to prioritize the extermination of a treacherous dynasty over the purge of violent descendants of the Kriks. In that case, I'd better sabotage it, no. Taylor gaped at that, and she was feeling confident in thinking that Nefertun, despite a metallic body, was doing the same. You can do that. There are, protocols for the Triarchs in every Sarakan battle station and warship, the chief Archaeovist cleared his throat. I think I can approach the throne and get sufficiently close to send a few signals which will cause critical problems to its faster-than-light drive. The Sarakan always heavily protect their command nodes, but the engineering sections often have glaring flaws. Taylor thought this strongly implied many Sarakan worlds and assets had received a visit from Trazyn over the last few tens of millions of years. Faerug. The Basileia asked. It could work, Nefertun conceded grudgingly. Assuming Trazyn succeeds and we use several of our squadrons in coordinated tactics, we can push billions of greenskins against the weapons of the throne and whatever Saraka's commanders will bring to bear. The female Necron ruler clicked her fingers and the hololith changed to reveal the Imga monolith. As always, since she had seen it for the first time, Taylor felt a shiver of fear course through her body. This was a gigantic pyramidal structure bigger than Nyx itself, and far more heavily fortified than anything the Imperium had ever built, including Terra during the heresy, and the current defenses of the Kadayan Gate. But let there be no misunderstandings, Nefertun stared at her. This is only a delay. The greenskins may be numerous and strong, but unless they somehow manage to find and repair a reality-shattering weapon of the war in heaven, they won't be able to bring down the shields of the Throne of Oblivion. They may be able to ram them and crash land on the surface. The black-haired para-human objected. I won't deny they certainly are stupid enough to try, but if you don't bring enough firepower against the shields, the capital anti-air batteries are going to destroy the overwhelming majority before they land. And there will be millions of Necron warriors ready to welcome them upon their landing. The orcs are dangerous. But the Sarakan phalanxes will regenerate and return to the fight faster than the greenskins can kill them. The orc spores won't be of any use. The Sarakan have strict sterilization protocols which have proven their efficiency against the Kriks in the past. The golden-winged guardswoman didn't disagree. Unless the orcs had a battle moon ready to ram the monolith, it was going to be hell for them, though they were certainly going to give the Necrons new memories of total war. This is in part why this strategy is unsatisfactory in my mind, Nefertun continued. Faced with such a threat, it is a certainty the Sarakan commander will call at least one and possibly more elite Sodic overlords, making any future battles far more difficult. Not to mention that once the flaw in the systems of the faster-than-light drive's defenses has been discovered, the cryptex aboard the Throne of Oblivion will do their best to erase this weakness and many others we would not have thought to exploit. The battle against the orcs might be enough to distract them for the first years, but it won't last long. So I ask you the question, Lady Weaver. Do you think these years of senseless carnage where the Sarakan surround themselves with more and more Sodic phalanxes are going to be worth it? Taylor didn't hesitate. I do. If the orcs give us 12 standard years, I can build an entirely new generation of cruisers and train them hard to reach first-rate Imperial Navy standards. I will also be able to convince some Lord Admirals to take ancient battleships out of mothball and modernize them with brand new Nova cannons. That's also 12 years of power armor and heavy guns production which will be available for our infantry amongst other things. And I will use these years to moved plenty of secret collections to several of my hideouts, Trazen approved. You see my dear? Everyone wins. The Basileia really wished sometimes Trazen didn't bring up arguments of that nature, but his usefulness in this case granted him a reprieve. It was exceptional, needless to say. If my calculus with your imperial calendar is correct, this would place the launch of the operation in 310M35. Taylor nodded. Well, you have resources to spend on the recovery of the artifacts mentioned in our treaty. That should be feasible, provided the orcs react as we want them to. The Ordo Xenos would owe her one, plus there were Bacta negotiations coming. I am not going to make promises I can't keep, but I should be able to deploy a few Space Marine recovery teams against Necron strongholds. How many of them will be sent and the rest of specifics will have to wait a bit to figure out, however. Good, now for the possible Surican and Sodak military commanders who may be called to war. If we're lucky, they won't decide to awaken the Storm Lord, Trazen almost groaned. It won't be a Modak, I think, Nefertun affirmed. His performance against the Crix was marked by several grave defeats. Unfortunately, the Sodak dynasty has an abundance of brilliant generals and the absence of the Storm Lord is not necessarily great news for us. Battleship Enterprise. Storm Seer Uriyang Kada. The hour was late when Uriyang Kada came back to the bridge of the Enterprise. Unsurprisingly, Lady Weaver was still there. Bermudez, Catalan, and Glycerius were the sentinels standing vigilant around her, as the insect mistress read the data the Necrons had given them earlier in the day. It was a bit strange for the Storm Seer. The relationship Taylor Hebert enjoyed with Wei Cao was usually seen with some amusement, but hardly anything vital. But now that the new governor of Wuhan wasn't here, the Basileia seemed to revert to working at late hours. As he closed the distance separating him from her, the Kogarus-born Space Marine noted her troubled expression. It was perhaps not so much the absence of her consort as the dark news which had been revealed to her today which was responsible for this long evening of work. The Lamenters have received your message, my lady. The Storm Seer reported quietly as columns of figures and Xenos schematics appeared and disappeared on the hololith. Communication clarity was above average. Their chapter master should be informed as we speak and begin moving his warships in position. The other astropathic communications. Ongoing. You have given them quite a list of choirs to contact. In fact, the number of messages which had been given was what was usually sent by the Enterprise's mistress in 10 or 11 days. No one would ever say it wasn't justified in this particular case, unfortunately. If I could send fewer messages. The golden-winged Lady General began before sighing heavily and not finishing her sentence. You do not need to justify yourself, my lady. The look he was given was not angry, merely resigned. As long as the Imga monolith is out of sight and the initial plan works, you're absolutely right I don't. How long that is going to stay true, I have no idea. The para-human shook her head. Unbelievable. We destroy Kamarak, and some Necron seer throws a fit and rushes to tell his superiors how bad we are. Evidently, the psychic toads who governed the galaxy once upon a time were absolutely right to be wary of the Necrons. We have an alliance with some of them. Was their lady thinking about? We have an alliance with Nefertun and her dynasty, and Trazen when his collecting interests are directly threatened, the woman protected by the Dawnbreaker Guard corrected whimsically. This alliance has proven extremely useful, and I have every intention of letting it continue for as long as possible. But in the euphoria after Kamarak, I naively thought we may be able to extend it far and wide. It was a nice dream, but it will never leave the domain of illusions and wishes. Two of the most important Necron dynasties clearly want our death, despite us not having raised a single finger against their planets. How can you consider living in peace with them? Uriyang Kada wasn't sorry about the Xenos revealing themselves as genocidal and duplicitous as imperial propaganda always warned them to be, but he agreed it was a waste. The Necrons had many common enemies with humanity, the Eldar being the most prominent of this considerable list. And the metallic androids could live and thrive on worlds where the Imperium couldn't colonize or build anything without losing millions of workers. But the majority of the Xenos were supremacist Xenos. And in the end, there was only a single galaxy to rule over. The insect mistress yawned. You should consider returning to your quarters, my lady. There are going to be a lot of tiring days ahead of you, the Emperor and the Imperium need you at peak efficiency. This wasn't the Storm Seer's responsibility, but the psychically gifted Space Marine couldn't imagine a smaller force than a full tithe and 2 or 3 battle fleets worth of firepower being gathered to destroy the Imga monolith. And this was more likely a vast underestimation of what was truly needed. In a few minutes, Lady Weaver promised. I'm just taking one last glance at the data of the Imga monolith's shields. A disgruntled expression twisted her features. This, as you can probably imagine, isn't good. Look at it and give me your opinion if you want. It took a few seconds for the representative of the White Scars to decipher the organization of Necron data translated into Low Gothic, but once he had a proper idea of it, it didn't take long for him to arrive to an unhappy conclusion. I am not a tech marine of course, but I think that the only Imperial warships which can truly bring down these sections for sure are the Gloriana battleships. Of which there were precious few left nowadays. I agree, the Basilea's mouth twitched in a faint smile. What an irony. I didn't even search for it, but I may have found a lot of good reasons for the Fabricator General to build more of these 20-kilometer-long hulls. Unfortunately, there is no way we can build more Glorianas at such short notice. Yang Kada stayed silent, though if the time came, he would bring up the idea for one of these formidable flagships to be used by his chapter and their successors. The 5th Legion had lost their only Gloriana during the heresy, a loss which was still regretted by the Khans of Kogaris. You may need more alternatives than relying on a single ship. There will be more alternatives brought into play, the black-haired ruler of Nyx reassured him. The Enterprise's Nemesis Hunter cannon by itself is not strong enough to bring down these Necron shields, but it is incredibly accurate. If we retrofit enough Nova cannon-armed battleships with these guns, we will be able to concentrate our fire and achieve the same result a Gloriana would. This was admittedly not a bad point. He would need to speak with Hakkarainen of the Emperor's Havoc to evaluate its feasibility. Still, you're right. I'm counting a lot on a Gloriana being present in the order of battle, the golden-winged Lady General acknowledged. If the part of the plan concerning letting the Orcs and Necrons slaughter each other works, the Flame Rot will have finished its cycle of repairs in the Martian shipyards by then. I would advise contacting the other chapters having a Gloriana to see if they're available, the White Scar Storm Seer advised. I didn't ask where the Eternal Crusader went after the destruction of Biltan, but I'm sure Sigenandus can impress the threat represented by this monolith upon High Marshal Barbarossa. An excellent suggestion, the woman they had all sworn to protect quickly approved. Are there others we can use? I think the flagship of the Dark Angels is still active, Yang Kada replied cautiously. Of course, since it is part of their assault fleet, it is certainly busy in Segmentum Pacificus right now. And given what just happened at Wuhan, they might not accept this suggestion with good grace, assuming they are in position to honor it, his liege sighed. I will check the status of the other Gloriana hulls and inform you. It shouldn't take long. There had never been that many Gloriana battleships in active service, and the heresy had drastically decreased their numbers. Though even if we can materially pull these capital ships and everything else we need out of mothball, the question is what we can offer them in exchange to make up for the sheer danger of the Imga monolith. The custodes were tight-lipped, but it was enough for several of us to remember that there are 2 legions which went missing at some point in history. And no offense my lady, but you lack the battle experience and the capability of command of a Primarch. Most assuredly, Weaver didn't disagree. But I have several advantages over the hypothetical Primarch who may have fought the monolith before. To begin with, unlike him I will know exactly what I'm up against for the outer defenses, and for the inner ones, I am ready to bet it involves Citan shards. And I have already fought one in the past. Second and most crucial, Neferton has confirmed the Canopitex scarabs the Necrons use so much will be controllable by my power. Apparently, the Necrontyrs weren't the only ones to go through the process of biotransference. The Citan put all the fauna of their homeworld and then other planets through these monstrous devices. As such, I can control these insects. They still have the vital energy of insect life forms and my power recognizes them as such. Yes, it could be a game changer. At the very least, once the enemy realized what was happening, they would be in a hurry to stop using these insect-shaped auxiliaries against any human invaders. And we have something we can bargain with, in the end. There are at least 4 billion tons of Noctilith stored somewhere in that Xenos bastion. Many of the bridge crew stopped whispering after hearing this revelation. If it is only resources Imperial representatives are after, I imagine there will be enough to satisfy everyone's wildest dreams. Taylor Aber assured softly. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Swibinebula Subsector. Lemuria System. Lemuria. 6.708.297 M35. Inquisitor Henry Charles III Severus. Lemuria was definitely and without any possible argument a breathtaking world. The green-blue color of the grass, the pink cherry trees, the sublime cascades of water, everything born from nature seemed to be created to feel peaceful. The weather was just warm enough to walk in light clothes, but not enough to make you start sweating. And the best part, according to the pilgrim and touristic guides, was that this highly pleasurable climate lasted 9 days out of 10 for the standard year. There was a bad season when the temperatures dropped by 10 degrees, but it lasted between 20 and 24 local days. If the description had stopped there, Lemuria would have already been the jewel of the Swiba subsector, but there were the human marvels to take into account as well. The Ecclesiarchy had built the Holy Crystal Mausoleum on this planet, and millions of pilgrims came every year to pray and admire the M32 stained armaglass, the altars of white marble, and the decorations consisting of some very rare gemstones and precious metals. Of course, Lemuria didn't cater only to the spiritual needs of pilgrims. If you wanted to hunt some animal in a private hunt specifically tailored to your tastes, you could do it here. Hunting lodges, casinos, protected beaches, yachts, villas so large the term palace was sometimes not sufficient to describe them, Lemuria had everything. Fine, maybe not everything. The weather was too warm for winter sports, and there was a lack of mountains for the most extreme activities like diving in grav chutes if you didn't want to use an aircraft. But overall, Lemuria was indeed deserving of its reputation as a paradise world. A pity this reputation was built on foundations of falsehood, centuries of political machinations, and untold corruption. And this, the representative of the Ordo Novice explained to the officer standing next to him, I believe is the swimming pool the Hierophant built for his mistresses. 1 second, my lord, Colonel Adamus rasped in a guttural voice. The colonel of the Nix 12th Infantry had received grave wounds during the Battle of Kamarak, and though 3 injections of Bacta had managed to save his life, the injury inflicted to his throat had been coated in a poison which continued to baffle even the elite magi biologists of Lady Weaver. Adamus had survived where other men would have died in drawn-out and unbearable agony. You could trust the drookery for that, but his voice would never be the same again, that is until the tech priests of the Nix Mechanikus invented some new treatment. Many cogboys enjoyed the challenge, he was told. Yes. I am aware the ecclesiarchy rules can be different sector by sector, but, aren't the priests supposed to be celibate on Lemuria and the other cardinal worlds? Indeed. Henri Charles III politely confirmed. And yet, by a series of completely innocent coincidences, you will notice every Hierophant to have been elevated this millennium had a family name which included either Indushekhar or Singh. Yes, what a strange coincidence. The humorless reply was unsurprising, though a little sad to hear. Ah, no matter. Henri Charles III had not requested these veteran guardsmen for their conversational skills. Isn't this lake a bit too big for a swimming pool? We can barely see the other side from here. Yes, it seems our dear Hierophant, or at least his predecessor who ordered the first stages of construction, was thinking big. There was no need to be a psyker to sense the disgust of the Nixian guardsmen acting as his bodyguards. In some measure, the member of the Nixian conclave was sharing it. People had been bleeding and dying all over the quadrant for the last several decades, and the insurrection on Sparta had been raging for 3 entire years before it was crushed. And during all this time, the current Hierophant had been plotting, spending hundreds of days indulging his personal pleasures, and scheming with other priests to manipulate the higher figures of the Swiba subsector. Even disregarding the fact Nix hadn't needed the forces of Atlantis to achieve the spectacular outcome of Operation Caribbean, this wasn't the kind of incompetence and treachery that could be tolerated. That is the problem with paradise worlds like this one, Colonel, the Inquisitor wearing a grand blue uniform confided to Colonel Adamus. They are marvelous in looks and comfort, they are rather secure from the outside, and you forget everything, beginning with your duties to His Most Holy Majesty. And heretics have little difficulty infiltrating them, a captain of the Nix 12th added as the familiar noise of firing weapons echoed in the distance. No, acknowledged the Inquisitor of the Ordo Novice. And when it comes to affairs like this, the greatest sin is indolence. It seems I have several years of work ahead of me to hunt down the heretics and traitors. Thank the God Emperor, Cardinal Prescott is going to provide plenty of reliable priests to compensate, and all of them have been moth-tested beforehand. I don't doubt your judgment, my lord, but didn't the hour of the Emperor's judgment kill every heretic in this system? Adamus asked as several of his guardsmen returned from their visit to the Holy Crystal Mausoleum, dragging the ex-master of the pilgrim attractions behind them by the arms. The hour of the Emperor's judgment killed every traitor and heretic who had sworn his or her soul to excess, Colonel, since these guardsmen had outright fought against the demons and spat in the eye of the abominations. Henri Charles III Severus could openly explain it to the officers. These loyal veterans had been chosen because they could keep secrets. Assuredly, the fact Lemuria is a paradise world guarantees a majority of the heretics hiding under this pleasant facade belonged to that decadent and immoral allegiance, but I fear it failed to rid us of the entire nest. Ah, gentlemen, please bring him here. The low-born guardsmen eyed him warily. The Inquisition's reputation remained formidable among the troops after their last interventions, but they saluted and obeyed. And yes, it was important to stay polite. There was no urgency here, and thus no reason for bad manners. Henri Charles III Severus was an inquisitor. That didn't mean he had to abandon the tenets of civilized behavior if the situation didn't demand it. Do you know who I am? Release me at once. Something a few people including his current guest could take lessons from, clearly. Hierophant Huendu Indushekhar, the Inquisitor of the Ordo Novice, spoke pleasantly. Thank you for taking the time to join me this pleasant summer morning. His ecclesiarchal interlocutor fiercely glared at him before answering. I protest vehemently against this treatment. I am the Hierophant of Lemuria and my only superiors are the Cardinal of Nix and Her Celestial Highness. I am protected by the divine law of His Most Holy Majesty. No, you're not. An Inquisitor is above your so-called divine right to rule. The act of revealing his rosette after that made the hatred appear for an instant in the corner of the eyes of the holy priest. I thought the living saint had leashed you. My dear Hierophant, Henri Charles III murmured, while it is possible I say, certain formal or informal accords were made between Her Celestial Highness the Basileia and several inquisitors. He smiled before continuing in a darker and more dangerous tone. I am an inquisitor, Hierophant. The man calling himself Severus told him threateningly. I serve the God Emperor and the Imperium of mankind, and I do not need warrants to do my duty. The preliminary politeness being over, the blue-clad inquisitor opened the small box he had been able to acquire at Nyx, and held its tiny content in the palm of his hand before slamming it against the forehead of the Hierophant of Lemuria. What are you, Erg? Henri Charles III Severus had expected Hierophant Huan du Shekhar to be a traitor. His recent actions were sufficient to prove so, and so the shard of ether gold he had been given before his departure from Nyx was supposed to burn him heavily. But before his eyes, what happened was something else. There was an infernal blue tendril of sorcery which appeared to resist the golden light of the ether gold for a few seconds. And then the blue illumination vanished and powerful golden flames engulfed the Hierophant. The screams of the man, no of the heretic, rose in intensity, as everyone took a step back given the sheer power coming from the symbol of his divine wrath. Praise the God Emperor, for he is the bane of all heretics, the representative of the Holy Inquisition declared forcefully. Colonel Adamus. My lord. The Nyxian saluted perfectly, a newly gained harshness in his gaze. Good, the man understood the problem. The culpability of the Hierophant being proved, I think we need to test his entire entourage. Take 2 companies and bring me the mistresses and the children, then the rest of the high-ranked priests. We need to extirpate this heresy until the last root is found and burned. Henri Charles III had not seen it tested before with his own eyes, but the ether gold shard would be fine and ready for more testing the moment the heretic was consumed utterly by the golden flames. Which looked to be soon. There wasn't much left of him after 30 seconds of exposure. Yes, my lord. Remember, indolence and heresy must be purged if the Imperium is to return to its previous glory. Lemuria System. Lemurian Shipyards. Judge Missy Byron. Well, we're too late. Missy wasn't going to repeat this affirmation in public, but given that they were in a rather high-class section of the Lemurian shipyards, one the former governor had used to entertain off-world clients, and no, she hadn't asked what the locals meant by that, plus there was the protection of several jamming devices, her words shouldn't make headlines on any picked casts. What I don't understand, Teddy pointed out after downing a particular strong herbal drink, is why friend Weaver sent you here if she knew the Inquisition was going to deal with the problem of the Hierophant. I asked myself the same question, the Shaker para-human admitted. And she had sent the same question via her personal astropath to wherever Taylor was at the moment. Unfortunately, it seemed there was trouble on the horizon as the astropathic conduits had long queues and many orders were taking priority over her inquiry. It could only be a coincidence, as the Inquisition didn't have the clout to keep Taylor in the dark, but it was inconvenient. And I arrived at the same conclusion the Inquisitors of Nyx must have reached by themselves, namely that the Hierophant and his accomplices had been involved in heretical things. Once they realized that, it was game over for Lemuria and Vijayanagara. Missy had to admit it was a sobering reminder of the power the Holy Inquisition could wield when it felt a planetary governor was about to turn traitor. One of the Nyxian regiments temporarily assigned to the Nyxian conclave had descended upon Lemuria, and the Inquisitor himself, one Missy had never seen before, had made an example of the Hierophant. As if summoned by her thoughts, the vids shown in the high-class bar where she and Teddy were drinking began to once more play the execution via ether gold suffered by Huan du Shekhar. Seeing it a second or third time didn't make it better, obviously. And no, Missy wasn't going to cry for the man. He was a servant of the ruinous powers, and one who had done his best to ensure there was blood in the streets, or in the case of Drucker, in the sea. Unlike us, they seem to keep the ecclesiarchy in power in this system, the Rashan noted disapprovingly. Yes, but even if we had arrived first, it's likely the planets of Lemuria and Vijayanagara would have stayed cardinal worlds, Teddy. Sparta wasn't a problem, the insurrection and the weather had killed most of the prisoners, and as long as we didn't tell the Pontifex Crusader about the stones, there was really nothing worth staying around for save the limited extraction and refinery of promethium. But Drucker is more important, no? It's a lot of food that they send to Lemuria every year. And her Rashan had found himself developing a taste for the moss the Drucker-born citizens were harvesting as part of the administratum tithe. It is, but whether Drucker is a cardinal agri-world or an administratum overseen one, the food will still go to Vijayanagara. As tasty as the salmons fished by these muscular playboys were, the Lemurian priesthood preferred more expensive food for their meals, or they had preferred their food that way, before Inquisitor Henri Charles III Severus made his grand entrance in the Lemuria system. One thing was certain, the man likely sent by Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor wasn't playing around. Missy had only arrived 48 hours after him, but by now the blue-clad representative of the Inquisition had seized enough evidence to drag dozens of priests away in chains and of course execute the Hierophant and most of his immediate family, including 8 more via ether gold immolation. The Pontifex governor of Vijayanagara had also been burned alive by order of the Cardinal of Nyx, and several of his key subordinates were in prison. We haven't made a difference, then. Oh no, we have made a very big difference. Now the next authorities appointed to rule over Lemuria and Vijayanagara will have to pay a fair price in return for these food supplies, be they in agri-technology or something else. The judge in her doubted the new priests sent by Nyx would acquiesce to everything the Drucker-born wanted. Weapon production was never an easy sell for an agri-world, but it would considerably improve the life of the average grox shepherd or salmon fisher. But I think all the differences we could have made in this system are already in progress. The Inquisitor certainly doesn't need us to hunt the heretics of Lemuria, and the envoys sent by the Cardinal seem to have things well in hand on Vijayanagara. Missy was going to inform Taylor of the deplorable living conditions of the population on that mining world if the Cardinal didn't, however. Unlike Lemuria, which was a paradise of green and blue glowing immaculate in the void, Vijayanagara was a red orb of dust and heavy metal extraction for the shipyards they were keeping supplied. And the deeper one dug, the more unpleasant revelations awaited the investigator. The pollution of the air was extreme. The violent dust tempests had convinced the original architects the cities had to be subterranean, and as such there were no hives. But the population numbers were certainly worthy of a hive world. The latest census had indicated a population of 29 billion inhabitants, the vast majority of them living in squalor. Rumors claimed the ecclesiarchy had originally intended to install a caste system, but the multitudes of hierophants and pontifex governors had decided to abandon that, and as a result there were only the rulers, the noble priests, and the ruled the impoverished miners. Returning to filling out these absurd administratum forms, Teddy groaned. I pass my turn. Hey, you asked for this. Lady Vista. Lady Vista. One of her subordinates began to suddenly call her via her vox comm. Grave news. Demented cultists are attacking Dock C6. I'm on my way, the para-human replied curtly before turning towards her assistant. The Emperor is with you today, Teddy. Paperwork duties are postponed. Mars-class battlecruiser champion of Carduniash. Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto. Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto had not thought her life would be boring and devoid of military incidents after the inferno of Kumarak, but she had hoped for a couple of years of calm. Apparently, she wasn't going to get them. This pilgrim ship is obviously the transport the heretic cultists used to evade attention for as long as they did, the former subordinate of Admiral von Kischer announced to her officers once the security team had finished drowning the warrant officer who had been in communication with them in containment foam. Where the arch-enemy was concerned, it was best not to take any chances. Now that we have conclusive evidence they are behind the violent uprising in the shipyards, I want to know how in the name of the God Emperor they were able to do it. The security in the Lemurian shipyards is full of holes, Admiral, a lieutenant of her staff reported hastily. And we're still short-handed trying to fix every flaw and issue which pops up. A small pilgrim ship coming from the Overhill sector wasn't really suspicious, there have been 10 of them this year alone. And now we have to wonder how many were filled with heretics, another lieutenant added grimly. Indeed, the Samarkand-born Rear Admiral agreed. Clearly, it would be better to be in position to board it and present these heretics to the Inquisitor. I'm sure after what they've done, the Holy Inquisition will have plenty of questions and long sessions of vigorous interrogation arranged for them. The problem was that she may not be able to board the ship responsible for this crisis. Most of her armsmen had been sent into the Lemurian shipyards to restore order and purge the heretics, and her squadron had been mostly immobile these last several hours, while the false pilgrim ship registered as the Pious Traveler was running like hell towards the next Mandeville point. Our destroyers can intercept it, her chief of staff assured her as 2 golden dots on the display of the advanced hololith of the champion of Carduniash accelerated in pursuit of the black dot. But if they want to prevent it from getting the opportunity to activate its warp drives before the Mandeville point, they will have to shoot their torpedoes at extreme range. Left unsaid was that while the gunners may target the engines of this lair of damnation and heretics, it was far more likely the Pious Traveler or whatever true name was carved upon its treacherous hull was going to be atomized by so many torpedoes. Does anyone see another possible way to neutralize the heretics? Not really, Admiral, one of her astrogation officers took it upon himself to answer for her staff. The Achilles and the Hector are excellent destroyers, there's a reason why we requested these 2, but deploying them so soon with an understrength crew means they can't really risk a boarding action, no matter how crippled this pilgrim ship. And they had a few hundred personnel already on leave on the Lemurian shipyards before we ordered them to pursue the heretics, added her chief of staff. Fujiko mentally went over the situation again and again, but it was like back at Kumarak, sometimes there were no good options, the dilemma was only between a varieties of poisons. Order our destroyers' captains to launch their torpedoes as soon as they are in range, the female Rear Admiral commanded. Be sure to emphasize to them that the priority is to make sure the Pious Traveler doesn't escape. We can always summon a few tech priests afterwards to see if it is possible to learn from the wreckage where the cultists and the traitors who rallied to their banner came from. It wasn't going to stop there, of course. The lax security measures of Lemuria and Vijayanagara had rendered a purge of the Lemurian shipyards and the nearby planets unavoidable. There were too many heretics discovered, and the number of supposed loyal citizens found dealing in trafficking forbidden substances and proscribed artifacts was absolutely sickening. How do our troops fare in the Lemurian shipyards? Surprisingly, rather well, Admiral, the commander of her armsmen assured her. Many Nixians we sent in have rallied to the emissary of Lady Weaver, and it looks like the heretics are being herded towards Dock C6 where the Pious Traveler planted its seeds of heresy. The scarred veteran bared his teeth in a parody of smile. It looks like the traitors aren't enjoying their holidays on Lemuria very much. Voice of Decay Lord Fluebringer of the 7th mutation. The ground is contorting. The ground and the walls are contorting. Please. Please save us grandfather. Fluebringer ended the Vox communication before the screams were heard by each and every servant in proximity. There were ways to improve the morale of his faithful followers, and they didn't involve making them listen to the final pleas of their comrades before they die. Doc C7 is lost to us. It's that horrible Xenos creature, the Scythe Prime, as was his usual habit, tried to deflect the blame. It repaired all the defense turrets we had sabotaged. I am not interested in pointing fingers for this succession of failures, the leader of the cult of the 7th mutation assured in a tone which had to sound jovial. He obviously didn't mention that at the pace the defeats were arriving, the cult was going to be entirely destroyed if he punished every follower for their personal failings. We serve the Lord of Decay, we are above the petty struggles of power of the Great Liar and the bloody-handed maniac. What I want are scenarios to push back the blind slaves of the false emperor. We could try to send our last 3 shuttles to board another pilgrim ship and operate a strategic withdrawal. Proposed the Pox Master, a stout believer with a green arm on which 7 eyes saw everything. Defeatist. The Scythe Prime immediately snapped. I'm sorry, do you have a way to cripple soldiers fighting in sealed power armor? The accused loyal soul retorted. If we had someone blessed with more powerful talents or all our plague bringers hadn't been cut down by that maniac with the green blade of doom, I might try to concoct a virulent plague the like which will make our enemies weep in beauty before so much magnificence of pestilence. Be quiet. It is only a matter of time before we kill the green blade wielder. As for her horrible Xenos pet, it won't be able to escape the judgment of the grandfather for long. Strange, the mistress of bubonic infestation intervened. I seem to remember the horrible Xenos pet led your forces straight into the middle of a killing ground with Gatling guns and electrified wire. That was only a minor reversal. The Scythe Prime barked. Now we have these unbelievers exactly where we want them. Wait a minute, are you suggesting the slaves of the false emperor sterilizing Doc C5 and fire was part of your plan? Are you a cultist of lies? Apologize for that insult or my scythe will remove your head from your shoulders. I will not apologize. None but a brain-dead simpleton can contest the strategies of our Scythe Prime are utterly disastrous. Fluebringer felt something spreading in the former Doc C6. It was something which had nothing to do with the blessed fetid atmosphere they had created to please the grandfather. It was abnormal. It was disorderly, but not the kind of agitation any of the 3 were pleased to spread and bless humanity with. Enough, brothers and sisters. Remember who the true enemy is. The enemy are the slaves of the false emperor. Quite so, the cultist leaders agreed. Now we must enact a new strategy. No. One of the lower-ranked plague officers erupted in outrage. We must punish the Scythe Prime for his failures. In the name of Nurgle, you will stop this behavior. I am blessed to speak with the voice of decay and I say. Damn you with your decay and plagues. The cultist spluttered in the face of the Scythe Prime and several other lesser chosen of the grandfather. I say we need a change of leadership, and I humbly offer my services. 3 scythes struck him and the attempted treachery was eliminated in a matter of seconds. The dark presence which had pushed into the shadows like a bothersome fly vanished again. Fluebringer felt none the less troubled. It didn't feel like the work of servants of Xianchenkern. And the false emperor had no power, everyone knew that. So what had this malign influence been? They are coming. The floor is distorting again. They are coming. Grandfather. Please save us. These questions would have to wait for a while, unfortunately, assuming they won. In hindsight, the great dangers the grandfather's prophets had warned him against before coming here were far too great for the great blessings they would be rewarded with at the end of the path. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Smilodon Trench subsector. Smilodon 8. Fortress Monastery Holy Aquila. 5.727.297 M35. Marshal Helman Malberg. Normally, there should have been a long ceremony to welcome the Golden Thunderhawk and its owner, but the landing pad was still under construction, and the wind blew violent today over the far western peaks. Therefore Helman had to make his greeting short. Your Celestial Highness, the Black Templar Marshal bowed deeply, welcome to the Holy Aquila. The fortress monastery is yours. Thank you Marshal, the living saint answered with a large smile, lead the way. Without waiting any further, he and Lady Taylor Hebert Astartes escort, 50 of his battle brothers forming an honor guard once the sky gate was passed and striking their fists on their armors in salute. I see you have received new warriors since your last report, the Basileia of Nyx noted after returning the salute. As of today, the Holy Aquila is defended by 272 oath-sworn space marines, including 2 Castellans and myself. Helman informed their benefactor. There are also 10 tech marines and 3 apothecaries which are on their way, as the High Marshal was courteous enough to approve my request for more support elements. From there their exchange shifted towards the details of the fortress tech priests and senior sword brethren were building around them. Helman wished he could present the fortress monastery in a near-completed state, but that was years away, and to be honest no one had thought the Basilea would choose to visit them this year. Do you want me to prepare some refreshments? The Black Templar's commander inquired as he finished showing Her Celestial Highness the rooms where the neophytes and initiates would train in the noble art of sword fighting. No, that won't be necessary, Marshal. The golden-winged chosen of the Emperor replied. Count Patrician Zoltan Chifra is a good man, but I swear he tried to see if a saint could drink amasec by the barrel without drowning in it. The good planetary governor was particularly ecstatic when your unexpected visit was announced, Hellman mused politely. I understand he will receive several brand new trains and locomotives. That was the official reason I gave him. Hellman didn't react outwardly, but internally he began to assess what had possibly gone wrong in the galaxy. In reality, I wanted to contact you, and Dragon had the idea to send this convoy at just the right moment, so that to potential spies it didn't look like I'm trying to avoid the Count Patrician and his mining barons. Feeling the tour of the completed facilities had lasted long enough, the Marshal directed his prestigious guest and the other space marines towards the stone stairs which had been built to be the principal avenue towards the Holy Aquila's stratagem. We are always at the disposal of your Celestial Highness, of course, Hellman said formally. May I know the primary purpose of this visit, then? War, was the unsurprising answer. War is coming for us once more. A new front has opened at Tigris. No, it is not Tigris. It is a nearby Necron battle station which has been activated. A few crazy Xenos apparently think my alliance with the Narush-Latsat dynasty is against the nature of this galaxy, and have taken steps to remedy to it. Remedy how? They intend to destroy this entire sector until there isn't a single living being alive to witness the apocalypse they have unleashed. The Necron executioners want to kill everything, down to the last bacteria. Hellman Malberg frowned and felt the familiar emotion of anger course through his veins. He was no stranger to the devastation caused by high-intensity conflicts, but that kind of destruction was far beyond what the Black Templars inflicted upon their enemies. It was senseless. To achieve such a level of destruction meant each planet would for all intents and purposes be subjected to a thorough exterminatus. There would be no new colonization, no salvage operations, nothing. And these Xenos are coming here. I have taken steps to delay their arrival, the Saint assured him, and for now, the plan is to intercept their engines of destruction and other murderous assets outside the Nyx sector. You have witnessed what some of the Necron battleships are capable of at Kamarak. The leaders of the faction who want us dead are far more dangerous than that. What exactly are we talking about, Your Celestial Highness? Like all chapter masters of the Adeptus Astartes having participated in the ovation, Hellman had been briefed on the world engines of the Necrons. And while these offensive planetoids were extremely tough engines of destruction, they were far from invulnerable. Casualties would be immense, yes, but several chapters acting together could defeat this threat. We are talking about the Imga monolith, that the Necrons call the Throne of Oblivion. It is a planet-sized pyramid which can replicate a battleship in less than a minute, provided the material resources are available. It has energy shields so powerful only the Gloriana battleships and state-of-the-art bastions like the Phalanx have a chance of bringing them down. Its escort fleet alone can torch a subsector and snuff out trillions of lives. We don't have a full picture of the infantry numbers defending it, but they have to number billions of warriors, and the masters of this monstrosity can bring an endless tide of reinforcements via modified webway portals. God Emperor preserve us, Hellman answered shocked. That is a primary grade threat on the level of a Black Crusade. It is. I will of course answer your call to arms against this Xeno citadel, but the Black Templars alone cannot achieve victory there. Maybe if the entire chapter did what had never been done since the War of the Cacodominus and gathered all Crusade fleets under the High Marshal's banner, but that would mean abandoning countless campaigns. I am not going to send you alone, the Saint reacted promptly as her large wings shifted in agitation. But the Imga monolith is a treacherous battleground where your chapter may be truly what is needed to defeat the Necrons' elite warriors. You see, the Xenos have refined Noctilith into something which is an extremely powerful repellent for the warp. As such, the battlefield we will have to fight upon is a null zone. I see, the Marshal answered slowly. In this regard our strict adherence to the Edict of Nicaea proves a considerable boon. In a null zone psychers will be useless, but we have no psychers and as such won't be handicapped by their absence in our lines. However, there was a problem the Saint may not have fully considered. I have however never heard of a null zone having such a large area of effect, Your Celestial Highness. I am partial to battlefields where the enemy can't use fell sorcery against us, but blocking the warp on such a large scale has certainly secondary effects. The final stretch of the walk to the stratagem ended in silence. It was only when the living Saint and Hellman had taken their seats around the hololith of the stratagem that the Basilea spoke again. The first stage of this operation, that I have provisionally called the hunt for the monolith, is to push as many Orc WAAGHs towards the Necrons as materially possible, while the Nyx sector and all Adeptus' forces we can possibly convince to join us will be united in a single force. The Ultramarines would certainly not agree with this strategy, Hellman internally noted with slight amusement. It went against a lot of tenets of the Codex Astartes. Optimistically, if the sabotage of the monolith's FTL drive succeeds, we may be granted 12 years of respite before launching our full-fledged assault against the Necrons. Therefore I came to you to know what kind of force you would be able to commit if the Black Templars have more than a decade to prepare. Hellman went over the numbers he had been given yesterday in his head. At the time, they had been reassuring. Now, they were far less so. Per your instructions, we completed the tests of gene seed compatibility 20 days ago and began the first physical and mental trials of our aspirant neophytes immediately. There have been a couple of failures, but between the 3 main mining cities of Smilodon Octavian, we were able to recruit 620 aspirants. Impressive, the saint congratulated him. Thank you, your celestial highness, but my oaths compel me to admit that given our exacting standards, the initial numbers are on average reduced to half once the full trials are completed. The standards. We do not lower them lightly, and in this instance it would be a death sentence. The saint stared at him with a stony expression for several seconds before conceding the point. I suppose you will be able to only train a single generation of new Astartes in 12 years. With the numbers available to me, I'm afraid this is true, the Marshal acknowledged before elaborating. Between the instant an aspirant begins his first trials and the moment a neophyte is to be considered ready to swear his vows of initiate battle brother, on average 10 years have passed. Each neophyte also needs the guidance of one of his elders. And though he would urge as many of his battle brothers as possible to take neophytes under their wing, the truth was Hellman's effectives were limited. I will make new requests to High Marshal Barbarossa. The veteran Astartes announced. They may find more goodwill if a message from your celestial highness accompanies my words. Consider it done. And your shipbuilding request of 5 new strike cruisers approved. Hellman had thought it would be approved, piecemeal. To have the request approved as a block was quite unusual, but then the circumstances weren't exactly normal, were they? I'm sure you are aware of the contract signed with Count Patrician Zoltan Chifra, so assuming we really have 12 years we will have a production line able to deliver us a full complement of rhinos and whirlwinds. The discussion lasted for another 4 hours without pause. He had to order refreshments at the end. 4 hours to forge the still weakened battle companies which had survived the Chimerac crusade into what was coming to be the tip of an implacable sword destined to crush Xenos and everything rising to oppose the will of the God Emperor. And when Lady Weaver departed, Hellman Malberg knew one thing for sure. The living saint would lead them to a war the stars themselves would remember. Ultima Segmentum. The Eastern Fringe. Svalbard Sector. Tigris System. Battle Barge Red Blade. 5.781.297 M35. Chapter Master Michael Yarable. I hope, the Master of the Fleet began grimly, it is not a case of Lady Weaver trying to claim a sequence of victories for the sake of impressing Carduniash and Terra by her cleverness. It is not, the Master of Recruits replied before Michael could open his mouth to reprimand the captain. In fact, it looks to me as though Nix and plenty of important officers are desperately short on firepower to deal with this immense threat. If there was another expendable species to throw against the walls of the Imga monolith, then those Xenos would have been thrown onto the pyres as well. Well said, the chapter master of the Lamenters approved. Don't misunderstand me, brothers. I'm not saying the strategy chosen by the Shield of the Blood is perfect, for it is not. Alas, we are somewhat short on perfect strategies right now. The reports of the Death Watch are undeniable, the Greenskins are gathering at Skrapsard Mordecai and their numbers are legion. This alone would be a considerable threat to the Svalbard sector, as both Skitarii and Guardsmen have paid a heavy price in blood to repel the Orc invasions. But we can't face the Orcs while, to our back, the threat of the Imga monolith is growing unchecked. The Navy High Command is about to redeploy one of its reserve battle fleets into the region, but given the size of the Xenos' opposition, it is likely it will be too little, too late. As a consequence, the new strategy proposed is the best option we have. Many of his captains nodded, but not all. I understand your point of view, the Master of the Fleet began in a calmer tone, but Lady Weaver is not the first high-ranked officer or representative of the Emperor to have the idea of using the legendary Orc aggressiveness against other enemies of the Imperium. Inquisitors have tried it before. Admirals have tried it before. By the blood, we have tried it before. The problem is that for all our predecessors' cleverness, it rarely works for long. Few things can hold the attention of an Orc invasion force for long. The brutes easily get bored, and most of the armies and fleets, including ours, can't resist a full-out assault of billions of greenskins. And yet, the sanguinary priest countered, the Imga monolith may very well be one of the few targets in this galaxy that can give the Orcs a challenge. There are billions of Necron warriors there which will be rebuilt between each green wave. This Xenos bastion projects a null zone and as such is likely to imitate the effect thousands of pariahs would have, enrage the powerful Orcs to fight to the death, while decreasing the power of their crazy psychers. If this doesn't work, we will have one of the biggest WAAGHs since M32 on the doorstep of Tigris, certainly empowered by the looting of Necron weaponry. I find it particularly interesting that you believe that the strategy failing implies the Orcs will emerge victorious, brother, the High Chaplain remarked. Personally, having read the reports Lady Weaver's astropaths could send us on such short notice, I am more of the opinion the orcs will need to fight far more intelligently and ferociously than they did at Tigris if they want to last 1 year, never mind several. This Imga monolith is the kind of threat several legions united to destroy. Then why isn't this monolith spoken along the Ulaner Crusade and the Rengan Xenocides? Surely if this had been such a cataclysmic threat, His Majesty and other legions would have been gathered to deal with it. They may have been about to do so at the end of the Great Crusade, Michael Yarabel told the captains of the Blood. Many field armies and loyal Titan legions were redeployed to the eastern fringe after the Ulaner triumph. And while the arch-traitor used the pretext of an orc threat to send the 13th Legion where it couldn't use its numerical superiority to stop his treason, no one among the High Lords or the High Command objected at the time. It was like they knew these forces were going to be necessary to deal with a major threat. The final outcome had been different, obviously. Though his forces had been severely damaged by the treachery at Calth and the baleful Shadow Crusade, Guilliman had been able to rally these dispersed forces and counterattack, liberating much of Ultima Segmentum from the traitor's grasp as he rushed to relieve the defenders of Terra. But in hindsight, these forces had certainly not been built up to crush half of the Imperial Army and Astartes legions turning traitor, no matter how near miraculous this decision had proven for the Loyalist strategic positions. You realize, Chapter Master, this is very dangerous speculation. It wasn't an easy admission to make. And so we will end it until Lady Weaver gives us more facts to rely upon. What is not in question, however, are our orders. We have the coordinates of the orc bases. We have the beacons to lure the greenskins where we want them, courtesy of the tech priests of Tigris. Our ships have been repaired, and our wounds mended. We have 933 battle brothers ready to bleed and open the veins of our Xenos enemies. Do we need anything more? We don't, the lamenters sitting around the command table of the Red Blade affirmed. By the blood of Sanguinius, Lady Weaver, and the Emperor. The Eastern Fringe. Approaches of the Svalbard sector. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. The Throne of Oblivion. 9.800.297 M35. Overlord Sobekhetep the Dustmaker. Sobekhetep was so angry that, for the first time in millions of years, his herald reciting his tens of thousands of titles won in the war in heaven could wait. Who knew he could feel emotions with so much clarity after the hardships of biotransference and the Great Sleep? He might have thanked the origin of these precious emotions, if it didn't make him so angry. If the emotions themselves weren't rage, loathing, and a virulent desire to lay waste to everything. Sobekhetep was going to murder that parvenu of a Nihilok overlord. But it wouldn't be an easy death, oh no. Body by body, the upstart Infinite would learn why the Suraken dynasty was the most feared and respected dynasty to have ever existed. His torments would last millions of years, and his death of engrams millions more. In the Silent King's name, the Lord of the Throne of Oblivion would make this death a symbol for why you never tried to oppose the rule of the Silent King. May he rule forever over the grand empire of the Necrons. I am going to personally burn his prismatic galleries. Yes, Overlord. Answered Royal Warden Zahathor loyally, most commonly known by his allies and enemies by his nickname of the Impaler. I will personally impale the skulls of his servants while you accomplish the vengeance of the Suraken dynasty. It is not something as petty as vengeance, Sobekhetep corrected his servant. It is justice. The outlaw known as Trazyn has through his criminal deeds forfeited his right to call himself a Necron. He has dared raise his hand against the sacred rule of the Suraken dynasty. As per my royal authority and the codes invested in me by the mighty Silent King, I declare him secessionist. Per our sacred laws, the sentence is death for him and every Necron who dares obeys him. Cryptek. Prepare the throne of Oblivion for the fastest star course to reach Solemnace. Hem. By the lies of the deceiver, how Sobekhetep hated this voice. What is it, Cryptek? The overlord who had gained the title of Dustmaker for his ability to reduce Ildari worlds to tiny particles had to restrain his anger, otherwise he was going to shoot the irritant tech master and would subsequently be forced to admit another one into his sacred presence. Hem. We can't pursue the thief to Solemnace. He's not a thief. He's a thief secessionist. Use the proper terminology, Cryptek. Hem. Yes. My apologies. The tone of Master Cryptek's Neferka, self-proclaimed Master of Despair, was not apologetic at all. We can't pursue the thief secessionist to Solemnace. And why is that? The Dustmaker swore that if the answer was the stars are not in the correct conjunction, he would blast apart the Cryptek, master or no master, delay or no delay. Several reasons, but there are two above others, Neferka informed him. First, we can't locate Solemnace. The celestial arrays can't locate the thief's world engine or any of his storage worlds. The thief secessionist, Sobekhetep automatically corrected, glaring at his inferior. How is this possible? The thief has been active for millions of our years, while we were all sleeping until recently, Neferka answered, once again ignoring his demands to conform to the proper court protocol. My calculations conclude definitively that he used part of this time to find and get rid of the contingency plans the Silent King had installed on Solemnace itself and his other territories. Which proves once again his treacherous deeds and his conspiracy against the sacred rule of the Surakan dynasty. Indeed, my mighty overlord. Sahathor the Impaler agreed. Let's go kill him. Hem. First, if you insist on technicalities, Trazyn of the Nihilok is a triarch elect, thus effectively an acting triarch. Hence you can't accuse him of treason, since your rank is inferior to his. This time his anger exploded and a strike of his personal weapon sent the royal cryptek flying halfway through his throne room. He is not a triarch elect. The overlord of the throne of oblivion shouted. He is a parvenu, an upstart, and a secessionist. Our mighty Silent King never recognized him, and all the noble dynasties of importance never will. Hem. To his sorrow, Snefurka's body was already near repaired from the blow. Which brings me to my second point. Until we crypteks have repaired the damage to the throne of Oblivion's Star Eater drive, this battle station won't be going anywhere. Or if we go somewhere, we will be slower than an old one crawling without their Deus or Saurian carriers. Then repair it. We are trying to do that right now, Snefurka snarked arrogantly. It would be simpler of course if someone had not placed the vaults of our Voidmancers and Technomancers so close to the warriors infected by the Flayer curse. There is no Flayer curse. This time Sobekhatep was forced to use his overlord protocols to modify the memory of the cryptek. His arrogance was becoming unbearable. There are only weak Necrons which have been unable to summon the strength to wake up in a new age which will see the domination of the Surakan dynasty. Hem. If there is no Flayer curse, Snefurka replied obediently, can the missing crypteks return to their duties? We have great need of them, it was their diligence which designed and built the Star Eater drive under the Cetan. Choose your next words carefully, cryptek. The Star Eater drive was invented by the incredible mind of our savior and master, the mighty Silent King himself. You were merely the assistants to construct the glorious engines. And no, the crypteks can't return to their duties, not until they are more cooperative. It wouldn't happen until they were healed of this strange affliction which had led the stupid creatures to devolve into things raving for blood and flayed skin. And as long as they weren't showing signs of mental healing, they were confined to a zone protected by some of the most powerful containment devices ever imagined by the Surakan dynasty. Hem. Unfortunately, it will result in delays, if I lack the expertise and assistants who were involved with the project to repair the Star Eater drive. Things would obviously improve if I was given access to the Void Dragon's Shard or the Endless Swarm. You know cryptek that after the latest skirmish with the Lesser Vermin, those two shards are unavailable. For the first time, the venomous and injurious remarks of Orokin didn't seem so bad anymore. The Sodak cryptek was an abhorrent servant, but he at least produced results. Alas, even if the idea of hiring foreign talents were not so distasteful, there was also the minor problem of the Arch cryptek not responding to his communications anymore. It seemed the thief secessionist had somehow found out about the activation of the throne, as the Sodak Necron had since fallen silent. The Surakan overlord was going to assume it wasn't a coincidence. Ham. Given the lack of competent hands, we might be able to solve these issues in 20 to 30 years. The Dustmaker was patient, but the amount of time demanded by the cryptek was ridiculous. The first Dolmen Gate is ready for use and 20 Sodak crypteks are going to arrive soon. It was a lie, they had not yet been summoned, but he would do it as soon as this meeting was over. You have 1 year. Hem. In that case, the reactivation of the replicator forges will have to be assigned a lesser priority. The replicator forges are not in your domain of competence. The overlord proclaimed, wondering why exactly he tolerated these puny and arrogant upstarts among his court. But they have crypteks we need to repair the damaged engines and the lack of maintenance the artificial intelligence is assigned to certain issues. You will stop protesting or I will replace you with other crypteks. And it was at that moment the alarms of his throne hall began to shriek. In less time than it took him to strike a blow with his hyperphase weapon, the walls shifted to reveal the command node it could alternatively serve as. Multiple Imperial breaches detected at the limit of the anti-Imperial field. Royal Warden Sahathor reported as his war duties demanded. Over 5,000 Imperial breaches detected, wise overlord. So the thief secessionist was only the vanguard of the vermin assault. The Lord of the Throne of Oblivion muttered. Hem. The profile of the energy signatures is inconsistent with. Silence. Sobekhatep roared. The vermin ships are here. They want to perish by our guns? I will grant their miserable desires. Begin the firing cycle of the solar harvester. Maximum effort on the Kanopitek reawakening efforts. Open all Dolmen gates, activation of all replicator forges. Hem. Overlord, we have neither enough crypteks nor resurrection helpers to. Begone from my sight. Sobekhatep commanded icily. Overlord. Begone from my sight, the Lord of the Throne of Oblivion repeated. I am going to requisition Sodok, Meferet, and proper Surican cryptex from other worlds to make sure the throne is fighting as per the capacities imagined by the Silent King. Go see to your new and extremely limited duties before I decide to put you into a second great sleep. I obey. And Royal Cryptex Neferka teleport away. Make sure the reinforcements arriving from our Dolmen gates give up their cryptex for our purposes, Sihathor. Yes, my overlord. Do you wish to call the Nihilok dynasty to war too? No, the Dustmaker deigned to shake his head at the excellent suggestion of his loyal servant. As useful as the Nihilok cryptex could be, we don't know how much secessionist perversion they have been infected with. Faeron Crispek and his cousin had never had a relationship that could be called close, but the thief secessionist had been a favorite of the Nihilok Faeron's first wife, mainly because he brought her some of the gemstones he stole from Yildari. He would inform Crispek of the secessionists' treason once every enemy was safely reduced to dust and faint engram memories. More imperial breaches. One of his Neemsers announced. 12,000 warships. No, 13,000. And then a shout reached their first line of defense. It was a shout which shouldn't have been heard, for the enemy was still far, far from entering their listening range. It was a shout that Sobek-Hotep and his court knew very well, for it had for several hundred years inspired the closest thing they could feel to fear while the most apocalyptic battles of the war in heaven raged. It was a roar of joy which promised to drown the galaxy in violence. And as tens of thousands of warships charged the throne of Oblivion, the battlecry of the Crix once again called billions of barbaric brutes to war. Space Hulk Defiler is de best in Mordecai. Warbossergard the Defiler. Iz found Valawaik. It was not a remark which came easily to an orc. Not since when during the War of the Beast an entire fleet had crashed onto the planet the Imperium called Valhalla, starting an apocalyptic war which would last more than 200 years and would create uncountable legends told reverently around both guardsmen and boys' bonfires. But as the Imga monolith's mobile fleet duplicated again and fired a barrage of gauze weapons which exterminated 200+ orc warships, Urgard the Defiler, who in another timeline would have been the destroyer of Forge World Tigris, had stars in his eyes like the billions of orc warriors he had roused to war. And then there was the tornado of celestial fire illuminating the battlefield. It was a pyre fit for Gork and Mork's wrath. It was the solar harvester preparing to unleash its formidable armament against the Waik. But above all, it was the most beautiful beacon for thousands of orc warbands. And so Urgard the Defiler bellowed. Boys! Silence came on the bridge of the Defiler is de best in Mordecai. Day say, the warboss of the Bad Moons shouted, de best means of defense is attack, and de best kind of attack is de really, really big one, with lots of boys and dead big shooty things. Urgard smiled widely, showing the biggest teeth which had allowed him to purchase his favorite Hulk alone. De swarm bringa is going to be lotta, the warboss exclaimed. Zot weezy gonna stomp dat fun pyramid and shoot everything dat move. The giant greenskin raised his fist. Wheezy rich. Wheezy flash gits. Other clans make way for de Bad Moons. His right fist slammed the biggest red button of the red bridge. Get 'em boys. Ere we go. Waig. Ere we go. Ere we go. Waig. In less than 5 seconds, the Space Hulk brutally accelerated, to the point it temporarily equaled the engine push an Imperial cruiser's tech priests would be able to achieve in a dangerous battle. The Defiler is de best in Mordecai. Plunged into the inferno of war, and thousands of orc warships followed it instinctively. For this was Valawaik. And if the orcs were to meet their doom, they would do it weapon in hand and screaming in joy. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Battleship Standard Template Construct. 3.850.297 M35. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. Dragon rarely went beyond obscure Nyx's Sol and only moon orbit to greet any of the new tech priests about to arrive at Nyx. The Tinker often wished she could do so. There were countless tales of adventures, of technological experiences to listen to, and many specialized classes of warships to study. But travel times alone would guarantee her other duties fell to the wayside, and since thousands of tech priests arrived and departed regularly, it was not practical for any member of the Mechanicu's council to be so far away from their main power base. Though at least she knew what one of the seats of the new enlarged council was going to consist of. It might not be very glamorous, but Master of Recruits was an outright indispensable position when a stellar system approached the tech priest numbers of a small forge world. That's why Dragon had not left the Fafnir enclave when the Logic class orbital macro forge's plasma is our lifeblood and triumph of the machine god had arrived weeks ago. As impressive as these samples of Rise's industrial ingenuity were, and they were exceptional in many regards, there were a lot of tasks to complete and oversee, and Dragon couldn't be everywhere and guide everything. It looked like a monumental reorganization on a systemic scale was after all enough to overwhelm even a tinker artificial intelligence. But today she had decided to make an exception, accepting to be the passenger of Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar for the event. And the reason she had decided to bend slightly the rules for one day was absolutely massive. Nyx was beginning to grow accustomed to macro-scale constructions in this day and age. Battleships of the Imperial Navy were beginning to grow more and more common. The Enterprise was not exactly a small warship, and several Arx Mechanikus had begun to use the Nyx system as a regular harbor on their way to the Eastern Fringe and other Ultima Forge worlds. There was also the Angels Brotherhood, the mighty Romuli Starfort of the Brothers of the Red, which had become a normal sight around the agri-world of Ruby's Harvest. And there were the massive shipyards, foundries, refineries, and every industrial orbital facility built orbiting Nyx these last several years. All of this to say the world ruled by the chosen of the Omnissiah had nothing to feel ashamed of where tech marvels were concerned, unless the comparison threshold was Mars or Ryza. Today, however, the experience was humbling. Behold, Terra Cimmeria. Science fiction authors of Earth Aleph and Earth Bet had imagined cities in space before the golden morning. For once, their ambitious dreams of humans striving to do the impossible had fallen short of reality. The colossal mass which was towed towards the large welcoming party of Navy and Mechanikus ships was almost a category by itself. It was heavily armed and protected, of course. But beneath the large cannons and ultra-advanced defenses, an experienced eye could quickly assess that this was far from a structure designed entirely for military purposes. There were too many docking bays, too many familiar accesses to feed the voracious industrial capacity hidden in its heart. That wasn't to say this monumental battle station couldn't fight. On the contrary, Dragon would not fancy the chances of anything smaller than the Enterprise trying to survive more a few minutes against its lances and plasma batteries salvos. But the real price remained the priceless technology hidden beneath the surface. This was Terra Cimmeria. It was 5 times the size of the Angels Brotherhood, a true spatial titan which only bowed to the legendary phalanx of the Imperial Fists and a few equally famous Starfort bastions of the Imperium. Call had proclaimed it had taken 200 years for him to build this project, and Dragon had no problem accepting his word now that she had this masterpiece before her. Somehow, Dismirius Lankovar noted drily, I can understand why the fabricator general of the time was a bit worried when Terra Cimmeria began to reach its final stages of construction. Dragon silently agreed. Setting aside the usual Mechanikus politics, Call using this fortress as his mobile headquarters across the galaxy would open the delightful possibility of him browbeating all Martian and non-Martian tech priests into submission by the mere appearance of his heaviest creation. I suppose one of the council members will be the Master of Cimmeria or something along those lines. Or something along those lines, yes, Dragon replied sardonically. Given that Terra Cimmeria belongs to Our Lady per the accords she signed with Call, I am more partial to a title like Castellan, Regent, or Warden. Yes, better not to inflate the ego of the Magos or Archmagos who will be chosen, the Master of Exploration agreed. I presume we are going to place a strong garrison of our most reliable elements aboard. You presume correctly. 4 Void-trained regiments are ready to take this role, and we will regularly rotate them with others to make sure their levels of loyalty and readiness are maintained to the maximum. Elite macroclades of Skitarii, a lance of knights, and of course a squad or 2 of Space Marines. The Brothers of the Red. Yes, to begin with. Once the Fists of Roma reach adequate numbers, they may play the lead role there. Many Sons of Dorn had vast experience when it came to manning and defending Imperial starforts and other orbital defenses. For the moment their presence had been limited to the written and oral transfer of experience, since they were busy in the Theta marches building up their strength, but give it a few decades and that was going to change. The problem, of course, was the minor issue that they did not have these decades before the next storm hit. We're going to need Terra Cimmeria a lot in the next years, the Draconic Tinker stated at last. So I've heard, Dismirius Lankovar answered. I'm already receiving, on average, 1 high-priority demand per day from Lady Weaver, and I'm not counting the recommendations or future preparations involving insects and exploration fleets. Despite having received more than 40,000 new tech priests in the last year, I can assure you everyone is working extremely hard to meet the goals we are assigned. Terra Cimmeria continued to advance into the Nyx system, receiving millions of noosphere messages welcoming it in the name of the tech priests forming the Nyxian Mechanikus. The 12 tugs tied to it looked like mosquitoes, despite each of them being the size of heavy cruisers. Do you still intend to start up the service of the Fulkite lines of production in Terra Cimmeria first? Lankovar asked. Now that we know the Necrons are undoubtedly going to be the greatest challenge we will soon be facing, Fulkite weaponry is not ideally suited to destroying the metallic Xenos. We also have the Orcs to look forward to on our list of enemies, Dragon pointed out. And all Space Marines agree the Fulkite weapons are incredibly useful for killing the Greenskins and crippling the threat represented by their spores in a single shot. Dragon couldn't confirm it, no one could save possibly the ruler of the Imperium, but it was entirely possible the Fulkite technology had been invented as a solution to erase the Orc threat from the galaxy. Clearly, it had failed, but it remained a very lethal part of the human arsenal, assuming you had the knowledge and tech expertise to build them. Anyways, there are also political advantages to developing it while we are granted this opportunity. When aren't there? The Stygia's 8-born Archmagos chuckled. But yes, I suppose it has something to do with the fact no one else is really building Folkite weaponry in significant numbers. That is one of the reasons, Dragon confirmed seriously. Let's be honest, Archmagos, so far most of our prestige and wealth is based on the prestige and tech exchanges of Lady Taylor Hebert's discoveries. We will probably never forget it, and we can cherish it, for it is unlikely we could have attracted the sum of resources and manpower we did without them, but now we have to prepare for the future, and Nyx and Alamo have to grow beyond this beginning. And I'm sure having Folkite technology available in mass production would help the day-to-day negotiations with other Forge worlds enormously, Lankovar acknowledged quietly. Very well. As long as you have other projects ongoing to deal with the Necrons, I am not overly concerned by your forays in the destructive field of Folkite technology. You don't have to worry about that, our Master of Destruction is, happily compiling all the methods he can think of which are worth exploiting against highly resistant metallic bodies. Though sometimes, Dragon wondered if they shouldn't have called him Master of Explosions. The guard officers had reported the tech priests' trials were making their artillery barrages and firing exercises look like paltry fireworks, not the words they used, but the core of the subtext was there. Reassure me, the Master of Exploration demanded as they returned to their sightseeing of Terra Cimmeria. We aren't going to place this thing in orbit of Nyx with the shipyards, are we? Dragon laughed, before sobering up after a few seconds. No, we aren't. Well, Archmagos Sultan tried to convince me by sending me complex astral calculations that it was technically possible, but after much contemplation, I and the 4 other council members present at that short meeting decided the tolerance margins were way too slim, and it would create enormous traffic jams in the future. We are going to place it at the Nyx Lagrange point L5. That way it will be properly supported by the defenses we built for the other research stations and the major industrial sites already present there. Not to mention the squadron of cruisers patrolling around. Lankovar nodded. What does it say though that even the Lagrange points are beginning to be centers of industry stronger than several industrial worlds? That we're doing something right. Nyx. Lisa's dome. Legate Galatea Dumas. A younger Galatea Dumas would have sworn it was impossible for insects of any species to strut proudly. The elder Galatea knew better now. Lisa the Titan moth was strutting, and was somehow managing to spread the feeling moths were born to be venerated while humans were mere supplicants to their splendor. And yes, the Templar Sororitas had the conviction it was deliberate. If the great favorite of the Nyxian crowds desired to accomplish her duties, Lisa needed only to fly into the stadium, land, do whatever she was asked to do, and fly away. Instead, the largest flying animal of Nyx was deliberately landing several hundred feet away from the platform where the tech priests were positioned, and well, she strutted all the way, savoring several full minutes of cheers, the public acclaiming her, and everything which went with applause. I think she is a bit humbler when her Celestial Highness is here, Brunhilde affirmed as the diva finally reached the red robes. Obviously, another sister agreed. She knows who she can convince to bask in her luminous presence. And if you weren't familiar with Lisa the Moth, Galatea was kind enough to inform you that apart from Lisa's mistress and the 3 other para-humans present on Nyx, no one managed to garner a lot of reverence from her. Even the Inquisitors who were known to appear from time to time near Lisa's dome were unable to receive any preferential treatment. With the proud Titan Moth, you paid the food toll, or you weren't getting in her good graces. I would like to know where they managed to find this Noctilith, though, Brunhilde told her, as the 20+ tech priests between the Sororitas protection detail and Lisa chanted something unintelligible before opening a container which indeed contained a single, enormous ingot of the obsidian-colored mineral. As a sign that the procedures had been respected, a large golden ormite aquila had been added on one side. I must confess I don't know. The legate of the Templar Sororitas was forced to admit. Lady Weaver told me she would reveal secrets about the Noctilith to me and a few other ecclesiarchal parties when she returned to Wuhan, and at the time there seemed to be no need since little Noctilith had been available for transformation. Galatea had to admit she should have insisted a bit more, as cheers and exclamations came from the stands, a consequence of Lisa beginning to concentrate a stunning amount of psychic energy in her wings. Plans, after all, changed. And when you lived in the Nyx system, plans could change fast, like they had recently. Galatea didn't know what new threat had been revealed to her Celestial Highness senses when she made her tour of this Melodon Trench subsector, but it must be a large one. In the last week, she had received, piecemeal, the final details on the new generation of Sororitas power armor, demands for more explanation about the military training required of every recruit, requisitions and build-up for the coming 5 years, along with several pleas for liaisons between Mechanicues and Ecclesiarchy departments where new and old warships repairs and maintenance were at stake. Maybe the Brockton Noctilith mining's output is ahead of schedule, suggested one of the sisters of her command cadre. Maybe, though it didn't seem very likely. The Skitarii and the magma spiders had, if the rumors could be trusted, a lot of fun dealing with the enormous lava plesiosaurs on the half-molten surface of that death world. Seconds later, Lisa fired her golden orb and for mortal eyes, it was like a miniature sun was born. The holy process of transformation from Noctilith to Ether Gold didn't take long to complete, and after more magnificent radiance and more emanations of golden energy, the ingot was stabilized, and there wasn't a single trace of obsidian color anymore. The focus of the tech priests was now pure golden in color, and of course filled with holy purpose as per the God Emperor and Her Celestial Highness plans. The very contact with it will be absolute death for heretics and corrupted monsters, the elder of the Sororitas commented as the servants of the Mechanikus bowed before Lisa and the Titan Moth preened and swaggered in front of the delirious crowd. Lisa! Lisa! Praise the Moth! Praise the living saint! For Her Celestial Highness! I've heard the ether gold is lethal to the servants of darkness, but I didn't see it outside the Battle of Kamarak. For now few people have been able to use it in their day-to-day duties, the de facto commander-in-chief of the Templar Sororitas and legate of the Order of the Silver Rose replied. I know via the official channels an Inquisitor has confirmed that he used a small shard of it for anti-heretic purposes in the Swiba subsector. Along with very disturbing information about how corrupted and utterly undeserving of his grace the religious authorities of Lemuria and the nearby system had been. Galatea had not been inclined to mend the relationships with the Atlantis sector after the death of Abbess Crusader Theodora and the reality that the Cardinal of Atlantis had done his best to stab their expeditionary division in the back, but these latest revelations had been a step too far. The Templar Sororitas would have nothing to do with Atlantis and everything which could be tied with it, not until the other sector was properly purified and a new Cardinal expressed his or her sincere apologies for the sector's past behavior. Having a clue from her martyred superior how Atlantis politics worked, Galatea knew it was going to take several years at best, but she could wait. And her successors would wait too, if she didn't live to see it. Let it not be said the servants of Her Celestial Highness had short memories. Let's hope it is agonizing for those black souls, the young Sororitas who had discovered a STC template with holy help added. I see a lot of red-yellow robes from the Church of the Three Insects today. The Church of the Three Insects? The legate inquired curiously. She had seen the red-yellow pilgrims and priests before, but she had not believed they were really more than a local congregation worshipping Lisa. They are following a creed which is beginning to gain some popularity in Hyvathena, the younger member of the Order of the Silver Rose informed her superior. They believe each great discovery of a holy material by her celestial saint is necessarily linked with an insect. The Bacta is created by the golden ants. The ether gold requires Lisa the Titan Moth to attain its final holy transformation. Yes, but unless I have forgotten how to count, that is only 2 holy substances, and 2 insects. Galatea pointed out, a bit amused by this ideal. Obviously, legate, Brunhilde smirked. The saint has won 2 great battles, the third insect and substance will be discovered during the third exploit of our liege, the one which is sure to come soon. The young Sororitas shrugged. At least that is what their creed says, I have faith, but half of their arguments are a bit wobbly. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Moro subsector. Wuhan system. Battleship Enterprise. 3.897.297 M35. Basilea Taylor Hebert. Taylor had expected news and ships to be waiting once she returned from this Melodon Trench subsector. To her deep satisfaction, the former was very positive. Chapter Master Yaraable reported that the greenskins of the Eastern Fringe had thrown their fleets against the Imga monolith, and for now it seemed there was no clear winner in sight, judging by the spectacular explosions seen light years away and the green hyperbeams of energy illuminating the void. This was good. No, this was excellent. Until now, she had high hopes it was going to work, but it had been far from a sure thing. Many commanders had tried the same tactic to get rid of orcs in the last millennia, with varying levels of success. But it had worked. The Imperium and herself were going to be granted the years they needed to deal with the Imga monolith, all the while task forces would sterilize or purge the planets abandoned by the greenskins. The Basilea had to remind herself that they had not bought 12 years with this move, the Lamenters and other Imperial forces would be sorely needed to lure in more and more orcs to throw against the monolith. Taylor didn't think the brutes could batter the Necron planet-sized pyramid into impotence, but there was nothing wrong with using the biggest hammer you could find, and judging by their behavior, the orc war bosses weren't exactly reluctant to go to war against it, null zone or no null zone. The other pleasant surprise, as it happened, was the presence of the promised reinforcements from Karduniash. 3 more battleships were there, accompanied by a dozen lunar-class cruisers, and of course the multitude of destroyers, frigates, and supply ships such colossal formations required. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller and Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal are requesting permission to come aboard, my lady, Gamaliel told her. Permission granted, Taylor answered before giving the Blood Angel a genuine smile. Since we're not in a hurry, give them the scenic tour to the bridge. As you wish. After several years of Sons of Sanguinius having hundreds of hours to paint, sculpt, and do a lot of artistic deeds, the Enterprise was more and more worthy of being recognized as a gallery of art by virtue of the beauty many of her compartments boasted. She regularly repeated security and protection were the chief requirements, but somehow, the Astartes of the Blood, now joined by other lines, always found ways to leave their mark upon the walls, ceilings, and the multitude of compartments that composed her battleship. Incidentally, it also gave her plenty of time to finish this damnable paperwork. Who knew preparing for a second enormous military operation would generate so many forms? And no, she didn't manage to finish the last pile of intrusive bureaucratic documents when her two guests arrived on the bridge. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller, Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal, my lady, the forge father of her Dawnbreaker Guard, served as improvised herald for today. Lord Admiral, welcome to the Nix sector. Admiral, congratulations on your promotion. Ruenthal had in her absence taken over the duties of von Dren VIII, who had retired after long decades in the Imperial Navy. Your Celestial Highness, the two Navy officers saluted before taking the prepared seats directly facing her. This gave her a few seconds to observe the new Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nix. At the very least, he looked like a proper officer, not that appearances were all that important in a job where it was definitely the brains and not the body which counted. Yet Neidhart Muller would undoubtedly pass an exacting physical guard obstacle course, given the muscles and the absence of fat apparent under his impeccable uniform, and clearly he had received a correct rejuvenation, as his eyes were old but his dark grey hair and features were those of a man in his early 30s. I am pleased to see you, Lord Admiral. And even more to see the Dominus Astra and the two other battleships forming your battleship division. 3 battleships are always welcome at Nix. I am glad you appreciate our arrival, Your Celestial Highness, Neidhart Muller replied levelly, though I was a bit surprised by the unusual state of alert of the Wayne squadrons. Must I place my warships under the same fast reaction status? No, Taylor was prompt to answer. As a matter of fact, I was going to send the order to decrease the alert level the moment this meeting is over, but if you desire to spread the order yourself, I am perfectly willing to let you delegate. Should I assume this was a false alert? Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal inquired. Oh no, the threat is very real. Taylor tapped her personal code into the control panel and the Imga monolith flashed into existence again, in all its horrid glory. She was happy to see neither of the two Navy officers flinched, even when she showed the relative size with the Romuli star fort. But we have diverted the orcs to let the Xenos kill each other. This might be only a temporary solution, the Lord Admiral observed politely but resolutely. Orcs are not discouraged by the first obstacle they bash their skulls into, and if their Xenos opponents survive, neither will they. Oh, I am very well aware that it is a temporary solution, Taylor admitted openly. While I would love to believe the threat which was revealed to me was exaggerated, the Imga monolith, as the original Imperial discoverers named it, is not something to be taken lightly, which is why billions of greenskins have been diverted to fight it instead of our limited assets. And yes, before you ask, this is the next military campaign I have in mind. It certainly sounds like a formidable endeavor, Neidhart Muller declared. Formidable is accurate, Taylor informed the veteran sailor of the Imperial Navy. It has shields which will be able to shrug off anything lighter than the main cannon of a Gloriana or the concentrated fire of a battery of our Nova cannons. That is, impressive. For the first time, the Lord Admiral took a graver expression. How much energy do these Xenos have to power such a defense? The Basileia could see why the authorities of Karduniash had sent her this particular officer. We do not have the designs of the inner defenses, but if the Xenos architects respected the security protocols of the World Engine, there are 1,515 fusion reactors inside the monolith. It is also highly likely the Necrons would have added reserve batteries in the form of the shards of fallen Cetan, possibly as many as 15. The importance of 15? Ruenthal inquired. It is their sacred number, much like 12 is for the Mechanics and 10 for the Ecclesiarchy, Taylor explained. From what I was told, it is not a prime number, but at some higher levels of quantum resonance the energy transfers enter dimension symbiosis or something along those lines. The bland expressions of her interlocutors were enough to know they hadn't understood the principle any more than she had. Anyways, suffice to say the Imga monolith has, or will have soon if the orcs don't succeed in obliterating it, a near-infinite energy supply, which is good for them, given the size of their weapons and the drain those must present. Now, I have not been in contact with Mars since I've discovered this, but this is going to change. However, much as I enjoy the comforting presence of the flame rod in our hypothetical order of battle, I do not intend to begin a large campaign with just a plan A and no contingencies. I know Lord High Admiral von Lehengram will give you a high priority for any request you make, Your Celestial Highness, Muller told her frankly, but the Apocalypse and Victory classes are in high demand every year, and the reorganization following the annihilation of the Chimerac fleets has just begun. I'm not sure if it will be possible to deploy them together within the decade, so I hope you do not intend to see them arrive here soon. I intend to fight the battle against this engine of woe in 12 years, no more, no less. This is going to be a large problem. And the golden-winged para-human had a clue or two the Lord Admiral was being diplomatic. And if I decide to request ships of the mothballed fleets? That might work, the new commander of Battlefleet Nix answered after some seconds spent furiously thinking. I don't know the exact status of the mothballed fleets, of course. It was not among the assignments I did in my career. I know from corridor chatter it is rumored there are always 10 to 12 Apocalypse battleships in reserve. But it is going to be expensive, Your Celestial Highness, and we will have to find the crews ourselves. Expensive, she could deal with. Even ruinously expensive, for that matter. What good would it do if she didn't use her wealth and everything burnt down around her? As expensive as taking several battleships out of mothball was, it would be far cheaper than rebuilding the Nyx sector if they let the Imga monolith come to them. The Basileia of Nyx smiled. Money, resources, and manpower I am sure we can find if given sufficient motivation. And I am very motivated indeed. Diamantes entered the bridge, followed by 2 other space marines, all carrying small mountains of data slates. The Navy countdown for the next military operation begins here and now. Welcome aboard, gentlemen. Wuhan. 5.914.297 M35. Lieutenant General Magnus Lars. Magnus Lars wasn't easily impressed, but the tight schedule the Lady General was following at all times was worthy of his deepest respect. Save the day off Her Celestial Highness and the Regina had taken together 3 days ago, their commander hadn't given to herself much spare time in 72 hours. This morning was a perfect example of how tight it was. Before meeting him, the Basileia had been meeting a sizable number of cartel businessmen, bankers, and retired officers. By itself, it wasn't that impressive, but the meeting place was 4 kilometers away eastwards, the negotiations had ended less than 30 minutes ago, and the Mordian Lieutenant General had seen no aircar or motorized transport to ferry the Lady Nyx and her formidable escort. Plus he felt comfortable betting there was always a large crowd of pilgrims and other supplicants lining her path, no matter how secret the itinerary was. Ah, if only they had a few tetrarchs like her at home. Magnus had never considered upturning the old order of Mordian, but he wondered how much more pleasant the society of his world could be if their rulers, aside from being harsh, ruthless, and above all absolute in their power, would also gain a modicum of skill in planetary governing. Not that it mattered any more. Magnus' loyalty was to the Lady General now, though, as in all things, there were words to be avoided, as Her Celestial Highness was officially taking only half a commission these days. As commander of the 4th Division during the Battle of Kumarak, his performance had been good enough to be granted one of the new retraining positions in the Nyx sector and not be used as a glorified propaganda instrument like Major General Anita Duvall. He had even received the promotion he had abandoned hoping to receive 50 years ago, though the living saint had warned him it was likely the first and last one Magnus would ever receive. Lady Weaver could be really diplomatic or blunt depending on when it suited her mood, but she rarely tried to lie to you. Something Magnus appreciated, after being dragged from miserable assignment to even more miserable assignment. And you didn't have to waste time after the salute and the optional congratulations for a job well done. The reforms of the Wuhan PDF are continuing, Lady General. The elderly Mordian officer thus informed his superior. I estimate that as of right now 192 regiments have reached readiness levels that can be considered suitable for the Guard's garrison duties. Improvements in mind? The golden-winged leader inquired. To separate the weak links, I thought we could authorize a little war game against your insects, Lady General. Failing this, a squad or 2 of Astartes supported by one of the reinstated Fey regiments could be an excellent motivator. Training in the Guard was hard and hellish at the best of times, with the toys they could play with thanks to Mechanicu's support, it was best to make it even harder and more hellish. According to the old Mordian proverb, it was best to sweat and bleed during the training in order to stay immaculate when you went to war. Not that your uniform didn't need a good patching when you did the latter, obviously. Mordians weren't custodes. I notice you have a smaller number of artillery and armored regiments than what the initial regiments called for. Yes, Lady General. I have encountered some setbacks with them. Not the equipment, the tech priests delivered everything on schedule, but I was forced to send a certain number of narrow-minded officers who didn't want to adapt to Nyx. Ah. A large spider passed, reading a pile of data slates at a staggering speed. Having 8 eyes was really an unfair advantage. I see. More blue-blooded career officers. Yes, I'm afraid. We are trying to locate them as fast as possible to make sure they don't contaminate the new generation of junior officers with their laziness and incompetence, but we're short-handed. As it is, I had to bring new blood from Toulon, Harbin, and Petersburg. The Mordian-born Lieutenant General would have liked to add Fey officers to the list. Those tough bastards believed resting while the Basileia fought the bureaucracy and all her enemies was a blasphemous crime, but the Katachan training master had other plans for them. I notice about 50 of those Wuhan's officers died in a tragic accident once they arrived on Nyx Secundus. Yes, Lady General. He tried to keep a straight face. Major General Swartz sends his apologies for this unfortunate accident leading to a training ground being drowned in Prometheum. To his relief, Her Celestial Highness simply snorted. It's the legendary Katachan humor, isn't it? It will come out of his pay. I'm afraid so, Lady General. Magnus could do many things, but he wasn't going to badmouth Death Swartz. True, the man was technically lower ranked than him, but only a fool could miss the fact the Katachan's duties and areas of responsibility were far more important than his own. And, of course, that left the little problem that Swartz could likely kill him barehanded even if Magnus had a heavy gun with which to defend himself. He's thanking you for the flow of recruits, by the way. In his own words, there are a few gems in the mud. High praise. Knowing him, the Basilea nodded. I see you have requested a new doctrine for the armored regiments, and that they go to the all-lemon Russ model. Yes, Lady General. I tried to see what the Whiteshields could do with a few cons on open ground, but unfortunately, I don't think they currently have the initiative or training to take advantage of the cons' mobility. And a lot of the Wuhane's fields are still only suited for hive-type training. I believe it's better to make them good lemon Russ tank crewmen as a first stage. Those who show a lot of promise, we can always push to the stars and give them more advanced machines. The same is true for the artillery regiments, though here I believe something new has come which could help to complement the novelty of arduous training. You want some of the new Katyusha rocket launchers? The implacable black eyes stared at him. The first war game involving them has taken place, 3 days ago at Nyx. But it has already shown much promise, in tandem with the classic basilisks, Magnus replied. And I've taken the liberty to consult a few tech priests as to the industry they would require, and even with all the industrial issues Wuhan has to solve right now, the Katyusha is largely within the means of the Wuhanes. And with this weapon, lack of accuracy isn't exactly a problem. In fact, as he had read the report spread for the officers of his rank, Magnus had believed this idea was pure genius. Whether the enemy was primitive or technologically advanced, these rocket launchers could be a deadly instrument provided enough of them were brought onto the battlefield to shoot at the enemies of the God Emperor. After all, it didn't matter that your heretical or Xenos weaponry could laugh at conventional shells when rockets could reliably saturate an entire front line, all the while remaining sufficiently unpredictable to screw your counter-artillery fire. Your idea has merits. Prepare me a preliminary plan for implementing them in 2 days. I will invite a few tech priests to discuss the feasibility, or lack thereof, of the plan. Now as for your insect game suggestion. General Werner Groner. The Wuhane's regiments who had volunteered to play the war game were losing ground, save on the left wing, where they were close to rooting. This, Werner Groner knew, was a massive improvement over the Wuhane's performance at Kamarak and other previous battles. Especially when the opposition included the massively armored Nocturne Scorpiads and the Baelite Scorpions. These huge insects were recent additions, since they hadn't been involved in the Battle of Kamarak, but their reputation was already growing by leaps and bounds. It wasn't difficult to figure out why. The explosive ordnance of the Lemon Russ battle tanks was insufficient to kill the adult scorpions in one blow, and if one of the so-called vulnerable parts, which despite the name weren't exactly meeting any definition of soft or easy to stab, wasn't hit, it was extremely likely the Scorpiad targeted would express its disappointment to the gunners who had directed their fire in its direction personally. So yes, all things considered, the fighting was going well. Relatively. The Basilea herself was commanding the swarm after all, and there were enough armored juggernauts on the field to knock out 10 armored regiments, and the defenders had only been provided 3 for today's exercises. 10 more minutes, I think, the golden-winged Lady General murmured. Her eyes were closed, but her quartermaster general knew appearances should absolutely not be trusted here. There was zero doubt that of all observers and participants, the Basilea had the best view of everything happening in the war game and around it. The flies, hornets, and wasps circling around the besieged troopers weren't just for show, contrary to what an inexperienced commander may believe. They will have lost all the critical points by then, Werner commented before nodding in agreement. They are progressing well. Yes, Lady Weaver confirmed, which for her, was a compliment. Of course, the Wuhane's regiments had been near criminally unprepared a few years ago, but it was still an extremely significant improvement. In your opinion, is this progress sufficient? I think that they will be able to hold the line if we are given a couple more years to build up the cadres, Werner chose his words carefully. When it comes down to it, no soldier is born incompetent and cowardly. Most of the time, his performance on the battlefield is the mirror of past actions from the moment he walks into the guard recruiting office or the PDF garrison block. Now that we're correcting the most glaring flaws and rebuilding the training of the PDF officers, the warrant classes, and of course the instruction of the junior enlisted from scratch, there is no reason for their performance to be markedly inferior to that of other regiments. The companies assembled from veterans of Kamarak on other planets will of course have an advantage, but though the Wuhanes won't be elite, they will do the job. Let's hope these years will be granted to them. Then, the ruler of Nyx watched the center of the field, and sure enough moments later 10 Baelite Scorpions charged the weak spot in the troopers' line, while 3 ambules attacked the rear lines. Yet there was no collapse, despite the Wuhanes being almost broken and encircled. They kept their calm and tried to break out, emphasis on try, unfortunately. We can only pray it will be so, the Kadayan agreed before changing the subject. General Maltka is unimpressed by the potential utility of the Katyusha and the new mortars you have unveiled at Nyx. Really? The Basilea for once seemed genuinely surprised, and amused. I would have thought that after the unconditional endorsement I've received from Lieutenant General Lars, Maltka would approve too. The victor of Kamarak didn't add since they come from the same home world, but Werner heard it loud and clear. Both have had very different careers, the older officer told his superior. And General Maltka has faced a lot of greenskins through the years. I think her hate of rockets comes from battles fought against the orc threat. I would have thought she would be eager to give the orcs a taste of what they have spread for centuries. The sector lady clicked her tongue loudly. No matter. I will speak to her when I return to Wuhan to explain the reasons for my decision. Werner had heard those reasons many times, and agreed with the majority of them. The Death Strike missile launcher was absurdly expensive, slow to build, and in any case more of an intercontinental strategic weapon than something designed for tactical use. The Manticore battery was a multi-purpose missile platform, but once its limited number of projectiles was shot, it was a nightmare to reload, and the enemy rarely gave you the time and opportunity to do it. Plus it was very costly. The Katyusha rocket launcher was an old solution to a modern problem, and Werner had no difficulty imagining the same wall of artillery which had been emplaced at Komarak unleashing tens of thousands of rockets on unsuspecting enemies. Moreover, the old technology made sure it would be ready years before any new projects were ready for mass production, and the tech priests had declared that there would be no logistical problems creating an artillery park of them, not when they only had to modify armored trucks and make sure the rockets could be fired from them. Maybe it's the name she doesn't like, the Kadayan officer suggested drily before sobering up. We will need more than these rocket launchers and good training, though, to face these Necrons and win. The old adage that the more you complained during a practical war game, the less you bled on the battlefield was somewhat true, but the first reports on the Imga monolith they'd been permitted to view were terribly grim. The Necrons also believed in the concentration of firepower, and unlike them, the Imperial Guard required air to breathe to not die in the cold embrace of the void. Yes, the living saint turned her head left. I'm satisfied, you can sound the end of the war game. Somehow, Werner didn't think it was a coincidence the Regina's presence was announced 5 seconds later. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix. Giraffe Spaceport. 3.996.297 M35. Cardinal Prescott Lumen. Prescott could say that he was the first man or woman to receive an audience with the Basileia once she landed back onto Nixian soil, but it would be a lie. Truthfully, he was not in the top 10 or 20. This honor belonged to the high-ranked tech priests and the most important firm owners who had contributed to the construction of the Giraffe orbital elevator, first of its class to be inaugurated, and in Her Celestial Highness' presence, no less. The Cardinal of the Nix sector had to wait, a fact which didn't annoy him, since he had, unfortunately, plenty of paperwork and duties to occupy his time. It would have been an extremely easy work if he only had to formally consecrate the ground for the main cathedral of the new spaceport, but his duties were far more diverse and tiring. Prescott Lumen had preached, he had visited the workers' districts, he had overseen the funds for the charity work his diocese paid out of their own funds, and so on. And aside from this extensive and busy schedule, the tall cardinal had acknowledged he would also have to think about training a successor soon. He was still in his prime and rejuvenation treatments were anything but difficult to obtain given his exalted rank, but the rhythm of reforms and hierarchy upheavals couldn't be handled by an old man. Prescott had known since his seminary when he was a mere underpriest that many cardinals enjoyed staying in power until their flesh failed them and they were more withered husks than loyal servants of the golden throne of Holy Terra. He had no intention to imitate them. Not that the risk existed as long the living saint of Nix was nearby. Save the elder tech priests whose age was difficult to determine at the best of times, Lady Taylor Hebert respected old age as long as you could prove you had the intelligence and the wisdom commonly associated with it. And if you couldn't fulfill your duties, you were more often than not pushed towards the exit. Your Eminence, the golden-winged woman greeted him as he entered the lavishly decorated train which had been prepared for the Lady Nix's travel to Hive Athena. Your Celestial Highness, the Cardinal bowed deeply. I was hoping we could have a discussion about recent issues in a certain subsector. Recent issues involving the actions of an inquisitor, one of my envoys, and plenty of purges of heretics and traitors. The insect mistress asked rhetorically while a spider handed him a glass filled with his favorite amasec. Yes, I'm afraid. The ruler of the Nix sector's expression was not pleasant and remained that way for several seconds. The Hierophant was quite lucky I wasn't anywhere nearby, or I would have made absolutely certain his soul was shredded and destroyed piece by piece before he could inform his infernal patrons of his punishment. I have made my stance on the ruinous powers and those who serve them unmistakably clear. To hear one managed to climb so far in the hierarchy of the Adeptus Ministorum didn't fill me with joy. Prescott did his very best not to grimace. Admittedly, the evidence uncovered by Inquisitor Severus had led to documents indicating the Hierophant had only begun to contemplate forswearing his allegiance to the Imperium once it became clear that the Sparta rebellion had been mercilessly crushed and his incompetence guaranteed things weren't going to continue as usual. On the other hand, the fact there had been half a dozen cults on Lemuria, 4 dedicated to excess, 2 to change, was a mark so black it was going to take centuries of investigations before the matter could be safely considered closed. And of course the Inquisition's actions are hardly without reproach, either. The Cardinal of Nix winced internally. It had been an open question how much of the latest purges had successfully reached the Basileia's ears. You aren't terribly pleased with Inquisitor Severus' actions, then? I am not pleased with him at all, the victor of Komarak corrected, banishing the diplomatic talk and the pleasantries from her demeanor. I can understand his need to wipe the board clean where the Hierophant and his associates were concerned. I don't like killing children or approving their execution, but the Hierophant and his advisors were unrepentant heretics, and they weren't exactly loyal even before they began scheming against my rule. But that isn't a reason to go on a killing spree among the rest of the population either. And I'm not at all happy that he used my men to paint the streets red. The voice of the living saint could have frozen flames and stopped armies from firing their guns as it continued. It was quite fortunate that my minister was able to swiftly relay what was happening to me once she emerged from decontamination procedures and the quarantine. 10 million people. He killed at least 10 million men, women, and children out of a population of 400 million. Prescott had not particularly wanted to defend Inquisitor Henry Charles III Severus before this audience, and he didn't feel any more of an urge to interpose himself between the Inquisitor and the Basilea's wrath now. Rumor was the Inquisitor had thought a well-spread purge was the solution and would put him in the Basilea's favor. If it was true, the Inquisitor had missed his target. The holy woman in front of him had ordered purges too, but she had never gone that far. Her chief victims were the true heretics, the traitors, and most of them were limited to the ranks of the nobility. There wasn't a casualty list he could consult at his leisure of course, but he would be very surprised if Severus' little killing spree at Lemuria and the first actions taken against Vijayanagara had not killed twice as many imperial citizens as the recent purges at Wuhan, and the crimes among their leadership had been as abominable and heretical as those of Lemuria. The next audience with Lord Inquisitor Tor is going to be fun, the religious figure worshipped by billions of souls remarked bitterly before taking a deep breath. Obviously, it has led me to reevaluate what I am going to do with the Swibinebula subsector. I will admit, Your Eminence, that after the first reports on Sparta, I felt the temptation to remove Lemuria, Vijayanagara, and Drakkar from the Nixian diocese. Prescott Lumen didn't even pretend to be surprised. After the sheer incompetence shown at Sparta, never mind the absence of Frateris Templar contribution from Atlantis, his religious superior would be a fool not to consider at least the possibility of it. Did something convince you to change your mind on this problem? He asked slowly. Some things, the young woman confirmed noncommittally, caressing the head of the biggest spider present in the train compartment. First was the fact the governors of Hibernia and Ajusco are doing very good work according to my Minister of Foreign Affairs. Second, you and the priests of Nyx were not exactly responsible for this disastrous situation. The blame can be laid at the feet of the Cardinal of Atlantis and his subordinates. And third, Chapter Master Izaz was forced to put a bolter round through the head of the King of Antioch to impress my displeasure upon him. Prescott tried not to sound too surprised, because it was the first time he'd heard of that. Of course, the Brothers of the Red weren't a force he had any informants in, and Antioch was the only world of the northern Swiba Trail to not be under his personal authority, for all the good it had done in the Lemuria system anyway. I have other very important reforms and audiences to give in the coming days, and if I knew the mess Swiba was in, I would have annexed only the southern trail. The living saint admitted. I already have a lot of things to improve in the Precamarak sector, I really don't want more problems to come to my attention. So I'm going to offer you a deal, Your Eminence. I'm all ears, Your Celestial Highness. Lemuria, Vijayanagara, and Antioch will be confirmed to be part of your diocese, beginning on the first day of 298. But all positions of oversight and command once based at Lemuria will be dismantled, and if once again heresy takes root there or in any other world under your responsibility, I will formally return the planets to secular authority. I know you are not responsible for the current situation, so I'm going to give you and your subordinates the chance to correct and clean up the mess. But I don't want to see another justified butchery under inquisitorial mandate again. No alternative was uttered, but Prescott knew what would be done if he didn't accept. One hint, it didn't involve silk gloves. I accept your conditions, Your Celestial Highness. Good, Your Eminence. Please have a series of plans ready to present at our next meeting. Yes, the upper priesthood of Nyx was not going to include old men by the end of this decade. Hive Athena. 3.005.298 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. The Sanguinella wasn't the same without you, Dragon remarked lightly as they descended the marble stairs. Oh. Don't get me wrong, the Tinker added, the public appreciated my cohort of pasteboard dragons burning the vile and monstrous heretics, but I think we all know who they wanted to see for the week-long memory of Sanguinius. A lot of revelations and the slow return to Nyx made sure I couldn't be present, the golden-winged para-human shrugged. I suppose they will have to be patient and wait until the next Sanguinella. I am not going to start inventing new holy days just to satisfy their religious fervor. If she did that, soon nobody would work in the manufactorums and the industries. No one save the tech priests, maybe. Working the great cogs and the machines was what fueled their religious fervor. Anything that can't wait before this grand conference of Blue Bacta begins. Yes, be careful with the Ultramarines representative, the Minister of Industry replied. The Fists and Blood delegations added to the Salamanders, the Raven Guard and the White Scars have a strong influence over the rest of the gene lines present, but the Sons of Gilliman have more chapters on their side than all of them combined. And at the risk of pointing out the obvious, the emissary doesn't seem to be one of your greatest admirers. Thank you, the Basi lay aside. I had hoped they would send me Thiel, but I suppose it was a bit too much to ask. In my opinion, it's because Thiel went back to Makridge we were sent this emissary. We might have caused long-buried doctrinal issues to resurface. Awesome, Taylor allowed herself this burst of sarcasm before nodding. All right. I will tell you at dinner how it went. The two para-humans then separated. Dragon was going to take an aircraft to the Giraffe spaceport, where the Mechanic-Use was busy assembling the completed first stage of the White Scar's equipment orders, while Taylor descended more marble stairs and entered the conference auditorium specially prepared for the event. Escorted by the Dawnbreaker Guard, the Lady Nyx passed under two tall statues of Sanguinius and Dorn before the gates opened, revealing a decoration themed in the colors of the 9 loyal legions, and many, many Space Marines. 293 Space Marines, to be accurate, sworn emissaries between themselves and 279 chapters, though in practice, there weren't that many different colors in the auditorium. The Ultramarines, to mention the most obvious example, had only come with 10 Marines and yet they represented their 149 successors, with only 5 Howling Griffins and 5 Silver Skulls by their side. Still, it was 8 out of 9 loyal gene lines represented, and Chapter Master Duplex stood for the non-aligned warriors, Chapter Master Isley as his second. Loyal warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, she began to speak while still walking to her lectern. I thank you for having accepted the invitation of Nyx. Honor follows honor, Captain Valerian Benlio replied loudly. The captain of the second company was beginning to be a familiar sight. His chapter master had once again designated him to be the emissary of the Blood Angels, a choice she had nothing to say against. Perhaps, but the reality remains that this is a dangerous galaxy, and I know the Adeptus Astartes as a whole is engaged on various campaigns. This is why I ordered the Magi biologist to show you the result of their efforts and test the effectiveness of the Bacta on wounded warriors in the last weeks. Does anyone have remaining concerns regarding the use of blue Bacta? There would always be one to raise some objection, and Taylor had thought before her conversation with Dragon that it would likely come from the emissary of the Dark Angels. Captain Jungmann of the Angels of Absolution, a pale-hooded transhuman in bone-colored armor, had been true to the reputation of mystery of the descendants of the First Legion. The humorless and grim Space Marine had come with the seal of the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels, meaning he represented the chapter of the first founding and his own, but aside from that, little else was known. But Dragon had been right. The first voice she heard belonged to Captain Cassius Bacurius, commanding officer of the Ultramarines' Second Company. With all due respect, Lady Taylor Hebert, you did not authorize us to test your Bacta on psychically active subjects. There wasn't much respect in his voice, the insect mistress noted. And the content of his words was even more appalling. He had seen the vids of what happened to psychers, what did he expect to happen to librarians? The psyker Space Marines were tougher than the average human gifted with psychic powers, but even they couldn't survive the massive internal shattering of their psychic energies. I am not in the habit of killing allies, Space Marines or not, when the result is guaranteed to be death, Captain Bacurius, the Basileia replied coldly, hoping her disapproval was clear. The more ruthless and amoral tech priests assigned to Bacta production had acknowledged years ago it was useless to inject Bacta into psychers when the lethality was at a perfect 100%. There was always the lone psycher criminal they tested a new formula on, but these experiments had slowed down massively and would not re-increase, barring a new spectacular advance in this field. Seriously, what had crawled under the Space Marine's skin? And then there is your statement this is the reason Bacta won't work on our father and primogenitor, Lord Commander of the Imperium and Primarch of the 13th Legion, Lord Robert Gilliman. Oh, by the skulls and bones of Cretacia. The representative of the flesh Tyrus groaned. None of this grox shit, Ultramarine. You know as well as I do all the Primarches are at least latent psychers. And just like that, most of the civility of the Bacta conference was lost. Just because your Primarch had wings and psycher powers doesn't mean all were the same. Another Ultramarine shouted by the side of his captain. Obviously, the 46 Space Marines of the line of Sanguinius did not let this insult pass unanswered. And the conference auditorium soon became an arena of accusations and insults. Enough. The 10 spiders she had given drums were given reason to use them far sooner than she wanted, but it did the job. Enough, the Basileia repeated as silence returned. Captain Bacurius, your words are out of line. There are dozens of gifted magi and archmagi who are searching for solutions to solve the limitation of Bacta at Nyx and elsewhere. Several adept uses including the Mechanic-Use have invested the equivalent of billions of throne gelts in infrastructure and substance acquisition to overcome this obstacle. Of course they have, the Ultramarine scoffed like he had not listened to a single word of what she said. Once they have it, they will use it to dictate terms to the Adeptus Astartes and end our independence edict by edict. Taylor had become a more gifted diplomat than she had ever dreamed of being once she arrived at Nyx, but even her younger self would have realized the envoy of Makridge's words were not addressed to her. He was trying to convince the other Space Marines in the auditorium. To his credit, the Space Marine was eloquent, as he began a long series of arguments which hinted at both megalomaniac and absolutist ambitions on her part and that of the Forge Worlds supporting her. If he had been a friend, she would have stopped him there and told him it was mistake to make such nasty overt or veiled accusations. But in mere minutes, the ultramarine captain had proved to be anything but a friendly acquaintance, and so she let him speak. Minute after minute, he was digging his grave deeper, metaphorically anyway. Captain Valerian Benlio of the Blood Angels, Captain Wrangle of the Imperial Fists, Chapter Master Duplex, Chapter Master Isley, Shadow Captain Mladen of the Raven Guard, Captain Phoecus of the Salamanders, and Captain Bion Algay of the White Scars all looked at him with non-hidden hostility. And then there are your violations of the Codex. You insist. Okay, this had gone on long enough. Extremely grave words, when your Primarch intended for the Codex to be more of a guide than a sacred text you worship from dawn to dusk. It was very undiplomatic, but then the Ultramarine's monologue had not been presenting her actions under the light they deserved. You dare. Yes, I dare. Taylor interrupted him again. I have always been a firm supporter of letting the Space Marines in this sector and beyond to rule their own affairs, decide the degree they want to follow the Codex Astartes, and interact with each other. I have placed Blue Bacta at the disposal of many chapters after Kumarak and in the months after that. And here you come, with accusations and recriminations. I expected better from a son of Gilliman. I expected better from you, Captain. A roll of parchment was unfurled by the Ultramarine's hands, and Taylor knew the latest stage of this farce had arrived. Then by the powers vested in me by Chapter Master Cato Valens, Lord of Ultramar and Regent of Macrage, I declare no Ultramarine or any loyal successor chapter of the 13th Legion will be associated in any alliance or military operation with any force following the orders of the Basileia of Nyx. By the... Are you insane? Where is the vaunted Ultramarine logic? The outburst had come from Iron Captain Ron of the Iron Fists, who in the absence of any Iron Hands Astartes was the senior figure for the sons of Ferrus Manus. You are breaking all ties with the woman who spoke with the Praetorian and defeated the Naga. You are. But the emotionless expression the Ultramarine captain showed him proved that yes, the Ultramar-born emissary was completely serious. And at a slow but steady pace, Cassius Bacurius walked away, followed by the 4 other Ultramarines. Taylor replayed the last few moments, but honestly didn't know if things could have had a different outcome. The Howling Griffins and the Silver Skulls followed, albeit reluctance was plain on their faces. We will really have to investigate why they reacted in this manner, Taylor murmured to Forge Father Fukin Envar. I have a feeling it's related to Thiel's return. Yes, my lady. But it is not going to be easy. The Salamanders and other loyal chapters were allowed to use Macrage as a safe harbor before, and Bacurius has just severed these ancient treaties. There were plenty of whispers in the Space Marines' ranks, but no other gene line left the conference room. This was heartening and satisfying. Since the Ultramarines had left, and the Space Wolves had not bothered sending a high emissary or any man or woman speaking for them, the only astropathic message having found its way to Nyx had killed a Psyker after he finished babbling about Malefic Aram. This was 7 out of the 9 legions willing to approve an accord involving the Blue Bacta. Now that the time for objections has passed, I hope I am not going to be disclosing a monumental secret by saying the enemies of the Imperium will consider every heretical and treacherous deed in their arsenal of malice and evil plots permissible to seize Bacta. I agree, the hooded figure of Captain Jungmann declared after requesting to speak. We know the traitors always try to strike where they can hurt us the most, and destroying reserves of Bacta would be a severe blow to the Emperor's cause. I presume you request the Bacta supplying fleets to be heavily protected and escorted, Lady Weaver. Indeed, the Dark Angels were mysterious and tight-lipped, but they were aware of military realities. I won't dictate anything to your chapters, but I strongly suggest the Bacta storage facilities to not be transported in anything lighter than a battle barge. And though it pains me to say it, it's better to destroy existing Bacta vials than allow them to fall into the hands of the arch-enemy. The power distilled into the substance is death for those who have sold their souls to the ruinous powers, but I don't want to give the traitors the opportunity to experiment on it. There were no negative remarks or replies. But then again, it was basic common sense. Next is the issue of the strongholds where Bacta will be distributed to all chapters. For the first time one of the 5 non-Space Marine audience members stood and demanded permission to talk. While his features were hidden by a sort of shivering field, his inquisitorial rosette was largely visible above his heart. The Ordo Xenos of the Holy Inquisition of His Divine Majesty and the Noble Assembly of the Death Watch, the capital letters were spoken with gravity, humbly request the world of Talisa Prime be considered for this honor. Taylor had nothing against it. The Death Watch was going to require Bacta for its operations, and as its primary headquarters or at least its primary acknowledged headquarters, Talisa Prime was the obvious choice. The reputation of the Death Watch is well known to every loyal soul in this room, Taylor assured the Inquisitor. Plus she wanted to use several of their strike forces against the Necrons, so it was best to be on amicable terms with them. Any objections? There were none, and Talisa Prime was officially approved. The next choices for Bacta bases wouldn't have been a surprise to any spectator possessing an average knowledge of Space Marine history. Baal was chosen for the Blood Angels. It controlled plenty of trade routes in northern Ultima Segmentum, and the martial reputation of the Sons of Sanguinius guaranteed they would all die before they allowed the archenemy to take a single vial. Nocturne was chosen to honor Fukin. Taylor fully approved. It gave her an excuse to provide armaments and reinforcements to the home of the Salamanders, protecting the volcanic webway gate without rousing too much suspicion. Deliverance, home of the Raven Guard, was chosen too. As was Kogaris, where the sons of Jagatai Khan rode the wines like their father had millennia ago. And when the Imperial Fists proposed Terra, or at least the heart of Phalanx orbiting above it, it met enthusiastic cheering from all sides. Nyx was added almost as an afterthought seconds after. As the site of Bacta production itself, it had a guaranteed seat. It was when the turn of the Iron Hands gene line came that the problem began. Medusa is unsuitable as the Iron Council has invoked the fourth sanction. Taylor had no idea what that meant, and her insects asking the tech priests outside the conference room provided no greater insight. As per the convention, I propose Raken, homeworld of the Red Talons. Out of the question, the Inquisition's spokesman objected. The Red Talons are currently under investigation for letting Army Group Valhalla Lunar be destroyed while they were present in the same system as them. And this chapter doesn't permit visitors to land on Raken. How do you want to distribute Bacta to other chapters when they tolerate no one but your gene line there? This prompted a vigorous exchange between the Sons of Ferris and the two Inquisitors present. Sternak was proposed next, but the home of the Iron Lords was on the eastern fringe, nearly at the Precamarac limit of the Astronomican's illumination. Ultimately, it was Talus IV, homeworld of the Brazen Claws, which was chosen. The Sons of the Lion made the previous debate look like an amicable exchange of views. No, the homeworld of the Angels of Redemption won't be chosen. And the Inquisitor didn't even have to voice his disapproval, the Salamanders and Black Templars representatives did it for him. All Hallow, homeworld of the Angels of Absolution, was also proposed and rejected nearly unanimously. What about Mordecai 7, Lady Weaver? Jungmann proposed after several vociferous interruptions. I've heard of the planet, it is part of the few worlds who stayed loyal with Hydrofure in Segmentum Pacificus during this secession unpleasantness, isn't it? It is, the bone-colored robed Astartes promptly answered. The loyalty of the Guardians of the Covenant is absolute. Behind the doors, the members of the Dawnbreaker Guard she was able to question had no objections. The aforementioned chapter had a strong monastic tradition, possibly even stronger than the Black Templars, but they responded promptly to each and every summons from Terra and Segmentum Command, and their list of honors was extremely long. The Inquisition has no objection to this choice. And neither has the other lines of Space Marines. Then Mordecai 7 is approved. And now for the very, very difficult part. There are 12 cubic meters of blue Bacta available as of this moment, which are approximately 1,200,000 healing vials. The distribution is. Her voice was entirely drowned out by the voices of the Space Marines within 2 seconds. The Basileia fought the urge to facepalm, and sighed theatrically for the benefit of those treacherous Dawnbreaker guards laughing behind her back. She was going to stay in this conference auditorium for a while. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. For all the drawbacks Nyx had as a world far from the halls of power of Holy Terra, Marianne was forced to acknowledge it could also boast significant advantages. There were far fewer people in the streets to begin with. Men and women, not to mention children, were generally happier. They moved with a sense of purpose, one the plebeian masses of the throne world lacked. And if you had an exotic pet to give a walk, no one was going to jump in fright or cause you any problem, at least as long the pet stayed behaved, of course. It was a logical consequence of Nyxians seeing ants, spiders, scorpions, crabs, hornets, bees, and entire swarms of many insect species in the main streets every day. So Marianne could walk with Beth, her adorable Mind's cat, and no one was giving her too much attention, though to be honest, there weren't hundreds of thousands of Nyxians on this hive level. Floor 47 was the first level below the spire, and this meant that while non-nobles could access it, the price of goods was well above what the middle classes wanted to pay for a painting, a pair of shoes, or an evening gown. Plus the streets she was walking had not been rebuilt since the ascension of the Saint Governor. There were a series of marble statues in a park at the center of floor 47, but unlike floors 50 and 51, it didn't have that many gardens, relatively cheap markets, fountains, and attractions for children. No, floor 47's main attraction and claim to fame was its shopping center. And for the common imperial citizen, it was assuredly unaffordable. We should make a favor to the, Beth, don't try to do that again. The heiress of the speaker for the Chartist captain scolded her feline companion. Seriously, what dart had hit the Mind's cat? She had been thoroughly trained to not rush ahead while trying to break her leash. 2 seconds later, loud footsteps resonated behind her, and as her armsman stood at attention, Marianne caressed the belly fur of her companion in apology. The Mind's cat had just smelled or possibly heard the arrival of a predator far more dangerous than herself. A predator known as a Space Marine. The company of Gutenberg rifles protecting her at all times formed in an honor guard, but watching the giant advance without giving them more than a passing glance, Marianne could understand the reluctance of the High Lords of the Senatorum Imperialis to tolerate any chapter close to the Imperial Palace. The red-armored Space Marine was alone, unsupported, and his only weapons were the massive bolter and the long curved blade respectively in their holster and scabbard. He wasn't taking any threatening stance. But Marianne was rather certain the 100-plus veterans around her would die in vain trying to delay him for more than a few seconds. Lady Marianne Gutenberg, the Astartes began calmly, the Basileia requests your presence. Then he threw a glance to Beth, and the hand she pressed in her white fur to calm her. Can you control your pet? Our lady has taken her ants and spiders out today. I control her, she is just, surprised. I did not think there were audiences today. Plans change, the Space Marine replied laconically. He was certainly one of the sons of Sanguinius, though the symbol of his chapter was hidden by the white feathers and the purple cloak worn over his power armor. The walk to meet the Basileia was not a long one. They crossed 2 streets, climbed 1 set of stairs, and endured the stoical and vigilant expressions of many Space Marines. Her bodyguards had to stay behind with the giants until she was finally graced with the presence of the planetary governor. As the first Space Marine had warned her, there were a lot of spiders in the shopping center. Most appeared to pay her absolutely no attention, instead weaving silk and other clothing materials faster than any human or machine could, under the expert eyes of the impressed employees working here. Marianne had thought the living saint would be in the middle of her swarm, but instead she was found in an alcove in the back of the shopping mall, sitting on a comfortable armchair. Her expression was more thoughtful and tired than when they had met at Wuhan. Your Celestial Highness. Your Excellency, and who is this beautiful white tiger? Marianne took a second to realize the lady of the Nyx sector was speaking about Beth. This is Beth, my favorite mine's cat. The Basileia seemed certainly perplexed. Long ago, cats were certainly not that big. Well, we might have imported her ancestors from off-world roughly 1 millennium ago before beginning a genetic program to make them less aggressive and give them such beautiful fur. Fortunately for the coming negotiations, Beth was on her best behavior and immediately rolled on her back, purring to invite the victor of Kumarak to scratch her belly. The Basileia snorted and then left her armchair to caress the mine's cat. Beth soon purred louder under the holy caresses. She's gorgeous. Which species did you use as a template for the genetic program? The Fenrician frost lion, Marianne admitted, prompting the rise of an eyebrow on her interlocutor's face. Fenrician, like the homeworld of the space wolves in northern Segmentum Solar. I think it was once again reclassified to be part of Segmentum Obscurus, Marianne drily corrected. The only thing the divisions of the Adeptus Administratum in Obscurus and Solar seem to agree on these days is that they don't want Fenris in their area of jurisdiction. How surprising, Lady Weaver's reply matched her tone. How did you manage to convince them to deliver you Fenrician fauna? We didn't, the blonde-haired woman admitted easily. Every 10 years, House Belisarius organizes a spectacular auction in a station near Saturn. The presence of specific animals is never guaranteed, but the navigator's seneschals often offer to sell several impressive Fenrician specimens and goods from that infamous death world. Before I began my journey across Ultima, I think a kraken's bone and a pair of Fenrician elks were on sale. Good to know, and the lady and mistress of the White Ducat knew instinctively she had given a new avenue through which the Basileia would try to discover if new lethal insects could be added to her already impressive collection. Beth mewled in protest as the caresses ceased, and the golden gloves continued their dance on the white fur. Now for business. I suppose you have heard my attempt to negotiate with the Ultramarines went, rather poorly. I heard plenty about it, the Gutenberg heiress gave her an apologetic smile. If you want to find a positive note, take solace in that our last Chartist captain to try to involve himself in the trade life of Macridge was returned to us with nothing but the clothes on his back. It had been 30 years ago, and the Gutenberg Chartist fleet had not tried a second time. It must have been quite the scandal, the black-haired saint commented. Yes, but probably not for the reasons you imagine, Marianne confessed. 10 more houses suffered the same problems before or after our captain's expulsion. It was marked as the beginning of a new rise of isolationism in Ultramar. You mean this is a regular occurrence? The heiress of Eleanor Gutenberg nodded. I'm sure you are aware the sovereign realm of Ultramar is more a miniature empire loosely connected to the Golden Throne than a proper sector of the Imperium. It allows the chapter master of the Ultramarines, who is the lord, master, and protector of 13 worlds and highly influential in a few dozen others, to dictate his rules to the Chartist fleets as he wishes. A century ago, relations were cordial and trade prospered. Today, I think more complicated is a fair assessment of the situation. Beth in the meantime had decided that smelling like spiders or not, the living saint was her new favorite caress partner, and was completely slumped against several boxes, pleading with her eyes and paws for the saintly hands to give her more pleasure. Too bad she didn't have a hollow recorder at hand. This VID could sell for a fortune. As I am sure you have discovered by yourself, Chapter Master Cato Valens is not the most open-minded of the Ultramarines. Yes, I have found out. And I find it inconvenient. My next military operation might very well be fought inside the eastern fringe. On the one hand, Marianne was sure a revelation like this one would delight many high lords, who hoped the new living saint stayed far, far away from Holy Terra. On the other hand, inconvenient might be too light a word. There are dozens of ultramarine descended chapters in the galactic east. It was where the 500 worlds of Ultramar existed. And for all the official disbandment of the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines and their successors remained a huge force of stability in the eastern fringe. That said, you are not to blame for the isolationist actions of a single chapter master, your Celestial Highness. And if the rumors are to be believed, you have a lot of chapters vying for your attention. The rumors may have a core of truth, though it's always far more complicated than that. The golden halo surrounded both Mind's Cat and Living Saint, and the former seemed to appreciate it a lot. War is once again coming, the golden-clothed insect mistress announced in a low voice, but one which was not at risk of being misunderstood. And since the Ultramar option is denied to me, I have decided I need to rely on those who are willing to provide their services. Marianne Gutenberg recognized the door opening for serious negotiations and kept her smile. The negotiations for the Red Bacta will begin in 5 days, the Basilea revealed, but the Blue Bacta negotiations ended yesterday, and it has been decided a full fleet will transport Blue Bacta from Nyx to Terra and the Phalanx once per year. The number of Space Marines per chapter being limited and the availability of battle barges even more so, I will require a Chartist contract at least for this journey. Escorted by powerful Navy and Mechanic-U's warships, I suppose. Her question received a nod of approval in return. It was definitely a contract worth its weight in adamantium. How many Blue Bacta vials are we talking about? 15% of Nyx's production. If there were metals far more precious than adamantium, ah, dear. You are very generous with the Imperial Fists. The Phalanx will be both a Bacta storage facility and host a renovated apothecarium for the chapters meeting the conditions agreed upon at the conference. Most of them I expect will be sons of Rogaldorn, but I think and hope other chapters will use them and forge closer ties with the Fists. And the Space Marines would return to Terra, Marianne realized. Maybe not in a month or a year, maybe not even within a decade, but they would eventually return. To make this kind of proposal and the technology and medical investment the Basilea suggested meant there were likely not many of these Bacta centers planned for the Imperium. You are going to make waves in proper Terran society without setting a foot into the Sol system. I completely approve. And as for the propositions I made. The golden-winged woman massaged Beth's neck before giving her a determined look. Any Kriegers tithed to serve into the guard will be trained by my guardsmen beforehand, and that is non-negotiable. Agreed. Marianne didn't really care about the sensibilities of the small trade military caste, and the poor governor didn't need to know the full truth, merely that his soldiers died well on foreign battlefields. Plus if her spies had done their job well, the new trainers were likely going to be Catachan-born. House Achelius will remain the preeminent navigator house of the Nyx sector. House Scheherazade will be offered several important contracts and rewarded generously for any financial and military participation in my projects, but I won't allow them to be the prime movers and shakers of the novice nobilite at Nyx and in the surrounding subsectors. I have no objection to this, though I must warn you, we don't have anywhere near partial control of Scheherazade's most secretive actions. Duly noted. The younger woman who had managed to claw her way to the rank of Lady General through victory after victory smiled before lifting the female Mind's Cat up with inhuman strength. Now please give me the reasons why I must transport the Red Bacta and other precious goods inside Chartist hulls rather than those of the Ecclesiarchy. Arch-Cardinal Winston Marlborough. The good news, Winston knew, was that he had been summoned before the official conference in 3 days. A conference which, as everyone important knew, was more about Her Celestial Highness informing every adeptus and representative of the distribution she had decided upon for the Red Bacta. Moreover, he wasn't invited alone, which decreased the risk of a private humiliation even further. Gordian von Mitsubishi Dassault, Zaibatsu of Samarkand, was hardly an ally or his best friend. Yet Lady Weaver had requested their presence together, and if anything, the Samarkand representative was the most surprised about it. The gardens they were admitted into by a couple of Space Marines were truly a vision of beauty. Fruits and vegetables grew everywhere, the sun illuminated the hive level adequately but not to the point his ecclesiarchy clothes were making him sweat. There were plenty of fountains and small irrigation canals feeding pure water to the flora, and dancing music warmed the atmosphere. Here and there servants were singing songs unfamiliar to his ear but not unpleasant to listen to. The living saint was waiting for them on a seat facing one of the fountains. Unlike in all the religious ceremonies Winston had seen her participate in this week, Lady Taylor Hebert did not wear golden clothes but a comfortable blood-colored shirt and trousers. Though the gold was still present, courtesy of her wings and the halo now illuminating her at all times. The salutations were expedited at a speed which would have horrified a master of nobility protocol, and the Basilea stood, before plunging one of her hands into the water. The next decade is going to be decisive. The quality and quantity of preparations made during these years are going to weigh heavily in the balance when the next major conflict begins. There was no hesitation and no doubt in the black eyes. And Winston, for all his past as a Frateris Templar officer, shivered, because this was no small warning. I'm not going to pretend I am your equal in regard to military matters, the Zaibatsu cleared his throat. But I have still heard rumors of important military deployments around the Kadayan Gate. Do you really believe the enemies of His Most Holy Majesty can break through? Yes, the victor of Kamarak replied bluntly. And I assure you every High Lord who has consulted the old archives knows it too. To stop an enemy dead at Cadia, the enemy must try to storm Cadia and the nearby planets. If they try to run towards the obscurus rear lines and translate away as fast as possible, it's going to be difficult to catch them. And the eye is far from my only concern. The saint withdrew her hand from the fountain. I am preparing a new military campaign for the next decade, the Basileia and Lady of the Nyx sector continued to inform them bluntly. I am going to muster millions of men for a campaign many would call impossible and outright suicidal. The effort is going to be colossal on the front lines alone. Well, it was certainly far removed from the silver tongues of the Ophelian debates. And he had to return bold arguments for bold arguments. As I've said before, Your Celestial Highness, the Ecclesiarchy is prepared to support your actions. What are your desires? Manpower, the insect mistress responded as she unfurled her golden wings. To be more precise, military manpower, both void and ground trained. I am going to progressively increase the cadre of elite officers and troops within the Nyx sector, but even in my strategist's best estimates, we will be unable to have more than 150 million guardsmen by 310M35. So I will need ex-Frateris Templars ready to accept Katachan-style hell training as soon as possible. You do not desire they fight under the Ecclesiarchy's banners? Winston asked for the sake of formality. The women can be absorbed into the Order of the Silver Rose if standards are met and of course they volunteer. I prefer the men to be part of a force integrated into the Imperial Guard. They will be as efficiently trained as my guardsmen and I will make no change to the structure, save a name replacement of the ecclesiarchal ranks by the guard ones, of course. The Archcardinal believed her. If there was one thing the saint couldn't be accused of, it was being unfair to the men and women who swore their lives to defend the rest of humanity. I believe you. He said simply. But if you demand millions of ecclesiarchy sworn troops to effectively abandon their positions in the Frateris Templars, Your Celestial Highness must be aware there is going to be entrenched resistance to these orders at Ophelia and in key shrine worlds. I know. This is why I intend to send 12% of the Red Bacta's production of this year to Ophelia. For simplicity's sake, assume the total production is 100 cubic meters, that's 10 million vials in total. You will receive as many as the Adeptus Mechanicus. His superior the Ecclesiarch would most likely have felt his head swoon at this, but Winston Marlborough wasn't the Ecclesiarch or one of his allies. And how many will the Chartist fleets receive, Your Celestial Highness? By themselves, the Chartist fleets are only receiving the contract to transport 20% of the Red Bacta production to Holy Terra, with the obligation to deliver 10% of it to the Adeptus Terra. And it left them 10% to auction and sell to what was the most influential market in all of the Imperium. The Vice Queen of House Gutenberg was either going to be treated as the heroine of the year, or assassinated within the day. I keep 20% for Nyx, the Holy Servant of the God Emperor continued, the Holy Inquisition will receive a classified percentage, the Astra Militarum will be provided 10%, the Guard has trillions of men unable to return to the front lines, I will not stand idle and let this unbearable situation continue. The Adeptus Arbits holds the line too, and may be granted 5 or 6%. And if you accept, Lord Zaibatsu, I will place you in charge of transporting the 10% of stocks which will be delivered to Karduniash. Gordian von Mitsubishi Dassault was not a living saint, but his eyes nearly shone pure gold when the statement was spoken. Winston wasn't going to say it was easy to blame him. The kind of contract this represented was not a monopoly, but it was easily measured in the trillions of throne gelts, and it was a local monopoly, because neither Marianne Gutenberg nor the Basileia were going to sell their Red Bacta anywhere near the Segmentum fortress. For that matter, the same was true for the Ecclesiarchy. Ophelia wasn't exactly next door to Karduniash. What do you want? The Samarkand noble asked in the voice of a man who knows both doom and salvation can await at the hands of the person holding the light. The short answer was, a lot. Trained personnel, new orders of supply ships, transfer of civilian experts in fields ranging from mining to agriculture. And yet for all the sums demanded, it always stayed reasonable. Winston had already noticed this trend for the last year. The demands could be, in fact should be, far higher if the Basileia wanted to ruthlessly exploit her advantages. Still, it was likely only good news for the man next to him and possibly the lord of the Samarkand sector himself. The other 38 Zaibatsu were likely going to lose a lot of status as the sectors near Nyx realized Samarkand was unable to provide them Bacta, no matter how loudly they shouted and how many ingots of strategic metals they wanted to place on the table. It was at this moment Winston realized the issue which was inherent in the percentages. The Inquisition had likely not asked for fewer Bacta vials than the Navy, so this meant 10% for them. Small and unimportant charity organizations may be granted a percent or something in that ballpark. But Lady Weaver had revealed to them where the 100% of Red Bacta were going for the short-term future. And nowhere had the Adeptus Administratum been mentioned. The Arch-Cardinal politely cleared his throat. Forgive the memory of an old man, your Celestial Highness, but the 10% of tithes you mentioned for the throne world, they are destined to the Adeptus Administratum, aren't they? No, the contract is for the Chartist fleets to transport it to the Adeptus Terra. Meaning the High Lords and the organizations they controlled as a whole, not just the Adeptus Administratum. Oh, by everything that was holy and damned in this galaxy. The Administratum was, not going to react well. And the High Lord? His henchmen really shouldn't have tried to confiscate half a dozen of my merchant ships for tithe irregularities last year. The living saint declared in a very pleasant voice, and yet Winston was able to hear the bombardment of artillery shells hidden beneath it. The living saint would one day go to Holy Terra. And on the day she arrived, High Lord Xerxes Van Dyer would die. Now for the minimal order of battle of the Templar Sororitas. Fukin's Arsenal Shipyard. 3.102.298 M35. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. Neidhart hadn't admitted it to anyone, but he had been slightly worried when accepting his assignment that when the living saint wanted something, he would be unable to say no. Apparently, his concerns had been unwarranted. Most of her subordinates said it all the time. No, chosen of the Omnissiah, it isn't possible. Archmagos Arithmencia Sultan declared for the third time of the meeting, respectfully but firmly. The enormous number of metallic appendages the female Rhizoborn tech priest used to connect to all sort of interesting devices told quite clearly why her nickname was Archmagos Mechadendrite among the Navy crew. A nickname filled with respect, it went without saying. The living saint of Nyx had brought the holy archaeotech, the funds, the vision, and invited millions of tech priests, but it was Arithmencia Sultan who had organized these resources and began a process which would likely end with Nyx as one of the largest and most efficient shipbuilding centers in the galaxy within a couple of centuries. Ferris Revenge is 26% operational, the mistress of ships declared. The Dornswell shipyard is at approximately 20%. For all the forgiven tech priests we receive in bulk every day, this imposes hard limitations, at least for this year and the one after that. But the Giraffe orbital elevator is now fully operational. And the Cygnus elevator will be inaugurated within the year, the golden-winged ruler argued with Arithmencia Sultan. It will, but the logistics don't resolve themselves with just a series of orders, as I'm sure you are aware. The female tech priest replied. I am your dedicated servant, chosen of the Omnissiah, but we can't begin too many projects and industrial programs, no matter how pressing the need. Otherwise, in an attempt to catch up on every technical challenge, we will arrive nowhere. And there's another point to consider, Your Celestial Highness, the Lord Admiral decided to intervene, judging it was an opportune time to voice his doubts. I love a large fleet to command as much as every admiral, and I admire the audacity of your intentions and contingency plans. But, the living saint asked with humor. But if you think mustering so many battleships in a single formation is practically feasible, I am sorry to inform you it is not. Neidhart continued resolutely. Since the vids relayed by the chapter master of the Lamenters clearly show the Necrons have cruisers and lethally efficient starfighters to use as escorts, we will need 2 to 3 cruisers for every battleship we deploy, and a minimum of 5 to 10 lighter ships ranging from light cruisers to destroyers. To repeat what you've told me during our first meeting, we can't merely hope for the best against the Imga monolith. I say mustering the greatest number of battleships since the Caco-Dominus War in a single engagement is already going to require an enormous number of hours in training maneuvers and fleet exercises. But it has to remain feasible. As it was already going to be a challenge, one the public would likely ignore for decades and that the historians would write books about when everyone and everything save the saint and the god emperor, of course would be dead and buried. Neidhart Muller loved challenges. He wouldn't have tried to go into the Navy with only the support of a granduncle admiral and a near-ruined family if he didn't. But he liked the challenges to have at least a small chance of being successful. The Lord Admiral brings up very good points, chosen of the Omnissiah, Arithmencia Sultan supported him. Besides, there are other things to take into account. For all the support the Quran shipyards have agreed to give us and the favorable accords signed recently, we still have an enormous amount of work before any training and fleet exercises can begin. The data Faerich Nefertun gave you can indeed be used to produce jammers which will prevent Necron boarders from teleporting aboard our ships and slaughtering the crews at their leisure, but prototype production is barely completed and we have to install them on every ship which will participate in this campaign. Then there are the limited numbers of Nemesis Hunter cannons available. Did Archmagos Call not promise his full support? The Basileia gave a very ironic smile to her subordinate. I trust Archmagos Call to have radical ideas and do things which will horrify trillions of Mechanicu's minds, Lady Mechadendrite informed Lady Weaver. I do not trust him to respect a tight shipbuilding schedule, especially since he respects no law but his own. The victor of Kamarak, Neidhart noted, didn't protest or tell Archmagos Sultan she was wrong. All right, the living saint nodded and the light in her eyes could be described best as aggressively determined. You have made reasonable arguments and told me what we couldn't do. Now tell me what the best order of battle is in your opinion. Well, Her Celestial Highness had asked. 24 battleships for the first combat group, which will be ordered to fight its way across the Necron outer sphere and the Orc fleets, the new Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nyx declared. This may be subject to change, but I would prefer 8 divisions of 3 battleships each. Each of our major capital ships, be it a command type or a Nova cannon-purposed warship, must be escorted by 3 cruisers, preferably with one of the 3 being an Astartes manned strike cruiser to give more flexibility. You want to be given command over 24 strike cruisers of the Adeptus Astartes in addition to the forces the Space Marines will commit. The young lady general didn't ask him, "Are you crazy?" but Neidhart understood her tone conveyed the message pretty well. In fact, I want only these Astartes assets in my battle group in addition to those already mentioned, the veteran of 24 space battles revealed. Given the preliminary goals discussed, I would prefer the core of this battle fleet to be Navy heavy. No offense Archmagos, but for all the extensive technology your ships are able to use, they aren't always the most cohesive formation. No offense taken, the mistress of ships assured. And I agree, the Lord Admiral has a point, chosen of the Omnissiah. Many Astartes and Mechanicu's commanders took large liberties with the orders you gave them during the Battle of the Port of Lost Souls. The same could be said about certain Navy admirals, the golden-winged woman pointed out neutrally. Sometimes, Neidhart Muller really wished August von Kischer was still alive, just for the pleasure of being able to strangle him to death with his own hands. Haste which led to the summoning of the reinforcements to Kumarak led to less than stellar behavior among our squadrons, that much can't be denied, the Lord Admiral grimaced internally. But I am convinced the Navy squadrons mustered for this expedition will learn from the past and impress you with their performance and successes. Lady Taylor Hebert stared at him for several seconds before nodding in approval. I will hold you to your word, Lord Admiral. The Living Saint declared. Before we move on to establishing the list of astropathic calls to obtain what is necessary, are there any other issues that need to be discussed? Yes, there are, Archmagos Arithmencia Sultan started. The technology employed by the Brunhilde starfighter has been noted as perfect by a number of my Ryza colleagues to revive a starfighter project which had been shamefully ignored by proper authorities during the Great Crusade due to petty politics. Now that the Xiphon project has more or less disappeared from the hololiths, and the political scene has changed, the decision of the fabricator. Hive Athena. 3.157.298 M35. Basilea Taylor Hebert. There were many things which were changing regularly at Nyx, but the Heracles Warden's ability to choose an entirely different road every time Taylor asked to meet one of them was not on that list. I don't know what the chapter will be able to do save helping in throwing more orc fleets against the monolith, Jeremiah Isley spoke after analyzing the data handed to him for several minutes. We're infiltration specialists, and this Xenos monstrosity is the next best thing to impossible to sneak into as long as its shields are powered up. Unless Trazen the Thief has the codes for deactivating these defenses. He swore in front of Nefertin and myself the shields weren't part of the things vulnerable to his Triarch Elect protocols. Taylor threw a file to one of her centipedes, which rushed out of her office to deliver it to Wei. Since he proved so willing to pulverize the FTL drive of the Imga monolith, I don't see any logical reason why he would lie on that point. I don't either, Jeremiah shrugged. Of course, I try very hard to not think about what is going on in Trazen's metallic head. I think my sanity wouldn't survive it. As Trazen was one of the survivors of the war in heaven, a war known to make the heresy look like a pillow fight, it was far from an unreasonable stance to take. The first exhaustive reports of the Lamenter's containment duty and the visual records are on their way to Nyx. I would appreciate it nonetheless if you and a few of your veterans will be there to help my officers assigned to the data analysis. I know Necrons are not your specialty, but the Heracles Wardens are noted to have a keen eye for noticing what other people tend to miss. I will be there, Isley promised before rolling his massive shoulders and smiling. I have 40 scouts to train in that system, and they're very much in dire need of extensive instruction. Why were the chapter masters surrounding her transforming into sadists when they trained their charges? Actually, Taylor was not going to pursue this question for too long, for she feared what answer was waiting at the end of this path. Congratulations, by the way, the former Alpha Legion commander continued, it seems your strategy is working. The Necrons of the Imga monolith are far too busy to repair their FTL drive, and the genocidal Xenos are killing millions of greenskins that could have caused the Imperium plenty of headaches. Another great victory for the Living Saint. Taylor snorted. Be careful, or I will assign you to assist the Lamenters in quarantining those beasts. Taylor smirked. I'm told it is not an enjoyable duty. I thought the greenskins were abandoning everything and rushing to assault the throne of Oblivion as fast as their scrap ships can take them. They are. It's part of the problem, really. Orcs apparently do not believe in proper spatial navigation, thus their pathfinding is completely screwed up. Many ended up in the Svalbard sector and had to be properly motivated to adjust their course. I see. Isley carefully replied. However, I must wonder at your revelations, especially since the first battle fleet which is rumored to be in preliminary muster will not include us. I suppose a couple of my veterans can play snipers and eliminate the more problematic orc war bosses when the time comes. I also imagine you will need our expertise when several Deathwatch teams want to acquire our knowledge. But otherwise, I am somewhat in the dark. There are other enemies which might try to use the anti-monolith operation to act against Nyx and our forces, the golden-winged insect mistress reminded the chapter master. The 24 battleships and the millions of guardsmen of Force A will be the sword I am going to show to the galaxy as a whole. There will be contingencies. I want you to be one of them. The Lord of the Heracles Warden took the glass of ultra beer offered via Spider Butler, before grimacing. This is going to be Kamarak all over again, the Space Marine complained in good humor. Fine, I will prepare my forces for what is going to be a war to remember. But I will request a few of these new starfighters for my pilots. I wasn't aware you were starfighter specialists, Taylor half asked, half teased him. We are a gene line of many talents, Isley replied gravely. Of course you are, Taylor stated drily. On a completely unrelated subject, I've received somewhat incomplete information from the custodes. Are you willing to fill a few blanks? That entirely depends on the type of information, Isley replied in the same tone. For all our pretensions of omniscience, I'm afraid there are plenty of secrets in this galaxy that were never revealed to the Alpha Legion, and many more we forgot in the flames of the heresy. The name of the Second Legion would be a good start. All amusement left Isley in less than a second. That is proscribed information. The custodes have, temporarily lifted the restrictions given the current circumstances. I was given some information on their tactics and the strategy they adopted during the first minutes of battle against the Necrons. But I know little else. And they were always mentioned in the custodes' documents as the Second Legion. There are graves which shouldn't be reopened, Isley warned. The Imga monolith is unleashing death among the stars. The orcs are forcing it to unveil more and more star-shattering weapons. I think we are far beyond the opening of a grave, whether the custodes admit it or not. That much is true. But then... Jeremiah Isley sighed again, and for once looked very much like he was feeling the weight of centuries past. Fine, ask your questions, my lady. Well, as I mentioned seconds ago, a name would be a nice beginning. One of the names they were called during the Great Crusade, and probably the most popular, was the Tsunami Sabers. Their war doctrine could be summarized in a one sentence: if you have lost a battle, you didn't bring a large enough fleet to the battlefield. Hive Romulus. 3.161.298 M35. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. This was not a conversation Odysseus thought he would ever need to have, and with a living saint of the god emperor no less. Talisa Prima agrees your preliminary plans have merits, but they don't have the number of exterminatus weapons on hand you desire. Production will need to be increased. Really? I mean, I know the exterminatus stocks aren't bottomless, but the Inquisition has a high degree of oversight over these weapons and I figured you would have seen a shortage coming decades ago. Like he said, not a conversation he wanted to have. If you had asked for a preliminary plan calling for the deployment of the basic exterminatus, there would be no problem, Odysseus explained. But the two-stage cyclonic torpedoes and the magnetorpedoes are extremely expensive weapons which are not part of the standard planet obliteration protocols. As I'm sure Archmagos Call is demonstrating as we speak, a planet whose surface is devastated can eventually be recovered for the good of the Imperium. But once the exterminatus begins to fracture the planetary crust, it is over. There won't be any new colonization effort or salvage operations. Odysseus stared at the young woman in front of him, watching as the night slowly descended on the upper levels of Hive Romulus. In the weakening light, Taylor Hebert's radiance appeared to be growing more powerful by the second. Maybe it was an illusion. And maybe it wasn't, the Inquisitor knew. The halo was certainly far more powerful than when she had returned from Kamarak. The one-stage cyclonic torpedo does the job required of it for most of the Xenos and non-Xenos threats an Inquisitor is expected to face. The prospect of facing something where a normal exterminatus isn't enough is rare. Unfortunately, throwing a one-stage cyclonic torpedo at a Necron planet would be less than useless, the insect mistress grimaced. When the Phaerons and Photorox were ordered to build deep, they took it very seriously. The facilities under Hivaseo were very close to the surface by their standards. And they hadn't been discovered for millennia, officially. There are going to be questions, of course. The Basileia clicked her tongue before exhaling. To be blunt and honest, I am willing to launch a campaign which will last as long as it needs to, where the goal will be to obliterate the Imga monolith, also known by its creators as the Throne of Oblivion. Every Necron complex awakened and unwilling to tolerate peaceful human-Necron relationships will be obliterated and consigned to oblivion. If the world has a human population or has colonization possibilities for humanity, I will try to win the ground-based conflict the conventional way. But if the Necrons are too firmly entrenched or the world is hostile to all conventional forms of war. The golden-winged Lady General grimaced again, though the determination in her gaze didn't waver. I agree, the Necrons who awaken must be dealt with. Odysseus began. Unfortunately, as you might suspect, the assets you require for your campaign across the Eastern Fringe are not in my hands but those of other Inquisitors, beginning with Talisa Prime and ending with other facilities beyond your clearance level. The Lord Inquisitor cleared his throat. And while I'm not exactly pleased by how the Lemurian affair ended and am willing to do a lot for you in private, repaying a debt is not something I can use as a negotiation point. The Basileia closed her eyes for a second before reopening them and giving him a displeased expression. You and I both know very well there is only one thing important enough to convince them to release the Exterminatus weapons and the Death Watch teams in significant numbers. A confirmation the Blue Bacta and Red Bacta negotiations had released some teams into her authority, but not enough for a major military campaign of this magnitude. Yes, I know. Ether gold. No matter its shape or where the Noctilith needed for it had been mined from, it was one of the most sought-after prizes in the galaxy for the Holy Inquisition given their line of work. And since there was only one active living saint right now as far as the Ordo's spies had discovered, only Taylor A. Bear could provide it. The black-haired ruler caressed the armored head of the crab she had brought with her for this unofficial audience this evening. Then she drew a data slate out of her pocket and tapped in a code before reading something on its screen. It goes without saying this conversation has never taken place. I understand perfectly. The golden-winged lady of the Nyx sector inclined her head and looked at him with a thoughtful expression. As far as everyone knows, the reason there hasn't been official ether gold negotiations aside from those with the representatives of the Adeptus Terra is that the mining of Brockton's Noctilith has barely begun. This has the merit of being true, it's not the complete truth, as you must be aware of if your spies around Lisa's dome have done their job. They have. Although with the tech priests being very tight-lipped and closing ranks, the source of Noctilith hadn't been discovered so far. It was not for a lack of trying by Zoe Zircon's agents, but Dragon Richter and other council members took their noosphere and non-noosphere security very, very seriously. I am willing to release 10 kilograms, divided into 10 ingots, into inquisitorial custody. But I want to see the Exterminatus weapons and the Death Watch teams with my own eyes, Lord Inquisitor. It was Odysseus' turn to grimace. I don't think the Death Watch teams will be a massive problem, to be honest. Not with billions and possibly trillions of greenskins throwing themselves against the guns of the Imga monolith. But the Exterminatus weapons, well, I don't exactly know how they are produced myself, but I can tell you in confidence this isn't exactly a simple process to manufacture their components and then assemble them. So Talisa Prime might not be able to provide the weapons and other, special assets in time. Great, just great. The victor of Kamarak wasn't enraged, but to call her pleased would have been an incredibly bold-faced lie. There is another possibility. Odysseus had avoided thinking much about it before, but he, like all Nyxian inquisitors, had read the information about the Throne of Oblivion, and he was completely convinced this planet-sized monolith had to be neutralized. The revelation there were billions of tons of Noctilith waiting in its core were just added incentive to launch the campaign as soon as materially possible. Talisa Prime is not the only place where Exterminatus weapons are produced. I believe you were contacted by some of their guardians in Solar once before and sworn to secrecy. The young woman had a prodigious memory, but it took her 20 seconds before she asked a single word. Deimos. Yes. For many people, it would be saying already too much. They didn't contact me to obtain Bacta. It won't be of any utility to anyone save the servants of the Holy Inquisition present in these secret facilities. Ether gold, on the other hand, they would definitely enjoy acquiring for their arduous duties. All the while the black eyes of Lady Weaver were busy calculating, judging him. If I make this same proposal of 10 kilograms of ether gold to these mysterious parties, will the Death Watch teams and the Exterminatus weapons be available? Not knowing their precise needs and interest, I am forced to speculate, the Lord of the Ordo Malleus replied. But I am confident the answer is yes and yes. I will need to establish contact to be sure, unfortunately. There was 2 seconds of silence. Or we can ask the custodes hiding 150 meters away to do it for us, of course, the insect mistress suggested in an exasperated voice. Hive series, under construction. 3.174.298 M35. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas. Some people are just unable to demand an audience the normal way, Gamaliel noted as the massive Mechanicus lander stabilized and finally stopped on the very improvised shuttle landing zone surrounded by ants and spiders. Do you think it's something which comes with age for non-space marines? Asked Captain Cerulean Cusco of the Crimson Fists on their private Vox frequency. You mean the more they have waited for the arrival of someone like Our Lady, the less they're willing to wait their turn in the queue? Tiklis Rubix asked for confirmation, his right hand tightened around the massive Folkite gun the tech priests had given to him for testing. You are missing the most reasonable explanation, brothers, Kratos interjected. And what is this explanation we have all missed? Gavriel inquired politely. He was always like this, old age just made him worse. This was a really disturbing answer, and it was far too likely to be true to boot. At least the sergeant was unable to come up with anything contradicting the flesh-tearer's affirmation as the hatch of the lander opened and Archmagos Belisarius' call emerged from it. As always, the high-ranked tech priest was a being fundamentally impossible to miss. Aside from the fact Call was likely one of the few archmagi to not come with a small army as an escort wherever he went, the weapons and devices his mechadendrites connected with the rest of his body were extremely sophisticated and baffled even the tech marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard. Archmagos Call, Lady Weaver should probably be commended for not groaning or sounding exasperated. Would it bother you to use the proper channels, and wait for your turn using the elevators? I am trying to regulate the orbital to planet traffic, not deregulate it. The proper channels always begin and with you, the radical answered unrepentantly. And several of my informants have come up with new breakthroughs in addition to valuable archaeotech waiting for me in my Martian forge. Therefore I have come to ask you to grant me permission to leave. The Basilea's glare was severe. And your work in the Neptunia system? Oh, I'm going to leave all the assets and ships necessary for the completion of the project. Call immediately assured. My subordinates and your overseers have been delivered a minute-by-minute plan of everything they must do and plenty of contingencies to arrive at the result you want. The insect mistress huffed before calling tech marines I means of the night swords and demanding him to contact some tech priests in orbit to confirm his words. Surprisingly, this time Call had done exactly what he had claimed. As long as your part of the bargain is fulfilled, I have no reason to force you to remain in the Nyx sector, the golden-winged para-human replied once the information arrived back to her ears. Though I am surprised you don't want to stay here, with the preparations for the coming campaign. It's exactly because of this coming campaign I want to return to Mars as fast as possible. The old Martian Archmagos affirmed boisterously. Your battles are going to have an enormous impact on the Eastern Fringe, that much is a certainty. And this means one of my top-secret projects may be of use in bringing the Ultramarines to your side. The black-haired woman didn't place her head in her hands and sob, but judging by her expression, Taylor Bear must have felt a slight temptation. Archmagos Call, the insect mistress declared in the voice of someone having experienced the insanity of too many tech priests, the current leadership of the Ultramarines want nothing to do with me, and my involvement in their affairs has been what I could describe as indirect. Yet they prefer to ignore me. Give me a good argument why they aren't going to blast apart your ship when you make one too many inconvenient demands of them. I have. It doesn't matter what you have right now, the Basilea interrupted him. Your clearance levels may be higher than mine in a lot of fields, but Chapter Master Valens will know of your reputation and some of the more than questionable actions of your past exploration activities. One might say you are very disappointed in the Regent of Macrage. The Archmagos did not give up at the first obstacle, Gavriel could give him that much. But the benefits? Archmagos Call. Lady Taylor Bear repeated in a voice which sounded tired. The clues you have given me were sufficient to have a good idea of what you are probably planning. And while I have not discussed it at length with the trio of custodes present, it won't work. Neither the Astartes sergeant nor the rest of the Dawnbreaker Guard missed how the Catachan ants and the flashy flies around them had positioned themselves around, basking the area in flashes and a permanent glow. Hypothetically speaking, my calculations are solid, the radical protested. Hypothetically, your calculations are not taking into account the nature of the being you are attempting to heal. Assuming a certain degree of confidence, I can trust you to have found the means to save the body. You may gain insights to save the spirit. But you can't heal the soul in time. To be honest, Lady Weaver, I was thinking you could solve this third issue while I solved the first two. The Lady Basilea shook her head in regret. I appreciate your confidence, Call, but I am not an angel of healing, despite all the rumors proclaiming the contrary. The aspect I received from the Emperor begins and ends with sacrifice. It's my insects which are providing succor, I am only the intermediary. Taylor Bear looked up to the grey sky over her head and her expression was melancholic. I am ready to pay the price for a lot of things, but here there's nothing of sufficient value you have in your possession that can be possibly sacrificed. Assuming the Ultramarines even let us try, and they won't. If you have no objection, Call said in a more formal tone, I still intend to pursue this path and have the projects ready by the time you begin your next campaign. The Lady General snorted. You don't believe you need my permission for an audience, I am not going to object when I know it won't do any good. The young woman huffed. Just keep a certain level of discretion. You won't escape punishment if my counsel is once again screaming about something you've done. Belisarius Call took his leave after this. And as the Martian tech priest had promised, he wouldn't be seen again for a decade. Giraffe Spaceport 3.182.298 M35 Judge Missy Byron. The orbital elevator was an impressive black ribbon when you approached it from the space side, but on the ground, it was even more impressive. When you were at its foot, it was like a black pillar leading to heaven that had been built by some divine entity. By comparison, using it was really a disappointment. Inside the orbital elevator, you didn't see anything and the ambience was austere. The Adeptus Mechanicus had built this device linking Nyx to the void stations in orbit around it, and Missy knew from experience even the Imperial Fists were not this bland in their decorative taste unless they were ordered to be in their architectural schemes. I'm still surprised they didn't try to paint it gold, she told Dennis, who snorted. A few minor groups of pilgrims are still trying to gather enough money for that in the hope the Mechanikus will yield to their desires, the rogue trader para-human replied. Most have recognized the futility of it by now. Buying the paint alone would be, a non-trivial challenge, I think. True, the female shaker agreed seriously. Which brings me to my next point. Seriously, you let Taylor name it the Giraffe Spaceport? Dennis, what drugs were you taking that day? Hey! You know very well we are staying far away from that stuff. The red-haired time-stopper protested loudly. Okay, maybe I exaggerated a bit. Of all the vices their little group of para-humans had ever contemplated participating in, drugs had never been one of them. Dennis, Taylor, and herself were from Brockton Bay, and they had all seen too much of the drug trade engineered by the various gangs to be tempted by it. And Dragon had no need for it. That said, the Tinker remained a non-minor fanatic when it came to purging drug smuggling and trade from her areas of responsibility, as she believed a drug addict was a person who was unhappy working for her. Still, the Giraffe Spaceport. Well, it is an animal with a long neck. Dennis tried to present it in a dignified stance, perhaps helped by his splendid white uniform which looked a lot like the kind of attire U.S. admirals had once worn. The young woman gave her fellow ex-ward a very disappointed look. It is an animal with a long neck, what kind of lame argument is that? The envoy to the Swiba sector raised her voice in the second part of the sentence to mark her disapproval. Please tell me she hasn't planned to name the second orbital elevator Ostrich or Emu. Oh, she hasn't. Taylor settled for Cygnus Spaceport. That's better. But it was definitely in support for the long neck argument. You should have proposed better names, though. Lead proposed Gundam Elevator, Grand Line, and a few other, questionable, propositions, so it could have been worse. Missy swept away the retort with the dignity it deserved, which was none. It was Lead who suggested them. Therefore they had to be ignored and expunged from the records. Dennis shrugged. It is her planet, in the end. Dennis concluded philosophically. So next time she will sell you a ship bearing the name Emu's War, you will accept it. Well, it depends upon the tonnage of the ship and whether it is warp capable. Missy was not sure if strangling clock blocker or face palming was the correct course of action. Maybe both? You're hopeless, Mr. Rogue Trader. I love you too, Lady Judge. Dennis smiled before giving her a hug. So, how was the trip to the Swiba Nebula subsector? To misquote a certain series, I went to strange new worlds. I found old and new civilizations. And I went, boldly killing things that no para-human has killed before. Continue like this, and Taylor really is going to put you under quarantine again, if only to make sure you aren't in contact with Leet. Hive Athena. 3.200.298 M35. Ancient Rylaner. The Astartes Mark 7 power armor that was presented to him was exactly as he had demanded it, white from the helmet to the armored feet, the only exception being the chest, where the aquila had been painted gold. The left pauldron, where according to tradition and codex the symbol of the Space Marine chapter was supposed to be found, had been painted with a simple golden blade crossed with a golden lightning bolt. This was all the decoration the armor had received, and in his opinion, it was more than enough. If he had to train a chapter to be loyal soldiers of the Emperor once more, they wouldn't strut in purple armor with long feathers and gain arrogance from their decorations. As I'm sure you realize, your Space Marines are going to need a fresh paint job after every battle, Lady Weaver noted on his right. Rylaner snorted, a sound which sounded almost strange now that the tech priests had modified his voxcasters to make his voice sound like a normal person's. He would leave the exclamations and the bombastic tone to Pierre. The throne knew the snake enjoyed it. I wasn't born yesterday, lady. And you didn't bring your imperial fist for this conversation. Touché, the girl smiled. But yes, some paint jobs will be unavoidable, the ancient acknowledged after a couple of seconds. Of course, unless you're willing to take red or black colors, Space Marines will always need to clean and repaint their armors after anything more dangerous than a minutes-long skirmish. But the Blood Angels have gained the right to don the red thousands of times over. As for the black, Rylaner knew the Bacta had healed a lot of the mental wounds of the betrayal, but there was no way he would be able to don colors similar to the Iron Warriors without feeling disgusted. And that had been before learning what color scheme the former first captain of the Sons of Horus, Abaddon the treacherous despoiler, had chosen for his warband of oathbreakers and monsters. Yes, I understand. The former Master of Rites of the fallen Emperor's children grumbled before deciding to reveal another reason to the golden-winged girl why he had chosen white. After all, if he couldn't reveal secrets to her, who would he talk to? The Emperor? There's another reason I chose white, actually. After the first assault of the traitors was pushed back on Istvan III, the loyal members of the 16th renamed themselves the Luna Wolves again and threw white paint over their armor once more, forsaking the name and colors of the gutless bastard who did not have the courage to look them in the eyes as he betrayed them. It was courageous. It had been. Countless times Rylaner had wished he was with them instead of being ordered to wait in the caverns as his brothers died one by one. Alas, it had been more than 4,000 years ago. wishing it would not return him to that dreadful day. And do you have a chapter's name to go with those colors? I have, and I decided to go back to the origins of the Great Crusade to choose it. When the Emperor began to unify humanity's homeworld and destroy the horrors of the long night, he created the Thunder Warriors. I've heard the name before, the black-haired general murmured. The chapters of the Blood's archives say they were to the Astartes what lone predators are to packs of wolves. They were also flawed, genetically and mentally. They did not receive the training or the conditioning to deal with the abominations created by the Age of Strife. Indeed, Rylaner confirmed with satisfaction. But you used a key word, flawed. And this description is the complete opposite of perfection. In fact, I think imperfect transhumans summarizes best what they were. Are you sure? There was a hint of irony in the girl's voice. Rylaner was sure that you don't want to enrage the Naga and all the surviving traitors of the former Third Legion. Maybe a little, the ancient dreadnought admitted. But the new White Thunderbolts will not be my personal revenge attempt. They will be greater than that. They will rebuild what has been torn down. And we will begin at Goa. You have not chosen the easiest path. No, but I feel this new chapter must take an entirely new one. In hindsight, neither Chemos nor the worlds we took as recruitment bases were really challenges. The Primarch's charisma disarmed 9/10 of our enemies before a blade was drawn, and the rest of the hurdles were pitiful. A world with dangerous fauna and flora, a population not inclined to trust any foreigner, and difficult environmental conditions sound like a proper challenge, and a nice warm-up before the big military campaign. The ruler of Nyx watched him with a patient expression. At the risk of pointing out the obvious, for the moment you are a chapter of one. Granted, there are plenty of aspirants waiting for you downstairs that tested positively for gene compatibility, but they have yet to pass a single trial of the long list you have shown me. We will be ready, Rylaner insisted. Even if I have to drag them across the void myself. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Swibinebula Subsector. Goa System. Goa. 6.200.298 M35. Minister of Foreign Affairs Zoe Attica. When Zoe had first heard of it, the Minister of Foreign Affairs had privately wondered why the Basileia had agreed so readily to assemble a team of tech priests in order of build a basilisk and a Jagatai Khan battle tank manufacturer on Goa. Given how untrustworthy the governors of the Northern Trail had proven, and how poor the Southern Trail was, it seemed a sizable industrial investment with absolutely no certainty of gaining anything in return. This internal questioning had lasted until she saw her first VID about the crystal ankylosaurs. Though on many death worlds the dominant form of wildlife was carnivorous, on Goa this wasn't the case. Unfortunately, that was meager consolation for the population of Goa. Because while the ankylosaurs were indeed herbivorous, a horde of them could cause a sheer amount of destruction few carnivorous species would be able to match. That was what happened when a species managed to reach sizes equaling the night walkers of House O'Hara. And despite the crystal name, the ankylosaurs were anything but fragile. They were likely less armored than a standard bane blade, but their tails ended in a bludgeon and they were able to destroy walls and armor with it. The less said about what they could do with the rest of their body, the better. The ankylosaurs were rather pretty from afar, with their blue-white crystalline coloration, yes. But a horde of them was always something to stay far away from. It was why there were only two major permanent settlements on Goa, namely the capital of Ziggurat Bastion and the lesser but equally as fortified city of Kars Bastion. Even today, several centuries after the first Vijayanagara political opponents were exiled and imprisoned there by their capricious rulers, 5 out of 700 million inhabitants lived in these two citadels. Because unlike Hibernia, whose manufactorums were sprawled everywhere on icy plains, Ajusco and its agri-pyramids, or Parthia with its fishing fleets, Goa was a system where survival against the local wildlife was a continuous struggle. Even now, as her tour led her across the inner walls of Ziggurat Bastion, where old anti-air guns were discouraging a flight of pteranodons from flying over the outer defenses. The more I see, the more I am impressed at the depths of courage and inventiveness your ancestors must have found in themselves to survive on this world, Marshal. Zoe wasn't kidding. If Nyx had sent an expeditionary force here before the Basileia reformed the PDF and the guard regiments recruited from it, it was likely all hands would have been lost. The crystal ankylosaurs were already bad enough by themselves, but most of the fauna was violently antagonistic to human life. Thank you, Minister, Marshal Gandhi replied with a thin smile, trying not to tower over her too much and completely failing in the process. The Survivor Marshal of Ziggurat Bastion, his complete title if one wanted to have an official ceremony, was a muscled giant that age had not rendered any less formidable. Though in our most honest moments, we acknowledge it was more inventiveness and desperation which allowed us to survive decade after decade. Yes, Lemuria had certainly not tried to deliver brand new equipment to people they had exiled, and Hibernia, for all its willingness to sign agreements, had tithes to pay to Atlantis, and a lot of its industrial output was civilian purposed, not military. With the generous help from the Lady General, we will be able to hunt the ankylosaurs which visit us every year without making it a suicidal task, at least around Ziggurat Bastion and Kars Bastion. And of course for the first time in 2 centuries, we may be able to build new cities. Zoe nodded, though she confirmed for her later report that the governor always referred to Lady Weaver by her military title. It wasn't exactly surprising after the fate Lemuria had condemned their ancestors to. The priests had not lasted long when the ankylosaurs had begun trampling the settlement prisons of their ancestors. And clearly, the Gone culture was extremely militaristic. It wasn't to the point of Cadia Ajusco provided 1 or 2 food convoys per year, but the Death World lacked a dedicated single-purposed agri-world or several to feed it. There were civilians within the walls of Ziggurat Bastion who did not carry weapons or had been trained in their use. But the majority of the Gones were conscripted as teenagers, given old las guns, and told to man the walls against the hostile beasts and various other threats. I wasn't able to speak face-to-face with the venerable ancient Rylaner, but I know from astropathic communication that the tech priests Logis predict 4 new cities may be realizable within the next 40 years. I will trust the Cogboy's predictions when the cities are completed, the governor of Goa and the supreme commander of its armed forces bluntly retorted. But with the weapons the Lady General has already sent and the new manufactorums, we will be able to protect ourselves outside the walls, and have the tanks and artillery needed to push the ankylosaurs back to Calcutta's last stand. Maybe if the Navy can spare us a few aircraft, we may be able to drive them to Raipur's Pass. Zoe was not a military woman, but she could recognize a military hint when she heard one. I'll see what I can do. But I can't promise you them for a couple of years. The Aeronautica and Navy wings were mauled during the long war against the Greenskins, and the losses at Kamarak were particularly bad. The aircraft wings are undergoing a complete rebuild as we speak. More tanks, artillery, and hundreds of tech priests to maintain them, Nyx can provide. And we will remember it forever, Gandhi swore as several of the Pteranodons were visibly shot down by the anti-air batteries. I can't afford to deprive myself of the few aces and flyers we have now, but I think that with the correct incentives, some of our teenagers could volunteer to join one of your Aeronautica academies. Inquisitor Zircon. You wish to be informed when the chosen of the Omnissiah announces the creation of the enlarged Mechanicus Council of Nyx via the official Newsphere channels. This was done minutes ago. Imperial Calendar 3.312.298 M35, a most auspicious date as I'm sure you will agree. The voice of Mars and the other emissaries of the Fabricator General having agreed, the nominations should all go ahead without meeting any opposition. The 36 Magi and Archmagi are listed below. 1 Minister of Industry and Public Works, Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter, Nyx. 2 Master of Exploration, Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar, Stygies 8. 3 Master of Healing, Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dipides, Dantries 3. 4 Master of Bacta, Archmagos Biologist Robeta Leo Ogier, Megire. 5 Mistress of Ships, Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan, Riza. 6 Master of Engineers, High Magos Engineer Kathar 4 Frederick, Metallica. 7 Master of Logistics, Lexico Arcanus Fowl Op 6A2 Tertius, Triplex Fowl, Logis. 8 Mistress of Artisans, Artisan Magos Cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamund, Tigrus. 9 Master of Skitarii, Alpha Archmagos Epsilon 10 Blue Crimson, Griffon 4. 10 Master of Electrolife, High Magos Thomson Siemens, Voss Prime. 11 Master of Destruction, Archmagos Reductor Stefan Delta Septimus, Estaban 7. 12 Voice of Mars, Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix, Mars. 13 Master of Metallurgy and Mining, Archmagos Metallurgicus Unity Victor Omega Manville, Acatron. 14 Master of the Magisterium, Magos Malagra Cadmium 1111, Grea. 15 Master of the Alamo Forges, Archmagos Activator Ningfo Glass, Anvilus. 16 Castellan of Legio Defensor, Magos Ordinatos Technicus Rand Numerica, Lucius. 17 Regent of Terra Samiria, Archmagos Concilium Hes Festeri Marius Gamma Arx, Brontomedian. 18 Warden Student of the STC Templates, Archmagos Esotericus Omega 010 Omega Berkelium, Palomar. 19 Master of Knights, Magos Marimedex Ductilius 3, Striken Primus. 20 Master of Noctilith Mining, High Lacrimalis Zi Ferric Zeta, Mezzo. 21 Master of Fortifications, Archmagos Dominus Tellurium Alpha Binary, Agrippina. 22 Mistress of Folkite, Magos Physic Wyvern 12 Draconis, Nyx. 23 Master of Wahane's Projects, Prime Magos Hermeticon Modulus Modula, Hypnoth. 24 Master of Marches and First Response Industrial Projects, Archmagos Prime Ibras Artin, Incaladian. 25 Mistress of War Games, Archmagos Dominus Renia Thulium, Artemia Majoris. 26 Master of Aircraft, Magos Ares Kappa 1-12 Data L, Kievar. 27 Master of Teachings and Education, Magos Provender Technicus Obsidian 111-0001 Lock, Atanix Triumviri. 28 Master of Trade Tech and Spoils, Archmagos Mercury XI 0000, Phaeton. 29 Lord of the Arena of Blades, Archmagos Biologist Xenologus S Beta Xenophon, Adermedian. 30 Protector Master of the Mechanicus Fleets, Archmagos Reductor Thermal Meteor Pectoral, Ordena. 31 Regent of the Tharsis Forge, Archmagos Muserium, Anvilus. 32 Mistress of Cartography, Magos Iridia White, Solemnium. 33 Master of Gravitic Technology, Archmagos Esotericus Silicon Sigma Upsilon, Incaladian. 34 Warden of the Nixian Databanks, Magos Cordantier Neutron Hydronoctes, Samic. 35 Ambassador to the Rashans, Magos Agatha Selenium, Syraxis II. 36 Ambassador to the Necrons, Archmagos Technicus Clepsydras Su, Helios. On an unrelated subject, you asked to be warned if the Chosen of the Omniscia made a move to establish contact with different Titan legions of the Collegia Titanica. I can confirm she has done so in public this morning for a yet undated military operation, and an astropathic message has likely been sent to Mars at the same time. I remain your obedient servant. Agent X Delta Delta. Triangle Citadel. 3.365.298 M35. Brigadier General Tanya Svrev. More than a decade ago, Tanya would have not even thought it possible she'd ever be invited to a parade inspection where 200 super heavy tanks were present. First above all, because as an anonymous officer serving in the Fey 20th, backwater planet in the Backwater Moros subsector, no one would have thought to invite a regiment of Fey guardsmen unless a Bjucker Air was the official commander. Praise the God Emperor, that had never been the case. They would have all died against the orcs given the talents of those who shared the blood of the long-dead ex-governor. Secondly, finding 200 super heavy tanks to organize a parade with among all the best armored formations the King of Kings Menelaus had deployed on the front lines would have likely been next to impossible. And assuming they found them, it would have been a pathetic spectacle, as most of the Menelaus pattern, as they were nicknamed, were prone to regular mechanical problems preventing them from advancing at a pace faster than a dying centipedes. Fortunately, things had changed, both for the Guard and the Planetary Defense Forces, and nowhere was it more evident than today. Mustered on the parade field were 200 super heavy cataphracts of different variants, each of which would have been able to eat the sorry toys of the Menelaus era for breakfast. There were also 12 Bane blades, purchased from Mars and other Forge worlds. 4 Bane hammers accompanied them, and on any other day they would have seized the public's attention. Unfortunately for the crews of these formidable machines, they were outclassed by the 4 Tigrus-built fell blades. The massive twin-linked accelerator cannons looked very threatening, Tanya had to admit. A proud officer of Weaver's Own would never hide behind such an armored colossus when there were centipedes, scorpions, and beetles to serve as cover, but the temptation was there. And then there was Nixian Glaive. It was the first Nix-conceived super-heavy fell glaive tank inspired by data extracted from M31 Great Crusade databanks and the recovery of the Archaeotech tank Obsidian chariot built by the Primarch Fukin. Rumor was it had cost more than a large company of cons, but it was definitely worth the sight, painted in salamander green on the parade ground of the Triangle Citadel. Oh yes, all guardsmen present today had come a long way since their clash with the orcs in an abandoned pass in the middle of uninhabited mountains. A younger Lieutenant Tanya Svrev would have never imagined counting chimeras by the hundreds. The older Brigadier General counted them, and marveled at the sight of the brand new Astartes crude Quetzalcoatl dragon armors dancing above their heads. The White Scar's emissaries had received their new mounts mere hours ago, and already their hunt masters were showing off. Tanya would have berated them, but she would likely do the same if she had dragon armors to play with. Though it looked like the development team of the Scarlet Pattern Dreadnought Dragon Armors was not yet ready to reveal the results of its research and adaptation of ancient STC technology. Not unless they had an invisible mode too. The minutes passed and more troops went to stand guard over new devices and war machines. Most of the equipment wasn't really new for the veterans of Kamarak, but the quantity and quality of it was. Carapace armors had been given to all frontline regiments for Operation Caribbean, but everyone knew the artillery regiments had been issued flak armor instead. Today it was rather clear this issue had been acknowledged and fixed. There were 1,001 things running about, and as a result the Fey Guardswoman wasn't bored a single second when the Valkyries and the other aircraft landed in the middle of the parade ground, disgorging several dozen red-armored guardsmen. Naturally, all attention focused on them. If these men had walked instead of being ferried by air, however, they would have attracted attention nonetheless. Their armors were red, with bronze-colored cuirasses on the chest and golden epaulets protecting their shoulders. Every single one of them had a police fur hat on his head, which had to be mighty uncomfortable in the warm Nixian weather. Their weapons, on the other hand, demanded respect where their uniforms did not. The swords, the lasguns, and all the visible instruments of death were glistening in the sun, and as the servo-owls focused on the leading guardsmen, Tanya could see the grips and handles of the weapons were marked by age and the polishing which could only come when someone or a lot of someone's trained tens of thousands of hours with them. So these were the famous Vostroyan firstborn officers specially recommended by the Lord Commander Militant of the Imperial Guard. General Nikolai Rokossovsky greeted General Werner Groner, standing as representative for Her Celestial Highness today. Welcome to Nyx. Lisa's Dome. 3.390.298 M35. Sister Alice Gaius. I'm not one to complain, but why are we giving a private shower to Her Celestial Highness Moth when she already has her own bath pool and a cascade? Stop asking questions, Claire. Yes, Claire, stop asking questions, or are you saying you aren't happy to care for Lisa's needs? The young black-haired woman born in the merchant blocks of Cartel Hive opened her mouth to answer, and Lisa turned her head at that moment, giving her the look. The one proclaiming I am an adorable insect, please tend to all my needs. And if I am not? There were many pilgrims and tech priests who weren't confident that the Titan Moth, for all her holy abilities and intelligence, was able to properly understand the nuances of the Low Gothic language. Alice didn't share their point of view. Claire, be careful. The young Templar Sororitas took several step backs, taking great care to not trip over the watering hoses they used to give the majestic insect her shower. She can go showering under the cascade, really. Lisa watched the younger recruit of the Order of the Silver Rose for a moment, before lowering her head, and beginning to literally salivate over Claire's head. Verk. That's... Lisa began to shake herself, which given that her body had been doused with an impressive quantity of water for several minutes, had the predictable effect of creating a miniature rainfall for those Sororitas who hadn't retreated quickly enough. Poor Claire looked like she had been caught in the middle of a tropical storm once she was dragged away. Fortunately, apart from her pride, she was uninjured. Even more fortunately, Lisa's retaliation was over, and the moth soon abandoned her showering spot to head in the direction where containers filled with pineapples from Aglia were stored. Why did Claire choose moth handling as her secondary assignment? The bearer of the Gaius legacy whispered. The first assignment of the Silver Roses was to go to war with the Saint, but outside of the harsh war games these days, only 100+ sisters remained as part of the honor guard protecting her. Besides, once the living Saint was walking and protected by Space Marines and her swarm, it would take a very large army to not die like all the Xenos did when facing her. Claire the Black, Claire the Red, or Claire the Blonde? Alice rolled her eyes. Very funny, Helena. Granted, there were a lot of girls named Claire asking to be accepted into their ranks, and unavoidably, some successfully passed the hard selection trials. We will see who's funny in a decade when all the tailors arrive as recruits. The young sister tried not to blanch or sound panicked. Until now, she had tried very hard not to think about the fact millions of newborn children had been given the same first name wherever they lived in Hive Attica, Euboea, or Athena. But now that it was mentioned, yes, they were going to face an infernal situation in a few years, assuming they were still alive to see it, of course. We will deal with it when the time comes, Alice announced bravely. I suppose we will certainly use their last names to differentiate them. That or do what the Catachan do. Give everyone horrible nicknames. Pretty much, there was an obvious downside. When you did this, everyone wanted to make you bite the dust, but the jungle fighters were good enough they could beat you with one hand behind their back, and yes, this was literal. Major General Swartz had expressly ordered his Hell Sergeants to go easy on the babies. Translation: they took only a few hours to recover from what the Catachan guardsmen referred to as light exercise. But I think Claire the Black chose moth handling because she is able to make our painting tutors genuinely cry, and the stocks of marble aren't infinite where the sculpture ateliers are concerned. She doesn't have the tech gift, given how she scared the toaster cogboys, and she isn't exactly space sailor material. So, that left moth handling. There's still language study, historical research and religious seminary, no. Does Claire strike you as the girl who wants to learn how to read an M33 prayer text when artillery shells are falling around us? Now that you mention it, no, Alice Gaius acknowledged. Claire the Black was good, very good as soon as she had a gun or a blade in her hands, but the hours where Legate Dumas insisted they strengthened their faith in the God Emperor and his living saint were not where her strengths lay. It's too bad for her, though. I think she could have been the Palatine of our group if she could find interest in the more boring aspects of our duties. Well, it is boring, as you said, her friend and sister told her. And not everyone wants to be a Palatine or a Celestian. For the moment, few ranks had been introduced in the Order of the Silver Rose. The legate took her orders directly from the mouth of her Celestial Highness, and relayed them to 10 Celestial Sisters, although the nickname Celestian had quickly replaced it in the day-to-day conversations. And each Celestian currently had 10 Palatines to serve as her staff and command the companies of sisters. I am aware of that and. Oh, no. Lisa has smelled the tech priests preparing the strawberries. Sisters. Helena shouted. We have a strawberry situation. Run. Hive Athena. Grand Stratagem. 3.400.298 M35. General Nikolai Rokossovsky. Nikolai had high hopes for his long stay on this world. The stratagems were properly cooled, there were a lot of available drinks, and so far he hadn't detected any sign of utter craziness in the people he was meeting. Everything was fine, well, more than fine, it was not every day you met a living saint personally. Nikolai had tried to prepare himself for the first meeting, and if he was honest with himself, he hadn't been very successful. The golden wings and the halo of the God Emperor surrounding her were so powerful, it gave you the feeling you were so tiny and powerless. After a few minutes, it went better. It helped that Her Celestial Highness was doing her best to not slam the full might of her divine power right into his face. The Vostroyan general had seen it happen once so far, and the noble had not even been able to crawl away under her severe gaze afterwards. Right. Let's begin with what I wasn't satisfied from reading the reports you and your subordinates wrote after Kamarak, Nikolai began bluntly. On the other side of the hololith, the saint raised an eyebrow before smirking. Some people would ask me for permission to give me the bad news. Bah. He added a few explicit expressions in Vostroyan a moment later. It wasn't like his new superior was familiar with the lesser dialects of his home world. You have millions of pilgrims and flatterers to sing your praises. I don't remember your needing one more sheep was why you accepted my candidature. A short giggle escaped the saintly lips. True enough. Now that we've established giving you a diplomatic role is a lost cause, tell me what you found that is unbearable to your Vostroyan sensibilities. Two things, Lady General. Nikolai had at first begun with your Celestial Highness, but his superior in all aspects had insisted she preferred her military rank. The first and most damaging is the insufficient effectives of the liaison officers, be they Aeronautica Guard, or other scenarios. I admit, as long as you are in range and everything goes as you predict, you manage to make it work, by sheer strength of will and air superiority insects if nothing else. But the moment you're not in play anymore or the front grows too large, your forces lose at least 9 and maybe as much as 12% of their coordination and tactical efficiency. Not to mention the numerous incidents of friendly fire. To his relief, the victor of Kamarak simply nodded. Massive increase of liaison officers, she agreed, before grimacing. That isn't exactly one of the things I can count on Major General Swartz training into the recruits, unfortunately. Not to mention the problems it may cause with the Adeptus Astartes. Many of their officers only grudgingly accept my suggestions. Nikolai would have been very surprised if the latter point hadn't existed. The Space Marines guarded their independence fiercely and jealously, and though they bowed to a living saint, they wouldn't lightly accept orders from someone who in their eyes was unproven. We may forego the liaison for the Adeptus Astartes, but my point remains for the other liaison jobs. And your point is accepted, the ruler of the hive world of Nyx stated. I'm afraid though, since you have proposed it, you will have the honor of making it work. Well, he supposed there were worse problems to face. Like fighting a mutant spawn on a collapsing battlefield with only a broken saber and a half-crippled platoon. He had really believed it was over for him that day. Second point, your armored regiments are logistically well thought out, but they have too many tanks for too few companies. In one word, they are not flexible enough. This time, he knew the point was far less well received. We needed those tanks to break through at Kamarak. No, Nikolai immediately countered. You needed more initiative from your captains and lieutenants commanding your armor, and you didn't get it because most of your colonels and top aces were permanently occupied trying to amass the greatest armored fist available before slamming it on the Xeno's fingers. I will admit that when you struck true, it was absolutely devastating. But several times your tank unit commanders were unable to execute flanking attacks, which despite the difficult terrain would have guaranteed the utter destruction of the forces arrayed against you. At the very least, you missed 5 or 6 opportunities for a complete encirclement of several Eldar armies. Encirclement isn't the alpha and the omega of military tactics, the golden-winged servant of the God Emperor noted, unconvinced. Oh absolutely, Nikolai approved. I'm glad you aren't thinking like some Kadians who think about tactics from the moment they wake up to when they fall asleep. The true art of destroying an enemy focuses on the annihilation of its logistics and war machine, and encirclement rarely does that by itself. But that is no reason not to seize the opportunity unless you think the alternative will deal greater damage to your enemy. And while at some moments of the Battle of the Port of Lost Souls not encircling the Eldar forces was the correct decision, as the hours passed there were critical moments where you should have finished them off instead of allowing them to run. It had not changed anything in the end, but the fact one enemy failed to seize the opportunity didn't mean a second would as well. Especially as the Battle of Kamarak didn't go unnoticed by the galaxy at large. Flexibility is the name of the game if you want your companies to thrive at the tactical level, the divisions at the strategic one, and the army groups at the operational level. It will require a significant increase in junior officers. It will. The black-eyed lady general stayed immobile and emotionless for a few seconds before waving her hand. I give you 1 week to present me an initial draft of the modifications you want to adopt at every level. You have my permission to borrow a few of the current officers currently awaiting their next assignment here or in the orbital garrisons to help you. Though I will warn you, I will bring most of the other members of my staff to listen to your presentation. And we may organize a few war games to see which ideas function better. I would expect nothing less. To be sure, it would be a challenge, but if he didn't succeed here, it would mean his doctrinal methods were in need of readjustment anyway. That is all I am prepared to criticize and comment on for now. Good. Several tech priests answered a command he had not noticed, and a galactic map of the Imperium materialized on the hololith, one accompanied by countless figures which represented available regiments. As I'm sure General Groner and other officers have informed you, I have begun the first stages of preparations to remove the threat represented by the Imga monolith and the Necrons owning it. Given the situation and my past actions, orcs and the damned forces of the ruinous powers are likely to be included in the opposition. A button was pushed, and 3 planets were selected above the thousands of dots indicating guard recruitment worlds. I am already preparing to create a new army group for the Nix sector. Given the high rate of volunteers at Nix and Wuhan, it will be primarily men from these 2 worlds, though each planet has willingly agreed to contribute a few elite regiments. I estimate I will be able to field between 120 and 150 million guardsmen in 10 years. It is a respectable force, the Vostroyan general acknowledged, passing a hand through his long brown beard. And I suppose Indigo is logical, since you expect a lot of Xenos. How many did they promise you? Army Group Indigo will be 20 million strong. He had to ask to a few red robes to show him the correct data, but it seemed, while not optimal, not disappointing either. They could have given you a few million more, but I suppose they have received other demands. I am not convinced by your third choice, however. Creek landed on my lap because of politics, Lady Weaver readily admitted. I have absolutely zero confidence in their prowess at arms, which is why entire barracks on different planets of the Nix sector are busy being built and commissars and training officers are going to give them a remedial course they will remember for the rest of their lives. Nikolai was internally divided. On the one hand, it was politics. And Krieg guardsmen had an infamously terrible reputation, though the Vostroyan general hadn't been so lucky to be in a position to verify this infamy with his own eyes. On the other hand, Krieg had still willingly given Her Celestial Highness the respectable number of 50 million guardsmen. And the standard order of battle of tanks, artillery, and equipment was nothing to sneeze at either. I reserve the right to shoot the Krieg commander myself if he tries something as stupid as trying to open trade negotiations with the enemy. The saint coughed politely before smiling. And I won't stop you, was the comforting answer. As for the other army groups, my staff and I were busy searching for the best candidates before your arrival. I would have loved a Kadayan army group, but... Nikolai made a sympathetic noise. Yes, with the number of Kadayans summoned home for what promised to be a defining war at the gate, obtaining a regiment of shock troopers or a regiment of Kadayans, period was generating bureaucratic wars and required the expenditure of enormous amounts of influence. Obtaining an army group of them was perhaps not impossible, but Nikolai would prefer swimming naked in the Vostroyan Southern Polar Sea for 1 hour rather than pay all the favors which would come with it. How many army groups did you want in the first place? 10, the general whistled. And yes, I feel they are going to be absolutely necessary. You will be given data in the next days which will show you exactly why. In this case, Nikolai cleared his throat. I would be completely lacking in my duties if I didn't inform you there is an important tithe year coming on Vostroya within the next 5 years for certain. Many of our unbroken regiments are coming back home to be rebuilt back to full strength, and several notable crusades also involving millions of Vostroyan guardsmen have recently ended. I don't think receiving the complete tithe is possible, but forming an army group with them and other units of our sector should be possible. How many? General Rokossovsky stared at the radiance of the living saint for several seconds. It would of course cost him several favors, but then this wasn't a small operation, and it would repay a small part of the debt Vostroya owed the God Emperor. I can promise 20 million guardsmen, with at least a corps of 15 million firstborn Vostroyan soldiers. I have no objection to the Vostroyan forces joining us, and immediately around the room, a small army of red robes went active, canting unintelligible things and activating data projectors. Other suggestions, General? Given the home world of the famous Major General Swartz, I would have expected you to attempt a Katachan tithe. In fact, Nikolai suspected she did, but verification was always better. I did, the Basilea of Nix admitted. But the tithe time had already passed, and I only was able to add one more regiment to the one already present here. It goes without saying that is not enough to create an army group from. No, it wasn't. Too bad, because the Katachan jungle fighters were tough bastards and made sure that victorious or defeated, the enemy would cry in their beds for months afterwards. Unless you were an orc. Those bloody crazy Xenos thought it was fun to tangle with a Katachan warrior. There were guard elite planets which were available for tithes, according to the latest rumors, but which unfortunately would be of little utility against the level of enemies the living saint expected to face. The Elysian drop troops, well, Vostroyans were not too fond of those glory hounds, but here sending them against an opposition possessing devastating anti-air batteries would see them shredded. If you didn't want an airborne preliminary assault, you didn't send Elysians. He would not support sending Mordian troops into a war zone where they would stand in line and be massacred regiment by regiment. I was also thinking about Ventrilia. Nikolai gave his superior a humorous look. They can certainly be valuable assets on a battlefield, the problem is that, while their courage isn't in doubt, they attract other blue-blooded and aristocratic regiments like flies to expect to see a lot of Munitorum requests if you manage to obtain them. And you will have dozens of rogue traders rushing here. All willing to smile at you while you reimburse the considerable debts they now owe to Ventrilian shareholders. If they fight well, I can stomach a lot of side effects. Other suggestions? Nikolai Rokossovsky had a few more, but he didn't know how close they were in a tithing cycle or how many army groups could become available. The Bifrost Hussars were tough, not as tough as Vostroyans, but then few regiments were and proponents of armoured and heavy infantry regiments. Fiebrn could be a judicious choice, their men and women weren't Kadians, but they were trained to high standards. I would advise contacting Lord Militant von Oberstein for more information about the army groups and the military tithes which can be granted without removing too many men from the defences of Obscurus, Lady General. Nikolai recommended. And while staying vague for the idiots of the rear lines, we must find a catchy name for the operation you want to muster these army groups for. For the moment, this is the hunt for the monolith. The veteran Vostroyan coughed in embarrassment. It wasn't the worst name he had ever heard, but it was hardly the best either. I would advise to find another name. For morale purposes, he added quickly. I am not going to call it Operation Oblivion, the Saint retorted. I think it would result in an immediate morale decrease across all army groups. No, what I need is something catchy but which doesn't say anything about our intentions. General? What was the name of the province you were born in on Vostroya? The new chief of staff shrugged and answered. I was born in administrative zone Volga, sub-industrial hub Stalingrad. It was difficult to guess what the living saint was thinking, but if Nikolai Rokossovsky had not thought it was nearly impossible, he would swear Lady Weaver had heard the name before. Then it will be Operation Stalingrad. Well, at least it was more martial than Hunt for the Monolith. Hive Athena. 3.410.298 M35. Regina Consort Way CAO. You see? Your decoration tastes considerably improve when you are taking days off. Wei was a very mature woman, so she did not tell her Basilea I told you so. And now, the planetary governor of Wuhan continued, using the dictatorial powers your naive soul was only too happy to grant me, I decree that you will cease to work once in every 7 days. Your tyranny truly knows no bounds, her victim whispered. I know, Wei chuckled, caressing the black hair of her paramour. She didn't tell her openly how worried she had been after her return from her meeting with the Necrons. On the outside, Taylor may have fooled a lot of people who didn't know her, but the frenetic days where she had plunged herself into mountains of paperwork and countless reunions had proved that she was definitely not fine. To be honest, the Wuhan's noble was also sleeping far worse now that she knew what kind of Necron horrors could awaken at any moment without warning. But for all her understanding of the dangers caused by avalanches of bureaucracy, her days remained far shorter and less stressful than those of her lover. And while Wei continued her physical exercises every morning religiously, she wasn't sparring with space marines or lifting weights as heavy as 2 or 3 groxes. Now what do we have here? Another marble fountain. Sculpted from indigo marble no less, the insect mistress feigned a convincing sneer for a few seconds. Some artists both inside and outside the Dawnbreaker Guard requested materials to keep their talents from getting rusty, and well. Wei giggled. It's your attempt to give the middle finger to the Ultramarines, isn't it? Now, my dear consort. Would I really do something so spiteful? The Regina consort gave one of her most splendid smiles to the living saint. Taylor, you try very hard not to let grudges govern your private and official life, but sometimes, you're really combining the best and the worst of politicians. I know you purchased Grape's genetic material from several sources to support the budding wine economy of Nyx. Now there's the marble, one which I may add is easily twice the price of the one Ultramar sells, and the servants of the Ultramarines pretty much outright rob everyone in every transaction they can. Okay, maybe it is a way to settle one of my grudges. The Basilea grumbled some unintelligible words afterwards, and Wei thought they sounded like I will make a fortune on their backs. Wei was a gracious Regina, so she didn't comment on how insincere the maybe was. Okay, now that you are not anxious about using your prestige to commission more artwork, I was thinking about proposing a new contest for the new mosaic I have in mind for level 15. They descended towards the last steps and entered the garden where they took refuge so often when she managed to convince her paramour there was such a thing as overworking herself. Today, though, she immediately noticed something was different. And since her observation skills were far better than a decade ago, she had no problem realizing what was missing. There was not a single space marine in sight. In fact, there was no one save the 2 of them, and the insect bodyguards. Wei was about to open her mouth when a miniature firework illuminated the garden, and instantly a small army of spiders and beetles accompanied by crabs and other curious specimens surged into the main alley where they were walking. And they were all carrying instruments of music, that they began to play a joyous melody on while still in movement. Acting on this prearranged signal, other spiders pushed golden levers and activated the water animations of the fountains. Hololithic animations of gold and silver were switched on, and soon the garden was a gigantic marvel of light and sounds. And soon, it was like the fountains weren't running with water, but with chocolate. And insects wearing very impressive imitations of butler outfits escorted them to the heart of the garden where a Baelite scorpion awaited, a platter of platinum in its pincers. The box on it seemed absolutely tiny for such a gigantic amount of precious metal, but Wei almost stopped breathing when it was opened and revealed an ormite ring on which a jewel was crimped, which was not so much a ruby as a living embodiment of fire and blood in a stone prepared by mortal hands. Will you marry me, Wei? One question. A single possible answer. Yes, my love. Somewhere in the webway. Seer Maia Teal Lysis. Before she saw a single harlequin or even heard the echo of their laughter, Maia knew instinctively it was their fault. This webway tunnel was one of the most secure between Malantai and Ulthui. There was no way she could get lost or face any danger whatsoever unless she deliberately chose to leave it. And in addition to this, she would likely need to take a lot of detours and cross many gates before arriving at more dangerous sections. The webway was a shadow of its former glory, and the destruction of Kimarak had inflicted catastrophic destruction to some of its largest arteries, but the millions of years-old paths were still beyond the imagination of most Asuryani. As such, the sections the rangers and other aspect warriors of Malantai patrolled and controlled were in truth likely bigger than a craft world. All of this to say there should be absolutely no way for her to be in danger before she had taken 1,000 steps. And yet here she was, in a webway tunnel she didn't recognize at all, and in front of a monster her blade and skills had no hope of beating. The young seer swallowed heavily. Baisha, I blame Seguruk. The half-naked super predator looked at her like she was an insignificant insect before smirking. Ah, another victim of our dear clown's little jokes. The monster gave her one more glance before turning around and presenting her naked back to her. You are far from home, baby seer. Against any other person, not one of her teachers, Maia would have lashed out. She was making enormous progress in reading the threads of fate, and her cryogenic abilities had increased massively this last microcycle. Against the owner of this voice though, lashing out would likely result in her receiving a dagger through her eye before she realized what happened. And there was also the minor threat of the 5 wishes lazily waiting nearby. So I've gathered, O Queen of Blades. Which is the closest craft world I can reach from here? Ulthui or Aletok? Lugganath is the closest craft world, seer, a black-haired witch interjected, pointing at a tunnel where runes which had once been associated with Biltan were engraved. Thank you. Maia took a step forwards, and immediately stopped as the Queen of Blades purred behind her. The dagger placed at her throat was also another invitation to not do anything unwise. Maia felt a feeling very close to complete panic spread throughout her body. You were sent here by Seguruk. Maia swallowed. That's what? He marked your life thread and likely at least briefly activated his core gate in the Black Library to send you here. The laughing god has begun to use it more freely now that she who thirsts is no more, but one thing I know for sure is that he isn't wasteful. Who are you? Maia Teal Lysis, seer of Malantai. And what mission did the ringmaster give you? The crimson-haired Ildari asked in an almost bored tone. To recover a crone sword from Solemnace. The female Asuryani had expected many reactions, most of them ending with her death. The Queen of Blades just burst into laughter. Oh, that's very good, especially coming from him. You and what army? Her expression must have betrayed that she had no military support whatsoever, because the muscled queen of the arenas laughed harder. I'm in a good mood today, so I am going to reveal one of the old secrets of the Ildari to you, baby seer, the ancient monster murmured into her ear. In all of history, exactly 14 Ildari managed to enter Solemnist's galleries for a few heartbeats and escape afterwards, and one of them is me. No one, absolutely no one has managed to recover the prize he or she wanted when they launched the invasion. And every time, the army-sized invaders were defeated and captured, becoming another addition to the collections of the Necron Master Thief. You see, Solemnace is a planet-sized museum, and psychic tracking skills don't work there correctly. You will have to search the galleries one by one, and believe me, the archthief isn't going to give you a lifetime to find what you're seeking. Abandon your quest. Even if you were as powerful as I am, finding Solemnace to start with is far from a trivial challenge. Maia would have nodded in acceptance, except of course she had still this dagger at her throat. Fortunately, it was removed seconds later. The Harlequins usually try to give easier missions which do not result in the suicide of the heroes. But it is such a splendid tale. Queen of Blades, wishes, and seer eyes turned to an old pillar several feet away. And sure enough, there was a Harlequin perched atop it. Donned in vibrant gold and red, his colors identified him as a great Harlequin of the Mask of the Laughing Circus. It is utter stupidity, the Queen of Blades retorted to Seguruk's servant. We have thrown enough expendable and non-expendable assets into Solemnace since the dawn of our empire to not enrich the thief's collection now that we're nearly extinct. There was a flash and Maia realized the Queen of Blades had negligently thrown her dagger at the top of the pillar. The great Harlequin had managed to dodge, barely. Now bring this baby seer back to Malantai and stop importunating me. I have other priorities than serving as amusement for his masks. And what if I told you the Dark Throne of the Seatan has been activated and Weaver will fight a war against it? For the first time, the crimson-haired predator seemed vaguely interested. I would say my dear Empress certainly knows how to pick her enemies. Lelith Hesprax, also known as Aenaria Eldinesh, purred dangerously. Maya internally groaned. At least she had a good idea how these ridiculous and humiliating rumors had spread across the webway. I'd better check on the completion of my new arena lest The Storm Lord is certainly going to be awakened, and our species will not last much longer if servants of the Silent King are unleashed upon this galaxy. Oblivion comes, Enaria El Dinesh. What happened to let's wait a few thousand cycles before making a bigger mess than Kamarak? The mistress of the arenas and leader of the cult of blades complained loudly. I still don't see why I should be involved in your masquerade. Your arena will be completed before Weaver departs. That's excellent news, and I'm not enjoying the insinuation, Harlequin. As a new dagger danced between the fingers of the Ildari, the voice of Segurika's servant was much more conciliatory. Trazen the thief will be there. And there might be opportunity for heirloom and artifact trade negotiations. The dagger stopped moving. And what do I have to do to ensure this comedy of yours come to fruition? The Malantai Asuryani wasn't an expert in threats, but she could recognize one, especially as the crimson hair of Hesprax was revealing a lot of blades woven into various strands. Take Maia Teal Lysis as your apprentice and present her in the arena before you dance. The monster laughed again, but this time it was a cold, hungry sound, one devoid of humor. Very funny. I don't train weaklings. Segurik remembers. The dagger didn't miss this time, and stabbed the Harlequins in his left arm. Another dagger materialized in the queen's hand. Where is the champion who believed she could mend the galaxy with her sword? This time Maia was sure no mortal voice had spoken. The question had seemed to come from the very depths of the webway. She has grown tired of fixing messes and being ignored when she tried to reason with the imbeciles of the Phoenix Court, Segurik. She is old now. And she knows there isn't anything that can fix this universe. The glance she gave Maia was really not friendly. My last student betrayed me during the first fall, oh laughing god. And you want her following in those footsteps? A weak descendant of our species, with an incomplete education in the psychic arts, and so desperately blind to the art of the sword? Usually, your jokes are a bit better than that, dear master of the webway. There is a debt to be repaid. Train her until your new arena is completed. The influence of the god disappeared, and the Harlequin vanished as fast as he had appeared. The insults and swears which spewed forth from the Queen of Blades' mouth were rather impressive and imaginative. This is going to be one of those cycles, isn't it? The crimson-haired Ildari murmured after running momentarily out of curses. Now. Two eyes darker than night again focused on the young seer. What I am going to do with you. Ultima Sector. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Hive Athena. 3.432.298 M35. Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach. The end of the galaxy was at hand. No other explanation was sufficient to describe what was happening before his very eyes. Tech priests had stopped moving their mechadendrites and let them fall upon their stations or whatever was nearby. Navy officers were standing aghast. Even space marines were standing with expressions of disbelief on their faces, at least those who had not donned their helmets, but the young rogue trader was ready to bet the helmeted ones were in a similar state. Leet was leaving his audience with Lady Weaver, and it had not ended in a series of shouts, screams, or loud and violent vociferation. By the Golden Throne, what was happening? Why are you all so quiet? The Basileia seemed to have realized how silent the audience room had become. You did not scream at Leet, my lady. Really? The golden-winged mistress of spiders shrugged. Yes, you're right. But he didn't give me any reason to, and his new idea of a Battlefleet Nyx video game was acceptable by his standards. He only asked for more Ultra beer to be stocked for his departure, and I'm rather sure it wasn't for his personal cellar. I'm not going to yell at him just for the sake of it. Lady Weaver looked at Mechanicues and Navy representatives with a thin smile. I'm afraid that if you expected most of this audience to result in a shouting match, you are doomed to be disappointed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think your duties are waiting for you. Everyone save Rogue Trader Bach and his retinue, leave the room. The order obviously didn't apply to the Basileia's space marines and the guardsmen of the Fey 20th who stood against the walls. One uninformed might have wondered if such a large number of protectors was necessary given the presence of 200+ war insects, but the audience room was more an audience throne hall with all the alcoves and sub-chambers that entailed, and there had been a series of assassination attempts this morning, the first in a few days. Incidentally, the assassins and their employers had all been arrested by now, 6 hours after the deed, and all were going to enjoy the legendary courtesy of the Nyx penitentiary system. Your Celestial Highness, Juliana and Adriana had, like he had expected, advanced directly without him introducing them. Well, at least something was going according to his plan. We are the twin daughters of Lord High Admiral von Lehengram of Karduniash, I know. The victor of Kamarak gave them a very unimpressed look. Your presence has been known to me long before I returned from Wuhan. And as the insect mistress had evidently prepared for this moment, 3 bees flew into the room, each landing before one of them and handing them a voluminous file. Wolfgang opened his, and almost burst into laughter, as these were hollow pics and other visual evidence of the twins presenting him their new sexy lingerie in various, compromising positions. How did you obtain this? Wolfgang tried to stay serious, but he had to admit his voice was quickly growing shakier as he suppressed cackles. You weren't even in the star system. Wolfgang, I am Lady Nyx. There are millions of souls who seek my favor by delivering me information they feel I have to know. The blonde-haired holder of a warrant of trade didn't accept this explanation. No, to have such a massive file and all the evidence within it, you must have convinced the senior tech priest of my ship to release the information to you. That his crew could know Julia and Adriana had been aboard the Pavian Victory, he could accept. But neither he nor the twins were walking around half-naked in public. And the tech security in his quarters was rather high-end, courtesy of the Nyx Mechanikus, a Mechanikus which wouldn't refuse the chosen of the Omnissiah anything. Well, at least it will save us time, Your Celestial Highness, Julia recovered from the surprise in record time. You know why we're here. We want to go with rogue trader Wolfgang Bach in his expedition in the Eastern Fringe and beyond. And the answer is no. The woman ruling over the hive world replied. Anything else? Wolfgang maintained a calm expression to the Dawnbreaker guard, but deep inside, he was laughing at the gaping expressions of the twins. After their initial night, the two had accepted bit by bit that he could say no and hell no to them, but in their navy duties, that wasn't exactly the case. The officer commanding their squadron had a strong tendency to roll over for them. We can appeal to our father. Excellent idea. Damn it, when the insect mistress bared her teeth like that, she was really scary. I will insist on sending all the evidence you have in your hands to Karduniash with the first courier ship. I am sure Lord High Admiral von Lehengram will be absolutely delighted to know what sort of activities his daughters have been up to in their free time. This is blackmail. The smile, if anything, became wider and one step removed from giggling. Why yes, I suppose it is, Lady Weaver agreed in a pious tone that fooled absolutely no one. Not that I really need it, mind you. I have exchanged more than 3 dozen astropathic messages with your father, lieutenant commanders, and our areas of cooperation are far more important than whatever dance you're doing in your bedrooms. Julia's face was reddening, and Adriana was going the same way. You could give us what we want. It was more plea than arrogance speaking in these words. I could, the Basilea readily admitted. But as I'm sure you are already aware, risking your Cobra-class destroyers in the dangerous regions of space the Bach-led expedition will venture into is nothing more than an elaborate suicide. Many of the cosmic and living dangers plaguing that region would break the void shields of a destroyer easily. But you. 2 spiders were suddenly on them, launching what looked like lassos of silk, and smaller ones fell from the ceiling, throwing inoffensive projectiles right over their mouths. I hate being interrupted when I'm making a point. The reproach was spoken in good humor, but Wolfgang knew there was a very hard foundation underneath. As I was saying, ladies, your ships are insufficient to participate in this journey. Now there are a few light cruisers which could be detached in a few months, though it would require to delay an expedition of great magnitude for weeks, something I'm always reluctant to do given how short on time we are and how much it annoys my mistress of ships. It would also require either to transfer 2 lieutenant commanders from destroyer command to the role of second or third in command on a light cruiser, which is, as I'm sure you are aware of, a lot of paperwork. Julia managed through a considerable effort of will to spit the silk out of her mouth. Or you could give us command of the light cruiser. The Basilea chuckled. Well, never let it be said you lack ambition. Wolfgang, do you believe they are ready to be promoted to commander rank? There was only a single answer he could give to that. Lady Taylor Hebert was testing him, and though he enjoyed the relationship he had with the twins very much, he wasn't going to lie for them, not when the query came from a living saint. No, they aren't. The insect mistress nodded in approval, and Wolfgang knew for sure it had been a test, one he had passed. And the gaping expressions of Julia and Adriana were absolutely worthy of more pics, just as the silk bindings were removed by the spiders. Julia and Adriana von Lehengram. From the reports available to me, you ended up 7th and 10th of your promotions at Karduniash respectively, and unlike too many blue-blooded admirals' sons and daughters, your father honestly seems to have believed you should succeed or fail on your own merits. So these ranks are worthy of commendation. However, your practical experience in the years which came after graduation is rather limited. Setting aside the fact the sector you were assigned to at first really had few enemies to eliminate, nepotism played a role in your rapid ascension. The voice of the Basilea became more thoughtful. I've conferred with Lord Admiral Muller, and he agrees that while you hold promise, you lack the years of battle experience you should have gained as normal lieutenants. If you had been at Kamarak with us, I would have a better idea how you react under fire, but you weren't. And sending you straight into the void with Wolfgang where the entire fleet is either Mechanikus or rogue trader aligned is guaranteed to be either a splendid success or a terrible disaster, with plenty of officers betting on the latter. So I'm not going to do that. And what are your intentions, your celestial highness? Adriana asked warily. Well, you will finish your service and patrols aboard your destroyers in the Nix sector until the end of the year, Lady Weaver told them as if it was the most normal thing after what they had discussed. And then Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller may require some devoted assistance to organize tedious fleet exercises, ship commissioning, inspections from ships transferred from mothball, and a million other things. A Lord Admiral needs bright and eager young minds for while he devotes himself to more important subjects. The golden-winged ruler shrugged. If your Navy superiors confirm you are indeed ready for the burden and duties of captainship after the coming decade, I will approve giving you a light cruiser or whatever warship is suited for your style of command. I might even consider including you in whatever operations Wolfgang Bach will participate in, assuming he returns in time for Operation Stalingrad. Just like that, Wolfgang knew the living saint had them, for in their eyes burned the flames of determination willing to destroy any challenge standing in their way. Prove yourselves, or don't, the choice is yours, the Basilea murmured something, and a space marine handed her a fourth folder which looked absolutely identical to the three which had been presented to them. So. Lady Taylor Hebert smirked, showing them an image where they were in a position where there was no doubt who was doing what to whom. When is the marriage? Julia and Adriana went redder than the fruits of Ruby's harvest in less than 3 seconds. That was evil, Your Celestial Highness. Nonsense, it was payback. What was it with all these scary women? Where was the God Emperor when you needed him? Battleship Hornet. 3.458.298 M35. Judge Missy Byron. Dragon. Yes, Missy. Don't you think the custodes lack some originality in how they decorate their ships? Why do you say that? The tinker asked innocently, before bursting into laughter. The reason for their amusement was completely obvious when one saw the bridge of the battleship. Walls, ceiling, hololiths, auspex stations, and secondary monitoring stations had one point in common. They were painted bright gold. No, she wasn't joking. And the rest of the ship had a similar coloration. I admit this poor ship could benefit from a change of decoration, Dragon acknowledged once they had finished their fit of hilarity. There's nothing wrong with a dominant color, but here it's taken to an extreme, I will admit. I think people will begin to fear the color yellow if they stay on the Hornet for too long, Missy grimaced. Seriously, what possessed the Terran decorators to go this far? Are the custodes satisfied only by an overabundance of gold? Obviously, she had confirmation the trio of watchers was present in Hive Athena, otherwise she wouldn't dare criticize the decisions of those humorless transhumans. I'm more worried about the Spartan living conditions for the crew, to be honest. Dragon wore a grim expression she rarely maintained for long and not even trying to make a pun from Spartan. This Falchion-class battleship has been built with extremely advanced technology, that much I cannot deny. Every battery is fully automated, the internal circuits and alloys raise the ship's efficiency several percentage points beyond what the El Dorado and the other highly advanced warships Mars sent to support us can boast. But it's a ship which was built for custodes' living standards, and they are far below what Navy officers and under-officers are used to in the sector. If we deploy the ship with this absence of comfort, we risk a mutiny before the Hornet reaches a Mandeville point. True, the beds, the furniture, there are a lot of things we will need to change. Missy shot her fellow parahuman an ironic look. Are you sure you want me to begin the redecoration efforts? After all, you are the one who will take this warship into battle first. Unless my memory is failing me, you are going to use the Hornet as flagship to conduct a second inspection of the Swiba subsector in a few years. Yes, but I doubt this time we will have the misfortune to be caught up in a military engagement, the Shaker woman replied. And I don't want to move my stuff every time I transfer custody of the battleship to you. Lazy attitude, the mistress of dragons commented. Have you seen the paperwork necessary to move a large bed through customs? Missy was fishing for a murmur of commiseration. She didn't get it from the tinker. Why would you try to move a Class A bed into these quarters? You do not sleep with anyone. I am well aware of my lack of boyfriends, thank you very much, Missy stuck out her tongue. But I won't give up. I will find someone. After all, Taylor and Dennis did, and you are spending those lovely nights studying stuff with your tigress girlfriend. Excuse me. Dragon growled. I am doing important work. There's only Leet and myself who are not in a romantic relationship, the former member of the wards continued, feigning to not have heard the tinker's objection. And since no one in his right mind will date Leet. Perhaps, Dragon offered sarcastically, you should not have tried to flatten a fortress with a mountain in a single attack. I think it scared off your potential suitors. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 0.500.298 M35. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. At least his brother wasn't breaking the decor of his quarters this time. The God Emperor knew it had cost billions of whatever imperial currency the suppliers needed to repair the damage and refurbish it to something equaling its former glory. Clearly, the rare non-Van Dyer men and women invited into this inner sanctum of the Master of Administratum mustn't be aware of the sheer amount of destruction Xerxes would unleash when he was upset. Damn Weaver. Nicephorus waited until his brother looked straight in his direction to give an answer. I suppose you disagree with my suggestion to stop aggravating her and cancel our support to get the Nyx sector tithes raised. Don't be ridiculous. The outburst was suppressed mere seconds after it manifested, but the eyes of his brother continued to glare ferociously. The so-called saint is challenging us. Stepping back now would be an admission of guilt, and that bastard Oberstein wants to take Utrecht's place among the High 12. Do you want a High Lord we can rely on to be replaced by a man who would shoot us in the back if he felt he could get away with it? No, of course not, the younger of the two adepts answered before sighing. Huang Utrecht, in Nicephorus' humble opinion, would have been at the place his level of competence justified if he was a lesser secretary minister or one of the many minor adepts the high procurators used as their advisors. Through manipulations most non-bureaucrats would have found illogical, stupid, and perhaps slightly treasonous, Huang Utrecht had managed to survive the cutthroat dealings of his adeptus and rise to the high seat of Chancellor of the Estate Imperium. Was it a prestigious position? No. Did it give the aforementioned High Lord any military troops to command? No. Could it demonstrate its independence from the Master of the Adeptus Administratum? Nicephorus wasn't aware of one such instance happening in the 35th millennium. Would Huang Utrecht survive if his brother was removed from his high seat? The answer was unquestionably a no. Clan Utrecht and Clan Van Dyer were thus tied together, for better and for worse. Sometimes, the Solar Guardian of Records, third in command of the Office of Records of the Adeptus Administratum, and firmly aware he was unlikely to get even one more promotion in his lifetime, wished his clan's allies were something more than benevolent nullities. No, I don't want Oberstein as a member of the High 12, Nicephorus continued. The man scares me when he speaks in public, and he causes us enough problems as a Secundus member. The Lord Commander Militant of the Imperial Guard was arguably the most powerful member of the Secundus ranks, really. The only one who could truly contest this was the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, but for all their immense prestige, the Watchers of the Throne rarely involved themselves in the day-to-day ruling, and there were never more than 10,000 of them in active service. The Supreme Commander of the Imperial Guard had billions of men on Terra under his personal authority, and could call upon trillions more if he felt threatened by someone. If Oberstein wanted to crush another High Lord militarily, only the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum and the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy had the assets to mount a credible opposition. On the other hand, the 237-years-old man continued, Weaver has been astute enough to cut the administratum off from her Bacta and Ether Gold. Oberstein will support her unless she makes a gigantic mistake so damaging that it leaves him no choice but disavow her, and the same is true for Fabricator General Zerofris Esvicom. Gutenberg is more politically pragmatic, but the contracts my agents have heard rumors of will solidify a coalition of about 70% of the greatest Chartist fleets of the Imperium. The mistress of the Astronomicon can be counted on to vote for her whatever happens. The Lord Inquisitor will leave his seat before the year's end, but I doubt his replacement will be anything but extremely supportive of the woman, providing them miraculous healing and anti-corruption artifacts. And of course the Archcardinal Terran will vote like the Ecclesiarch wants him to, and for now the Ecclesiarch is ready to give out trillions of ducats, crowns, and gelts to support his living saint. That's one Secundus and 5 Primuses that are definitely against us on this issue, and I don't think it is going to get better. It might not seem much, but when the person they were talking about had not even been the shadow of a rumor 20 years ago, the ascension of Her Celestial Highness Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, and Peer of Terra was absolutely phenomenal. Nicephorus had tried to see if there were any previous historical figures which had shown similar levels of precociousness, but the answer was no, at least for the 34th and the 35th millennia. There were military officers who had risen higher, accumulated larger fortunes, and whose name was associated with Zeno's genocides and total military victories, but there were few of them, and in general they had been 3 centuries old or more when they had finally reached those lofty summits. Weaver, on the other hand, was extremely young, and if she managed to acquire a seat on the Senatorum Imperialis within the next few decades, her influence would be felt for a long, long time to come on Holy Terra. That still leaves 7 seats. We can punish her politically at her first military defeat. The reassessment of the Nyxian tithes is just my first plan. There are over 40 legal procedures which are being discussed in Arbits and Administratum departments to crush her. Nicephorus didn't like the implications of that, at all. First, because he had only heard about 2 of said procedures before today. Over 40 was a substantial number, and his spies had failed him in that regard, or been outright bribed by those of his brother. Then there was the significant issue: these procedures were hardly cheap. On Terra, only one thing was certain: whatever you did, it was going to cost you a staggering price, from the air you breathed to what was to be done for your funeral. But above all, it assumed Weaver was going to suffer a defeat in the near future. If she emerged victorious once more, and Nicephorus wasn't ready to bet against a woman, one apparently directly blessed by the God Emperor himself, who thought invading Comorak was a fine way to kill some time, the adepts in charge of these procedures would be the first to turn against them and fine them for wasting their time. Those who won would be acclaimed. It was as simple as that. And the High Lord Admiral is on our side. He has finally granted Ormuz a major command at the Kadayan Gate. Sometimes, his brother had a very different understanding of what having one High Lord on your side meant than most people. High Lord Admiral Rabadash Y. Bing El Kullerman was on his own side, nothing more, nothing less. When the Fabricator General had announced the construction of the first brand new Gloriana battleship to be built after the God Emperor's ascension would begin in 300M35, the High Lord of the Imperial Navy was on the cogboy's side. When his brother had promised him to build 4 battleships of the sector in the shipyards of Zion for below-market prices, Rabadash was on Clan Van Dyer's side. If Ormuz failed to score a victory or lost, their ally wouldn't be anything of the sort. And I think we can count on the Officio Assassinorum's support for the next several years. That was frankly not something he wanted to hear so early in the morning. Brother, what did you promise him? Our vote when he will ask to deploy his next execution force. Oh, by the Golden Throne. I thought it was in our best interest to avoid a gathering of his pet monsters. It wasn't even an insult, many Imperial assassins were only slightly less abominable and awful than the things they were ordered to kill. It is in the best interest of Clan Van Dyer. Nice Forus had a strong inkling it wasn't, but saying otherwise would not convince the master of the administratum to change his mind. The Eastern Fringe. Approaches of the Svalbard sector. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. The Throne of Oblivion. 9.500.298 M35. Overlord Sobekhotep the Dustmaker. Traeaz. Sobekhotep was trying to control the fury boiling in his engrams and the rest of his body. It was getting harder every time. In fact, the Dustmaker hadn't known he could get this angry since the biotransference. It was so bad he was even beginning to think the Ildari were right, at least where the 15-damned thief secessionist was concerned. What sort of punishment is so horrendously drawn out and agonizing it can account for the sabotage of an utterly priceless replicator forge? The Surican commander snarled to his second. Overlord? The thief secessionist didn't. I know what he did, Royal Warden. The Regent of the Throne of Oblivion exploded, before trying to calm himself. It was extremely difficult. The thief secessionist had indeed not sabotaged the replication technology thought up by the infallible Silent King, all praise his name. He had done far worse. The moment a ship entered after meeting several conditions, the most important being the number of non-metallic life forms in the vicinity, the third replicator forge had begun to replicate the Nihilok thief secessionist by the millions. No one had ever thought it was possible. Crews aboard warships which entered the replicator forge teleported out before the process began, and twice the number of crews teleport back in when the replication was complete. That was because the technology, though hyper-advanced, was prone to suffering inconvenient mishaps when it tried to duplicate Necron engrams and memories. In the best of cases, the copies were completely insane and eager to try to kill the original. But since the first sabotaged replication had created about 2 million trays and duplicates, it had been anything but a problem for the thief secessionist, who was most likely half a galaxy away by now. 2 million copies of a thief who had fought during the war in heaven created in a single instant, fake duplicates utterly insane, each convinced they were the original, and trying to kill as many of their neighbors and any other Necrons near them before falling. It had been a disaster. Replicator Forge number 3 was going to need years of repairs to function at even a minimal efficiency, and for many, many long battles, he had to order the cryptex to stop the replication process on the other 2 forges and see if there was a similar sub-protocol which was waiting to explode in their faces. To his relief, the answer had been no. To his lack of relief, there had been other surprises, which could have easily added more damage. They had killed the copies in the end. So a Trajan apocalypse was no longer on the potential list of things he had to concern himself with. Sobekhotep shuddered and decided to purge his engrams of this horrible image at the first opportunity, which would be when the thief secessionist lay dead at his feet. I hate Trajan. I loathe him with every fiber of my body. The Surican overlord deliberately articulated his words in a slow manner. I want him to suffer a million agonies. I want that, when the galaxy dies, his screams will still be heard by the darkness. Your orders will be accomplished, whatever the cost, Royal Warden Sehathor the Impaler swore. But the battle isn't going well. Overlord Sobekhotep wished he could simply blast away the Royal Warden and fly off in pursuit of the being he now loathed far more than the Crooks and their degenerate descendants. But daydreaming wouldn't change the reality. The battle, as Sehathor had remarked, was not going well at all. It was far from a defeat. The Throne of Oblivion was completely intact, with the minor exception of its Star Eater drive. The Orcs had only been able to breach their shields 3 times, and each time it had been by ramming attempts. Each time, none had survived for more than a few seconds. The Reaper batteries had reduced them to ashes and insignificant debris. Their escort fleet hadn't been so lucky. A Necron fleet was fighting against the greenskin vermin, but it wasn't the one which had begun this long battle. It was another Sodic fleet which had reinforced them, one of them, because not counting the replicated battleships, the current Necron losses were of 32 battleships, 80 cruisers, 302 escorts, and approximately 20,000 attack craft, though for those it was difficult to distinguish between original and replicated units. And of course the Solar Harvester was a ruin that was beyond anyone's ability, even a Surican cryptex, to repair. Of course they had killed over 20 billion greenskin vermin and destroyed 600 ugly contraptions they had the gall to call battleships, plus thousands upon thousands of smaller ramshackle hulls, but that wasn't the point. There were always more of them coming to throw themselves against the throne's heaviest guns. By the Triarch's rule, how was it possible that with the galaxy infested by so many of these beasts, other species had somehow survived while the dynasties were sleeping? We have to get out of here, Sobekhetep reluctantly admitted after crunching the numbers. Yes, as it stood they were going to win this contest, unless the Greenskins found 400 trillion more reinforcements. But every year they gave to the Narush-Latsut dynasty and Trazyn was one year the secessionists would use to disappear into the void between the stars, and if this battle lasted too long, it would be a monumental chore to find them without Orikon's predictions. We will win this battle. I have no doubt about this. But our mission is not to proceed with the complete extermination of this vermin. And the Sodak Faeron is going to complain a lot if we break too many of his phalanxes and fleets, Silent King's mandate or no Silent King's mandate. The problem is the Star Eater drive, Sihathor bowed in apology. I have sent as many cryptex not assisting the other ones in the awakening crypts and the replicator forges as I dare, and there is some progress, but it is still taking too long. Sobekhetep looked at the tactical map of what had become a cemetery of wrecked starships. Thank the Silent King for the anti-Emberian effect, otherwise there would already be massive intrusions of abominations into real space. Too much green blood had been spilled. Too many weapons had shredded the edges of reality. The Sodak commanders should be able to handle the greenskin vermin far better than they do. Assuredly, Overlord, Sihathor agreed readily. 5 were disabled when tried to personally deal with this beast calling itself Metal Defiler in its barbaric tongue, 3 were barely sentient after their awakening and if anything they have gotten worse. And 2 are convinced they are gods reborn, and demand special honor ceremonies before they so much as step onto a battlefield. And to think Sobekhetep had rejoiced when the Sodak phalanxes and fleets had emerged from the Dalman gates in perfect condition. As it stood, the Sodak nobility or at least the forces of Rithkaren that the Dustmaker had commandeered for Surican purposes were seriously mentally imbalanced. It's time to stop throwing good phalanxes after bad ones. They have taken too many casualties. The Rithkaren forces won't give us victory. We wouldn't be able to continue using them indefinitely anyway, my overlord. I think we have expended over 55% of their assets in the last, brutal skirmishes. By the putrescent breath of the Nightbringer, the infantry boarding forces' losses had been that bad? He had honestly not realized. In this case, my order to change strategies is even more necessary than I initially thought. The Surican overlord admitted. Contact the tomb world of Gidrum. It was a more talented and powerful commander than he wanted to awaken, but one couldn't complain about mediocrity if your subordinates were imbeciles. It is time to wake up overlords and Drek. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx. Hive Athena. 3.500.298 M35. Chancellor Friar Achelius. Friar had been pleasantly surprised by the fact nearly no one had protested the inclusion of navigators and psychers in the marriage ceremony and festivities of the planetary governor. Of course, given what the Basileia had done to the last person to backtalk her on what she considered biased and ridiculous superstition, it was maybe not completely surprising. Plus there were so many people in every hive feasting, partying, and celebrating that he somehow doubted the majority of men and women remembered navigators existed at this moment, never mind realize some were close to them. But I suppose everyone needs a moment of happiness, the Achelius navigator told the Titan moth who was feigning to sleep next to him. This was as far as he knew the second gigantic insect to be born on Lady Taylor Hebert's order, and the least one could say was that it was the antithesis of the famous Lisa. Perhaps it was due to the vastly different circumstances of birth, or perhaps it was because the large flying insect was a male and not a female, but the behavior of the two precious ether gold creators differed immensely. Lisa loved basking in the attention of the Nyxian crowds and the thousands of pilgrims. However, the male Titan moth that for some reason Lady Weaver had named Alec was seemingly laziness incarnate. It was smaller in height and wingspan than Lisa, but it was the lethargic behavior which struck those meeting this curious gigantic specimen. At least the children loved him, they could caress and convince their parents to take hollow pics of them in front of the moth of her celestial highness. Lisa was far more food-oriented, and did not dally in a single location if she had the choice. Therefore for today, she had been requisitioned to transport entire containers of plus highs for the children of Nyx. The Titan moth opened his mouth and for a second Friar wondered if the insect could manifest the deep intelligence his species had begun to be renowned for, but no, it was just Alec opening his maw to swallow the fruits his handlers were throwing him. The shining moth had not even tried to turn his head by 10 degrees in one direction or the other. Like he had noted before, this was a very lazy being. Will he live inside Lisa's dome? Friar asked the Templar Sororitas a Palatine, if he wasn't mistaken. Oh no, the young woman answered quickly with a chuckle. The two of them really don't tolerate each other's presence well. We tried that 2 days ago, and Lisa constantly tried to rile him up by throwing him orbs of holy power and water, and Alec tried to steal her food in retaliation the moment she had her back turned. For now, each will have their own dome. Her Celestial Highness approved it yesterday. Why so much interest though, Chancellor? The presence of these moths is soothing and relaxing to those of my profession and everyone risking their sanity against the dangers of the unknown, the aged three-eyed man replied diplomatically. Thus I take great care to be informed about any game-changing development involving these insects. The Basileia had not advertised it, but the veil protecting the humans from the horrors of the warp was getting stronger. As such, the nightmares and the awful feelings of creatures screaming for your soul and the rest of your being were progressively denied, and the training of the new members of House Achelios was reaping the benefits. Since their return from Kamarak, there had been no suicide or any death that was not due to old age, and the level of mutation was in significant decrease. Add these facts to the reality Nyx was a minor beacon in the warp, a very small one, there was no comparison to the holy fire of the Astronomicon, and Nyx was becoming a very, very attractive destination for navigators and people possessing psychic gifts. The female warrior of the ecclesiarchy was clearly unconvinced, though. I have seen psychers be on the receiving end of heart attacks when Lisa used her most powerful blasting aura. The Palatine objected. Many of them are old or unable to resist the purifying blast of the lively Titan moth. Yes, Friar conceded, in this regard, I think Alex here will be far better to heal them through his presence. He is far less likely to throw golden orbs left and right. Maybe, well, he had not been trying to convert a Templar Sororidus to his views, but I think above all dragging him back to his dome is going to be difficult. I don't even want to know how many hours it would take us to convince him to fly to the Hagia Sanguinella. Friar commiserated with the young woman for several seconds who had dyed her hair black recently. He had noticed and headed back into the green avenues of floor 46. Years ago, it had been the location of the Menelaus Palatine Palace, but now it had most of its obscene level of decorations removed, and replaced by an atmosphere of nature, music the Fae 20th loved to introduce newcomers to, and grand artistic projects the Blood Angels and their successors presented to their adoring public. Protected by ancient and new technology, mosaics, paintings, and sculptures were created here, and it was quite logical, as the tech priests announced, that the main reception of the marriage was being held here. The Hagia Sanguinella would have been favored if it was completed, but as it stood, with tens of thousands of workers continuously working to finish that marvel, it could not hold a ceremony of this magnitude, and so Hive Athena was the center of the sector for one more extraordinary event. Rumors abounded that the imperial fists had once thought about a marriage ceremony, and planned for a succession of parades with exacting military precision. The tale may have had a core of truth, because the decorations, ceremonies, and festivities had a strong angelic theme today, meaning the sons of Sanguinius' opinion of a holy day had won out over that of their cousins. Though arguably, they weren't the only Astartes to be popular. The salamanders and their brothers of the magma spiders had organized a beetle race where young children rode the insects, and a few tech marines engaged the sons of Vulcan in mock-smithing contests behind transparent armaglass walls. None could hold a candle to the two women waiting on small thrones at the heart of the thousands of Nyxians and foreigners coming to wish happiness to the new couple. Wei Cao had decided to wear a simple silver dress today, in a style that was both very simple and dignified. The living saint had chosen a splendid red gown, if for the color of Blood Angel's armors or as a perfect complement to the Baal ruby she wore around her neck, no one could say for sure. And even hundreds of meters away from them, Friar could see the two were very much in love, and gained strength from each other's presence. They were happy, and by the God Emperor, they deserved it. After all, it wasn't as if two cardinals would officiate your wedding when you were undeserving, right? Choirs specially brought in for the day began to sing again, and Friar felt, despite knowing from experience how dark the galaxy could be, a rekindled golden fire in his heart. Hope was not dead. Happiness could still exist if one stayed true, vigilant, and loyal. And Lady Weaver would be there to lead them to a new age. The Eye of Terror. Approaches of the Worshipper's Belt Outer Sikaris system. Abyss-class super battleship Trizajun. Dark Apostle Peristir. In the long millennia since humanity had managed to escape the gravity well of its home world, it had invented extremely impressive ways to communicate across the stars, both on an intrasystem and at an interstellar range. In fact, it was hardly an overestimation to assume that in this domain of competence, humanity had invented thousands of shining new devices, and discovered quickly that most tended to explode in the faces of their inventors after one or two trial runs. Still, there were reliable interstellar methods of communication. Using astropaths in choirs like the Imperium did was one of the more well-known these days. What the majority of these ignorant souls ignored was that astropaths and the other human communications didn't work inside a warp storm. Or rather, astropaths could send their psychic messages, and die horribly as the servants of the gods devoured their souls. The masters of the great ocean loved those scrumptious delicacies. Anyways, using a normal method of communication was a fool's gambit in any warp storm, and in the Eye of Terror, the greatest imperial realm ever created in living memory, most unnatural methods failed too. Fortunately, the 17th Legion and their Primarch had long since made extremely advanced innovations in this field, merging the ancient technology of Mars with the blessings of the Pantheon, powered by regular and bloody sacrifices. The grand ritual circle he had contributed to make was in many ways the apex of this long and costly research. It could link no less than 888 participants across 888 systems through the realm of the gods. Of course, it had the minor drawback that you needed to sacrifice the souls of enemies who had not recognized the greatness of the Pantheon, meaning a raid near Medusa had been necessary to acquire tens of thousands of imbeciles still believing the false emperor would save them. Not all had been expended for this ritual, obviously. There were other, interesting uses such narrow-blinded fools could be utilized in. J. Slajave Tigo Ipnjadij J. Tunderkan. Corfaeron finished chanting his incantation, and the eight-pointed star at the center of the ritual room burned the color of blood before becoming inert once more. Some imbeciles might believe this was an indication of failure, but for all the Dark Cardinal's unpleasant behavior, he remained the keeper of the faith of the Legion, and a master in this art. The members of the Dark Council who were present, all 5 of them took position. My sons and nephews. The voice of their primarch boomed in the darkness. Attend me. And one by one, they appeared, lone figures materializing through the most powerful of sorceries as the air grew thick with bloodlust, flies of the grandfather buzzed, and feathers belonging to no bird fell from the ceiling. The walls contorted and began to bleed. Mouths and bodies opened on the carpets. Grand Apostle Akotas and Dark Apostle Muthake were the first to emerge from the blood pools, as they were on Sikaris, mere millions of kilometers away. Vorjuk Kral was the third. In distance, he was easily the most remote of the guests, but his ties to the 17th Legion gene line gave him priority over the rest of the warlords the ritual opened communication with. The next figures weren't word-bearers, however. First to flash in were the vanquished of Kamarak. Fazaren's Lathhesh the pale Naga slithered from a decaying purple light, its mutilated face covered by a mask of screaming flayed souls. By its side was Lucius the Eternal, who had after several raids once more proclaimed himself champion of perfection and Lord Commander of the Emperor's children. 4 hedonists followed behind the defeated false Primarch, but they were unimportant, and besides, it wasn't really like anyone was counting on the discarded remnants of the Third to win a war. The Iron Warriors came next. Perturabo was still sulking inside his fortress of brass and iron, and so only a few warbands had come to continue the long war. But they were large warbands, consumed by the desire to lay low the fortifications of the unbelievers, and more importantly, they had great experience fighting the Sons of Dorn. There were 3 of them, and their names were Warsmith Depadridir of the Metal Claw Warband, Warsmith Arukal of the Anathraxis War Host, and Warsmith Kurix of the Steel Brethren Warband. They were blunt and humorless, they wore no decorations save their metallic emblems and the skulls of their enemies on spikes. They were siege masters and corpse grinders, those who had sworn to drown worlds in the fires of daemon engines. Flies and a powerful stench of decay announced the arrival of the Sons of Mortarion, the slow but ineluctable Death Guard. 7 warbands had answered the summon of Blessed Lorgar, though the most powerful were unquestionably Captain Pustula of the Hand of Filth Warband, Lord of Contagion Felthuse of the Tainted Cohort, and Vermithrus the Blighted, Daemon Prince of Nurgle, Master of the Favored Sons. They were the heralds of plague and decay, the chosen of Nurgle, and by their deeds and mere presence, hives crumbled to ruin, billions died before their scythes fell, and pandemics raged uncontrolled. They were sworn to Grandfather Nurgle, and nothing could stop their march. Night came over a section of the hall, and from it the Night Lord stepped through, preceded by bat-like creatures which were not bats, not demons, but an interesting fusion of the two. They had come in numbers, these pirates, more than 30 warband commanders, truly quantity above quality in this aspect. Some commanded only a single capital warship, while others ruled over flotillas or small squadrons. Still one could argue, not without reason, that only one mattered, their lord and master, Terror Lord Kriegasurbus, that many recognized as the heir of Conrad Kurz, the Black Duke, first of the Dark Princes. His was a very imposing armor and his aura shone with the power of desecration and fear. This one was dangerous, and not far from gaining the final blessing of the gods. Perister was unable to tell when the Alpha Legion appeared, as usual. One moment they weren't present, he knew for sure, but the next they were there, patiently awaiting their attention. Much like the Iron Warriors, they had only sent 3 commanders, eschewing the numbers mentality of the Night Lords. Their power armors were decorated with mysterious emeralds and sapphires, and their helmets had been sculpted into Hydra-themed protections by the powers of the warp. Snakes and scales covered them, and long blue-green cloaks were draped over their shoulders. The 3 of them were maybe Lord Arcos of the Faithless Warband, Warlord Vikos Scale of the Dagger Fangs Warband, and supposedly Hero Master Fikran of the Armored Serpents. Lies and more lies surrounded them, their goals hazy and vague, their complicated motives for revenge constantly dying and being birthed again in the eye. The World Eaters Warbands arrived in a river of blood, their chinaxes and chain swords drenched in gore, and their armors all crimson to varying degrees. It was difficult to believe that their armors had been mainly white in the beginning, now all remained was the crimson of blood, and the black of dried substances. Unlike other Legion leaders, Perister didn't know the majority of the names of those 8 berserkers. The champions of the blood god rose and fell quite quickly in the eye. Murder King Skshalik of the self-proclaimed Lord Skshalik's elite and Slaughter King Kragan Gorfist of Gladiator Group 138 were probably the longest-serving warband leaders. The Thousand Sons arrived after the servants of Kern. If the World Eaters had become the symbol of bloody destruction and sheer savagery, the surviving sons of Prospero were now perfect servants of Tsianch, their blue-gold armors coursing with the energies of the great ocean, and their staffs and weapons glimmering with untold power. There were 9 of them, some quite infamous like Sorcerer Lord Absidral of the sect of the Red Echo and Sorcerer Lord Amur Vaseksa of the Crystal Harbingers Warband. They were the sons of the Crimson King, the last of their kind after the rubric of Ahriman reduced so many of them to animated dust trapped in their own armors. There were no Black Legion commanders materializing, for Abaddon had refused to entertain any messenger, and Drachnien had devoured the soul of the last ambassador who had been too insistent. But not all lost sons of the sacrificed king had refused to heed the word-bearer's call, and the most formidable rival of the despoiler marched in. His name was Drekarth the Sightless, and he was the Legion Master of the Sons of the Eye, the most powerful warband of the 16th Legion to continue to don the colors Horus had chosen for them. Formidable warriors and boasting a company's worth of Terminators to protect their commander, they were a magnificent host, taking anything in the writings of the fallen War Master which might help them accomplish their vengeance upon the Imperium and the false Emperor. And finally, the last figures arrived in dark lightning and accompanied by the sound of tortured engines. Unlike most warlords and warband commanders present, there was not even the pretense of a human form. The first immense sorceress apparition looked exactly like one had tried to merge an Imperator Titan with a tech priest, and likely achieved it, given the thousands of mechadendrites and dark energy that Peristir could feel even across the limited communication ritual. The other was an amalgamation between a mechanical spider, monstrous mutations, and a mask which looked like a horse but with eyes burning with the fires of the warp. Fabricator General Kelbier Hal. Hellforge Mistress Sodanol, their Primarch saluted them when their turn came, and Peristir did his best to not show any stupefaction hearing that those things were the former Lord of Mars and his favorite apprentice. And without any further ceremony, the War Council began. We are gathered, because the false Emperor attempts to blind us with his light of falsehoods again, blessed Lorgar began. We are gathered because the false Emperor has not admitted his defeat and still rages against the gods, failing to realize his defeat was determined when he was bound onto the beacon of pain and became a corpse. The tyrant thinks the fall of Kamarak has been a turning point and that there is a victory for him and his obedient slaves. This kind of naivety is disgusting and must be dispelled as soon as possible. Whatever dreams the deluded priests of his corpse worship entertain, they will be shattered. Thus the Pantheon has decreed, thus it will always be. The Primarch of the 17th Legion grew in size and power before their eyes, and infernal flames danced in his hands. There was a plan. One which would birth the beginning of the end for the false Imperium they built on the planets they usurped from us. It is a succession of wars which will tear the galaxy in two and usher a new era where the legions will reign supreme. This plan is still possible. Vengeance can still be ours. And blessings given to the despoiler can be yours if the greatest victory striking the dawn of chaos is won. I love vengeance, the Pale Naga hissed. Tell us more. There is a battle station in the eastern fringe, the ascended Primarch revealed, where an old foolish race has stored its reserves of the substance called Noctilith. Properly consecrated to the Pantheon, it will break the veil separating living from the warp, and begin to plunge hundreds of thousands of stars into the greatest era of strife of your lives. We will at last topple the false emperor from his throne. Lorgar smiled to the serpentine creature. The death of a champion and false saint of the false emperor would of course be a mighty holy deed contributing to empower this ritual. Excellent, Lucius the Eternal snarled, half of the words uttered after that garbled beyond comprehension by his long tongue. Not excellent, Drekarth the Sightless countered. The eastern fringe is on the other side of the galaxy. Our warbands are strong, but not strong enough to fight two-thirds of the false emperor's battle fleets before we arrive to fight the decisive engagement. By logistical consumption alone, it is guaranteed we will be bled white and on our last legs before even reaching the maelstrom. We can resupply in every warp storm we come across, Vermithreus the Blighted laughed. Not enough, Harrow Master Fikrin disagreed. A minor fleet might have been able to sustain itself with the ammunition production of several Hellforges, but not a force like the one it is suggested we gather together. Should webway connection be achieved, Kelbier Hal's arrogant voice thundered, a perfect chorus of inhuman screams, our Hellforges will be able to supply you. No warlord or dark apostle present was stupid enough to think such generous help would be free. Vain hope, Warsmith Kurix declared for the Iron Warriors. After the blast of destruction caused by the fall of Kamarak, the webway is more unstable than ever. I would not have led my warband there on the despoiler's command before that fiasco, and I won't do so now. The webway is indeed too dangerous to risk a significant number of legionnaires in its depths, Lorgar acknowledged. Fortunately, my plan does not involve it. I prefer to pursue a more blessed path. Some of you may be familiar with it. It is called the Tier of Nightmares. Peristir was familiar with it, yes. It was the gigantic warp breach Horus had opened into the Sol system as his opening move of the Great Siege. It was the stratagem which had allowed him to save weeks, possibly months of travel time instead of wasting his warships and other assets against the defenses built by Rogel Dorn. It was also an extremely difficult ritual, both in the symbols which had to be arranged for the gods, the numbers of the false emperor's slaves to be sacrificed upon the altars, and more. No offense, Lord Lorgar, when Krieg Acerbus smiled, it was so disturbing to see that the Dark Apostle would prefer he didn't. But while your knowledge and power is great, the Tier of Nightmares was only opened because the gods granted this power to Horus himself, empowered not only by them but by the oaths the 9 true legions swore to him. Alone, you might come close, but you will not be able to succeed. Lorgar decreased notably in size and the flames in his grasp diminished in intensity. But when Perister looked at his ascended face, their Gene-sire was smiling. Then it is a good thing I am not alone, no. The flash of blue of another participant being summoned was overwhelming, and the Dark Apostles knew well before they saw him just who was joining them. There were few sorcerers capable of causing psychic storms of that power by their mere presence, even among the greater servants of the Pantheon. I have seen the Crucible of Oblivion, and decided it must be mastered. Magnus was here. The Crimson King, the Master of Prospero, had come. No wonder 9 sorcerer lords warbands had agreed to their invitation. Their ascended Primarch had accepted the offer of an alliance. And Perister knew at this moment victory was going to be theirs. Let us begin, Lorgar proclaimed, the preparations for the 5th Black Crusade. Death to the false emperor.